Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Snetterton for day 2 of this Brscc summer race meeting. This is a weekend with very much an endurance racing feel to it. We had our 6th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship yesterday, a 4-hour race to take us through the afternoon. The main event, in a way, for today is the latest round, the 4th race, I believe, of the season in the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. Those cars are just now completing their qualifying session ahead of the race later on this afternoon, but we've got a whole host of other Brscc sprint racing series here as well to hopefully put on a good show for us, as they did yesterday. It's Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. I'll be joined for the C1 race in the box later on by Richard John Neal. We'll be hearing from Rob Lewis down in the pit lane once he is done with his modified Ford Series racing duties. So we've got a big team assembled to talk you through what should be another exciting day of racing. Weather-wise, things not quite what they were yesterday, I have to say. It was glorious sunshine. The temperature was touching 30 degrees at time. It's still just about warm enough for shorts and t-shirts, but certainly, as you can see, a bit more overcast, lots more clouds gathered over the top of the nearly 3-mile Snetterton 300 circuit, which provides a real technical challenge with that infield section that was added about 12 or 13 years ago now, generating lots more overtaking opportunities and lengthening the lap by about a mile, and certainly adding to the challenge. It's a circuit that was opened back in the mid-1950s, a former airfield, as so many racetracks of the time were, but it has undergone several renovations and adjustments since then. But has always retained its high-speed feel. Yes, the average speed is lower now that we have that infield section, but it's still got the 2 long straights, the Senna straight past the pits, the Bentley straight down the back straight. There is the Bentley straight, right on cue. And they both produce excellent slipstreaming opportunities and plenty of side-by-side action. Particularly, I have to say, amongst some of the categories that we've got racing here today, the C1 series, definitely we will see lots of slipstreaming along those long Snetterton straights. So, as I said, weather-wise, the temperature is still fine. It's 20 degrees, it's nice and warm. The sun, when it breaks through, is very toasty indeed, but just a little bit more cloud. I don't think there's a threat of rain in the forecast. Certainly the forecast I saw said that it should remain dry, but when the weather is cloud, there is always a chance of a little bit of precipitation. We hope that that steers clear of the circuit. Not too much wind either, so it really does feel like a very pleasant day, and hopefully that's going to bring out lots of spectators to enjoy the racing action. We saw the spectator areas pretty busy yesterday, and I reckon we're going to have a similar feel here on the Sunday at Snetterton, with a busy day ahead of us. As I said, we have got the one big race later on this afternoon, the endurance race, but that is one of just 8 races today. There will be 2 races for the Ashstone MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops with Hoosier Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes series. They didn't race yesterday. They will actually be our first race of the day coming up very shortly. We'll also have a race apiece from the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, and the modified Ford series. And then, as I said, we'll also have actually the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. They were out qualifying earlier on today too. That's sort of a mini endurance race, a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop in the middle, and many of the cars being shared by 2 drivers, an eclectic mix of cars that we'll have, as always, on the Club Sport Trophy grid. And then later on in the afternoon, about 3:25, all being well, is when we will kick off our Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series race, which will make up the bulk of the afternoon's action. So, as I said, we'll be hearing from a few different people throughout the course of the day. One of those is the one and only Richard John Neal. Let's head down to the pit lane now and hear from him.
The sun is shining, but for how long we don't know, because the clouds are sort of building up over there, as they were going to yesterday during our Fun Cup race. Welcome along to day 2 of the Brscc summer meeting here at Snetterton, and we've got some fantastic racing action for you again today. Kicking off in a moment with our very welcome guests from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. Triple header effectively for them, a full grid of cars from the Tin Tops, the Saloon Car Championship they run, and the Intermarques. Really can't wait to watch those cars. Great to see them back here again. Also, over the course of the day, a little bit of a theme with the endurance racing. We had the Fun Cup yesterday and a great win for the reigning champions if you were joining us. If not, don't forget to go back after we finish today and watch yesterday's stream for the 4-hour race we had with the Fun Cup, which was great. But the endurance flavour today comes from the C1. So we're looking for the Silver Lake C1 trophy. They've just finished their qualifying session and they'll be the last race of the day, so 3 hours to enjoy with them a little bit later on. Continuing the theme with small cars, the CityCar Cup are back with us, sponsored by Nankang Tyres. Continuing the Nankang Tyres theme, we've got the BMW Compact Cup. We had a great race for them yesterday, with championship leader Joe Doble extending the 1-point championship lead that he had coming into the weekend with his fourth victory, I think it was, of the season. So plenty of action to look forward to from those guys as well. We were talking about guests. We've also got the modified Ford series with us again this weekend. Fantastic grid of cars from them. We've got some background interviews coming up over the lunch break to talk to some of the characters involved and describe some of the wonderful machinery that we're going to have on the grid from them. Finally, it's the Brscc Club Sport Trophy and 40-minute endurance race. We've seen some super stuff from the multi-class events over the course of the season so far, and we're looking forward to that race a little bit later on as well. So that's a little bit of a scene set for you to give you a little bit more detail as we look forward to our first race of the day for the Classic and Modern Racing Club. We'll join in a few moments Andy McEwen up in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, busy start to the day here then, because this is another big grid of cars. We've got 33 drivers entered. We had 31 of them out in qualifying yesterday afternoon. After all of the racing was done, actually, these drivers qualified ahead of the 2 races, 15-minute races that they will have here at Snetterton today. Essentially, we've got 3 races in one, basically. All of them are series run under the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Southern Division. So you've got the Super Saloons, the Tin Tops and the Intermarque Silhouettes, all sharing a grid and racing separately from each other, but on the track at the same time, which creates a very busy grid, a very busy racetrack, and should provide us with lots of different battles up and down the order to take in. And yeah, looking forward to this one. I think it should be a pretty exciting race. Short, sharp race as well, 15 minutes. And that means that if you maybe didn't have the best of qualifying sessions yesterday, you're not going to have a huge amount of time to make up for that in the race. Races, I should say. But yeah, a big grid of cars, 31 of them qualified. Like I said, on pole position, Ray Harris in his Ginetta G40 was some 3.2 seconds quicker than anybody else. But we saw this a little bit yesterday, the modified Ford series, for example, where the pole position driver was a country mile ahead of anyone else in qualifying, but actually it turned in to a very, very close race indeed. So we could well see more of that in this one. So cars then starting to line up on the grid. We'll start going through that grid, shall we then? Because like I said, there are plenty of them to go through and lots of different classes as well. I'll just run through the grid in full and then get into the class structure a little bit later on. So it is Ray Harris on pole position. He did 2 minute 3.044, which was 3.2 seconds quicker than Wayne Spiller in his Seat Leon, which looks like it is a TCR spec Seat Leon. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's the ex-Bruce Winfield TCR UK Seat Leon, looking at it out of the window. But anyway, try and get that confirmed later on. Then it's Russell Humphrey and Martin Reynolds on row number 2, with Paul Knight and Mark Cripps sharing row 3 of the grid. Fourth row then for Colin Smith and Dave Avis. Paul Watson and Mick Robertson are together then on row 5, with Keith White and Matt Rowley on row number 6. Seventh row for James Hunt, with what a name for a racing driver that is, and Chris Bassett. Then Dave Cowan and John Price ahead of Jack Whitehead in the BMW M3, and the Pontiac Coupe of Baz Johnson. Certainly a car that we'll try and take a look at as the race goes on. Then we've got Paul Coxedge with Martin Scott, Neil Gardner and Sam Hayward are next. Wayne Shawnee and Adrian Matthews in the Volvo C30. Now, you don't see many of those racing on tracks in the United Kingdom, do you? Volvo C30 will start for 24th on the grid. Then on the next row of the grid, 13th row this is, Graham Richardson's Civic Type R, the BMW Compact of Rick Skelzy, Rod Burley. Now, for so many years, we've seen Rod Burley at the wheel of Fast Fords. It is going to take a little bit of getting used to see him behind the wheel of a BMW E90 for Rod Burley, who I believe has won more races at Brands Hatch than any racing driver in history. I forget now the exact number. I know we're not at Brands Hatch, but still that's a good stat to have. Then it's Lee Clough and Ian Seal, with Gary Deal completing the top 30, and Angelo Masonetto at the back of the field. Masonetto, excuse me, I was giving him an extra letter in his name, in the Citroen Saxo. Then the two that didn't set tyres, Peter Selden and Alex Sidwell. So hopefully we'll see those two out at the back of the grid. So that's how the grid lines up. As you can see, you've got a real variety of cars in front of the field. Got a couple of the silhouettes, so the Ginetta that starts on pole position. In fact, the first 4 rows, I think, on the left as you look at them, are all silhouettes. So Ray Harris, Russell Humphrey, Paul Knight and Colin Smith, all running in the silhouette categories, of which, again, there are 2. There's Class I and Class IS, but anyway, we won't bother ourselves too much about that. So they're all silhouette cars starting on the inside of the grid. And on the outside, then we've got a bit more of a mix, haven't we? They are some of the Saloons and tin top cars, which again all run in different classes. So Class D pole position for Wayne Spiller in the Seat. Class B pole position is that yellow and white Ford Escort of Martin Reynolds. He's actually in the same class as Mark Cripps in the red BMW right behind him. Mark Cripps, who's raced a couple of different BMWs in this series, I think, over the years. And looking to try and get a bit more success here this weekend. So the cars then leave onto their green flag lap. The fact that they're being led around by a safety car suggests that it will be a rolling start, and that's why they were lined up 2 by 2 on the grid like that, rather than in a staggered position. So it will be a rolling start. That makes sense, really, with such a variety of car on the grid, because they all get off the line at different speeds, and so it's important to make sure that we keep the start of the race as safe as possible. So a rolling start sort of controls that a little bit more. I did just spot a BMW towards the back of the pack that I wouldn't mind a closer look at. I don't think it's an ex-British touring car BMW, but it's liveried in a similar way to one. If we just hold this shot, I'll try and pick out the number. There it is. Oh no, okay, it's not quite as BTCC-esque as I thought it was. It might be 44. That would be Rod Burley, wouldn't it? Well, it would be like Rod Burley to go with a livery inspired by previous generations of touring car. At a glance, it looked a little bit Andy Prio-esque, that livery, from back in his World Touring Car days. We might get a closer look at that. Rod Burley really should be a bit further up the grid than that, but I'm going to imagine this is a relatively new car to Rod. He's actually entered in Class A, so the fastest Class A car was Wayne Shawnee's Audi Quattro TT, which starts 23rd on the grid. Rod Burley starting 27th on the grid was actually second fastest in class. So again, the good drivers that we're used to seeing claiming class wins and perhaps winning championships, not always right at the front of the grid, because they may well be in a car that is entered into one of the lower classes. But yeah, Rod Burley, I think perhaps his old Escort Cosworth got badly damaged in an accident, I seem to recall, at Brands Hatch a few years ago. That maybe is why he's now chosen to diversify, move over into a BMW. But what can he do within the Class A ranks? We'll have to wait and see. So I've mentioned Class A and B. Class C, headed by Dave Avis in his BMW M3. James Hunt and Dave Cowan, all in M3s, also in that class. So if you see an M3, there's a good chance it's entered into Class C. Class D is where you find cars like, well, Wayne Spiller actually is entered into Class D, but then he starts second on the grid. The next best Class D car, Martin Scott, in 20th in his Golf GTI. And I think they're the only 2 Class D cars entered. And then, of course, you've got your silhouettes, which you could sort of pick out, really, because they are very unique-looking cars. Lots of the Vauxhall Tigras still around. The Ginettas sort of creeping into that category as well over recent years. We've had the odd Mercedes-bodied car running in the silhouette class as well. I'm not sure if we've got any of those out this weekend, but it's a category that usually produces good close racing, although mixed in as they are now with the Saloons and the tin tops, that could complicate matters ever so slightly. But anyway, let's see what happens, because they're coming around the right-hander at Coram Corner. That at the back, by the way, is either Peter Selden or Alex Sidwell's BMW, and that car will rocket through from the back of the field, the big red BMW at the tail end of the class. That should be able to come charging through the order as long as they've got the issues sorted from qualifying, so keep an eye on that car. But at the front of the field, it's the Ginetta versus the Seat as they make their way around the final corner at Murray's, head for the start-finish line there, where the red lights are illuminated on the starting gantry, and we will have 15 minutes of racing then. The Super Saloons, the Tin Tops and the Intermarque Silhouettes here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. There is the BMW, it is the number 15, so it's Peter Selden at the back, so we don't appear to have Alex Sidwell, but keep an eye on Selden. He should make some forward progress from there. Right then, red lights go out, we're away in racing for the first time today, and look at the start made by Martin Reynolds in the Ford Escort, charging around the outside of everybody, and Martin Reynolds may well get the lead as they head for Rich's corner. No, couldn't quite get the better of Ray Harris, so Ray Harris from pole position will lead the field out of Rich's corner, but he's now under threat again from Reynolds, who's got the inside line into the Wilson hairpin. The lightweight Ginetta, though, a little bit later on the brakes and able to hang on to the position. The Seat of Wayne Spiller's gone backwards, hasn't he, towards the tail end of the top 10 as they round Wilson for the first time, and then accelerate up towards Palmer's corner on this infield section. So Ginetta from Ford Escort from a pair of Vauxhall Tigra silhouettes actually next in line as they round the left-hander, head towards Agostini's. Good overtaking opportunity here, but there's a big lock-up from one of the silhouettes and a big lunge from the other one, actually, as they went into the tight left-hander. I think they both managed to get through the corner unscathed. Have we had a change of position? Yes, we have, because Martin Reynolds has lost second position now. I'm not sure which of the Tigras that was that slipped through, so we'll have to try and get a better look at it. Well, it wasn't Paul Knight, because you can see he's still tucked up behind Reynolds' Escort, which is a little bit wayward out of Oggies. And that actually sort of delayed, I think, Paul Knight. Means that he's under threat from potentially Russell Humphrey or Colin Smith trying to find a way through. Out onto the back straight we go then. The Ginetta leads the way, but that means we've now got a silhouette running first and second. Oh, we've had a spin for the number 11. That is up at Williams, I think, that the number 11 has gone around, and that's Mark Cripps. Now, Mark Cripps started 6th on the grid and was expected to be a contender in Class B. He was the second highest Class B car on the grid, behind only Martin Reynolds in the Escort, and those two were running quite close together before that spin, so that's a shame. Leading two, though, head through corner, and as I was about to make the point, we've now got two silhouettes out in front, so we do have a genuine battle for class victory there. And this fight for third, fourth and fifth comes through, with the 491 Ginetta of Colin Smith actually having a bit of a run here at Paul Knight as they come off the final turn. Across the line they go then, so Harris leads the way. It is Russell Humphrey into second position, Reynolds third, Knight and Smith battling over fourth position then, and that is actually for a class lead as well. I know they're both silhouettes, but they're running in class IS rather than class I. Down into the right-hander at Wilson. Wayne Spiller, 6th position. Paul Watson there in the BMW is 7th. Then Keith White's BMW silhouette is 8th, ahead of Dave Avis and James Hunt. And that was a lunge up the inside by John Price, who does get the better of James Hunt to move into the top 10. But James will then get a better exit from the corner. And I suggest maybe the slightly more powerful BMW is able to drag back through again. There's some good racing already on the opening lap of this first race of the day, as they accelerate down towards Agostini for the second time. John Price back up the inside. This is one of the fascinations, isn't it, of this multi-class racing. The silhouettes are much lighter, they're much more agile, better on the brakes, but then the power of some of the Super Saloons and tin tops means that they don't have things all their own way. But on this infield section, that's where the silhouettes really come into their own. And John Price now starting to pull a little bit of a gap. So within the Super Saloon and tin top element of the race then, obviously Martin Reynolds leads in Class B. He's the first of those cars. Then you've got in Class S, Wayne Spiller, although he's one of only a couple of Class S cars, I think, entered into the race. Class C being led by the number 97, so that is Dave Avis, but with James Hunt only a couple of seconds behind him. Just had a pass there with the 188 car being overtaken. And that was Neil Gardner, losing out, I think, to the Golf GTI number 45, yes it was, of Martin Scott. So Martin Scott there in that very distinctive liveried VW, slipping through past the Civic Type R. Other class leaders then, so we've got Class T2 being led by the number 33, that's Chris Bassett. Class D being led still by number 45 as well. That was the pole sitting car of Martin Scott that we've just seen. So that wasn't actually a battle for the class lead, but it was a battle that involved the class leader. And here, look, from the back of the grid comes Peter Selden. So I did suspect that Peter would be making some progress, and he has. maybe the best looking car on the grid, and that is a very high bar indeed, isn't it? But that car, such an evocative livery and a spectacular looking car, and what a noise it makes as well as it pops and bangs its way past the commentary box, blasts around the outside of the little Peugeot, and will likely gain some more places before too much longer. Got the class-leading VW Golf now of Martin Scott to try and negotiate, which he does up the inside line into Wilson. And where will that put him now? That will put Peter Selden into 17th place, having started 32nd on the grid and only having completed 2 laps of the race, which is pretty impressive. Down to Agostini, they all head. This is the next group of cars then that Selden will have to try and catch, at the tail of which is the 147 of Matt Rowling. Now, Matt Rowling started 12th on the grid. He's lost a couple of positions from there. Sits second in Class T2, a class that's being led, actually, by the Peugeot number 33 of Chris Bassett, which is on your screen there. So that white and black Peugeot battling with the black Civic at the back of this group for a class lead. They're not directly in combat at the moment because a couple of BMWs separate them, but that's a class battle that could well ignite as we move deeper into the race, and the Peugeot under a bit of threat now, heading down the Bentley Straight from one of those more powerful BMWs. And may well lose a position in the overall running order here. To the outside line then is looking not Cowan, that is Whitehead, I think, isn't it? Yes, number 31, Jacques Whitehead, who wasn't ultimately able to make the move stick. Cowan behind, running in Class C. In fact, that's been a change for third place in Class C, with Cowan being overtaken by Jacques Whitehead. And they're both sort of getting bottled up behind the Peugeot, which perhaps is a bit better through some of the twisty stuff, but doesn't quite have the grunt in a straight line. Ooh, through Murray's they go. It's a real pinch point, that, but all of them managing just about to keep it clean. They accelerate once more past the pits and along the centre straight. In front of the field, still Ray Harris leading. Russell Humphrey in second position, just under a second between them, although Humphrey was fractionally, and I mean fractionally, a couple of hundredths quicker on the previous lap. As finally, Jack Whitehead gets that move made around the outside of the Peugeot, the Bassett Peugeot, which slides its way off the corner. The background looming ever larger is Peter Selden's BMW there. Just turns its way through the Wilson hairpin. This, meanwhile, is the battle for 5th position, and actually we've had a couple of changes here as they head towards Hamilton, where there is a surface flag out, so someone has dropped something on the track that shouldn't be there, but that was getting quite close. Not as close, though, as the lead battle. Look at the way that this gap has all of a sudden shot down. Russell Humphrey right on the tail of Ray Harris now as they head for the Bentley Straight. We are halfway through this race. This gap was nearly a full second at the start of the lap, but it ain't that now as they head down to Brundle and Nelson, and this is a genuine battle for class position. It is now, I think, the number 491 of Colin Smith up into third place as well. The Ginetta is wide and a spin for Humphrey. Russell Humphrey goes around out of Nelson just as he was challenging for the race lead, and he got it all wrong, perhaps distracted by Ray Harris making a bit of a mistake in front of him. Harris understeered out wide, and I think Russell Humphrey saw his chance to get up the inside, gave it a boot full of right foot, and unfortunately, a little bit too much power was applied for the rear wheels to cope with, and around he went. He's already fighting back to the outside of Martin Reynolds, who himself has lost a couple of positions on this lap already, and through will go Russell Humphrey. But Reynolds now, with the straight line speed and the traction off the final corner, blasts back through again. So Russell Humphrey, what a shame that is, though, because that was building up into a really good battle for the lead, and it's now a 4.6 second advantage that Ray Harris will have over Colin Smith. So Ray Harris then, 4.6 seconds clear. Martin Reynolds then in third position, still ahead of Russell Humphrey. Then it's Wayne Spiller and Paul Knight in line behind. Paul Watson up into 7th place now. He's just got ahead of Dave Davis, I think, on the previous lap. Then Keith White and Mick Robertson. Mick Robertson into the top 10. I think we can take another look maybe at what happened there to Russell Humphrey. It really looked as though he was about to make his move for the lead. Look at the way that Ray Harris, he gets it wrong first. He understeers wide of the apex, up the curb. I think Humphrey sees his chance, tries to get the tighter exit from the corner, and look at that, around he goes. And that really is indicative of how lightweight those cars are. As soon as they snap sideways, it's very difficult to gather it together. And he did well, in fairness, to recover quite quickly, and our camera operator doing a good job to catch that as well up at that part of the circuit. That's always an action point, is the complex at Brundle and Nelson, and that demonstrates exactly why. So, Humphrey into recovery mode now then, and Humphrey still hasn't actually found a way back ahead of Martin Reynolds. It's been a strange race this from Martin Reynolds. He was very punchy at the start, wasn't he? Got through into the overall race lead, then was overtaken by some of the silhouettes, including Russell Humphrey. And now, ironically, Russell can't find a way back past him. So it looks as though Reynolds has been getting quicker as the race goes on. Despite losing a couple of places on the previous lap, he actually still ended up in third position after the spin for Humphrey. And it was Colin Smith who made all of the progress. Here, though, comes Humphrey round the outside, the lightweight silhouette, the Vauxhall Tigra shaped car. Very little Vauxhall Tigra underneath the bodywork, but very, very good-looking car indeed. It manages to wriggle through, but we know that Reynolds will probably now have the straight line speed. Someone's being shown a black and orange flag for a mechanical issue that they may or may not be aware of. Hopefully it doesn't involve either of these two, though, because we don't want this battle to be put on ice, as Martin Reynolds does now blast back through. But a proper cat-and-mouse battle, this, isn't it? David and Goliath. You've got the big, powerful Ford Escort. You've got the lightweight and agile Vauxhall Tigra silhouette, which outbreaks the Ford again into the Wilson hairpin. But now that Russell Humphrey is ahead at this part of the circuit, I suspect he will have the pace to get away, because this is the part of the track that will inevitably suit that car. The black and orange flag, by the way, being handed out to Baz Johnson. Baz Johnson, number 9. Who has slipped down the running order, I think, from where he started anyway. It was the Pontiac Coupe, wasn't it? All the way down in 30th place. So he's had a drama, or he's got a mechanical drama of some sort. Hopefully not dropping fluid on the track. That could cause some problems. We did see a surface flag, didn't we, at this part of the track a little bit earlier. In fact, that is, I think, the number 9, isn't it, going slowly. I think that is the car that's been showing the black and orange warning flag. So he's elected to coast around back to the pit lane. Looks to me as though Wayne Spiller is catching this group. Yes, he definitely is, isn't he? Wayne Spiller warming to the task as well now. Closing in on Martin Reynolds. Now, these two don't run in the same class, but still about to engage in a battle for the best of the non-silhouette cars. Also worth mentioning that lead gap came down on the previous lap, because Colin Smith was a full second, almost exactly a second quicker than Ray Harris. So Ray Harris not got this one in the bag just yet. They're going to have probably just about time for 2 more laps after this. It'll be touch and go. We've got 2.5 minutes left, and they're lapping in the 2:07s. They'll be at the line any time now. So yeah, I think they'll get 2 more laps out of this. And if Colin Smith keeps on closing at that rate, he might just have a chance at snatching the race victory away. Out wide goes Martin Reynolds. The Ford Escort looking harder and harder to get round the corners. He's always got that straight line speed to rescue him out onto the centre straight. Then Wayne Spiller under threat now from the number 3 of Paul Knight. Now, Paul Knight was further up the order than this earlier on, so he slipped backwards in the number 3 car. Closing in again now as he heads through Riches, nips up the inside of the Seat, which has 2 wheels in the dirt and will not be able to brake as late as the Silhouette. And so Paul Knight slips back through into the top 5. Lead gap came down by about 7/10 that time, so it's 2.9 seconds now, Ray Harris to Colin Smith. As in the background, what have we got here? Paul Watson versus Dave Avis, this is. A pair of BMWs, both running in different classes. Then Mick Robertson and Keith White. They're in the same class, though, both running within an element of the Intermarque Silhouettes category, hence Class IS, Intermarque Silhouettes. And they are 5th and 6th in that class. Class being led, of course, by Ray Harris out at the head of the field overall. Down towards Agostini come the pair of BMWs then, being caught by the Corrado here of Peter Selden, I reckon. Peter Selden, sorry, beg your pardon, 52, isn't it? Mick Robertson behind. Peter Selden, having come from the back of the grid, though, is nearly in the top 10, so keep an eye on Selden. He's made pretty short work of that group of cars that he was catching a couple of laps ago. Very late on the brakes around the outside line for Dave Avis. Can't quite make the move stick then towards Williams. Now he's got the Corrado closing in behind, and then the next car there, just caught a glimpse in the background, was the Peter Selden BMW M3. Baz Johnson, by the way, has limped back to the pit lane. The car that we believe was dropping some fluid maybe on the track earlier on. So that car out of harm's way. There it is at the end of the pit lane. Absolutely no team members stood around it, so I suspect that Baz might well be running that car by himself, in which case there's very little he can do mid-race to fix the problem. Hopefully we get him back out for race number 2 later on. So about to begin the final lap of the race, I reckon. In fact, just as I say that, the leaders have gone through, and they are only 1.3 seconds apart, and it is now Russell Humphrey back into second place. So Russell Humphrey has found a way past Colin Smith and sets the fastest lap in doing so, a 2:04.0. That is 3.8 seconds quicker than Ray Harris, the race leader. So at that rate, Russell Humphrey should very easily still win this race, despite the spin that he had at Brundle and Nelson a few laps ago. But is it actually just that Ray Harris has maybe backed off a little bit too much now? The Ginetta driver is going to have to get the hammer down if he's going to keep hold of this race victory. Out of Palm as they go then, down towards Agostini. Humphrey not yet within striking ranges. He's still a surface flag out there as well on the run behind the paddock, I notice. But Ray Harris needs to keep his wits about him here. Heads out of the left-hander at Agostini. And now through the left-hand kink at Hamilton. And is he going to come under threat then down the back straight? It's a bit of a strange one, the way that that gap came down. It must have been a slow lap for Harris as well, because actually his fastest lap of the race, a 2:04.6, only about 6/10 slower than Russell Humphrey went on the previous lap. But Harris did a 2:07.8 on the last lap. Someone's been in the dirt in the background. That might have been Russell Humphrey. You know, he seemed to be rejoining there from a grassy excursion, so he's pushing on. But Ray Harris looks as though he's going to weather this storm, doesn't he? I think maybe he made a mistake or got held up in traffic on the previous tour. And now able to get his head down, and Russell Humphrey a bit scrappy over the curb. Been a brilliant battle between these two, though. Bit of a shame, really, that Humphrey had that spin earlier on, because I think that they probably would have been quite close throughout the rest of the 15 minutes. As it is, it will end up being a little bit of a closer finish than we expected, but ultimately Ray Harris seems to have this one under control. He turns into Murray's corner for the final time, accelerates out of the final corner, and heads for the checkered flag. And Ray Harris is going to survive the pressure there from Russell Humphrey to claim race victory in the first race of the day here at Snetterton. And he claims the victory in the Hoosier Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes category as well. Russell Humphrey second, Colin Smith comes home in third, and Paul Knight will be fourth, all of them silhouettes. Martin Reynolds in fifth position will claim a class victory in Class B as the two BMWs continue to tussle at the final corner. At the inside has just launched the 101 of Paul Watson. Dave Avis having got past him a little bit earlier in the lap, and Paul Watson having absolutely none of it, I think is going to get back into 7th place at the line. Yes, he does, and claims second place in class. Wayne Spiller, by the way, has already been through to claim the victory in Class S. Dave Avis, winner in his class as well, and it's very smokily across the line. Comes Peter Selden. Now that's not a good sign. That car that didn't set a lap time in qualifying, charged from the back of the grid to finish in the end 11th place overall. And second in Class C, class won by Dave Avis. Very smoky at the line, so at least it got to the end of the race, but it does rather suggest, doesn't it, that they haven't maybe fully solved the mechanical issues. Hopefully they get it back out for race 2 though, because I think he'd be starting from 11th for that race, and it would be very interesting to see what he could do. Certainly a very oily smell wafting across the start-finish area here at Snetterton, courtesy of Peter Selden. Other class winners coming through. Martin Scott has just gone through. I think we just caught a glimpse of Martin Scott coming through to win in Class D. Rod Burley running in Class A, of course, wasn't he? That class hasn't yet been won, but it is about to be won by number 50, Wayne Shawnee, who should be among the next cars to come to the line. Keep an eye out for Wayne in the Audi. There he goes to claim a win in Class A, and Rob Burley has to settle for second position, but did gain a few places upon his overall starting place. Rob Burley should be coming to the line soon. Here he comes in, a bit of a drag race to the line actually with the McGann, and I think he lost a place there right at the death, did he? No, just kept the number 41 car, the Sam Haywood car, behind by 18 thousandths of a second, so a near dead heat between those two. It was for overall position, not for class position. Haywood wins in Class T1, by the way, part of the Tin Tops class, with T3 led by won by Massanetto in the Citroen Saxo. There were T2 was the other class within the tin tops. That was won by, he says, desperately scanning down the results, number 147 of Matt Rowling. But it was Ray Harris who claimed the overall victory in the Ginetta G40 silhouette, with Russell Humphrey giving him a real run for his money there in second place. Colin Smith and Paul Knight third and fourth, ahead of Martin Reynolds in the Ford Escort, who led early on. Wayne Spiller comes home in sixth as a class winner as well, ahead of Paul Watson and Dave Avis, who claimed the victory in Class C, and Keith White and Mick Robertson completing the top 10. Then it was Peter Selden from the back of the grid, but all not well with that BMW, it seemed, when he crossed the line. John Price, James Hunt and Jack Whitehead were next. Jack Whitehead had that brilliant battle in the mid-race with the likes of Matt Rowling and Dave Cowan, who he got the better of. Then it was Chris Bassett and Mark Cripps. Martin Scott claims a win in Class D in 19th place, ahead of Paul Coxedge, with Adrian Matthews and Wayne Shawny, who was victorious in Class A. Rob Burley second in that class, was 23rd overall, ahead of Sam Hayward, also a class winner in his Renault Megane. They had that really close finish there, didn't they, with Rob Burley. Gary Deal, Rick Skelsey and Graham Richardson are next, with the top 30 completed by Lee Clough, Ian Seal and Angelo Massanetto, with Baz Johnson and Neil Gardner the two non-finishers, the only two non-finishers actually, after what was a very entertaining first race of the day. So I'm not sure who Richard John Neal will be interviewing, but we should hopefully hear from him very shortly. It might be class winners, it might be overall podium finishers, I'm not entirely sure, but we will hear from him in a moment or two. The spectators giving the drivers a round of applause as they head back in. That's always nice to see. They really genuinely do pay attention to that. They will notice if the crowd trackside are giving them a cheer, and they really do appreciate seeing that. So if you have a trackside, make sure you show your appreciation to the drivers. Right, let's now show our appreciation to Richard John Neal by heading down to him to hear from some of the drivers in Parc Ferme.
Brilliant stuff to have the classic and modern boys with us, and we've got our class winners here. I'm going to have a word with Martin Reynolds first of all, because Kieran from the circuit is doing our overall winner, Ray Harris. He's got two interviews today, got to get used to all this now. Let's grab a quick word. Martin's going to get out of the car, specs on, is it sunglasses, hands device off. Here we go, there we go, Martin, let's get the door for you.
Oh dear, what a race.
Martin, congratulations on the win.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, very hard battle out there, very slippery and yeah, very enjoyable though.
First one of the weekend. I thought you were with the modified Fords yesterday because I went through and saw it. It was loaded up. Thought it was a problem, but you're coming out and racing with these guys.
Yeah, no, I enjoy going with these lads, and it was just got a good opportunity to run the Sierra Thundercar in the modified Fords.
Right. So that race, I mean, it's a packed grid, wonderful sights, but it makes life interesting because you're dicing with the silhouettes.
Yeah, and they break so late, you know, and it certainly gives you some experience on not how to go in the corners with them, because they can just turn in the corner and be gone. But yeah, it was really enjoyable. Had some good battles. It
was really good to see. Tell us a little bit about the car.
It's a Smith & Jones 2.5, 335 brake, weighs about 960, and plus my weight, obviously, which is a big increase to it. But yeah, it's a great little tour for me.
And plenty in the tank for race 2.
Oh, definitely.
Nice one, Martin. Well done. Congratulations. I'm going to grab a quick word with Ray, who won the overall and the silhouettes.
That is a good point. That's a good point.
To his team. Ray, is it right if we grab a word? Yeah. 2 interviews a day now, isn't it? It's the way media seems to be going. Congratulations, bringing the Ginetta along to the win. Is this new for this year? Because we've seen the Ginettas in the National Hot Rods, which these are sort of loosely tied to.
No, so I've had this car for probably 4 years or so. We won the series a couple of years running, and then I've been off to do some other stuff, some GT racing. But the guys that run the car for me, they like this racing, so they made me drag it out and come and race again.
We're glad you did. Floor plan wise, is it, everyone says the Tigra was the right size. Is this the same size, similar, or?
It's pretty much the same sort of size, yeah. I mean, they're built by 2 different people, but yeah, they're very much a similar kind of thing. Space frame chassis, 5-blast body, engines are pretty much the same, so they are pretty even. And yeah, it's down to a bit of setup and a bit of driving, really.
It looked like on the stream, was there one scare, I think, maybe coming down out of the complex when Russell was closing up, and he ended up going off, but he thought he saw a gap on the inside. Was that an issue for you?
So there was a bit of oil in a couple of places, so I didn't want to push and throw myself off while I'm in the lead. You can't do things like that. So I backed off a bit, and he didn't back off as much, so he was catching me, and it looked like he was making a move going in there, so I left him the room, and I think he clipped the curb and spun. So it left me a big gap, and I could just kind of back off a little bit and look after the tyres.
Great looking car, great looking race you just driven. We'll see you for race 2.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Ray. And we need to catch up with, if we can, our winner in the tin tops, which was Matt Rowling in the 147. So I'm going to see if we can find Matt anywhere, a little bit further down the order. See if we can have a go. Anyone point me in the direction of Matt Rowling? Is he further down? See if we can catch up with him. We'll see whether we can... difficult with the 3 classes to catch anyone. So 147, let's see if we can go. Knowing me, I've probably walked straight past it. That's what I normally manage to do. Let's go into back, 41, 19, 97. He's Matt. We're looking for Matt Rowling and the class win. Is that Matt?
No.
That's not Matt.
That's not Matt.
Where's
No, Matt Rowling.
Matt Rowling. Okay, well, I tell you what, as you can see, utter confusion down here. We have got cars coming onto the grid for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. So we'll try and catch up with Matt for race 2 if he can repeat the win, and we can pull our winner up to the sharp end of the podium. So apologies to Matt. We'll try and catch up with you a little bit later on and hand you back in a moment or two to Andy McEwen for the BMWs.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship drivers are assembled on the grid. They had an entertaining race yesterday that was won by the championship leader, Joe Doble. Joe Doble by nearly 5 seconds, actually, ahead of Conor Grady at the flag. But that was partly because he escaped what was, in the early stages at least, a pretty entertaining battle for second place between Conor Grady, Alex Reid and Gordon McMillan. And as they were busy squabbling, Joe Doble was able to pull a bit of a margin. Conor eventually ended up finishing a pretty comfortable 3rd position, although it was actually not quite as comfortable as the final results sheet would have you believe, because Alex Reid, who finished 3rd on the road, was subsequently docked 1 position. He was given a 1-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage, and that all came about with that move that he made down at the end of the Bentley Straight, went up the inside of Gordon McMillan and Conor Grady, didn't make the corner, went straight on. Conor Grady had to sort of take avoiding action as well. They both got the corner, and Alex Reid given a 1-place penalty to knock him back behind Gordon McMillan, who he overtook off the track. So the cars then will very shortly be setting off on their green flag lap, which they do right now, and this is the order in which they will do so. It is a grid based upon the results from yesterday's race then, so it's Joe Doble and Conor Grady on the front row of the grid. Gordon McMillan and Alex Reid share row number 2 with Gareth Claydon and Adam Wright on row number 3. 4th row for Mike Noble and Max Noble, with Javier Ross and Barney Lauer completing the top 10. Ross Stoner and Alistair Smith together on row 6. 7th row for Henry Cook and Matt Flowers, Richard Sutherland and Tim Seaford on row 8. Row 9, Gregor Pryor and Martin Corkwell, with Rod Langham and Thorburn Aston hopefully at the back. Now, Rod Langham was a non-finisher yesterday, Thorburn Aston a non-starter. Thorburn pulled up onto the dummy grid and then had to be pushed off to the side of the road because his car presumably wouldn't fire up. I did notice though after the race that he drove it back to the pit lane under his own power, so if it wouldn't fire up, it then later decided to, or maybe it was some other issue. Let's see if he is there at the back of the grid. Rod Langham should be. I saw him driving his car around the paddock, giving him a bit of a shakedown earlier on today. And there is Corkwell, Langham, and yes, we've got Thorburn Aston, so they're all there at the tail end of the grid. Thorburn Aston there in that very pretty number 36 car, hoping for better fortunes than yesterday. So 2 races, I believe, today for the BMW Compact Cup. Yes, there are. So another triple header. They'll have another triple header next time out at Cadwell Park, and then the pair of double headers at Donington and Silverstone to conclude the season. But in the first half of the year, which we are pretty much now exactly halfway through the season, it's all been about Joe Doble. Joe Doble claimed his 4th win of the season yesterday to extend what had been a 9-point championship lead coming into the weekend over Conor Grady. That, of course, goes out by a handful of points after yesterday's race. Conor did at least manage to finish in 2nd place, though, so it wasn't a complete disaster for the former Ginetta start. But Connor really would like to get one over on Joe Doble in this race, wouldn't he, to try and just lift himself a little bit closer to the top. There is Conor Grady, who got his first win of the season at Anglesey last time out in the third race of the weekend. He'd been very consistent up until that point, though. He had a second place at Alton, had a couple of second places, I think, or a second and a third place maybe at Croft, and a handful of other podium finishes along the way too, so that's why he was only 9 points behind Joe Doble. Joe has done a lot of winning, but that also means he's dropping more points than everybody else. They drop, I think I'm right in saying, their 3 worst finishes by the looks of it. Yes, it must be, because Joe Doble was dropping coming into the weekend 124 points, 25 points, something like that. So 123 points actually that he was dropping coming into the weekend. So that's 3 race results worth. So Joe Doble dropping at the moment 40, 41 and 42 points haul. 2 of those results coming from Croft, where he really didn't have the pace of the likes of Gordon McMillan, who won all 3 races up in the northeast. Last time at Anglesey, though, we had 3 different race winners from the 3 races. The first one was won by Joe Doble, so it just goes to show, just because he won yesterday by a fairly comfortable margin doesn't mean that the same will be true in races 2 and 3. Race 2 at Anglesey was won by Stephen Daly, who is here this weekend, helping the Casey Motorsport team, but not actually racing in the championship, unfortunately. Very briefly saw Stephen in the paddock earlier on today. So shame that he's not out on track, but good to have him as part of the paddock regardless. And the third race at Anglesey was the one that was won by Conor Grady. So will we get 3 different winners again today? You would have to say that if anyone is going to beat Joe Doble, they have to get past him early, I think, or just at least stick with him in the early stages, not let Joe get too far ahead. But that won't be the easiest of things to do. Joe Doble's proven this a few times this year, actually. If you give him clean air, you let him settle into a rhythm at the front, he does tend to disappear up the road. What's going to happen in this second race then here at Snetterton? The 10th race of the season of 18. So we are now into the second half of the season. So, cars then lining up on the grid, and Joe Doble with Conor Grady on that front row together. Then we have got Gordon McMillan and Alex Reid. Gordon McMillan, who led the championship after the first couple of rounds this season. Can he claim his 4th victory of the year here at Snetterton? Well, it's almost time to find out, because the back of the grid, I think, is more or less assembled. Yes, green flag has been waved. The 5-second board is raised. The revs will start to rise, and when the red lights go out, we'll be racing for the second time this weekend in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship. Lights go out now, and it's a good start made by Joe Doble. Not such a good getaway from Conor Grady again. We saw that from him yesterday, didn't we? And he might be under pressure here from Gordon McMillan as they head towards Rich's corner. McMillan there on the outside of Conor Grady as they head for turn number 1, but no, can't clear Grady this time, so that could be significant for Conor's chances of challenging Joe Doble. Gareth Claydon there leaning on one of the other cars. That might have been Alex Reid or Adam Wright as they went down towards the Wilson hairpin. There's a lock-up from somebody. That might also have been Claydon, who's already had a lively race, and it's only 2 corners in. It was the 148, I think, of Alex Reid, who he was slipping up the inside of. So actually a good start from Claydon this. He started 5th. I think he's gained 1 spot, hasn't he, into 4th position. Trying his best to stick with the leading group. Through Palmers they go already, though. Joe Doble starting to get his head down and pull away. Conor Grady just not really able to live with him on this opening half a lap or so. Gordon McMillan in 3rd. Gareth Claydon is there in 4th position. 5th place then for Alex Reid. He looks up the inside of Claydon, gets into the side of Gareth Claydon, who is tapped sideways. Gareth will not have appreciated that. He runs out wide, and Alex Reid now with a chance to get up the inside of him towards Hamilton. Gareth Claydon, I think, showing his displeasure there by getting as close to the side of Alex's car as he could without making contact. But that was a little bit of a rough pass from Alex, who found himself in the clerk of the course's office yesterday afternoon. Whether he might find his way there again after this race. It may all redress itself, though, if Gareth Claydon can find a way back through anyway. Out onto the Bentley straight they go. There's Ross Stoner, the number 22 car, in behind Mike Doble. Mike Doble's having a bit of an under-the-radar weekend by his standards. Mike Doble 4th in the championship, yet to win a race this year, but he's had a couple of, well, a whole load of top 5 finishes, actually. I think one podium finish somewhere along the line, but we'll have to go some to repeat that result in this race. They head through Brundle and Nelson again. Joe Doble leading, Grady second, McMillan third. This is the battle for fourth position between Alex Reid and Gareth Claydon. So they are now once again back in grid order, but not for the want of trying, at least as far as Gareth Claydon's concerned. He was very briefly into fourth position. He's now closing in on Alex Reid. Now, what's the betting that he goes for a bit of a move here into Murray's corner? Alex Reid clearly felt that was a possibility because you saw him taking a wide line through corner, and that wasn't a mistake. He was trying to position the car on a defensive line heading into Murray's. And as they come across the line, that defensive line seems to have succeeded for him because he does come across the line in fourth place. So it's Joe Doble leading, Conor Grady second, Gordon McMillan, the Masters class leader, in third, ahead of Reid, Claydon, Wright, Noble, Doble of the bike variety, Ross Stoner and Barney Lauer completing the top 10. Now Riches they go then towards the Wilson hairpin. It's already a 1.1 second advantage though for Joe Doble. Claydon there just peeking to the inside of Alex Reid, but I don't think he was able to make a move on that occasion. Mike Doble there runs second in the Masters class, by the way. Ross Stoner in the orange number 22 car is third in the category, but has dropped back a little bit from Mike Doble since last we saw them. Gareth Claydon was once again crawling all over the back of Alex Reid's car. I noticed here they come look down towards Agostini. Now this is where they made contact a lap ago. Is Gareth Claydon going to return the favour? Not contact-wise, but at least gain the place back. Well, he can't go around the outside of Alex Reid. Can he cut back and get the late apex? No, he can't, because Alex positioned the car very cleverly there on the apex of the corner, so as not to allow Gareth Claydon to carry the momentum down the short straight into Hamilton. So they stay in the same order for now. Claydon closing in under braking. Really, the body language of that number one car says attack, attack, attack. He's always pushing Alex Reid through the corner. Gets an overlap, does he? No, not quite, as they turn towards Williams. But this has got all the hallmarks of a very entertaining scrap between these two. Gareth Claydon will be a little bit frustrated here because he does seem to have a little bit more speed at this stage than he did in yesterday's race, but it's being... he's being restricted because he's stuck behind the 148 car. I'm not saying he's necessarily quicker than Alex Reid, but he's not having the chance to really demonstrate how quickly he can go because he's busy battling. Through the left-right they go at the end of the back straight. Then it is a move being made actually there. That's Mike Doble at the inside of Max Noble. This for 7th position. Mike Doble looking to make a move on the inside line, which he does. And I think will complete the manoeuvre as they head into Coram Corner. Yes, he does. So through goes Mike Doble. Lurching his way through Coram Corner. These cars really do move around an awful lot. He turns into Murray's, heads across the line, and Max Noble has to try and regroup here to try and reclaim that 7th spot. 1.6 seconds now the lead for Joe Doble. Another half a second quicker than Conor Grady there, does a 2:22.670, and that is quite a bit quicker actually than the fastest lap yesterday. Now interestingly, Conor Grady had the fastest lap yesterday, a 2:23.298. Now he has just gone underneath that lap time himself, but that is still slower than the race leader as Gareth Claydon and Alex Reid once again make very, very close company out of the Wilson hairpin. Claydon just hunting around, trying to find an opening somewhere, but so often finding himself on the outside line going into a corner, not the inside. And the switchback manoeuvre is being defended against very effectively here by Alex Reid. Oh, off has gone Rod Langham. I think that is Riches that he's gone off in a moment that perhaps only concluded down at the Wilson hairpin, but I suspect he got it wrong through the first corner. But yeah, Alex Reid really defending well. He's going in on that tight line, which should sort of mean that he washes out wide on the corner exit, but he's just holding the car on the apex, not accelerating too early, waiting until he's absolutely sure that Claydon hasn't got the switch back, and then getting on the throttle to accelerate off the corner. It's not the fastest way around the turns, but it is the most effective way of defending a place. Defending a place is something Max Noble might be about to have to do again, because having just lost one to Mike Doble, he's now got Ross Stoner creeping up behind him. As the leaders head down underneath the bridge that gives you access to the paddock into Brundle and Nelson for the third time of asking. Ooh, big lock up there from Adam Wright. Did he make the corner? I think he did. Adam Wright, yes, still there ahead of Mike Doble. With Max Noble just starting to drop away from those two now as he watches his mirrors and tries to keep Ross Stoner at bay. Both of them dipping two wheels over the exit curb there at Coram. Down into Murray's turn, across the line. Joe Doble then leading the way. Conor Grady 1.9 seconds back now. And Joe Doble with another new fastest lap, 2:22.5, is now 3/4 of a second quicker than anyone else went yesterday. Joe's fastest lap was a 23.3, so he was only 1/10 of a second away from the fastest lap pace, as again Alex Reid is defending there from Gareth Claydon into the Wilson hairpin. Gareth Claydon really starting to become more and more frustrated here, you suspect. Ross Stoner behind Max Noble, who also is going defensive slightly into Palmer's very long left-hander, but there's a little bit of camber to that corner, which helps you to rotate the car through. Here is Claydon, still struggling to find a way past car number 148, goes to the outside of Alex Reid on the way into the turn. Can he get the switch back? No, look at that, Alex just parking the car on the apex. It's one of the most frustrating things if you're Gareth Claydon in this situation, but it's perfectly legitimate defensive driving, and Alex Reid is executing it to perfection right now, not allowing Gareth Claydon a hint of an overlap on corner exit. And these cars not the most powerful, so if you can generate a bit more momentum on corner exit, that usually is enough to give you an opportunity to overtake, but opportunity not being afforded to Alex Reid. Car 21, by the way, Alistair Smith being warned about track limits. It's the first warning we've seen today, I think, for track limits infringements. Saw quite a few penalties in the Fun Cup race yesterday for track limits indiscretions. But in a short race such as this, you really shouldn't be picking up time penalties, although we did have one driver yesterday, that being, let me remind myself, it was Ross Stoner, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, Ross Stoner was given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. In fact, we've now got another one being warned, that's number 65, Mike Doble. So Mike Doble sat in 7th position. Perhaps now has to rein things in just a little bit. Now Gareth Claydon on the tail of Alex Reid again as they turn into Murray's corner. Now this time he might just have had a better exit, but I don't think it's quite enough to get an overlap heading for the timing line. But took right in behind the 4th place man there was Gareth Claydon. Can he make a move as they head for Rich's corner? Less than a BMW compact length in it. Is there going to be a move to be made into Rich's? No, but maybe into the Wilson hairpin if Claydon gets a good run out of the first corner. You can see how close he is. You can see he's carrying good speed off the turn. Can Reid get to the inside to cover? Yes, he can, and still Gareth Claydon is left frustrated. He goes to the outside line on the way into Wilson. Reid would probably allow him actually to get the switch back there because the next corner is a left-hander, and that will naturally give Alex Reid the inside line anyway. Really good battle, clean so far, with the exception of the little touch that they had on the opening lap. And since then, been very clean, good, hard racing. Down to Agostini they head. Again, Reid covering that inside line. Now watch for the switchback attempt again here. Claydon, look, will have more mid-corner speed. Tries to get at the inside. Or has he got to the inside this time? Mike Doble there, challenging to the outside of Adam Wright, but no, Gareth Claydon just can't get enough exit speed to actually make the move stick. So as they head for Oggies, it still is Alex Reid in 4th position. Gareth Claydon running out of time a little bit now, 4 minutes to go. Yesterday's race was 7 laps. You would anticipate the same again today. We're on lap 5, so 2 more laps to go after this one. 2.5 laps essentially then of racing remaining. 2.5 laps for Mike Doble to try and find a way ahead of Adam Wright, maybe. Mike again looks a little bit quicker than he did in race number 1. Under the bridge, towards the braking zone. Mike just sort of weaving around in the mirrors there, trying to distract Adam Wright if he can. And there Ross Stoner doing the same to Max Noble. Max Noble 8th in yesterday's race, looking to try and retain the same finishing position today, if he can. Switching of tyres as they fling the cars into the bomb hole through Coram Corner. Leaders already accelerating towards the line though at the end of lap number 5. Joe Doble was 1.9 seconds ahead of Conor Grady. He does another new fastest lap, Joe Doble, a 22.4. Conor Grady 2.3 seconds back. Just can't live with the speed of Joe Doble, even though Conor is regularly lapping underneath his lap record pace from yesterday. It's just not as fast as Joe Doble is capable of going today. Black and white warning flag now for Gregor Pryor for exceeding track limits as well, so quite a few of them being pinged for that. Towards the Wilson hairpin. Ross Stoner there had a good run off Riches, didn't he? Got to the inside almost of Max Noble, then has to go to the outside and goes too far to the outside, runs out of grip, almost runs out of road completely. And Max Noble then will breathe easy for a moment or two. Noble just clipping the floppy marker board there on the inside at Palmer's, trying to take the shortest route possible through the corner. As he continues to put the pressure on Adam Wright, who hugs the inside line there at Agostini. Mike Doble maybe with a slightly better exit, but no, can't get the overlap, so difficult to do. A very stop-start circuit this, and in cars like the BMW Compact Cup cars, it's very difficult to keep that momentum going through this technical infield section. Towards Williams they go, the sweeping right-hander that takes us onto the back straight. That is definitely a place where track limits will be being monitored. There, Conor Grady sweeps through shot, 2.3 seconds behind Joe Doble he was at the start of the lap. Wonder if that's gone up at all on this penultimate lap of the race when we start in the final lap in a few moments' time. Gareth Clayton actually not quite as close now to Alex Reid as he has been. Not quite as warm as it was yesterday, but I wonder if some drivers maybe are still suffering a little bit with overheating, but engine temperatures getting a little too high. If they're tucked up behind each other. In fact, Clayton's really dropped back there. Almost now to the point that Adam Wright is closer to him than Gareth is to Alex Reid. I don't know whether Gareth made a mistake or if he is running into some sort of issue. Closes back in maybe slightly through Murray's corner. Oh, now, fastest lap of the race, Conor Grady, as we begin the final lap. He just took 7/10 out of the leader, Joe Doble. Joe did not do a slow lap by any means, but there, Conor Grady definitely a little bit closer to Joe than he was a lap ago. Well, about 7/10 closer than he was a lap ago. But is he going to run out of time here? Sort of did this yesterday, did Conor, actually, because that fastest lap was set on the final lap of the race. So he's obviously got a car that comes to him as the race goes on. Joe perhaps with a setup that's working better on cold tyres in the early stages of the race, but Conor Grady, as we saw yesterday, I think is just going to leave this a little bit too late to actually do anything about Joe. Down towards Agostini they go, definitely closer now than they were a lap ago. There's been a time penalty now for track limits applied to car number 21. That is Alistair Smith. He was the first to be warned about track limits, and he has now been given a penalty for that. But Joe Doble just needs to try and keep things between the white lines, don't make any mistakes. Conor Grady is doing his best to catch, but the pressure is on Conor here, not Joe. Joe is the one who ran a little bit wide there through Oggies in towards Williams. Is that still 1.6 seconds? No, I think it's coming down again on this lap, isn't it? Maybe not quite by enough for Conor to actually make a move. If these races were 20 minutes in length, it could be a different matter, but Conor, I think, is just about going to run out of time here. Down underneath the bridge they head towards Brundle and Nelson. Joe Doble, I'd say now less than a second clear of Conor, but there's only really one more possible overtaking opportunity to come, and that is into Murray's, and it would be a real do-or-die manoeuvre there for Conor Grady. He will be aware, though, of the championship situation here, and the fact that he really does need to try and get some points back on Joe Doble, if at all possible, dabbing the brakes there just to settle the car as he turns into Coram Corner. And yeah, I think he's just going to come up a lap short here, Conor Grady. Another lap, and he might have been able to do something about Joe Doble. Gregor Pryor there being given a 5-second time penalty as well. But Joe Doble has kept things cool, calm, and collected under pressure. And he is now going to claim another race victory. This will be his 5th of the season, his 2nd of the weekend. Joe Doble claims victory in race number 2 at Snetterton, but only by half a second in the end over Conor Grady in 2nd position. A bit of a lonely race in the end for Gordon McMillan, as he comes home in 3rd place. 4th position is side by side. That's 5th place, sorry. And Gareth Clayton's lost a place. So Alex Reid finishes 4th, and Adam Wright comes home in 5th. So Adam Wright with a last lap move, and by 47 thousandths of a second gets the better of Gareth Clayton. So that will only further increase Gareth's frustration after what had been a very, very promising race at the start, only for things to then really fall away from him in the closing stages. He just seemed to be fading, didn't he, over the last couple of laps? And as he got to the very final few metres of the race, lost a place to Adam Wright. Mike Doble comes home in 7th, Max Noble 8th, Ross Stoner 9th, and Javier Ross in 10th position. But it was Joe Doble who claimed his 2nd victory of the weekend in 2 races at Alton Park earlier in the season, but that was only a double header. He hasn't yet managed to sweep the weekend in any of the triple header events. But can he now do that here at Snetterton? Well, you have to tune in a little bit later on this afternoon to find out. The 3rd and final Compact Cup race of the weekend, due to kick off at about 5 to 3. See the 5-second penalty board being held out there for Alistair Smith and Gregor Pryor. So Alistair Smith, on corrected times, falls down to 13th place behind Thorburn Aston. So Thorburn Aston, having non-started yesterday, finishes 13th position. Gregor Pryor ends up in 15th place, although actually his 5-second penalty didn't make a difference. He was already going to be 15th with or without penalty. But it's Joe Doble who gets victory in the 2nd race here at Snetterton. Conor Grady comes home in 2nd position, Gordon McMillan 3rd, and the winner in the Masters class. Then it was Alex Reid and Adam Wright, with Gareth Clayton and Mike Doble next in line. Max Noble, Ross Stoner and Javier Ross complete the top 10. Bonnie Lauer was 11th, ahead of Thorburn Aston in 12th, Alistair Smith in 13th, Richard Sutherland in 14th position. Gregor Pryor, Rob Langham, Tim Seaford and Martin Corkwell were next, with Matt Flowers retiring to the pit lane partway through that race. He lost that a few laps from the end. Yells managing to reach the checkered flag. So Joe Doble will take another handful of points out of Conor Grady, although Conor, for the 2nd race in a row, does at least score the point for fastest lap, so that will limit the damage that was done in the championship, and means only a couple of points will be taken out of him by Joe Doble. But they're all starting to add up now, aren't they? And Conor really does need to start winning with a bit more regularity, you feel, if he's going to have any shot at winning the championship. Still got another 8 races to go, so there is still plenty of time, I suppose, for Conor to mount a bit of a comeback. We'll be heading to Cadwell Park next, which will be a track that I wouldn't imagine Conor's done a huge amount of racing at. Same probably true of Joe Doble, though, but then Donington Park and Silverstone, I think Conor really could up his game. Right then, time to hear from our podium finishers over in Parc Ferme. Let's head down once more to hear from Richard.
Joe Doble pulls his Doble Motorcycles back to BMW into victory lane and takes off his gloves. Right, this is where, all right, are we going to have a fight with the circuit commentator to get him first? I'm going to... Help us out, Kieran. With Kieran, it's great. It's all right if I do first this time, is that all right? Thanks, Kieran, very much indeed. Good lads. Joe Doble.
Very much.
Win number 5.
Yeah, very pleased. I think something went on it on the last lap.
Oh no! What was coming through?
Absolutely crapping myself.
Sorry about the language.
Sorry. Onto the Oggies. I just felt it go and had no speed down the straight. I was just in my mirrors the whole time, but hopefully we can get it back and get it fixed. But still, I'll take the win, obviously.
Absolutely. I mean, you did the job, first of all, in qualifying. You won yesterday's race, that put you on pole for this one. You had a great start again and beat Conor away, pulled away. But we've got the oddities that are reverse grid races coming up as well, plus to be able to find whatever it was. What was the feeling? What do you think it might be?
I think it's the engine.
Right.
you know, that sort of noise where it's all noise but no power. It might not be much be in my head, but you know, I'm sure it is. But yeah, so start from 10th if we get there, and it'll be a good one.
We hope so. I hope it's all right. And engine changes with the schedule we got today, not possible, are they?
No, not really. So fingers crossed that it's not the engine. So.
Okay. So thoughts going into this Cadwell part next?
Yeah, Cadwell next, 3 weeks time. So just try and do the same. Keep winning and beating my rivals, and that's all I can do.
Totally different to this track, isn't it? This one's, you know, pretty flat, and Cadwell's ups, downs and rounds, and much more technical. Everything
at Cadwell. You got the tight bit, you got the fast bit. Completely different to here. I think it's going to be a lot harder to overtake at Cadwell. So it's all about qualifying and getting ahead off the start. But yeah,
what you've done this weekend, basically.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully I can do that again at Cadwell. Yeah.
Okay, stick around. Kieran wants to work with you. Well done, Joe. Great win. Let's have a word with second position, Connor Grady. Connor, well done, and fastest lap on the penultimate lap of the race. I don't know if that was signalled through to you.
No, I wasn't aware of it, but I knew the car took a long time to come on at the start, so gradually over the race it was getting better and better, and if there was one more lap I think I would have had a good go. So hopefully next time, in the next race, we could try and get it sorted out with the car so it comes on a bit better.
Joe's reporting he's got a bit of an engine problem in the later stages of the race, so it sets us up for an interest. Not that that wasn't interesting, but it sets us up for an interesting reverse grid race. Going back to your setup, do you prefer a car that works later if you had the choice? I know you want a car that works all the time, but if you had the choice at the moment, would you go for a car quicker off the start or the end?
Probably off the start, really, because I had a good. They was all battling behind, and I thought they was catching me. I was just praying for them, just a few more laps to go, and then I knew the car would come on towards the end, and it did towards the end, but it was one lap too late. So, hopefully, and then reverse grid, I come through. I did, because obviously yesterday I was in 7th and then come back all the way through to 2nd, so hopefully I can do it again.
You know, overtaking around here. Well done, Connor. We'll let you go and get ready for race 3. Good luck with that one, and congratulations on P2. Kieran's done. Let's have a word with... Actually, do you know what? We could do our proper podium in 3rd place interview yesterday, because you got on the amended result. Yes. The Mac is back in 3rd position yesterday and again today, so the stewards came good and sorted all that out.
Yes, yeah. I feel a bit bad for Alex, but I'm in the championship and I just want to maximise my points, as many as I can get. So yeah, I got awarded 3rd yesterday, and I got quite a boring 3rd today, to be honest. I couldn't catch the young whippersnappers and the people behind. They were scrapping. I think Gareth and Alex had an amazing fight behind, and so probably all the coverage was on those two through the race, I bet.
We saw a bit of you, particularly on the start. Gordon, well done. Masters win as well again, so congratulations on that. Cars on track, we'll see you for race 3.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cars on track then, it's the Nankang, sticking with Nankang Tyres, it's the CityCar Cup race coming up in just a couple of moments for you.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup drivers already out on their green flag lap then for this 2nd of 2 races this weekend, and the grid based upon the race results from yesterday's race as well. It was an entertaining scrap actually in the early stages between Stuart Bliss and Brady Pollock, and in the end only half a second between them at the checkered flag, with Phil House closing them down in the closing stages as well. They will be the top 3 on the grid, Stuart Bliss and Brady Pollock row 1, Phil House and Jack Wheeler on row 2, with Josh Jackson and Richard Jepp. Richard Jepp 2nd in the championship, came from 10th on the grid to finish 6th yesterday, but would like to make a bit more progress in this one if possible. Then it's Joe Moss and Nick Ramsey-Goff, with Sam Johnston and Toby Owen completing the top 10. Elliot Lettuce and Rory Pickles, all the makings of a good salad there on row number 6. Row 7 for Max Finn and Andrew Payne, with Stephen Morton and Ari Barker on row 8. Row 9, John Nicholson and Tom Hartwell, with the top 20 then completed by Hayden Payne and James Riley, with on row 11 Craig Flynn and Ian Howard and Richard Semmons and John Sykes on row 12. 13th row of the grid for Colin Dunn and Will Hopkins. Then it's Ben Curran and Nicholas Wilding, with Amelia Vincent and Alistair Mehring on row 15. 16th row, Bob Bannister and Glenn B, with Alex Foden and Alistair May bringing up the rear. So yes, yesterday's race started off as a 2-horse race really between Stuart Bliss and Brady Pollock, but it wasn't even really that their battling allowed Phil House to close in. Phil was just catching anyway. Phil really had some good pace in that newer shape of the facelifted Citroen C1, which, as he made the point in his post-race interview, was every bit the same performance level as the older shaped cars, but just looks a little bit different, but there wasn't any difference in performance, and so he was very happy with that indeed. He was coming on strong at the end, did manage to set the fastest lap. He runs in the invitational class, does Phil House, though, so he's not scoring any points, but just out there to test that car and try and hone it before we start getting a few more of them on the grid in the future. So Phil House not scoring points. That meant that Richard Jett, although he finished 6th on the grid, actually scores points for 5th position, and that's good news because he came into this weekend, did Richard Jett, 7 points behind Stuart Bliss. Stuart obviously claimed that race victory yesterday and also set the fastest lap of the points scoring drivers because he went quicker than everyone other than Phil House, but Phil not eligible for that bonus point. So yeah, it was a really strong run for Richard, all things considered, although he was running as high as 4th at one point and then was overtaken by the likes of Jack Wheeler and Josh Jackson and had to settle for 6th position. So as the cars head onto the grid, they will line up 2 by 2, and Stuart Bliss looking for a good start. Brady Pollock, though, proved in yesterday's race that he's going to be a thorn in the side of Stuart Bliss. Brady's still looking for his first win of the season, but that second place finish yesterday was his 4th podium finish of the year. But the other 3 had all been 3rd places, so that was a best finish of the season for Brady in that blue and yellow Toyota Aygo. We've also got the Student Motorsport Challenge element to the race as well. The Student Motorsport Challenge being led by Team Northbrook Racing coming into the weekend. They were 13 points ahead of the West Suffolk College squad. Try and get into a bit more of that maybe later on in the weekend if we get the chance, but the Student Motorsport Challenge, a fantastic initiative giving youngsters an opportunity to get some hands-on experience running racing cars at proper race meetings and helping to develop their skills along with the help of some pretty experienced drivers actually who drive the cars. And, the likes of Brady Pollock, for example, who was the top Student Motorsport Challenge car yesterday. Can he, though, claim his first overall victory today? We'll find out. There's a car that's not really got away very quickly in the middle of the road, and there's another Citroen that has stalled altogether and miraculously is avoided by everybody. That was the 46, I think, of Craig Flynn. But anyway, they've all got away at the front of the field, and Brady Pollock sandwiched in the middle 3 wide as they head for Rich's corner. So not a great start this time for Brady Pollock. And as they round Rich's corner, Stuart Bliss already starting to make his escape. Phil House is in the Peugeot on the inside. I think I said he was in a Citroen before. I meant Peugeot. He's got that inside line into the Wilson hairpin and will move through into 2nd position with Pollock perhaps down into 4th actually as they round the 2nd turn and head onto the infield section for the first time. So a bit of a messy start, but everyone thankfully got away without any major incident, I think, as they round the left-hander at Palmer and head down the hill towards the braking zone at Agostini. Stuart Bliss, though, not under any threat at all, is he? Phil House in 2nd. Pollock has managed to hang on to 3rd. It was the 23 of Joe Moss who was challenging him. Joe Moss from 7th on the grid was almost into 3rd place. There's a spin in the middle of the pack, though. One car pointing slightly in the wrong direction. Gets going again. 73 was that, maybe? Yes, Andrew Payne, I think, getting tapped into a half spin. Which I say getting tapped, he might have done that on his own, actually. Either way, gets going again with no major damage as the leading group descends upon the right-hander at Oggies. Elliot Lettis there, slipping up the inside of Nick Ramsey-Goff, who had a decent start, but is now starting to lose a couple of positions halfway around the opening lap. Fire the cars into the right-hander at Williams, out onto the Bentley straight again. A brilliant-looking grid this is. The Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup continuing to go from strength to strength. And fantastic grid of cars, some real talent on the grid as well, and they always produce good racing. But has anybody got an answer for Stuart Bliss? Well, this will be a really interesting race with Phil House in 2nd position. I wonder, has he got the pace to chase down Stuart Bliss? He certainly showed in the second half of yesterday's race that he did, but has he now got enough pace in the first half of this one to take the fight to yesterday's race winner and the current championship leader? Whoops, contact further back. Big contact by the looks of it further back. 2 cars off. 24 is 1. I can't see the number of the one that's closer to us. 11 maybe, yes, James Riley, I think, number 11, and 24 the other car. Sam Johnston maybe, but that looked like a fairly hefty whack, so hopefully they're both okay, and I wonder whether that might now require our first appearance of the safety car. We haven't had a safety car yet this weekend, but those two cars, if they can't get going again, in fairly dangerous position, you'd have to say. Across the line we go then, no safety car yet. The leaders have gone through. There's another car off now. That is who? Number 97, which miraculously, again, didn't lose control completely. Alistair Mehring, that was, I think, who had gained a good number of places from where he started, but has likely lost them all again now. Yellow flags at Riches. Why do we have yellow flags at Riches? It's not a safety car, I don't think. It must be a safety car. Everyone's slowing down, but there's no safety car on the timing screen. Now the safety car is declared on the timing screen, and we do have our first safety car period of the weekend, and that must be because of the incident down at Brundle and Nelson. Not entirely sure what happened there, but it will require a little bit of recovery work, and that's a shame because a safety car period in a 15-minute race always eats into a fair chunk of the race distance, but especially here at Snetterton, because it's such a long lap. A flying lap for these cars is over 2.5 minutes. Now there's the safety car, which very much has not picked up the race leader, so they're going to have to do a whole lap just to pick up the safety car. And then another lap presumably behind the safety car at least. So this is going to eat in to the race distance quite significantly. Whilst we're waiting for the drivers to catch the safety car, let's take another look, shall we, at what happened down at Brundle and Nelson. So keep an eye in the background here, because we were following Nick Ramsey-Goff and Elliot Lettis, but behind them there's going to be some sort of collision. And I think a car's going to appear maybe from the left-hand side of shot, maybe off the track. Oh, backwards off the track, my word. Right, well, that was the 24, which was already going the wrong way. That was Sam Johnston. And it was James Riley, I think, that he collected. Now, those two started absolutely nowhere near each other. James Riley started 20th and Sam Johnston started 9th. But it might have been that Sam Johnston was one of those who had a bit of a slow start. And that maybe explains why he was that far back. I don't think we ever saw Alistair May in this race either. There is Riley's car. So it looks as though Johnston's actually got going again, maybe. I think he's in the pit lane. No, he's not, because I can see two drivers sat the other side of the barrier. Oh, no, funny, yeah, his car is just to the right. You can see it through the marshal's post. So both drivers sitting down, catching their breath. Would have been a fairly scary moment, that, but they both appear to be okay, more or less. And they'll be well looked after by the marshals down at that part of the circuit. But, yeah, Sam Johnston, really the innocent victim there. But had he not had such a bad start, would not have found himself really in that situation at all, you could argue. So the leaders then go through into another lap. This is the end of lap 2. They will now be greeted by the safety car. But in such a short race, I do fear that we're not going to get a huge amount of actual racing in now, because, look, the recovery vehicle is only now... well, there are two recovery vehicles arriving down at the scene. It is a long lap, like I said, looking at probably close to 4 minutes behind the safety car. So it might be that they can get this cleared under just one lap. The medical car's heading out as well, just to give the drivers a check over. So did wonder maybe whether they choose to stop the race and do a restart, just so that we're not... wasting the majority of the race under safety car conditions, but doesn't appear to be the plan for now. So, anyway, there is the medical car being waved through. It's a long lap, of course, for them to get around to the scene as well, unless they can take the cut through at the Wilson hairpin, maybe. I'm not sure if that's completely barricaded off, though, when we're using the 300 circuit. Anyway, they'll get there as soon as they can, and we'll get the race back underway as soon as we can. But Stuart Bliss will be reasonably happy with how his race is going so far. Phil House, though, did look as though he was going to have the pace to match Stuart Bliss in the little bit of racing that we did get. So if we do get another lap or two at the end, he might be able to... mount a bit of a challenge against Stuart. This does give me a bit of a chance to talk to you about the Student Motorsport Challenge, which, as I said, is always been actually an important element of the CityCar Cup. 12 entries for the Student Motorsport Challenge, comprised of 8 schools, colleges or universities. 4 of those teams entering more than one car, actually. It's the 3rd year of this Student Motorsport Challenge. It was launched back in 2022 at Alton Park with just 4 entries, so we've trebled the number of teams entered. One of the teams, actually, the Queen Ethelburga's College QE Motorsports team, staffed by team members of high school age, which is particularly impressive. Start them young, as they say. The challenge is designed to provide real-life work experience in all aspects of motorsport. So it, as I said, gives them this hands-on experience. And there's nothing like working at an actual race weekend, because all the theory sort of goes out of the window when the cars need repairing quickly. And I'm sure many of them would have been up late last night to make sure the cars were ready for today's races. Safety car leading them very slowly around the top end of the circuit to try and limit this to 1 lap of safety car conditions. But I did notice one of the flatbed trucks leaving the scene without a car on it, which might mean that they deem that the car's in a safe enough place anyway, but it might mean that they need a different kind of recovery vehicle because there's suspension damage to 1 or 2 of the cars. Hope that's not the case, but if it is, that means we could be in for an even lengthier delay here. We'll keep an eye on the safety car lights anyway, let you know if they go out, because that means we'll be racing at the end of the lap. In the meantime, just to go back to the Student Motorsport Challenge, for the Snetterton rounds, the Student Motorsport Challenge will be supported by Motorsport Jobs, which is, I'm told, the largest and most responsive job site for the motorsport industry. As we are now getting the notification that safety cars coming in this lap, that's good news. But if you're interested, if you're of that age and you want to get some work in the motorsport industry, head to Motorsport Jobs and they will do their best to help you. There are over 1,000 vacancies at any one time and 100,000 monthly users of the website. Motorsport Jobs is used by Formula 1 teams and throughout the industry, right down to club level, to locate and recruit the very best qualified candidates, and they're working in association with Pit Lane Development, whose mission is to bridge the gap between education and starting a career within the motorsport industry. So if you do want to get yourself a job in motorsport, why wouldn't you? It's a great place to work. Then head to the Motorsport Jobs website to try and find your opportunity. Right then, we are ready to go racing again. The Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup cars are accelerating up to speed. Excellent work by the marshals and recovery crews to give us just those 2 laps of yellow flag conditions, and an excellent restart for Stuart Bliss and Phil House. Look at that, they've checked out from the rest of the field. Brady Pollock not able to go with them. Joe Moss in 4th position's got a gaggle of cars behind him. Jack Wheeler, Richard Jepp and Elliot Lettis, who are all entered into that Student Motorsport Challenge. Worth pointing out that we have got Brady Pollock also entered into the Student Motorsport Challenge, but within a slightly different class. I don't know whether that's maybe just an invitational class that he's in, but anyway, Jack Wheeler, Richard Jepp and Elliot Lettis also student-run cars as they head for the Wilson hairpin, and one of those cars actually making a move. That's Richard Jepp, I think, under a bit of pressure here. In fact, no, he's just trying to go around the outside of Jack Wheeler, so that's Richard Jepp up into 5th position. That's a significant move. He needs all the points that he can get here with Stuart Bliss out in the lead of the race, and that's a good way of going about getting some of those points. Around the tight right-hander they go, off towards Palmer's. And Stuart Bliss looking to try and make good his escape. Out wide goes the 27 car. And in fact, that might have been 37. Ian Howard, I think, running a little bit wide there at Palmer's. Danger maybe of losing a position or 2 as a result. We head out of Agostini though, up towards the left-hand Kinkard Hamilton. Much more cleanly through this part of the track this time. And what more progress can Richard Jepp make, I wonder? Joe Moss is now the next target for the man who is 2nd place in the championship. Joe Moss with the red Citroen just in front of him. Slide their way through Oggies up towards Williams. Joe Moss is definitely feeling the heat now from Richard Jepp. The Peugeots going a little bit better in this race, aren't they, really? Well, Phil House had a decent run yesterday, but he looks even stronger than he did in race 1, and certainly Richard Jepp looks a little bit more up for the fight. Down the Bentley straight they go. The slipstream starts to bunch them together. And is it going to yield an overtaking opportunity for any of this lead group as they head under the bridge? We will have one more lap only to go after this one, but at least we've been able to salvage a couple of laps of racing from this one. As Joe Moss does have to just go a little bit defensive there. He's got Richard Jepp almost pushing him. Elliot Lettis was giving a bit of assistance there, I think, to Jack Wheeler. But no harm, no foul. They stay where they were. Elliot Lettis running a little bit better than he was in the first race as well. Elliot finished yesterday only 11th, so solidly inside the top 10 this time around. Out of Nelson, up towards the bomb hole. The leader's already descending upon the final couple of corners. Top three pretty well spread out, so the battle is the one for fourth right now. Joe Moss with Richard Jepp, behind him. Round Murray's onto the main straight they go. Number 72 at the back of that group. That's Hayden Payne. Now, Hayden Payne started 19th and was up to 13th at the restart. Brady Pollock sets a new fastest lap at 2:36.128, only fractionally quicker than the race leaders though. All of the top three actually within about half a tenth or so of each other, so the gap's pretty much static at the front as they begin the final lap of race number 2 of the weekend. And that's Joe Moss with 2 wheels on the grass. Has that opened the door for Richard Jepp? Not quite. Jepp really wants to try and get this place if he can. It is 4th place on the road. It would be 3rd place in reality, because Brady Pollock doesn't... beg your pardon, Phil House doesn't score points. Brady Pollock does, and he's just taken that bonus point for the fastest lap. Elliot Lettis and Nick Ramsey-Goff there side by side. Nick Ramsey-Goff trying to relieve Elliot Lettis of 7th position, but can't do it around the outside at Palmer's. Can Richard Jepp get to the inside of Joe Moss, though, as they head down the hill? Joe is moving to the inside of the road to cover, and of course Jepp's got to be careful because Jack Wheeler in his Citroen is not that far behind. Richard the Peugeot meet in this C1 sandwich. Turning his way through Agostini. He's got a tighter line, though, a shorter route through the corner. He's got the inside line heading towards Hamilton. And Richard Jepp might be about to move into 4th position, is he? Gets the inside line. Ooh, side by side through Hamilton. That's so difficult to do. Joe Moss ends up a little bit wide over the curb. And now Jepp finds himself on the outside line into Oggies. That is definitely not the place to be. But he cuts back to the late apex, tries to get the switchback. And they have the inside line heading towards the right-hand sweeper at Williams. No, he doesn't. So Joe Moss stays in 4th position. Phil House, though, was right on the tail of Stuart Bliss, I noticed in the last shot as they went onto the Bentley Straight for the final time. And so Phil House mounting a late race challenge here to try and claim a race victory. He's in the slipstream heading towards Brundle. Does the Peugeot jink to the inside line? The answer for now is no. So they stay single file, but couldn't be a lot closer. Phil, of course, will be very aware of the fact that he's battling with the championship leader here. Won't want to do anything too silly. And risk Stuart Bliss's race victory. That wouldn't go down too well, would it? So he may well be content to settle for 2nd place. Joe Moss a bit wide there in 4th position, still keeping Richard Jepp and the rest of them at bay. As they run now towards the bomb hole and Coram for the final time. But Stuart Bliss, I think, is going to do this, isn't he? A 2nd race victory of the weekend beckons then for Stuart. It will be a 7th win of the year to extend his championship margin over Richard Jepp, who is going to, by the looks of it, come home in 5th position, which will be 4th place points, but still a significant loss to Stuart Bliss, who for the 2nd time this weekend crosses the line first and takes the checkered flag here at Snetterton, with Phil House breathing down his neck, only 3/10 between them at the flag. Brady Pollock sets another new fastest lap on the final lap of the race to come home in 3rd, ahead of Joe Moss, Richard Jepp, Elliot Lettis, Jack Wheeler, Max Finn, Nick Ramsey-Goff and Hayden Payne. Max Finn beat Nick Ramsey-Goff to the line there by 1/10.5. They were side by side at the line, and that was a last lap overtake between the two of them. So Nick Ramsey-Goff, I think, was up there in about 6th or 7th partway around the opening lap, ended up with a slightly disappointing 9th. Rest of them all coming through, and good racing there amongst the lead group for the CityCar Cup drivers. Just the 2 races for them this weekend, but their next 2 events at Cadwell and Silverstone are triple headers. Silverstone should be good fun. The national circuit for the CityCar Cup cars will provide plenty of slipstreaming racing and lots of side-by-side action as well. And then it all concludes on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. I presume that's part of the Formula Ford Festival weekend. A really good package of championships actually coming together at the festival this year, so that's going to be another event that you will not want to miss. But for Stuart Bliss, his Snetterton weekend is going to be fairly memorable as well. 2 race victories. Phil House comes home in 2nd position this time, getting the better of Brady Pollock at the start. Brady had to settle for third, but was the fastest man on track in that race and continues to show promise. Joe Moss comes home in fourth ahead of Richard Jett, who salvages again some decent points in fifth. Elliot Lettis, Jack Wheeler, Max Finn, Nick Ramsey-Goff and Hayden Payne completing the top 10 ahead of Toby Owen, Josh Jackson, Rory Pickles and Tom Hartwell. It was 15th position for Harry Barker, John Nicholson in 16th, Craig Flynn, Alex Bone, John Sykes and Colin Dunn were all in the top 20, ahead of Ian Howard and Amelia Vincent, Richard Semmons 23rd, Will Hopkins 24th, Andrew Payne 25th, and Rob Bannister and Alistair Mehring not far behind. Alistair surviving that little half spin that he had at Agostini in the early stages. Not at Agostini, at Murray's he went off. Stephen Morton was 28th, Ben Curran 29th, Nick Wilder 30th, and Glenn B in 31st. Of course, we lost two drivers in the end from that race, Sam Johnston and James Riley, after their tangle at the complex. So championship-wise then, Stuart Bliss came into the weekend 7 points clear of Richard Jett, so he's probably doubled that advantage this weekend, although those fourth place finishes may become dropped scores for Richard. I think again that they dropped their three lowest finishes, and I don't think Richard had been off the podium yet before this weekend. I did hear from someone in the paddock yesterday, I forget who it was that told me, so apologies if this is a vicious rumour, but I did hear that Richard might have hurt his back in the build-up to this weekend. Maybe that explained why he was a little bit off colour. All things considered, I think he'll probably settle for a fourth and a fifth place as far as the points that he'll score are concerned. And like I said, they will count as drops anyway, so he'll count back now a couple of podium finishes that he was having to drop from earlier on in the season. He had a third place at Snetterton when they visited here at the start of the year, and a whole brace of second place finishes that he'd had. He had one at Snetterton, two at Donington last time out, and of course a double race victory for Richard at Alton Park, the second event of the season. So actually, all in all, I don't think it will have made a huge amount of difference to the points, because he will still have scored reasonably well, and hopefully back at full health when they head to Cadwell Park next time out, he'll be able to take the fight to Stuart Bliss properly. But Stuart, with more wins than any other driver this season, looking set to, he hopes anyway, keep that momentum going into Cadwell Park. So the CityCar Cup drivers will head down towards Parc Ferme. Richard John Neal should be standing by to receive them. We've got three more races before lunch. One more race before lunch, I beg your pardon, the Modified Ford Series, and then a whole host of races to come through the afternoon as well. But before all of that, let's head down to Parc Ferme then and hear from our podium finishers alongside Richard John Neal.
Stuart Bliss, 7th win, as Andy said. What a season he is having. Struggling, I understand, a little bit with back issues. Jamie Peters-Ennis, thank you for the message that you sent through at the start of the race. So you can see Stuart just getting out of the car I would say that's a little bit of back pain going on there with Stuart Bliss. So he has done a remarkable job in car to take the win. I think Kieran's going to grab the first interview. I rudely butted into Kieran last time, so I'll let him have first dibs. We'll nip down and have a word with Phil House again, who's in the development car for the Brscc. And that was going well. Phil, well done. Good to see the development car running well again. Another super driver as well. Yeah, is this how much feedback do you give as a result of the racing that you do in this?
We're just trying to, the first couple of rounds, just trying to get the development on the chassis and everything sorted. We've got it somewhere near now. The engine is 100% standard, still got the two cats in. It's not got the race cats, none of the mapping or anything. But we didn't want to go too far too soon because it doesn't want to be too fast for the championship. We want to try and amalgamate the cars and make them even. And I have to say it was very even. There's nothing I could have done. Stuart drove faultlessly. I'm not going to do any lunges. I just wanted, if he made a mistake, I'd try and take advantage. But back in one piece, ready for the next round.
It looks great, and it's a super idea, isn't it, getting the next generation ready?
Definitely, it gets people to see it. There's been a lot of people coming to have a look around the car, and hopefully people will build them over the winter, and then they can run both side by side in the championship next year, just trying to keep it going. I mean, it's a fantastic championship. You only need to look at the grid. Young and old people in it. I'm one of the old ones now, but it's just nice to be involved with something with the Brscc and WJS Motorsport, who are building the cars and the cages and things for people to just go and do their own thing with them.
More power to the formula, that's what I say. Not more power, literally, but more driving strength.
Absolutely, that's it. And we just want to see the championship grow for years to come. It's just a great starting point for people.
Nice one, Phil. Great. Thanks for chatting to us, and well done on the development work on the car. Let's grab a quick word with Stuart Bliss. It never stops, does it? You've done the circuit interview. Now a chat with us. Jamie tells us you got a back problem. It looked like you were struggling getting out. That, as I sympathise, because that's something I live with from time to time. Are you okay?
I've compressed the disc. I've been suffering. Friday, I didn't even know if I was going to race, but luckily the team, to be fair, have done everything for me, which is quite nice. Painkillers. Lots of painkillers, and yeah, and we've had a faultless weekend, so it's been great. I'd say it was a little bit tough in qualifying, just because the back was hurting around some of the fast stuff, but just get on with it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, Phil was close to you. He's in the development car. He said that he didn't want to get too involved because he knows that you've got a championship to contend, so he's going to do things silly. But I'm guessing you're relieved that there wasn't too much pressure from Brady.
Yeah, it was just about the start. If I could just have a good start, I knew I could, stay in front, because it's just a case of trying to manage the gap. Because I mean, I'm not the best around the first corner. I mean, my brother's last year's champion. He's flat around there. I'm not. He gives me grief every time. And I know some of the guys are faster than me around there, so it's just a case of managing the gap. So yeah, really enjoyed it. Car's been epic. Another double, which is the plan really. Yeah. On to Cadwell. Hopefully a triple.
Nice one. I wish you good health, mate. I hope that gets better.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Stuart Bliss, double winner, and keeps in the lead of the championship. We've got modified Fords on the grid. I want to have a quick word with Brady Pollock. Brady, another podium interview. Many congratulations. Second on the points, because obviously we've got the development car, but you've brought the West Suffolk College car home in first position in the Student Motorsport Challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm too over the moon with the result, purely because of the safety car restart, but we tried our best. Podium's podium. Can't really complain. Again, as I said, if you told us this in the beginning of the year, I would have said you're mad. But I'm quite happy with the result. It's good points on the board. I think it pops us up a bit closer to Richard Jepp in the overall, and then a bit closer again to Jepp in the student, which happy about. See what happens. I mean, just keep the momentum up, see what we can do at Cadwell.
Well, super result for the weekend. Great that your expectations are now going up as you've come in and delivered so well. But finally, quick wrap up. Home tarmac this weekend. Not a bad weekend.
No, I can't complain. I mean, I knew we were going to be fighting at the front. Just didn't know how far at the front. So to get the 2 overall podiums is kind of a dream come true, almost. Next we go for the win, which I was kind of hoping to get in this race. But again, a second place on the points, as you say. Not too shabby.
This weekend, you know that you could be challenging for them, so that's a big thing to take forward to the next event. Next round is it Cadwell?
Yes, yeah. It boosts our confidence going to Cadwell, so just see what we can do, push the car, change a few things on the setup, try and get as much performance out of it, out of myself, out of the car, see what we can do.
Have you tested there?
No, never been Cadwell.
You're going to have some fun.
Honestly, I can't wait. It's one of the tracks I've been waiting for the whole year.
It'll be brilliant. Brady, lovely to meet you this weekend. Congratulations. Look forward to following your career in motorsport. We've got the modified Fords on track, and they're coming up for you here on the stream in just a few moments.
Thanks, Richard. Top job as always. And yes, the grid is more or less in place now ahead of our second modified Ford Series race of the weekend. It takes more than a minute or two to get these cars in position because there are more than a few of them. We had 35 cars finish yesterday's race. We're hoping to have 41 of them on the grid for today's race. It was an interesting race actually yesterday. Tommy Field was on pole position by in excess of 3 seconds yesterday, and Jack Gadd off the top of the head started on the 3rd or the 4th row of the grid, but Jack came storming through the order and really did give Tommy a run for his money, only to then slow down on the final lap of the race. So something must have been going amiss with Jack Gadd's Mark 1 Ford Escort RSR, and he had to drop back, but still managed to finish in 2nd position. The grid for this race based again upon the results from yesterday, so it will be Tommy Field and Jack Gadd with their pair of very similar RSR Escort Mark 1s that share row 1, and then a pair of Escort Cosworths with Dave Cockle and an Escort Cosworth and a Sierra Cosworth, I should say, Dave Cockle and Stephen Scott Woody together on row 2. Then it's Piers Grange and Lloyd Jameson, Mark 2 Escort ahead of Escort Cosworth Maxi on row number 3, in the 4th row for Paul Neville's Mark 2 RS2000, and the V8 Sierra Cosworth of Martin Reynolds, one of the most distinctive cars on a grid full of very distinctive cars. Then it is Dan Minton and Brian Lilly with the Zack Speed Mark 2 Escort of Neil Jessup next, and Todd Garner in his Fiesta ST 180, completing the top dozen. Then row 7, Tyler England and Neil Argrave, Chris Baker, excuse me, and Rob Lewis in his Focus ST170 estate on row 8. Row 9, Stefan Marsh and Mike Thurley in his Mark 1 Zach Speed, and then Malcolm Wise in an Escort Cosworth and an ST150 of Oliver Bullion, completing the top 20. Except that is a slightly different grid actually to what we've got here, isn't it? Because we've actually got Nick 19th place, Oliver Bullion, Jay Hinton. There's definitely been a change here somewhere, so I'll go off what's on the screen. It is then Nick Watling, 20th, 21st on the grid for Gary Littlewood with Justin Fuller alongside, then Chris Smith and Piers Warwick, 23rd and 24th. Then Paul Sutton and Dave Barrett with Kevin Hadfield and Matthew Brennan. Yep, that's correct. Then Mark Hadfield and Mick Head completing the top 30. Then it should be Sean Hadfield ahead of Adam Saint, then Mark Mitchell and Darryl Taplin, with Colin Claxton and Wayne Crabtree on the 18th row of the grid. Row 19 for Paul Restall and no, not for Paul Restall or Adam Underhill, so it's actually Michael McKenzie and Steve Minton at the back. So missing a few by the looks of it. Paul Restall and Adam Underhill all non-starters. I wonder who else we've lost then from the top end of the grid, because there must have been somebody inside the top 10 or 15 or so that was missing. Anyway, we'll try and figure it out when the race gets underway, but the field making their way around on the green flag lap. There is Rob Lewis, actually not in an estate at the moment, is he? I think that is just a regular old Ford Focus ST170. I have seen him out in the estate in the past, I'm sure. But Rob Lewis, a very, very handy racer. He'll be joining us for our coverage of the Silver Lake C1 series later on as well in the pit lane, taking over from Richard John Neal. I have a bit of a change of personnel. Richard will join me in the commentary box, and we'll have Rob down in pit lane. So cars make their way around towards the bomb hole then on the green flag lap, and preparing for a race start. It'll be a 2x2 rolling start for the modified Ford series, so the action gets underway very quickly indeed. Tommy Field and Jack Gadd on that front row of the grid. I hope that Jack Gadd's car is at 100% health, because if it is, I think he could really provide a challenge to Tommy Field in this one. He looked actually the quicker of the two in the middle part of yesterday's race. Like I said before, he suddenly lost a bit of speed towards the end. So what's going to happen this time around then through Coram? What a brilliant grid of cars it is. So nice in a time where grid sizes are depleted, to say the least, in some championships. It's so nice to see some of the Brscc grids looking as strong as they do. I think the smallest grid of cars actually we've had this weekend is probably the Fun Cup at 22, but that is still a very healthy grid indeed. So good to see club racing is alive and kicking within the Brscc, and the modified Fords are about to put on a good show for us as they roar across the line. A phenomenal noise they make as they blast past the commentary box and head towards Rich's corner then, with Tommy Field and Jack Gadd on the inside line. And that is, I think, going to remain the order as they round the first corner. Yes, it is. Field still ahead of Gadd, who is already snapping at his heels, though. Goes to the outside line into the Wilson hairpin. Third place, Dave Cockle. Stephen Scotton Woody is there in fourth place. Lloyd Jameson going wide to try and get a route past Piers Grange, but I don't think was able to do so. 29 there out wide. Mike Thurley trying to make some progress. He's got Malcolm Wise just ahead of him. Malcolm looks like he's had a slightly better start, as the spectator picks the perfect place to stand and watch the racing down at Palmer's, just to get their moment in the spotlight. But we can still see the field coming through the left-hander down the hill into the braking zone at Agostini, and a move being attempted there by Martin Reynolds at the inside. Martin not quite able to get through in the V8 Sierra Cosworth, at least not on corner entry, but that car pretty awesome in a straight line. So if he bides his time, he might be able to make a move heading down the Bentley Straight. Although actually he's dropped back now into the clutches of one of the Zach Speed cars. That'll be number 83, I think, of Neil Jessup in behind. And actually now going round the outside, Neil Jessup, I think, is going to gain that place, sliding through Williams. He does go through, but the V8 Sierra might now have the legs on him down the straight. Look at it go. As soon as it opens the taps, it blasts past the Zach Speed Ford Escort, which itself is not a slow car. And the Sierra Cosworth, I think, is going to very easily reclaim that position before the braking zone at Brundle. So back through will go Martin Reynolds in that enormous car that really does make a very distinctive noise as it blasts past us. Through the bomb hole then, up towards Coram Corner. The Escort trying to outmanoeuvre it as it heads towards the long right-hander. And towards the end of another lap, and I think we are going to see another challenge here from Neil Jessup. Look, goes around the outside at Gorham, gets the inside for Murray's and makes the move. But we know what's coming now because we're heading out onto the centre straight, and Martin Reynolds is going to have an awful lot more horsepower at his disposal. He pulls to the outside line, they head past the pit lane, and he's already back through by the time they cross the timing line. So this is going to be a bit of a cat and mouse battle, isn't it? In fact, they're not that far behind Paul Neville in his number 33 Mark II Ford Escort, the RS2000 version. So it's going to become a three-way fight, and then the very different Fiesta behind. That's number 620 of Todd Garner, a completely different bit of machinery. Oops, that's Jessup to the outside, but again, not able to quite outmanoeuvre Reynolds at the Wilson hairpin. Reynolds can just settle down here, though. I think he's got the pace to go after Paul Neville in front. Side by side behind, meanwhile, that's the number 16 car at the inside of Chris Baker, battling with, was that Neil Jessup? I think it was, wasn't it? 53 round the outside. I don't know, that's Neil Hargrave, beg your pardon. So they're battling over a place just outside the top 10, and sweeping round the outside will go Neil Hargrave. Nice move made, lots of confidence under braking there into Hamilton, and he picks up the position as they head towards the top end of the circuit once again, out onto the Bentley Straight. And Hargrave now doing his best to try and pull away. Malcolm Wise in behind them as well, the white and yellow Sierra Cosworth. There's the number 29 machine heading through as well, as the V8 Cosworth heads for the braking zone. I've just been handed an amended grid for the modified Ford series. There we go. So when I've got a bit of time over the lunch break, I'll let you know who it was that we were missing from inside the top 10. But anyway, we definitely have the race leaders, who are almost side by side. Tommy Field and Jack Gadd only 0.2 of a second apart. Jack Gadd peeking to the inside line at Rich's corner, not quite able to make that move stick as they slide their way towards Wilson. But this is exactly the kind of battle that I was hoping we would see between these two after a terrific race yesterday. That was, well, it was almost a terrific race, but Jack Gadd, just as he was about to challenge Tommy, his car seemed to hit some sort of problem. And as I say that, he's dropped away slightly from Tommy as they head out of Palmer's, their way down towards the Agostini hairpin. Dave Cockle, a bit of a lonely third. Stephen Scott Dunwoody in fourth position, leads in his class. These top three cars, by the way, all running in Super A. So they're all in the same class as the flames spit from the back of the Tommy Field RSR Mark 1 Ford Escort. Super A and Super B cars, remember, are Ford chassis and bodies, but not Ford engined cars. So lots of different engines that can be used in this series. It's a very open set of regulations, and deliberately so that it doesn't restrict you too much. If you've got a Ford engined car, then you can race in one of the other classes, but if you don't, then you're still more than welcome in the Super A and B categories. They're often the fastest cars on the grid and the more spectacular, but still very much keeping up the appearance of the Blue Oval brand. So Jack Gadd definitely drops back on this lap, at least for the first couple of sectors. Wriggled his way out through the bomb hole, but Tommy Field doing his best here to respond to the threat that was being put onto him. Round Coram, onto the brakes. They flick left into Murray's corner, and it's definitely not going to be a side-by-side battle to the line this time, is it? Jack Gadd sliding his way off through Murray's corner. Heads for the line again. Speed as they blast past us and head towards Rich's corner. Pretty astonishing. Then it's Dave Cockle in third position. Back to this battle that's still raging on. Martin Reynolds tucked up behind Paul Neville. He's fending off Neil Jessup for now, isn't he? Neil Jessup not able to find a way past, although again goes to the outside. Look at this through Gorham Corner. He's tried this move so many times and it's been successful, but then as soon as they get onto the straight, he finds himself under threat again, because we know that Martin Reynolds' car performs better in a straight line than just about anything else out there. It's very heavy and a bit unwieldy through the twisty stuff, but down the straights he's able to make very light work of the Zach Speed Ford Escort. Martin Reynolds comes back across the line in 8th position, but not able to quite get on terms with Paul Neville's car, which itself is no slouch in a straight line. So two Escorts dicing away with the Sierra Both Mark II Escorts, although very different in appearance, aren't they? As once again, Jessup goes to the outside line. Now he's got a good run off Wilson, but no, can't get to the inside into Palmer's. Reynolds just about clearing the Zack Speed Escort before he hits the brakes, which he has to do a little bit earlier than Jessup. It's the mid-corner speed, isn't it, really, where Jessup has the advantage. Here comes Reynolds, though, with a good run, maybe, almost enough to have a go at Paul Neville. So not quite. They head through Agostini up towards Hamilton. And out towards the back end of the track they'll go once again. Colin Claxton, by the way, has retired to the pit lane. He was a retirement yesterday. Rob Lewis as well. Rob Lewis is retired. That's a shame. So Rob Lewis in the pit lane with a problem. Claxton stopped as well. We've also lost the number 79, I believe, of Justin Fuller. And number 13 also retiring to the pit lane. Not sure who 13 is. Maybe that was a oh, sorry, Dave Barrett. Dave Barrett also a non-starter. Now here comes Martin Reynolds, finally getting the better of Paul Neville. So Martin Reynolds has found a way past Neville down the back straight. But can he stay there? Neville, we know, should be a bit quicker through this next sequence of corners. But very sideways. That was Hargrave, I think, wasn't it? Sliding his way through. Ahead of Todd Garner. Those two actually running in the same class, despite the cars having several decades between them. Malcolm Wise there a little bit slow off Brundle and Nelson. And he has got the number 16 machine of Chris Baker tucked in behind him. Baker himself under pressure, though, from one of the Fiestas, which tries to get to the inside. That will be Tyler England, I think, who is to the inside at Coram, but that then becomes the outside at Murray's corner. Can he go right round the outside? He might be able to do that, actually. Malcolm Wise sort of parks the car in front of them all, and Tyler England does go by. But then Malcolm Wise and the other cars around him, I suspect, will have a little bit more performance in a straight line. That's the line they go again then, towards Rich's corner. Race leader Tommy Field, 1.7 seconds to the good, with 6 minutes still to go in this race. Jack Gadd second, Dave Cockle third, Stephen Scott and Woody fourth, Piers Grange fifth, Lloyd Jameson sixth, Martin Reynolds did stay seventh there. We've got a slow-moving car at the bomb hole. That's Steve Minton, who started from the back anyway. That's a shame. That's one of the prettiest cars on the grid, is Steve Minton's Escort Mark II. But unfortunately, it's touring back into the pit lane. And Palmer's we head down towards Agostini, and now Tyler England having to try and find a way once again up ahead of the number 16 car of Baker. He did get back ahead of him by the line. Baker, though, actually having a bit of a go at Malcolm Wise. Malcolm Wise really seems to be struggling through the corners, doesn't he? But able to carry, again, more speed down the straights. That's what I really enjoy about multi-class racing. They might all be Fords, but such complete differences in performance level. Cars all quite evenly matched actually around the lap in this group, but generating their lap time in different ways. Here's the challenge though, the inside line will go Chris Baker, and he does get the place, but Malcolm Wise might have a chance to get him back down the next straight, and that is Jessup. That's Neil Jessup off. That's such a shame. Neil Jessup, who'd been engaged in that brilliant battle we'd been enjoying earlier on with Martin Reynolds and Paul Neville, and unfortunately the Zack Speed Mark II Escort has pulled to the side of the road. A smoky demise for Neil Jessup, and that is such a shame because I was really enjoying that battle that he was having. And means Martin Reynolds now probably let off the hook a little bit because I think he's getting away from Paul Neville slightly. So, unfortunately, we lose Neil Jessup. He was the leader in Class B as well, actually. So that will hand the lead to the number 16 of Chris Baker, who is in this group of cars that was heading through Coram Corner. And this is all getting very messy indeed. So Chris Baker there, the white and blue car, just nipping up the inside of a back marker, now inherits the lead in Class B. The back marker might actually be heading for the pit lane. That's number 821. That is Mark Mitchell. Nope, not heading for the pit lane. Just a little bit off the pace maybe through the final couple of corners. So Mark Mitchell doing his best to stay out of everybody's way there. And comes across the line, staying well off the racing line. Stephen Marsh there, the number 43 Ford Focus. Heads through. As Baker now tries to fend off Tyler England in the number 54. Now they are actually in the same class, so Tyler England and Chris Baker, number 16 and 54, are both running in Class B, and they're now fighting for the lead in Class B. So this is quite a significant battle now. They're both still getting held up by Malcolm Wise, and that has really given Tyler England a chance now to get a run. The little Fiesta, which doesn't quite have the horsepower of the Escort, but does seem again to be able to outmaneuver it through the twisty stuff. So this is, even though they're in the same class, they're still developing their lap times in very different ways. And the Escort keeping the Fiesta at bay for now, but it's the Escort Cosworth of Malcolm Wise that really is complicating the matters here, because his car, quite clearly not as quick through the corners. It's bottling these two up into each other, but then every time they start to get a chance to overtake him, such as here, he then gets out onto a straight bit and is able to pull away. Baker getting boxed in behind Malcolm Wise there. Now let's compare the straight line performance between the Escort and the Fiesta here. The Escort just starts to stretch its legs, doesn't it? So always very difficult to overtake a car that is going quicker than you in a straight line, because you might well be later on the brakes, but actually you're that far back when you get to the braking zone. All you can do is catch back up to the car ahead rather than actually make an overtake. So you feel that if Tyler England's going to do this, he's going to have to take advantage of a little bobble such as that one maybe, if Baker gets kind of stuck behind Malcolm Wise. And maybe Tyler can carry a bit more momentum and make the move stick. This might be the part of the circuit where he's got the best opportunity then. Through core and corner, they're both going to close in on Malcolm Wise through the right-hander. And then they fling it to the left into Maurice. Wise goes to the inside, Baker goes to the outside, and Tyler England tries to get the power down, but the little Fiesta just doesn't have the legs down the straight. So they stay in the same order for now. Then a minute and a half to go, but the leaders crossed the line a minute and a half previously, so I think there'll be another lap left for the leaders, which means 2 laps left more than likely for this group. The leaders are about to approach the line to begin their final lap. Tommy Field, I can see out of the window, heading out of the final corner. So the final lap beginning now for the overall race leader. Easy to lose track of where the leader is in a race like this, but Tommy Field goes through. He is comfortably ahead of Jack Gadd now, 5.5 seconds. So Jack, again, not quite able to provide too much of a challenge to Tommy. Here we've got a good battle going on further back. Number 53, Neil Argrave up the inside, claiming a place against Paul Neville, and that was for second place in class. So Class B plus seeing a significant change as well, not for a class lead, but for second place we've got 2 cars slowing. Well, one of them is the Steve Minton car that's still limping around, but also now joined in the retirement section perhaps by Daryl Taplin. Daryl Taplin pulling off to the side of the road. Stephen Scotton Woody, meanwhile, has got the attentions of Piers Grange. These two just beginning their final lap of the race. This is for 4th position. Stephen Scotton Woody coming under a bit of pressure from Piers. We've gone across the line then. Onto the final lap we are going. And Tommy Field with the race lead. Flames spitting from the back of the number 8 car as he slides his way through Williams then on this, the final lap of the race. A brilliant drive it's been from Tommy. Came under some mid-race pressure from Jack Gadd, but managed to withstand that pressure, and now looks as though he is going to claim a victory. Now Baker here has got himself ahead of Malcolm Wise, and Tyler England has been overtaken by the number 29 car, hasn't he? Although he's trying to do something about that now as they head through core and corner. That's Mike Thurley. So that's separated the Class B leaders, so we can focus instead maybe on this battle for 4th position overall. These are 2 cars in different classes, Stephen Scotton Woody and Piers Grange, heading for Hamilton. And Stephen Scotton Woody with a very narrow margin over Piers with half a lap to go, but already heading for the checkered flag is Tommy Field. Tommy Field then heading for the line, and it's a second victory of the weekend in the modified Ford series here at Snetterton for Tommy, with Jack Gadd coming home in 2nd position, a fairly distant second in the end, 7 seconds between them. Dave Cockle will be an even more distant 3rd position, and then this is the battle for 4th, heading down the back straight towards Brundle and Nelson then for the last time. Stephen Scotton Woody just about keeping Piers Grange at arm's length. They turn through the left at Brundle, the right at Nelson. That camera angle makes that look a lot easier than it is, that transition from Brundle into Nelson. A very, very difficult sequence of corners, and they're suddenly slowing to a crawl as they head through the bomb hole. Why was that? Is that just because of the slow Mark Mitchell car, or was there a yellow flag that I hadn't spotted? Anyway, they're racing now, definitely, and Piers Grange is going to have one more go at this into Murray's corner. He can't get to the inside because Stephen Scotton Woody has that line covered, so it now will be a drag race to the line, and that's a drag race that I suspect the Sierra Cosworth will be able to win, and yes, it does. So Stephen Scotton Woody comes home in 4th place overall, claims a win in Class A. Piers Grange wins in Class B+, and comes home in 5th place overall. Lloyd Jameson will come home in 6th. That's not Lloyd Jameson, that is Mark Mitchell coming to the line. Lloyd Jameson a little bit further back now takes the checkered flag. There he goes in the Escort Cosworth Maxi, and then it will be Martin Reynolds, who had a really good battle there, didn't he, with the likes of Paul Neville and Neil Jessup. Neville actually been overtaken by Neil Argrave, hasn't he now? And Neil Argrave, the 2nd place in Class B+, was catching Martin Reynolds, but not able to find a way through. So Reynolds 7th, Argrave 8th, Paul Neville 9th eventually, whereas Paul Neville now comes across the line. And then in 10th position will be Todd Garner in the Fiesta ST180, which is just coming off the final corner now. So there'll be a few others still to come through behind them, as the modified Fords had spread themselves out across the entire lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit, which is quite an achievement. Here comes the Martini liveried car. I haven't mentioned this one very much, but Mick Head, again, one of the best looking cars on a very, very good looking grid. And he will bring that car to the flag, possibly the last car to see the checkered flag. I think he is down in 27th place, but 2nd in Class A, a class that was won by Stephen Scotton Woody, up in 4th position. And that is pretty much it, I think, because in the background, I think we're going to see Tommy Field, heading for the pit lane very shortly to celebrate a 2nd victory of the weekend. Did have a lap time disallowed there right at the end for exceeding track limits, although that won't really matter an awful lot to Tommy. There was one more car to see the checkered flag, one of the Ford Focuses. That was Hinton coming through, Jay Hinton, 503. And with that, everyone has seen the checkered flag, and we can take a little look at the order in which they finished that final race before the lunch break. So busy afternoon still to come, don't forget, but it's Tommy Field who claims 2 race wins from 2 in the modified Ford Series. Jack Gadd coming home in 2nd, with Dave Cockle in 3rd. All of those running in Class Super A. Class A won by Stephen Scotton Woody. Class B Plus by Piers Grange. They were 4th and 5th overall, respectively, with Lloyd Jameson and Martin Reynolds behind. Then Neil Argrave and Paul Neville, with Todd Garner completing the top 10. Chris Baker was the winner in Class B, with Malcolm Wise 12th position behind him. Then Tyler England and Mike Thurman also in Class B. That was actually one of the more competitive classes in the end, between cars running just outside the top 10. Then 15th position Jay Hinton, Oliver Bullion 16th, another couple of Class B cars. Wayne Crabtree was 17th ahead of Nick Watling and Chris Smith, with Piers Warwick even finishing in 20th position. Then it was Paul Soul and Kevin Hadfield. Kevin Hadfield winning in Class C. Matthew Brennan claimed another race victory in Super B. Then it was Sean Hadfield and Mark Hadfield, with Adam Saint and Mick Head in 27th position. Then Mark Mitchell and Stefan Marsh, Darryl Taplin and Neil Jessup now into those that didn't reach the finish, unfortunately, including Stephen Minton, Gary Littlewood, Michael McKenzie, Rob Lewis and Colin Claxton. But despite losing a few to mechanical maladies, it was still a very entertaining race all round, and a well-deserved double race victory in the end for our race winner, Tommy Field, who I won't say never looked like losing, but certainly withstood the pressure well, didn't he? I think it's fair to say, and managed to take home 2 race wins from the 2 races here at Snetterton. And we'll be looking forward to the next rounds of the modified Ford Series. I actually forget where they're heading next. I think they're at Cadwell Park, aren't they? The modified Ford. Let's double check that before I give you some duff information. No, there we go. I'm glad I checked. It's Silverstone, the national circuit, for actually their final round. Only one more event of the season, a double header for the modified Fords, and that will be on the Silverstone National Circuit on the 17th and the 18th of August. So actually not a lot more racing for them, although actually now that's reminded me, I did get a message yesterday from Scott Woodwiss, I think, reminding me that they actually have a couple of extra races. Yes, so they're racing at Ford Power Live at Brands Hatch in September, and then they head to Navarra in Spain in October to finish the season there. So they've got 2 other races not with the Brscc, but that I'm sure the drivers are really going to be looking forward to. Navarra, a circuit that actually recently, I think it was over last off-season, was it, or maybe the year before, was bought by Jonathan Palmer and Motorsport Vision, who own Snetterton and a handful of other tracks in the United Kingdom. And they now own the Navarra circuit in Spain. It hosted the opening round of the British Superbike Championship actually this year. And so the Modified Ford Series heading over there in October for their final set of races. Hopefully, plenty of the drivers will make their way down south for that one. Right then, let's head over once more to hear from some podium finishing drivers alongside Richard John Neal. He's got plenty of time as we head into our lunch break to chat to the drivers. So Richard, over to you.
Well, as you can hear, the glorious sound, it was fantastic when these cars leapt away. I was going to say off the grid, they did the 2x2 rolling start. Dave Cockle's being interviewed by Kieran, so we'll go and have a word with Jake Gadd, who finished P2, being very careful not to pop Johnny into the course of oncoming cars. Jack, are we all right to grab a quick word for the stream? Congratulations, sorry to interrupt your chat. Well done, P2. Problems later on, or all okay?
No, all seems good. We struggled a little bit towards the end there with a bit of power with some high water temps, but other than that, it was good.
Good kit.
Yeah, it is. It's mega fun. It really is. I mean, Tommy's is well prepared as well. We had a great battle out there. I tried to move into turn 1 that probably wasn't on, and it just made us have a little bit of a gap to him and just couldn't make that gap back up. But other than that, all good.
What's the difference between your cars and Tom? I'm not sure whether we covered off specification-wise, but is there a difference between the two?
They're pretty identical, to be honest. They're both the RSR from Sonny Howard, so yeah, pretty much.
Engine-wise?
Both Cosy turbos, I believe. Not entirely sure on Tommy, but
it's lovely that I would never have thought when I was a youngster that we'd be seeing new versions of the Mark 1 Escort, you know, by the time I hit 60. It's a great thing to enjoy and to watch.
Oh, they're fantastic fun to drive. They're really well put together by SHP. Credit goes to them for that.
And race yesterday was okay as well. We didn't get to talk to you after the podium yesterday, but that was a good drive as well.
No, it's same as today, really. Race yesterday, it was battling with Tommy again, and we just couldn't quite pip him. So,
are you one of the drivers going down to Navarro later on in the year?
Oh, we will be going to Navarro, yeah.
It's got to be done, hasn't it? What a lovely thing to be able to wrap up the season, and of course it's a series, so there's no pressure for championship points, and everyone just seems to enjoy it.
It just seems like it will be a good way to end the year. Good bit of fun abroad.
Fantastic, well done. Great to see you, Jack. Well, and congratulations. See you again before the end of the season, I hope. Let's see if Dave is there. Let's grab a quick word. It's all interviews now, isn't it, Dave? Circuit and then a little bit of stream, and you've had a very, very good number of outright wins, but a P3 today in the Barn Rouge Trophy. Happy with that?
P3 is really good, given these 2 cars are unbelievable. Yeah, so I'm quite happy with P3. I'll take it.
The machinery we have here, I mean, we did some interviews I think we're going to catch up with in the lunch break. It's just such a wide variety. There's so much one-make racing now. It's wonderful to see this, isn't it?
It is. It's a brilliant series. Fantastic. Paul who runs it, does really, really well. Well, you can see how many cars are here. He does really well for the series. It's fantastic.
Is your car one that you're continuing to develop? Are you always finding new things to put in?
I like to, but I don't know what at the moment.
Oh, really?
It'd be nice. Yeah, it'd be nice to do something to get closer to these. But yeah, I think it's a massive task to catch up with these.
And the question I asked Jack, are you going down to Navarro?
Yes. As long as everything goes well at next race, yeah, I'm going to Navarro.
Where's the next round?
Silverstone.
Silverstone. Again, you get some great tracks, don't you? I mean, who else is going to get down there as well?
Yeah, exactly. He does really well in finding a nice, you know, European, whatever, abroad track for us to race at. I just wish more people would take him up on his efforts.
He said he got 30 odd going down there, so that's not too shabby.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I mean, Spa last year they were 8 to do, and I think about 24 turned up. So, yeah.
I said to Paul earlier on when we had the stream yesterday that the first person to comment, and most of the comments were on the Modified Ford Series yesterday on our YouTube feed, and the first guy to comment was from Germany.
Oh, brilliant. That's fantastic. See, we're worldwide. Yeah.
So thanks wherever you're watching, we appreciate that. Dave, good to see you. Well done on all the wins that you've had this year. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. And thank you to Tommy Field for coming and finding us as well. Well done, Tommy. And we'll do a quick handshake. Congratulations. Yeah, Dave was just saying, I can't live with you boys in the RSRs.
No, it's come to light. We've been working a little bit over the last couple of weeks from Silverstone. We'd put a silencer in for Silverstone for the exhaust, which absolutely killed it. So working away with that, so we found some performance back in the engine, done a little bit of setup change. And to be fair, I love this track, and it's come to life. So
you and Jack running the same spec?
No, different. Yeah, totally different. We're a 1900 BDT, Jack's a YB, so a bit different. And obviously, chassis is very similar. I think Jack's got paddle shift. We've just got old-fashioned sequential now. But no, it's good. We've enjoyed it, but it's just very, very hot in there.
Yeah, it must have been worse yesterday. We didn't get to talk to you. Apologies yesterday. We didn't get to talk to you after the win. So double win.
Yeah, we had a bit of an issue yesterday with the breather system. So halfway through the race, it put a lot of oil on the screen. So I sort of backed off, and obviously it was hard to see where we was going. So I wasn't pushing as hard yesterday. So to be honest, it was worse for me today, to be honest. But yeah, just like to get out of these and get some shorts on.
You can get home now, can't you?
Yes, not so far away.
So double win. First outright wins of the year?
Yes, he was, yeah.
Congratulations, and a double, so you don't get much better than that, does it?
Exactly. Thanks very much.
Nice one. Well done, Tommy. Thanks for having a chat with us. Congratulations. See you next time out. Tommy Field. Let's see if we can grab some of our other class winners as well. Stephen Scott Dunwoody may have departed the car, so we'll see if we can head down that way. Because we've got a bit of a time because we're into lunch break. We've got a few things for you to watch coming up in the lunch break, incidentally, as well. We were out and about filming. Stephen's in the 45 car down here. And looks like he's looking around the cars because most of the drivers like to check things like tyre pressures after the race to see how they're behaving and how they did. And some of them will make notes. Stephen? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Class win.
Yep.
Happy with that? Talk us through the race.
Well, Piers is on me yet again. I think that's 5 races on a row now. We've been battling with each other. His car carries a lot more corner speed than mine, but I can sort of run away a little bit down by the straights. But about 2/3 of the way through, we lost the back tyres and it got a little bit interesting near the end. But I was glad to see the checkered flag to come out. But yeah, brilliant racing yet again with modified Fords. Really enjoying it.
Multi-class winner this year.
Oh, absolutely. I love it. Absolutely loving the racing at the moment.
I think Lindsay's shouting to get you on the podium, so we get you. Stephen, thanks for having a chat with us. Appreciate it. Well done, and enjoy the spoils of victory. Class victory. Stephen Scott Dunwoody. We are, as you heard, Lindsay calling the others because much as we'd like to go through all 5 classes, we don't really get a chance to, as they've got podiums to do and on-track activities coming up as well. We're going to take a very short break. In fact, tell you what, no, even better than that, we're going to hand you back to Andy McEwen in the comms box, and we're going to tee up some chat for you in the pit lane as we look forward to the C1s later on this afternoon.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, we'll be hearing from Richard again in the pit lane. As he said, we're into our lunch break now here at Snetterton. Racing due to kick off again at around about 1:25, so we'll have build-up for that race at about 20 past. That will be the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. We'll then have a race for the Super Saloons, Tin Tops and Intermarque Silhouettes again. The BMW Compact Cup will have their 3rd race of the weekend, and then at about 3:25, we're into the main event of the day, if you like, the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series 3-hour race that will take us to the end of the weekend. Now, during that race, we'll be hearing from Rob Lewis. Rob Lewis will be our pit reporter for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series, but as we've mentioned, he's already been out earlier on this weekend racing in the modified Fords. Now, unfortunately, spoiler alert, his second race didn't go all that well. He's just retired from that one earlier on today, but he was out there yesterday having some fun, and earlier on in the weekend, he had the chance to catch up with Richard John Neal.
A great pleasure always to catch up with Rob Lewis. Double bubble with Rob because we know you from C1s and presenting that and modified Fords. We'll start with the modified Ford duty. Great qualifying yesterday and we spoke to you after the race. What a field, first of all, and what a great field to get a good result in.
A humongous field. 41 cars I think we've got this weekend. You know, all walks of life, all different makes, shapes, sizes. You know, like I said yesterday, cars that are from 40 years old right up into the modern stuff. We've got the likes of Stefan Marsh, who's out in a Mark II Focus ST. So, you know, the grid's certainly evolving, but we've also got what I call the wily old foxes out there that have been in this series quite a while. Just ask Paul Neville. I think he was racing his car before I was even born. So it kind of shows you the diversity of the field, and it's a great series to be a part of.
The numbers suggest that people aren't worried about championships. They want to come out, have a race and just enjoy themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a great element to it as well. One aspect of it is the way Paul does the entry fees. So we do it on a staggered system. We put a deposit in, and it really helps. You know, there is a cost of living crisis going on at the moment, and it kind of helps us to sort of plan when we do our races. We can secure our spot with a deposit and then pay the rest of the entry fee, and that helps our budget go a long way. And I think as well, I stressed it yesterday with the way we race against each other. It's a bit more of a gentleman's series. We do leave a bit of a gap for each other. We leave racing room. There's no rubbing, there's no contact. A lot of these cars are worth quite a lot of money, and they're very precious to a lot of these drivers. You know, I raced a Mark 1 Focus. I built this on my sister's drive originally from the ground up. So, you know, I've got a lot of love put into this car. It's certainly a bit different from that. But again, it goes back to the diversity of the series.
And on the side of the car, we've got your podcast. Tell us a little bit about the podcast. How's it going?
It's going okay. We've recorded a couple of seasons so far, so that's with my good friend and a good friend Paul Harvey, and with Max Coates, who you might be familiar with from, you know, the likes of Porsche racing, with the Caymans, with Minis, with Ginetta back in the day. We're just in the middle of recording season 3, so I actually did the first recording down at Donington Park at one of the previous rounds of Rob Welsh and a couple of the Driven Minds crew. We're looking to get some fantastic drivers on the show, so if you are watching this and you want to be a guest on the Driving Talk podcast powered by Icon, by all means, get in touch with us.
It's nice that you're doing content at the tracks as well. A lot of podcasts can get sort of stuck in the studio bound thing, but you guys are out and about as well.
I didn't want to do that really. It was something a bit different, and it kind of brings out the raw emotion at the track. You know, whether if we speak to a driver and they're having a good weekend, a bad weekend, you know, I kind of want to bring that out, and that's what I'm focusing more on at the moment. Predominantly so far, we have done a lot of sort of online studio creation stuff. We had a great podcast with Patrick Watts. You know what Patrick's like. You know, he doesn't hold back. So that's a very entertaining episode. But certainly what we're aiming to do is just get more out and about to the circuits, whether it's a club meeting with the Brscc, on the Toka package. We'll be seeing our good friends and supporters of the podcast, Graves Motorsport, as well, and obviously Max races for them, so there's a lot of interesting content soon to come.
And your association with Driven Minds?
I'm very, very, very proud to be an ambassador for Driven Minds. The work that Nick Goff, Katie Ramsey-Goff and Eliza Clapham have put into Driven Minds has been phenomenal from day one. I think, you know, there needs to be a lot more awareness of mental health in motorsport. That really came about during COVID. We had a lot of people fall on hard times, and when you fall on hard times is when it really tests your mental strength. And sometimes, you know, people fall down at the hurdle, and what we're about is picking those people up, getting them the help they need, and just raising a bit of awareness as well, and especially out on circuit. You know, in the past few years, we've had a few high-profile incidents where people have sadly got hurt. People see that, people look at that, and maybe people need a bit of support. So we're all about helping everyone in motorsport when it comes to the mind, because it's the one part of the body. You can go to the medical centre and get checked out for anything, but there's not a lot out there that kind of looks after the mind side of things. So hopefully that's what we're here for.
It's a great initiative. I know, you know, most families have some sort of association with or awareness of it, but getting to do something about it is the difficult bit, isn't it? And there's that assurance to know in motorsport that you can now reach out and do it, but also there's, I think, a lot of education which Driven Minds have done, and people like Henry Foote, who does his Mindset podcast as well, and his little updates, giving advice and things like that, which helps people. And you know, I've been able to reach out to people on social media. If you see someone who's not maybe as bubbly as they were, or if something's not quite right, you can reach out and ask, and then ask again.
Yeah, and that's all it takes. Richard, that's all it takes. And I mean, Henry's a cracking little driver, as well as being a fantastic ambassador for Driven Minds. But you know, that's all it takes, Richard. Just if you're around the paddock, if you could see someone's having a bad weekend, we all have bad weekends, but if you could just see someone that's not themselves, it doesn't take a lot of effort just to put an arm around them and go, are you okay? And sometimes you've just, like you said, you've got to ask again. Ask the question twice, because once you've said it that second time, chances are they'll probably open up to you a bit. And the weight that they're carrying on their shoulders, that can be alleviated. If we can all do that, the world's a better place.
Absolutely. And talking of a better place and a happy place, C1's this weekend, and we've got you in pit lane again, which is great news. What are the stories? What are we looking out for this weekend?
Back in the pit lane for the Silver Lake C1 series. It's the first time I've been out with them on the live stream this year. We've been doing a lot of great work on the social media. Nick Ramsey-Goff's doing a great job with that. But we all know Robin and the team at Silver Lake that sponsor the series. They put on a great show. They've got 41, 42 cars out this weekend. We've got some superstars in the lineup. We've got the likes of Ton Ingram, Jade Edwards. We've got Josh Cook out in their cars, Sylvain Rubio as well. I always joke that he's perhaps the faster of the cars there. We've got some wily old club racing foxes, perhaps you would know. Andy Woods-Dean's out in the Silver Lake car with Greg Rose. That'll be good fun to watch, to see how he gets on, his first taste of C1 racing. Again, I sort of talk about the diversity with the Mod 4s, the diversity of the C1 grid. You've got the likes of Snail Speed Racing, you know, their mates chip in 600 quid each and they go racing, and then you've got professional teams that are hiring out the cars, you know, and helping people get into motorsport, the likes of SCR Motorsport, Emax Motorsport and BPC Tuning. They're all coming together to get people out in these cars, and I can't wait for when the light goes green or when the red lights go out on the gantry and we've got a load of C1s roaring down towards turn 1. Well, not quite roaring, but you know what I mean.
Metaphorically, if not really.
Yeah, tyres, a bit tyre squealy, what can I say? But yeah, really looking forward to it. It's going to be a good race. I'm looking at the clouds at the moment. I'm hoping the rain folds off, but could make for some exciting racing. You never know.
You'll be changing out the shorts?
Never. We had that joke last year, wasn't it, on the live stream? I never lived that down, did I? Never lived that down, but no, come rain or shine, the shorts will be on. Don't worry about that.
Silverstone 24 hours is back on the back in the agenda.
I'm so thrilled about that. You know, I have quite a close relationship with Robin Welsh. He's I count him as a really good friend of mine. And when Anglesey got cancelled, it really tested his mettle. And I think what it's actually done to the C1 grid is unify everyone. Anglesey is a difficult circuit to get to. We all know that. You know, other series have gone there and put on endurance races, and they haven't had massive grids. I think it's just an issue with travelling that far. So the fact that they've gone and done the 24 hours at Silverstone, they've got it back for the next year, they've got that date set in stone. So if you're out there and you've got a C1, you want to go out racing with your mates, go and do a 24-hour race. It's the best thing you could do.
If you haven't got one, talk to one of the teams and get involved.
Get involved, definitely. Contact at C1 Racing Club. They'll be able to get you in touch with certainly with some teams that will set you if you fancy an arrive and drive, or if they've got any cars for sale. I'm sure Robin will know someone.
Nice one. Great to chat to you. Look forward to seeing you in pit lane, and good luck for the Modified Ford race.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Richard.
Cheers, Rob. Thanks, mate. Thanks very much to Rob. Oh, he's still here for doing that interview. It's good. Rob, over to you now, because this is your area, the C1s. You know them better than anybody. We've managed to round a team up for you, so we'll let you crack on. First of all, though, before we do that, problems in the race, which I'm sorry to see.
Looks like a drive shaft went, or worst case scenario, I've got to spend some money on my diff. Bit expensive, got a good start, came out of Hamilton, I think it was, got on the power and the steering wheel tried to vibrate out of my hand, so it got worse as we went throughout the lap. I just decided to park it, and it made it a bit easier because I put all my clothes in the camper ready to come and do the live stream for the C1, so yeah, I'll look at the positive side of things.
I know we've got a lot of people. I mentioned the Modified Fords, that we've got people from all over Europe watching. If you want to get involved as a sponsor, and I don't do this very often, but you just heard a guy here who maybe might need a bit of help. If you want to get involved with someone who will really promote you very well indeed, Rob's the guy to get in touch with on social media if you want to get involved in the Modified Fords and maybe the C1s as well. Other drivers are available. I'm going to hand you over to Rob now. He's going to do the business down here in pit lane.
Fantastic. Thank you, Richard. Good to see you, sir. Hello, everyone. It's my first live stream walk around the C1 pit lane of the year. And the first team we're going to speak to, we're going to go over the border. We're going to go to Wales, to the wonderful Dragon Sport team by Amigo Motorsports. We know Rob from Amigo, but I want to talk to this man here. I want to talk to Reese. He's looking at some data at the moment. We need to talk Dragon Sport, don't we? Tell us all about, first of all, you've got these beautiful cars here that do remind me a bit of an old Vauxhall Super Tour, I must say.
Of course, yeah.
Bit of a brand for you, but what else have you got going on with the Dragon Sport programme?
So we've got, obviously, it's our second weekend back with the C1s. Obviously, I raced the C1s quite a bit a few years ago. Since we've got a team obviously running in Brscc at the moment, and then the idea was we've launched like a road and Nürburgring. So effectively, we've got 4 young drivers in the cars. We've got 2 drivers from the Clio team, and they're all out of karting. And it's like a progression. So we've got 4 or 5 rounds in the C1s this year, and then they'll be doing some Clio tests at the end of next year with a view of maybe stepping up to another championship or another endurance series, or stay in C1s for next year. And then the following year we will do a round all together in the Nürburgring.
What value to the programme does the Silver Lake C1 Series bring to you?
It brings everything because it gives you the opportunity to do a 24-hour race, which you don't get an option to do anywhere else in the UK, really, you know. So that's a big thing. Obviously, the race lengths are really important, the closeness of the racing, and it's just seat time, and it's really, really good value seat time for the guys. So that's all they need to be doing is just, you know, keep going around, learning circuits, learning pit stops, learning about penalties, and yeah, I mean, the progression from round one to this round has been phenomenal, you know. So I think, yeah, by the end of the season, they'll be ones to watch, definitely.
The one thing I've noticed in this team, just straight away, we can see it here in front of us now, the camaraderie. Tell us about some of the team members that make this up.
Yeah, so obviously Rob and John, obviously, you know, run the cars, and you know they do a great job of that. And then behind that we've got the Claire who looks after their fitness. So all of them are like a fitness program, so they're all off track and on track. She looks after them and makes sure they're fine. And then also we've got Andy and Rob on the camera side of it, where we kind of teach them about obviously like social media, building like a marketing. We got, you know, videographer each weekend and stuff for them, so they can do a lot of content on social media, which is a pivotal role in, you know, getting sponsorship and brands to support their journey going forward. So it's effectively like a program in a program, and it seems to be, you know, as you see, we've got a really good close-knit team, you know, so it's good.
Tell us about this weekend. Yeah. It's a hot day, 3 hours, Snetterton. What's your chances?
I think we've qualified better than we thought we would, to be honest, which is really, you know, I put my hat off to them. They've done a really good job. I think the car 409, we've got a really good shot of getting a top 10 if we stay out of penalties and keep it good, clean race. 381, if we can get in the top 15, I think we'll do well. But again, just I was hoping I'd be a rain, to be honest with you, but it's not going to come, is it?
Were you hoping?
I was hoping, yeah.
bit of a rain master.
Helps me a little bit. My experience comes into it. But, no, the guys have done great, you know, and yeah, you know, it's yeah, we'll see how we get on today.
So you committed to 2 cars for this round. Are there any further plans to expand?
It'll be 2 cars for this season, and then we'll see, you know, how it goes for next year. I'm sure we'll definitely have 2 cars next year, maybe a 3rd car. But yeah, it's definitely a program. But you know, we want to roll out every year. Really, it's a foundation of them to come through, and yeah, it works really well. And like I say, the C1 series, it's everything that we need for the guys to help them in their first step out of karting. Definitely, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Rhys, it's an absolute pleasure to talk to you today. Thank you for bringing these wonderful cars to the grid. And that is that's the Dragon Sports setup of things. Look for them in the Silver Lake C1 Series race later today, streaming at about 3:30 onwards. We've got a fantastic 3-hour race coming up with over 40 cars involved. You're going to want to stick around for that. But for now, we're going to go back to the interviews. We've got Neil Jessup from the Modified Fords.
Sticking with the Modified Fords, with Neil Jessup, who has this wonderful, wonderful car. I'm not going to say about it, I'm going to ask you about it. Tell us in detail about the car.
So I built it probably 4 or 5 years ago. Started with the bare shell. The primary thing was to keep it light. Right. I wanted to build a light car because that's a massive advantage in so many ways. So bare shell, all redundant brackets, anything I wasn't going to use came off, anything I could pull out of it. And then sort of started building it. I'd already built it in my mind, if you know what I mean. I knew what I was going to do with it. And then just kept with the composite panels, fiberglass panels. It actually had a different kit on it when I first built it. It was the Group 2 Zaxpeed looking kit. And then in lockdown I got a bit carried away and went with a bit of time on my hands, I went for the wider kit, wider track, and I think it's made it a bit faster. It certainly looks better, I think.
How did you sort of gain all the knowledge? Because obviously, were you a fan of these from the original days, and did you sort of know what parts to put in, or is there research you have to do as well?
So before this, I raced in a silhouette in Rod Series, so I gained a lot of experience in setting the car up and what works on a silhouette. And I tried to use a lot of that when I built this car. Yeah. You know, geometry-wise, it's probably similar weight to a silhouette. Tried to use a lot of that technology in this car.
Do you show this much as well? I mean, because I'm guessing with the silhouettes, the shapes have sort of changed and everything over the years, but this is now sort of iconic, you know, probably 50-year-old shape. But don't they look modern still?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, and it always gets lots of attention. People seem to like the look of it.
Do you show it much?
No, I don't. I'm not sure showing is really my thing. I like to be amongst the action, you know. But yeah, I'm sure it'll probably go down well at a show.
Is there much development still going on? I mean, obviously you had a race yesterday. Was that good?
I had to start from the back because I had an alternator issue in qualifying, but I managed to come through the field and for a class win, which was pretty good. But no, there's still. I think it can still go faster. There's still, like, suspension-wise, setup-wise, there's still a bit more to come, I think. I think so.
So suspension changes, is it a budgetary thing that do you have to save up to add bits to it, or?
It's not necessarily adding or taking components, it's more learning. You know, you're always learning about setup, and you try something, it might work, it might not work. Just keep, every race I try something a little bit different with the geometry. Conditions are different, track conditions are different, tyre wear, everything like that has a bearing on the way the car handles, you know. So you're always looking for that edge on everyone else, so you have to keep pushing forward.
Got a couple of company names on the cars, tell us about
those. So Gripperly, good friend of mine, Martin Lee, he's in a band called Gripperly. He's been a drummer since, I've sort of known him since we were teenagers.
What sort of music are
they? I'm not sure how he'd describe it, actually. He's on YouTube if anyone wants to go and have a look. I'm not sure how to describe it.
We'll have a look.
Yeah, that's probably best. Yeah, Gripperly, he's supported me right from the start. He normally comes to help me at meetings as well, but he was busy this time.
Unusual for a drummer.
Yeah, that's it. Bishop's Lane Garage is a good friend of mine, Robbo. He gets involved, helps me out with tyres, and always a big supporter. Roy at South Coast Trailers gives me the use of this lovely trailer every time I come out.
Are you based down there on the South Coast?
I'm in Eastbourne, yeah. Yeah. So they're all local guys. Yeah. Most of them are mates, you know. And my employer, HMD Pumps, they were generous enough to sort of help me out with a bit of a budget this year, so that always helps.
Well, a grateful thanks to them for getting you on track, Neil, and good luck for today's race. Thanks for chatting to us about a wonderful car.
Cheers,
thank you.
Well, welcome back to our Silver Lake C1 Series walk-around, and it would rather be remiss if we didn't speak to Mr. Silver Lake himself, Mr. Alan Preble. Hello, Alan.
Hello, Rob. How are you?
Living the dream, same as usual. Two more resplendent cars. One's a bit different this year. You've got the Gen 2 out. How have you found it?
Yeah, I found the Gen 2's really good. A lot more predictable under braking, but pretty similar times today on both cars.
And your involvement with the series has carried on for quite a few years now. What keeps you coming back to the Silver Lake C1 Series?
I think we've been involved with it since 21, so we've been sponsored now for about 4 years. It's just a great community spirit around low-cost racing. You know, that's really the main reason to do it. It's a great fit for our business at Silver Lake.
So the parts that are on these cars, most of the parts on these will be 70% are, you know, genuine reclaimed parts.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And you know, we make a big effort of supplying as many parts we can within the pit. So yeah, all our cars are built in-house from Greg Rose that works with us. So yeah, it's a great series to be involved in, and plenty of parts we have on site to supply our cars and the series. So it's great.
And let's talk about this weekend, Snetterton. You've had some issues here in the past, but you've gone fast here in the past. How have you felt going into this weekend?
Oh, I didn't get a chance to come in on Friday in practice. I was too busy at work, but I've come in today, did the qualifying straight off. Found it quite understeery today, but I spoke to a couple of other chaps, you know, Sid Smith and a few others who had the similar sort of experience, and Phil, the ex-owner of C1 Racing Club, you know, he had the same experience. So I think everybody's feeling the same sort of thing out there with heat today. So hopefully, you know, there'll be a bit different in the race. So we'll see. There's some real quick guys out there, some real lovely, you know, real fast times today, quicker than I've seen before in different races. So no, great. It's really looking forward to the start about 3:30 today. So 41 cars on the grid. You know, it's great to see everybody coming out, some old names and stuff. So no, really enjoying it. It's good.
How are you to take the start?
No, I'm not going to take the start. No, I'm still a bit nervous after my big crash at Pembury, so I'll let Greg take the start. And then feed in, towards in the last sort of hour and a half.
Hopefully pick up a nice podium or two.
Oh, I'd love to do that, yeah, definitely. But let's see how we get off the start and keep it running, keep it consistent, and just hope everybody has a great time. It's just a great atmosphere, great in community spirit, so yeah, love it. Good.
Fantastic, Alan. Well, thank you for being a part of the Silver Lake C1 series. So you've heard it from the man himself, Alan Preble. Low-cost racing parts on these beautiful cars. You will see them out with the C1s at just after 3:30. But for now, we're going to hear from the Student Motorsport Challenge involved with the CityCar Cup. Let's head there now.
Within the Nankang Tyres CityCar Cup, we have the Student Motorsport Challenge, which is growing and growing and growing. To find out about that growth, great to catch up with JP. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. I'm enjoying the weather. It's a little bit cooler today. It was torture the last 2 days, but we're all ready for another race today.
It has grown, hasn't it, this? I mean, the first time I think I worked with you, we had a handful of cars and now so many on the grid. Yeah. And it keeps us on our toes because we've got overall class winner. Actually, it doesn't, because the student cars are getting in the top 3 now as well, aren't they?
Yeah, we're enjoying seeing an organic progression of the series. In 2022, we joined a year after the season, the first season of the CityCar Cup, and we had about 5 cars join the grid. I think we had 3 or 4 built cars, a couple of rented vehicles, and then we progressed sort of 5 or 6 cars each year. So we're at this sort of 14 mark now. We have got 3 new cars joining us for the back end of the season. So that's 17 race cars, the majority of which have been built. There's a couple of partnerships with driver owners, there's a rented vehicle, but it helps the overall grid size. And yeah, it's nice to see that we're in this sort of 6 or 7 cars. We're in the top 10 sometimes. So we're not trying to take over. We're trying to assist. We're trying to help, and we've been really welcomed into it. So a great thank you to the extension of thanks always to the club and to everyone that supports us. Yeah.
And it's completely diverse, isn't it, in terms of experience? You've got people like Brady who have come in and gone right on the top. First overall podium yesterday for him, a name we're going to have to watch out for sure. And then complete rookies coming into not only the championship but into Student Motorsport Challenge as well. And they're all part of it and they're all getting stuff out of it.
Yeah, I think, when the concept was about finding a driver, to create a partnership, to create that customer, the students have to have the car ready. It's not, the car's not ready, it doesn't matter. It's creating that customer service, that financial aspect and the relationship between driver and team. So teams have really started to look for not necessarily younger drivers, but some that might have talent, some that can pedal well. And of course it helps with the reward. You'll hear the tutors say, we're not here to win, we're here to compete, we're here to do what the challenge is about, or what motorsport's about: build a car, find a driver, finance it, fund it, market it well, rebuild it, do it all again. But it's nice when results come from these teams just spending a little bit of focus on finding a driver that's competitive. So some of it's accidental. They stumble across some drivers that have got talent they didn't realise they have. But it is already a competitive championship, but it's nice to see that the college teams are doing well.
What sort of feedback have you had from the people that have been involved, the unis and colleges? What have they said?
From a teaching aspect, they've been able to embed it into not just, people think of motorsport as, I sometimes coin it as 4 wheels and a spanner, but it's much more than that, isn't it? We try to embed 7 areas into this. So feedback from tutors is that they've started to get, better attendance from students. They're able to use it as assessment criteria. They're combining maybe a bit of creative arts and designs in with the delivery on the cars. They've started to touch on the business side of things and management. They're using obvious sides like we're doing today. We're using media, aren't we, to convey what it is we're doing. We've got some media students with us this weekend from Boston College who are behind us. And again, that's all part of the widening of the gaze of motorsport. We have so many supporting series, supporting industries that back up motorsport. And that's been the feedback, really. Going back to the original question, is that they've been able to embed this into much more curriculums than just motorsport. So the value's there, if you would, So very pleased with the feedback.
I know my son's just finished with college. We couldn't get his college involved just yet, but I know he enjoyed the practical side of it. He loves being he loves coming to a racetrack outside of college.
Yeah.
When he's in college, he loves the practical side of it. He gets the theory. Theory bores him, to be honest, but he actually wants to be working on cars. So being out and about is the thing that fires him.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Croydon College, wasn't it? We talked about. Sadly, we weren't able to get them involved just yet. We'll get them. we'll steer them in. But yeah, I think I used to teach. I taught for the best part of 10 years, and I always found that if it's tangible, if it can be applied to something. So motorsport, it's the front of house. It's the vehicle, no pun intended. But if you're able to apply mechanics, or preparation of a vehicle, or financing, or design, or logistics to motorsport, it really does excite the student because they can really see the end goal and can see the results, whether that's disappointing results, a positive finish. They've actually done something and they've come away with, they have worked with a customer, they have worked with a team, they communicated with the press, the media. We've had people speak to yourselves. They'd never got on camera if they'd not get involved in something like this. So we're very fortunate to be able to, as I call, crowbar or hijack the Brscc CityCar Cup. Thank you very much. We're always pleased with what they've allowed us to do. But equally, as the guys at the club say, it's a partnership, and we've been able to boost the grid and participate, providing that work experience. It's that work readiness we talked about. When you go back to your son, he might not like theory, but if you apply it to something like this environment, it kind of works. Yeah.
That's brilliant. JP Latham, lovely to catch up with you. Have a great weekend. We'll see you at Brands Hatch.
See you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so this year we've got Gen 1 and Gen 2 C1s. Gen 1 and Gen 2 just came in this year. And it just so happens that this weekend we've got Gen 1 and Gen 2 series bosses. It's our pleasure this weekend that I'll speak to Robin first. So you bought the C1 Racing Club from this man here, Philip Myatt, didn't you?
I bought it from a committee of people which Philip was part of, technically, but yes, it was his silly idea down the pub.
A silly idea down the pub, Philip. Like all great ideas, how does it feel being back in a C1?
It's really good. It's fantastic. It's been 7 years away since I drove one of these cars. It feels a little bit alien at the moment, as though I've maybe forgotten how to drive. I'm sure I maybe haven't, but we'll find out a bit more this afternoon.
And you're actually out in the Gen 2 car as well, which obviously would be a little bit different from the Gen 1s that you started with.
Yeah, quite a bit, albeit they're exactly the same. All the suspension's the same, it's just the body that looks a little bit different. I think what's happened is, since Robin's bought the series and he's now running it, it's all moved on. It's become a lot more professional, it's become faster, and to drive these cars faster you need a slightly different technique, and which involves the back end of the car being quite loose, and until you've got the confidence in that, I don't think you're going to be quick with it.
No, funny that. So you haven't raced the Gen 2 yet, but just how good it is to get Phil back out in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I've done loads of testing in the car. I do know how the car handles and performs. But yeah, for me, I sent Phil a WhatsApp. I was asking when he was back from his holiday home, and said, when are you in the UK? He gave me the dates. And I said, cool, you want to drive my car at Donington then? Let's get. Yeah, Snetterton. Yeah, we're here. Yeah, so I figured it'd be great to get Philip, so we're going to try. But yeah, he came up with the original idea for C1, and I thought, how great would it be to get the original founder, the original guy who designed the car in my interpretation, my design, and it's the same, to be fair. Everything he did, I've just put it in this car. I've got no credit for it, just to see how he felt with the new car, the little bits that are different, and it's just nice to have him back as well.
It's great to have him back. How do you think he's going to get on?
He's going to go faster than he did in qualifying, for sure.
Yeah, is that a promise, Philip?
That's definitely a promise, yeah. I'm not going to try as hard in the race.
So he's going to go faster for that, for sure.
Fantastic. Well, Philip, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you back to the Silver Lake C1 paddock. Robin, good to see you, sir. I'm looking forward to this race.
Yeah, it'll be good. Yeah, you're on the live stream, I believe, for the race, so we can do we got some awards to give out. We'll just tease who's going to get them, and we'll give them out at the podium presentation, but yeah, we've got some stuff to do. And BPC have just announced in the driver's briefing, actually, that the car that makes up the most positions in the race is going to get a set of free tyres for the next round.
That is a fantastic effort.
It's incentive for the midfield guys. You know, if you start back or you had a rubbish qualifying, concentrate, don't make mistakes, gain the most positions, and you get a free set of tyres.
Fantastic. Cannot get any better than that. Now, we've got cars out on the circuit. Could it be Club Sport Trophy time? I think it's time to hand over to the commentary box, certainly, and have a look out over the Club Sport Trophy as the racing gets going again this afternoon. It's time to hand back to the commentary box.
So, staying with the CityCar Cup and a chat with Hayden Payne. Hayden, how did the race go yesterday?
Was going well off the start, qualified P3, held position, and then had a little incident underneath the bridge and dropped all the way back down to P32. So made our way back up to P19 in 2 laps, but it's just damage limitation today, really.
You had a little incident, what happened?
Essentially got used as a brake underneath the bridge, got sent straight on at probably the top speed that these things go, so it's quite fun heading towards the barrier at that speed, but didn't touch the barrier, luckily.
That's good. What goes through your mind, or is it sort of reactive from what you've learned in your racing to just sort of deal with that as best you can?
I just wound on the lock away from the barrier and hoped nothing happened, but once I got back on circuit, it was just trying to keep my cool and pick everyone off one by one, get back as high up as possible.
Was there a visit to the clerk's office to go through what happened? Because presumably if someone causes that or something leads to that, it has to be dealt with.
Yeah, I got called up to the clerks. It was deemed the other driver's fault. They got penalty points on the licence, but nothing in the race. I didn't really want them to get anything in the race. I am close with the person who was driving, and if it's a genuine mistake, it's a genuine mistake, you know.
Nice one. That's nice that you put it that way. And part of the learning experience, talking about learning, obviously you're racing in the Student Motorsport Challenge as well as the overall championship with Queen Ethelburgers. Do you know anything about those? Can you tell us about the college?
Yeah, so they're the only sixth form on the Student Motorsport grid. It's more of like an extracurricular thing for them. It's not a specific course. So they'll just do it alongside their normal learning. It's fantastic though. They're probably one of the best teams on the grid. You've got 2 consistent drivers in the top 10 and the car's always there where you want it, and they'll always try the best, you know, 100% all the time.
Yeah, a lot of youngsters around in this paddock, and a fantastic learning opportunity for them. You're learning your racing. What did you do before you came into this?
Not a lot really. I didn't do any karting. I was watching this with my brother and my dad racing in it, and I thought, well, we'll try. So I started last year at Croft, qualified P7, and it's just all gone from there, just learning my racecraft and how to drive these things properly.
So P7, and you qualified well yesterday, so you're a bit of a natural at it.
I wouldn't say that because we haven't finished very well this weekend, but you know, we try.
But you know you got some pace, and it's about learning, isn't it? So if you can get the qualify, a lot of drivers might do well in a race but not qualifying, but if you've got the pace to get the car in a decent position on the grid to start with, the rest is going to follow.
Yeah, it's all about qualifying in these things. It's about finding the right, you know, gap and who you're towing with. For example, I went with Brady Pollock yesterday and we worked well together, P2 and 3 on the grid overall, and only a couple of tenths off pole, so it really works when you work with someone else.
I'm going to guess here with the accent, Croft was your home circuit?
Correct, yes.
Whereabouts are you from?
West Yorkshire, so not far, but I live in Preston at the moment, so it's either Ulton or Croft, my home circuits.
Yeah. Both great tracks, aren't they? Tell us a little bit about some of the livery on the car and the companies you've got mentioned on there.
So I've got personal sponsors here. Yoke Real Estate, just a real estate company based in Yorkshire again. Yorkshire Rose Camper Conversions, another Yorkshire-based company, all do camper conversions. The Pebble Agency, a PR and marketing company. It's actually my mum's company. She helps out with the racing, which is nice of her. And then Savia Consulting, which is like I think it's a rotating specialist sort of like consultancy company. But yeah, we've got Rocked It on the front as well. Can't forget them. They're more of like they give me kit bags and stuff like that. Great kit bags, probably some of the best on the market for the money. And that's about it, to be fair. The livery itself, obviously QE Motorsport, that's their main colours. Navy blue and or a royal blue and gold, you know.
And plans for today, obviously after yesterday, you've got to try and make a little bit more progress through the grid. Do you know who you're starting near or around? Do you look at that when the grid's published? Do you think, oh yeah, it's him or her?
I think the main one's my dad.
Right.
I need to try getting by turn 2, I think. He's up in P14. But yeah, I'm just going to whack the full beams on today and try my hardest to get as high up as we can.
Is there a score kept between you and your dad?
I'm going to say yes, but the first time he beat me was yesterday, so he's very happy about that.
It's a great thing, isn't it, to be able to come away and I always think motor racing is like a family of people sport, but to get to compete with your dad, you'll appreciate it maybe when you get a family of your own, but I'm sure he really loves it.
Yeah, he really enjoys it. He says, you know, he's always watching from behind, he's always watching what's going on up ahead. He said he did actually laugh when I came off in front of him. That's probably because he knew he was going to beat me at that point. But, you know, it's as long as there's no damage on either of the cars, we always have fantastic weekends. It's a great social event in the paddock as well. Everyone's really kind, so it's a nice place to be.
Nice one. The great words to wrap up with. Hayden, thanks for talking to us. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
So, good to hear from a few of our Brscc drivers in the paddock there, courtesy of Richard John Neal. We are, though, a little bit earlier than planned, going racing again for our afternoon's entertainment here at Snetterton. The car's already on their green flag lap for the latest round of the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, a 45-minute mini endurance race, let's call it, with a mandatory pit stop in the middle. For many teams, there will be a driver change involved in that as well, and that adds an extra dynamic to what is always an interesting element of the weekend. We do enjoy a bit of Club Sport Trophy action, and as always, a really healthy grid of cars assembled here at Snetterton to put on a show for us. We've got a big grid of them to go through. We'll do our best to get through them all before they get around for the start of the race, which is coming up very shortly. So, cars on the green flag lap then, as I said, for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, a grid that is headed by Jamie Hadley. Jamie Hadley on pole position in his VW Golf. In fact, he's got a very VW feel to the front of the grid. The top two rows of the grid are Volkswagen lockouts with a pair of Golfs on the front row, Jamie Hadley and Rob Andrade. Another Golf of Julian Daniel then starting third, with Feroz Villamori in his rapid VW Scirocco on row number 2. Then, as they say, for something completely different, the Morgan Plus 4 of Shane Kelly. I presume that is former Formula 3 racer Shane Kelly, and he has got first of the two driver entries alongside him, that being the number 14 Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler Ford Fiesta. Then Saranga Sothisrari, former BMW Compact Cup racer, starts 7th alongside Kieran Power on row number 4. Row 5 for Chris Murphy and Steve Wood, and row 6 for Richard Clark and Elliot Lettis, this time in a Mazda MX-5. Then it's Callum Bates on row 7 alongside the Renault Clio number 199 of Robert Quantrell. He's picked up a co-driver, I think, for this race. Then it's the Nobolivskis in their BMW Z4. They will share the 8th row with Mark Jones. And on row number 9, we've got the Watts Ford Fiesta, number 16 Josh and Jack Watts Ford Fiesta up alongside Craig Emerson. Then it's Brendan Murphy and Adam Radford completing the top 20. Jason Rogers even has the 177 Darren and Joseph Dukes BMW Z4 for company. Then Stuart Kilroy and the number 49 machine shared by Simon Byrne and Andy Furr. Then it's the Adcocks, father and son pairing, Phil and Matthew Adcock on row number 13 alongside Barnaby Francis. The Mitchell and Cochrane at Mazda MX-5 has Gary Hobbs Hyundai Coupe for company on the next row, and the 15th row shared by the Risbridger and Boot Mazda 2 and the Oates and Woodford example with Francis Faulkner's Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 at the back of the grid. And with that, we are ready to go with a 2x2 rolling start then for this 45-minute race, with a mandatory pit window through the middle chunk of the race, during which every single car must make a visit to the pit lane. There's a minimum pit stop time as well that has to be adhered to. More on that later, though, as the race gets underway. Then the cars blast towards Rich's corner for the first time, and the 45 minutes immediately begins to tick down. The field then heads through Rich's corner. There goes the number 14 machine. That is the Watling and Webber car. Now, Wheeler car, sorry. What we don't know is who's in the cars at the start of the race. The two driver cars, anyway. Obviously, the single driver entries are a bit easier to figure out, but those being shared by two drivers, we won't know, unfortunately, who's in at the start, unless any teams or drivers want to send me a message to let me know, because that is always handy to know who's at the wheel. Sometimes good fun trying to figure it out, but you can very easily end up offending someone if you pick the wrong one. So anyway, at the front of the field, mainly it is single driver entries anyway. The 22 of Hadley leading the way, Jamie Hadley, as they turn through Agostini for the first time of asking. with Rob Andrade's 777 VW Golf behind. Looks like it's pretty much grid order at the front. The Morgan perhaps has lost a position, I think. The 111 of Shane Kelly, which was 5th on the grid, appears to be down in... sorry, it is still 5th position. What's happened is that Feroz Billamoria has got himself up ahead of Julian Daniel. There is Feroz Billamoria in the Scirocco, up ahead now of number 61, Julian Daniel, as they round Williams and head onto the Bentley Straight then. So everyone just sort of trying to find a clear bit of track, settle into a rhythm, settle into a groove. There's the number 49 car. Now that is an interesting car. That is the Simon Byrne and Andy Firth MGZS. You don't see many MGZSs racing these days. That car had to qualify out of session because they didn't complete the required number of laps in qualifying. They didn't actually qualify off the back of the grid. They set the 24th fastest time. So they'd set a lap, they just hadn't set enough laps because each driver has to complete 3 laps within that qualifying session. Because it's a 2-driver car and they had mechanical difficulties that kept them out of part of the session, they had to complete their other laps behind the safety car during the shortened lunch break. And so they haven't had a lot of time to prepare for this first race of the afternoon. So Jamie Hadley leads them by 0.6 of a second. Rob Andrade there in second position. Daniel and Billamoria behind. They all run in Class A. So too, bizarrely, does the Morgan of Shane Kelly that sits in 5th position. 6th place then is your Class B leader, and that is the number 14 car, which is the Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler Ford Fiesta. And as you can see on the timing tower, a whole host of Class B runners in behind. Then in the Class C ranks, it is the number 10 that leads the way. And that is Callum Bates. Callum Bates at the head of the Class C runners at the moment. Side-by-side battle here on screen, heading up towards the left-hand corner at Palmer's, and that's Saranga Sothis-Rari, who was trying to battle away there with Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy, I think, had briefly got ahead of Sothis-Rari, but then managed to reclaim the place, did Saranga, as they head towards the braking zone with the Z4 back up the inside now as they turn into the Agostini hairpin. Chris Murphy, is he about to reclaim 8th position, which is actually 3rd in Class B as well. They're both fighting for class position, these two. No, the BMW with a bit more horsepower manages to stay in front. A bit like the modified Ford series, where we have cars in the same class that quite clearly have different sort of performance numbers. One car might be significantly quicker in a straight line, one might be slightly better through the corners. They can still be in the same class because the way in which the class structure works, it isn't necessarily just based on engine size. There's an awful lot more that goes into putting everyone in a class where they will have some good, strong competition and ultimately not have a big advantage in performance. And that's part of what makes this such a fascinating series. There, back up the inside goes Chris Murphy, and this time he does wrestle the Z4 through. So a nice move made there. But yeah, it's all based on a power-to-weight ratio, basically. So you've got Class A, which is the elite class for cars between 206 and 235 brake horsepower per turn, and that's Saranga Sothis-Rari slowing, I'm afraid. So Saranga Sothis-Rari, one of the Class B cars, the Sport Pro class, for cars 176 to 205 brake horsepower per ton. Well, that car isn't really producing that amount of power right now as it limps into the pit lane. And this is too early for it to be the mandatory pit stop as well. If you're going to have a mechanical drama, it's better, in a way, to have it during the pit window, because at least then you can, if you can make a quick fix, you actually don't lose a lot of time through having that issue. But Saranga, unfortunately, pitting a little bit too early for that. So he pulls into the pit lane, hopefully not into retirement, but certainly out of contention for a really good result overall, all within his class. The Class C cars, by the way, the Sport class, 156 to 175 brake horsepower per tonne. Class D, the Club class, is for cars between 136 and 155 brake horsepower per tonne. And Class E, the Track class, for cars that have between 0 and 135 brake horsepower per tonne. I think all of them have got more than 0. I think any car that's ever raced around Snetterton has had more than 0 brake horsepower per tonne, but you take the point there for the less powerful cars running in Class E. But that sometimes is where the better racing can be found, and that already is proving to be the case, because the number 94 car, which leads that class at the moment, that's the Mitchell & Cochrane Mazda MX-5, has got the Adcock BMW right behind them. So the top two in Class E at the moment looking very, very close indeed. Only 0.2 of a second between them. You can't miss the Adcocks. They are the bright yellow BMW Compact. Always in the thick of the action and usually competing for class wins within Class E, and always enthusiastic as well as they do compete. And this is the time for me to make the mandatory mention of my apparently planned racing debut in that car. Conversation I've not actually been a part of, but it's been decided for me apparently that one day I'll get a chance to pedal the yellow BMW Compact. So look after it, Phil and Matthew. Need that car in one piece for later on in the year. Right then, across the line comes the second and third place battle. This is the pair of VWs, the two Golfs of Julian Daniel and Rob Andrade. So that's been a change, hasn't it? Andrade was up in second place earlier on. Ferozbi Lamoria, of course, was briefly ahead of Julian Daniel. So Julian Daniel has done well to get that position back. And now setting off after the race leader, because Julian Daniel actually has set the fastest lap of the race as well. Out of the final corner comes the MG, the Burn and Firth MG. Number 49 runs in Class C. So that's the same class as some of the BMW Compacts, and also things like the Elliott Lettuce Mark III Mazda MX-5, Class C being led at the moment by one of the Z4s, but not all of the Z4s are in Class C. Some of them running in Class B as well, again, depending on the size of the engine in the car. So across the line comes some of the battles going on a bit further back. There's the Adcock car. Has that been a change of lead? Yes, it has. So the Adcock's now ahead of the Mazda. So there they come towards us. The yellow BMW into the lead of Class E. The 94 Mazda MX-5 slipping down a spot. So again, I'm not sure which of the Adcocks is in that car for the opening stint. Normally, if Phil is not in the car, he's messaging me. So I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and say that it might well be Phil who is at the wheel of car number 88. And whoever it is, they've done a good job to get in the lead and are now starting to stretch their legs a little bit. Phil, who was a long-time runner in the BMW Compact Cup itself. A couple of drivers actually on this grid who have Compact Cup experience, but choosing to move over to the Club Sport Trophy just because it offers a different challenge. It gives a chance, in this particular case, for father and son to race together, and it's something they've really enjoyed doing over the last number of years. Right, down through Brundle and Nelson comes this battle. This is Chris Murphy and Richard Clark, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Chris Murphy 721, the BMW, 166, the Renault Clio of Richard Clark, an ex-Clio Cup car, I think that is, of Richard Clark. And they're fighting over third place in Class B for the time being, as Julian Daniel sets another new fastest lap out in front. About half a second a lap quicker at the moment than Jamie Hadley. So they're still 2.5 seconds apart. No need to get too excited just yet, but at the moment, Julian Daniel is inching back onto the tail of Jamie Hadley as the Class B runners come across the line. Class B being led pretty comfortably, actually, at the moment by the number 14, which is the Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler Fiesta. Here, though, come the leaders. Now, that's not 2.5 seconds anymore, is it? Julian Daniel's taken a huge chunk of time out of Jamie Hadley in the first part of this lap. So, all of a sudden, Jamie Hadley not looking all that comfortable now. Is this Hadley going slower, or is it Daniel going quicker? Hadley, so far, has been lapping very consistently within a couple of tenths of a second lap to lap. Julian Daniel getting faster with every lap, but that seems like a very sudden gain of time for the second place man. Everything looks okay with Jamie Hadley's car, though, doesn't it, as it turns through the right-hander at Williams. Two different generations of VW Golf. I think it's a Mark 5 body on the Julian Daniel car, and I'm going to say a Mark 7 maybe for Jamie Hadley. I lose track now, but anyway, it is the older car that is challenging and pulling around the outside on the brakes into Brundle. This could be a really good move if he makes this one stick, but no, Jamie Hadley, having none of it, manages to scoot in front. He's outbraked himself slightly through Nelson, and, well, didn't matter in the end. He managed to stay in front. So is that where Julian Daniel is finding his time then? Is that car a bit better in a straight line, maybe? They might be running in the same class, but as I said, there's quite a spread of performance still between 206 and 235 brake horsepower per tonne. Now, that's quite a big difference, really, and it could well be that Julian Daniel's car has a little bit more power. He's right up the curve coming out of Murray's. That was a very aggressive run through the final corner, but it's working for him. He's got to run across the line, pulls to the outside line, then across the timing line they go. And officially there has been a lead change by 1/10.5, but Jamie Hadley will try to contest this into riches. He can't do it, and Julian Daniel has managed to go through. So Julian Daniel into the lead of the race then. And will now look to try and pull away if he can. There's traffic up the road, one of the little Mazda 2s, which will do its best to stay out of the way. Daniel goes in tight. Hadley taking a wide line to try and carry some speed down the next section of track. Look at this going on. 3 Z4s and a ZS battling away. And then another BMW actually behind. That's the number 45 car, isn't it? Which is joining in the fun. 45 is Brendan Murphy, another former BMW Compact Cup racer. And I think he is in a compact, albeit a very modified compact, not running to Compact Cup regs. We had another lead change now. Julian Daniel has been overtaken again by Jamie Hadley. So Jamie Hadley's car clearly working better on the infield section. And Julian Daniels has the legs down the straights. Now, again, we saw this in the modified Ford race earlier on today. It generally is the more powerful car that prevails in the end, but Jamie Hadley is certainly not going down fighting. Without fighting, I should say. And is going to try, you know what I meant, and is trying to gap Julian Daniel now as they head down the Bentley Straight. Is Julian going to be close enough? He's closing the gap all the time. This is where he challenged a lap ago to the outside line. This time, actually, though, they stay single file. So Jamie Hadley then holding on. That was interesting, because I would have said that Julian Daniel was as close that time onto the back straight as he had been a lap ago. Anyway, manages to hold on for now, does Jamie, but I would keep an eye on that lead battle, because I think that's going to keep on running for a little while. Meanwhile, battle of the BMWs here, down into the Agostini hairpin. Number 40 there on the outside, that's Adam Radford. Steve Wood trying to get up the inside. So these are a couple of Class B BMWs, and then the Burnham Firth car running in Class C behind them, the MG. As the race leaders come out of the final corner, well, one of them does. Where's the other one? Where is Jamie Hadley? Jamie Hadley, I did not see there, so we've got... Oh no, he's already gone through, so Julian Daniel's been delayed somewhere. He's 2.4 seconds back nearly from the race leader. Feroz Bilamoria, meanwhile, has got himself ahead of Rob Andrade now into third, so it's all going on. The VWs at the front of the field, very much putting on a good battle here. So if we wait long enough in the background, we should see Feroz Bilamoria. Here he comes, pops out of line up the inside of the Mazda. He sits in third position, but outbrakes himself. In fairness, so too a bit did Rob Andrade behind. And so Feroz Bilamoria hangs on to third place then. He's been up and down a little bit in this race, hasn't he, Feroz? Ran third earlier on, dropped back down to fourth, now back into third again. And we'll try now to pull a bit of a gap if he can. Shane Kelly still sits in fifth in the Morgan. The Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler Fiesta has a healthy lead in Class B. Callum Bates leads in Class C. Class D, there aren't that many Class D runners. In fact, I think I might be right saying there's only one Class D runner, which is the Mazda RX-8, the number 8 car, the Barney Francis car. And Class E still being led by the Adcocks, now by 2.6 seconds. So the Adcocks getting away from the Cochrane and Mitchell MX-5. So Feroz Bilamoria then out onto the back straight. What's going on with the leaders, I wonder then? Is Julian Daniel reeling in Jamie Hadley again? The answer appears to be no, not really. That's still a pretty healthy gap, isn't it, between Hadley and Daniel? Probably still hovering around 2 seconds, I would say. Then Bilamoria, maybe a similar gap back to Rob Andrade. Now you can see in the background the Morgan of Shane Kelly, which sits in 5th position. So they head out of Brundle and Nelson. We are approaching the half an hour to go mark, so 15 minutes in. Pit window will be opening very soon. And that is going to add an extra dynamic to this race. As I said, most of the front runners are single driver entries, but those that are being shared by 2 drivers, sometimes one driver a little bit quicker than the other, and inevitably takes that second driver a little bit of time to get themselves up to speed. So could see a bit of a shuffling of the order in the second half of the race. We'll have to wait and see. Pit window, as we can see, is now open. Actually, that lead gap goes out to 3.7 seconds. This lot will not leave each other alone, will they? The MG now back up the inside and getting back ahead of the number 40 of Adam Radford. But Radford then trying to come back at him again down the next straight. Don't forget the MG, the Burnham Firth MG, is not running in the same class as these BMWs, but the BMWs, I think I'm right in saying, certainly Radford and the Nobolivsky number 91 car are in the same lap. The 63, same class I should say. Steve Wood's 63 BMW is as well. And that is the yellow one that's trying to hunt around the outside of Adam Radford, but to no avail. So they're fighting over... what position are they fighting over? It's about 5th in class, I think, isn't it? 6th in class that they're battling over. And here comes the 63 round the outside at Coram to try and get the inside for Murray's, but not quite close enough to do so. Accelerates off the turn then, heads for the start-finish line, and the MG is going to try and get up the middle. In fact, no, it's not. It gets squeezed almost into the pit wall. That was a scary moment. And the MG having to really hit the brakes there. One of those BMWs came in, though. That was Radford, Adam Radford, coming in for his mandatory stop. And all of that loss of momentum has definitely cost the number 49 car a little bit of time. So through goes Brendan Murphy, and now another of the Z4s joining in the fun. Comes siding up the inside of both of them. That was late on the brakes. That must have been the number 177, I think, wasn't it? Which is the Dukes car. Darren and Joseph Dukes. Here a bit further up the road, we've got 24 and 166 continuing their battle. This is Kieran Power and Richard Clark fighting over second place in Class B in the pit lane. There's the number 40 car. Not a lot going on, honestly. If there's no driver change to be done, which there isn't for Adam Radford, you essentially just sit there, have a drink, maybe tweak the tyre pressures, have a little chat with your team, family members, and then get back on your way. But maybe they can tune into the live stream. If they were doing that, they would have just seen a good pass made there by Richard Clark for second place in Class B. Flicks the windscreen wipers on in celebration and tries to get away a little bit now from Kieran Power, who he has just managed to get past. But they're a fair way behind the Watling and Wheeler Fiesta. 13.2 seconds last time around was the lead gap in that class. Lead gap in Class A has gone back out as well now to 5.6 seconds. So a really strange race this for Julian Daniel, isn't it? He was not all that quick at the start, then suddenly was a lot quicker than anybody else, took the lead, lost it straight away, and has never really looked all that competitive ever since. So he's falling adrift now some way of the race leader, Jamie Hadley. As across through Rich's corner go the second and third placed cars in class. And Richard Clark, having got this place, certainly not having an easy time of it. And look, we've got Chris Murphy not that far behind, battling with Callum Bates. Callum Bates in the number 10 BMW Z4. Now, he confusingly is in Class C, not Class B. He's leading Class C, actually, but he is one of the Z4s. So that's going to confuse me at some point later on in the race, I'm sure. But anyway, he and Chris Murphy both catching this group, and Chris Murphy is running in Class B. Sits fourth in that class at the moment. This is the fight for second. He is the grey and orange BMW. The one behind the all grey is the Class C car of Callum Bates, which goes up the inside line with a very aggressive move into Agostini and gets the place, does he? That was quite brave. And especially considering, as I said, they're not actually in the same class. The cars look identical, but there'll be a different engine in the number 10 car. And so he is comfortably ahead in Class C. Anyway, 10 seconds clear of the 199 Robert Quantrell car, the Renault Clio. Now, as I said, he's picked up a co-driver, surnamed Jarman, but who that is I'm not entirely sure because they weren't on the initial entry list. So that car will be having a driver change during this pit window, which is open for 15 minutes, by the way. Julian Daniel is in from second position, so the red number 61 VW Golf in the pit lane. And have to wait and see when it all shakes out, whether he's still in second place or whether he's able to challenge Jamie Hadley, even, who had that decent lead at the time. Here comes the Z4 battle, though. They've swapped back around again now, haven't they, with Chris Murphy back ahead of Callum Bates. In comes the 94, so this is going to be a driver change. Jack Mitchell and Liam Cochrane. Now, let's see if I can figure out who was in the car. Was that Jack Mitchell or was that Liam Cochrane? Trying to see if there's a name on that helmet. I think there is, but my eyesight's not good enough to read the name on the helmet of the driver that just got out. It's Liam Cochrane's car, you can see that quite clearly, but perhaps now handing it over to Jack Mitchell for the second half of the race. That might not be a name actually on the helmet, so never mind. Could be a sponsor's name, but perhaps Richard can try and find out for us. He'll be roaming the pit lane, I'm sure, trying to find some stories. So we've got Kieran Power in now, Chris Murphy is in. We've also got the Quantrell and Jarman machine pitting. So the running order now starts to change quite considerably. But the MX-5, this is the car, of course, that was second in Class E, wasn't it? Having been overtaken by the Adcocks. And there is the car that was in second place. Now they're cooling it. You can see they're blowing some cold air into the front of the VW Golf. Not necessarily because the car was overheating, but just to try and stop it overheating, because of course as it's moving at speed around the track, some cooler air is going into the front of the car, whereas when it's in the pit lane, it isn't quite the case. So out he will go, accelerates away out of the pit lane, hopefully into some clean air. I think he has got some reasonably clean air actually to accelerate into. So Julian Daniel, of course, staying in the car, and will now need to try and get his head down and replicate some of the pace that he showed before the pit stop, and before he sort of faded away slightly from Jamie Hadley, the race leader. So just under 23 minutes to go, almost halfway through this SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race. And again, these Z4s are great additions to the grid, the Z4s. I don't recall seeing so many of the BMW Z4s racing in Club Sport Trophy before. It has been a few months since I covered one of these races, admittedly, but good to have more of them out there. And the 40 and 63 examples here doing battle as another Z4 is in. That's the 177, which was the Duke's car. I'm not sure which of the Dukes is taking over now, either Darren or Joseph. But down towards us comes this scrap going on outside of the top 10, as we have said. So the race leader turns through Williams' corner, and look at that. He's Julian Daniel car has rejoined the track directly behind Jamie Hadley, but a lap down, because of course Hadley hasn't pitted yet. But what we need to keep an eye on, I suppose, is where Hadley will re-emerge onto the track once he makes his stop. So Jamie Hadley then turns through Brundle and Nelson. Is he going to come in this time or just keep on pounding around? I suggest he will probably split it down the middle. Makes more sense, that, doesn't it, really? So that you're not extending either stint too far and overheating yourself or the tyres or the brakes. See in there just dabbing the brakes, just sort of riding the brake a little bit through Coram corner. It's not textbook driving that, but it does help in a front-wheel drive car just to keep the weight on the nose and help it rotate through that never-ending corner. And he is going to come in now just after half race distance. So in comes the race leader, Jamie Hadley. And this is an important stop then in about a lap's time, so in about 2 and a bit minutes time. We'll see where he is in relation to that car that just went across the line, the Julian Daniel machine. So Julian Daniel continues on his way back onto the lead lap now, of course. There he goes looking to the Wilson hairpin. Feroz Bilamoria and Rob Andrade have both continued on as well, so they now become the top 2. Rob Andrade closing back in on Feroz Bilamoria, actually. Shane Kelly is in, though, in the Morgan. Oh, and look at that, there's flames from underneath the Julian Daniel car, and this is the car that was challenging for the race lead, but he needs to get out of that very, very quickly. He pulls over immediately to the side of the road, luckily right next to a marshal's post, but that car has expired in very spectacular fashion, and Julian Daniel's race, no doubt about it, is over. What a shame that is, that you'd never like to see that. Fire is one of the scariest things that a racing driver has to deal with. And look now, he wants to get a fire extinguisher on that car as soon as he can before it goes up in flames completely. But the marshals were not ready with a fire extinguisher at that moment, so hopefully they'll find one. Because that could get very expensive very quickly, couldn't it? But Julian Daniel, what a shame. He's out of the race, and that is, unfortunately, really going to hand this one now, you would imagine, to Jamie Hadley, but there are more pressing matters now, which is dealing with that fire on the number 61 car. Oh, well, that is a shame. It was going to be interesting to see where he came out, but perhaps there was a bit of an overheating issue, definitely overheating now, but I wonder whether there was a little issue maybe developing on that car. I can see a plume of smoke coming over the track on the entry into turn 1, which is just the other side of the barrier from where that car has parked. And I believe that is because they've got the fire extinguisher on it at last, so hopefully they've managed to save it. Double wave yellows. There is the good news, really, which is that Julian Daniels out of the car, and he appears completely fine. Got out of it just in the nick of time, and yet the fire seems to be under control at least, doesn't it? So what a shame, though. That's not what we like to see. And Julian Daniel, who still has the fastest lap in this race, of course. Well, it was going to be quite an exciting moment, this, as Jamie Hadley came out of the pit lane, but he will have no one around him. And as he comes out of the Wilson hairpin, he will see to his right the Julian Daniel car parked at the side of the road and going no further. But luckily, he pulled it into a place of safety. Obviously, his priority was getting it up against the or parked up next to a marshal's post, but that also meant that he got it out of harm's way. There's no need for a safety car, I don't think, so we should be able to continue racing. Right, Feroz Bilamoria and Rob Andrade are both in the pit lane. Now remember, they were running first and second at the time, but that's now essentially the battle for second place. There is Andrade in the white and orange 777 car. I'm trying to spot where Feroz Bilamoria's green and silver Scirocco is. It might be behind us, actually, as the 166 Renault Clio heads back out. That's Richard Clark, who was in contention for a class podium in Class B, so we'll again be interested to see where he ends up. But Rob Andrade's car in. We've had a spin for the 177. That's the Duke's car. Novice cross on the back of that car, because at least one of them is a relative racing rookie. So as he continues on his... Oh, I've just seen the safety car coming out on track, but there's no... And now the safety car is scrambled. The safety car has just left the pit lane, so we are going to go safety car. This presumably is because of Julian Daniels' car at the side of the road. Now, this is going to change everything, because those who are in the pit lane now are in a real advantage, actually, because the race leader, erstwhile race leader, Jamie Hadley, is now going to have to slow his pace. So those that are in the pit lane already will lose less time than they ordinarily would have done. And I suspect anyone who hasn't yet made a pit stop, although actually I think everyone has been in, will now make one. There is Feroz Bilamoria's Scirocco. Look at the top end of the pit lane. So we're focusing there on the number 10 BMW. That's Callum Bates, which was the Class C leader, remember, before the pit window. But behind, or just in front of him, I suppose, just behind our camera, is the Feroz Bilamoria car. Now, Jamie Hadley has gone through, though, to reclaim the lead. So that's actually worked out all right for Jamie Hadley. He's still stayed in front of Feroz Bilamoria. So we should see Hadley appearing very shortly out of Rich's corner. There he is in the background. And Rob Andrade actually right behind him. So we're going to have the top three cars together with no traffic, no lapped cars between them by the looks of it. So there Hadley, then Andrade, then Bilamoria right behind him. Is Shane Kelly still going to come through in fourth position in the Morgan? He's just at Murray's corner now, I can see out of the window. So whether he'll be able to get to the line before the Wheeler and Bates cars come out of the pit lane. We'll have to wait and see. I think they probably will. No, they won't. Wheeler has got out of the pit lane in front of Kelly, and I think Callum Bates might do the same. No, not quite. So Shane Kelly up into fifth, or down into fifth place. But yeah, that's an example of how you can lose time just through the timing of the safety car. So, drama here at Snetterton in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. We'll give this a lap just to let the timing screen catch up with itself, because with pit stops just coming to their conclusion really when this safety car came out, the order is a little bit jumbled from what it actually will be once all is said and done. So we'll just wait till we've got everyone back around behind the safety car, but definitely in the front it will be Hadley, Andrade and Bilamoria, with Wheeler, Kelly and Bates, the order. Pit window now closed, and everybody, I think I'm right in saying, yes, everyone has pitted. So we've got no dramas there. That could be a drama though, couldn't it, if you were waiting to pit right at the end of the window, then you had to slow down behind the safety car for a lap. Could very easily end up missing your time to pit. There is Saranga Sothis car. Now that, remember, came in with a problem early on in the race. It never did rejoin... No, it did rejoin the track, actually, because this is its second visit into the pit lane. It's 3 laps down, But this might actually be Saranga Sothesrari now serving his mandatory pit stop. So I think they did get that car sorted. As long as you're in the pit lane when the pit window closes, that's fine. You're then permitted to complete your pit stop outside of the pit window, if that makes sense. You just have to be in the pit lane at the point at which the window opens. So there goes the leading group. So Jamie Hadley is your race leader. He is not the car that's been picked up by the safety car, but he is the leader of the race, with Rob Andrade and Feroz Bilamoria right behind him. This lot, I think, are still trying to catch up to the safety car, but they have all now gone across the line, so I think I can have a stab at giving you the order, or at least like the top three in each class. So Jamie Hadley leads the way. Rob Andrade is second, Feroz Bilamoria third. They are all Class A cars. In fourth position, the leader in Class B is the number 14, which is the Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler Ford Fiesta, the ST150, as it has been for I think the entirety of the race. Shane Kelly in fifth position. Sixth place for Callum Bates. Callum Bates is the Class C leader in his BMW Z4, and then a whole host of Class B runners. Richard Clark in the Clio, Chris Murphy and Kieran Power in their BMWs, and the top 10 completed by the 199 Renault Clio, the Quantrell and Jarman car. That is second in Class C. Elliot Lettis then in 11th place is third in Class C. And further back, looking at the class leaders, it's still the Mazda MX-5, the Barney Francis... Mazda RX-8 Barney Francis car that leads in Class D, and Class E still led by the Adcocks. As there's a bit of a wave around going on now, the safety car making sure that it does pick up the race leader eventually, so that those trapped behind the safety car aren't at a massive disadvantage. The Adcocks still with a lead in Class E, and they were 16 seconds ahead of the Mitchell and Cochrane Mazda MX-5, but that may well be because the MX-5 was still trying to catch up. Let's see. So we've got the Adcocks coming towards us in the BMW. And yes, I think the Mitchell and Cochrane car, in fact, you can see it there, it's only 2 cars back, so that will be an interesting scrap within Class E as and when we get racing back underway. But if they're going to wait for this entire wave round to be done and all of those wave round cars to catch back up to the safety car train, it could be another lap before we go racing. You can see the safety car has reduced the pace massively to allow as much time as possible for those other cars to catch up, and it might actually be that they say, well, look, you've got a lap to catch up as best you can. If you don't catch the safety car train, well, unfortunately, we can't keep waiting for you, and they may well just restart the race anyway. But you can see they're not exactly rushing around, are they, these wave round cars? All of them really being stuck at the speed that the first car is willing to go at, and I think that first car, number 39, did I say that? Can't have been 39 because there isn't a third car, a 39 car I should say. So that car, anyway, it's the Hyundai Coupe. I think there's only one of those. 38. Oh, I was close. 38. Gary Hobbs is the one that's leading the wave around cars around, but not going very quickly about it, unfortunately. So anyway, race director's done everything he can to try and allow these cars the chance to catch up, and if they're not going quickly enough, then that is on them. Right then, so the cars behind the safety car are somewhere on the infield, I think, being led by Jamie Hadley, who's going to have, by the time he gets back around here, probably 8 minutes or so. 8.5 minutes maybe left of the race to defend. But he should really have the pace, based on what we saw in the first half of the race, to get back away from Rob Andrade and Feroz Bilamoria. That could be the battle, really, couldn't it, to watch between Andrade and Bilamoria. Also keep an eye on that Class E fight, which is pretty close as well, between, it is Matthew Adcock, I've been reliably informed. My logic was right earlier on. If Phil Adcock isn't messaging me, he must be in the car. That was the case. So it's Matthew Adcock in that yellow BMW, but the grey and orange Mazda, not sure who's in that, but the Jack Mitchell and Liam Cochrane car, they're big rivals in Class E, as the 24 car almost slows to a halt going through Palmer's. That's how slow the safety car is going. There are the wave around cars. They picked up pace a bit more now as they head through Riches. So they've got basically the entire infield section to cover in order to catch the safety car queue, which is crawling its way down the Bentley Straight. Usually the fastest part of the track, but not at the moment, it's not. Lights on the Jaguar safety car. Haven't actually had any notification on the timing screen that it's coming in this lap either. Yeah, now I have. As I said that, the safety car in this lap notification comes up on the timing screen. Sometimes you can wish these things into existence. I really do believe in that. So we're going to have probably 8.5 minutes or so to go when they get to the line. Just under maybe. And it's going to be a sprint to the finish in this SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race, which has certainly provided us plenty of drama. Well, this queue have slowed down again now, unfortunately, so I don't think they're quite going to catch up, are they, before the race resumes, because the safety car is at quorum. So there it is, lights out on the Jaguar safety car. It heads for the final corner and the pit lane, and once it's in the pit lane, we'll be good to go racing. No overtaking before the line, though, remember, even if it's on a lapped car, so keep an eye on that. You can pull out of line, you can even get alongside, but you're not allowed to overtake before you get to the timing line. That's not really an issue for Jamie Hadley, though. He's got no one else to overtake, and he's looking forward now to 8.5 minutes of clear green flag running, he hopes. He's got Rob Andrade behind him as the race gets back underway. For Rose Villamoria in third position. Keep an eye for the Fiesta, the number 14 Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler car that leads Class B, as the leaders head towards the Wilson hairpin. And well, Rob Andrade not being dropped immediately here by Jamie Hadley, is he? As the top three round Wilson. And I wonder if Rob Andrade does have something for Hadley, who doesn't seem to be all that rapid, perhaps on cold tyres. The tyres will have lost a bit of temperature and a bit of pressure behind the safety car. Down into the braking zone, and Agostini they go then. Rob Andrade not quite close enough to make a move, but just shows his nose to the inside, trying to distract Jamie Hadley maybe. Accelerating off the corner then up towards the kink at Hamilton. From the left, avoid the tyre stack, which they do, and this gap is not a big one, but we'll have to wait and see how these two cars compare in a straight line. They are the same generation of VW Golf, so unlike earlier on when we had Julian Daniel battling with Jamie Hadley, and they were two different types of VW Golf, these two are near enough identical, I think, in performance. So should be a pretty evenly matched fight as they head for the bridge at the end of the Bentley Straight. On the brakes they go, still Hadley leading, but Andrade not being dropped massively, certainly not coming under too much pressure from Feroz Villamoria at the moment. There is Villamoria in the Scirocco, just slightly in the distance now. And the dip at the bomb hole, and now maybe just that gap starting to creep out ever so slightly, but all three of them on the limit there through the quick right-hander. Oh, we've had a drama for the number 40 BMW. Which is possibly recovering from an off-track excursion, or was it slowing with a mechanical issue? I'm not sure, but that's Adam Radford. So Radford, who had been running well, had he not, in Class B. Well, he dropped down the order quite significantly, possibly because of the timing of the safety car. Maybe because he was running into some sort of issue, I'm not so sure, but he will hopefully be able to get back up to speed. Jamie Hadley sets a new fastest lap, so here's me saying he doesn't look that quick on cold tyres. That was pretty quick. That was a 2:08.141, and he's now 1.5 seconds clear of Rob Andrade, who was nearly a full second slower than him in the end. That was Shane Kelly, by the way, moving up to challenge the Watling and Wheeler Fiesta. They go either side of the number 32 Civic, and around the outside goes Shane Kelly. That's for fourth position. So Shane Kelly does now get the Morgan into fourth spot, and should be able to pull away from the Fiesta, which is led Class B for the entirety of the race, really. Some of the other class battles coming towards us. What's going on in Class E, I hear you ask? Well, still waiting for them to get to the end of their most recent lap, but at last time of checking, it was Matthew Adcock still ahead of the Mitchell & Cochrane car by about 3 seconds, actually, so they should still be safe out in front. As the Z4s head for Agostini. This is a pretty close battle, actually, between the two of them, isn't it, really? You've got Kieran Power and Chris Murphy fighting over third place in class, and that class being Class B. Kieran Power just ahead of Chris Murphy, but only by a couple of cars' lengths. And again, these two very evenly matched cars indeed. Only got 2 cars out of the race at the moment. Saranga Sothesrari never did rejoin the track after that second pit lane visit, so it wasn't just a a mandatory pit stop that he was serving. It was another issue with the BMW, which is a shame. We've also, as we saw, spectacularly so, lost Julian Daniels' car from the race, but thankfully, apart from that, a relatively low attrition rate in this one so far. That's down towards the braking zone here at Brundle and Nelson comes the 6th place battle. Now this is Callum Bates, the Class C leader. He's actually ahead of almost all of the Class B cars because that is the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars in Class B behind him. Richard Clark, Kieran Power and Chris Murphy. But in particular, he has got the attentions of Richard Clark at the moment. Comes up to try and find a way past the Honda Civic. Can't do it into Murray's corner though, the number 32 car that is. Which is a lap down on these guys. Mark Jones. Mark Jones sits in 17th place at the moment, 8th in Class B. Not fighting these two for position, but his car, again, a bit more powerful maybe down the straight, certainly than the Class C BMW, which does now have Richard Clark going to the outside, but Callum Bates sails off into Rich's corner and manages to take the position away, or not take the position away, but at least put the Civic between himself and Richard Clark, who is back up the inside now into Wilson, up on the curb. Helps to turn the car, but it can very easily turn the car over if you hit that curb a bit too hard, especially a car like the Renault Clio with a relatively high centre of gravity. So Anne Palmer's then down into the infield section we go again. Jamie Hadley 2.6 seconds up the road from Rob Andrade now, with probably this lap and one more, I would imagine, for the race leaders to complete. Then, yeah, just going down the Bentley straight, aren't they? So, yeah, they'll get to the line with just under a lap time to go. Richard Clark back up the inside of Callum Bates, look, and he has now gone through. So Richard Clark up into 6th position. So Callum Bates then drops down one position in the overall running order, but he's still comfortably ahead. He's over half a minute ahead. In fact, he's nearly a full minute ahead of the Quattrell and Jarman number 199 car. The other Renault Clio, the Q-Ball Motorsport prepared car. So a very comfortable class lead for Callum in Class C. D still led by Barney Francis. Off has gone the 63. That's Steve Wood, and that's a long way off at the Wilson hairpin. Rally crosses his way back onto the track. Manages to get going again as Elliot Lettis now comes down the hill towards us in the MX-5. Not far behind him is the Brendan Murphy car. And they did have Steve Wood between them until Steve went off at Wilson. There is Steve going down towards us. So he's lost a position to Brendan Murphy overall, but doesn't lose a place in class, still 5th in Class B as it stands. So the race leaders are going to be where? They're on the final lap now. They went through about 30. Oh, here they come, right on cue. Jamie Hadley down towards us. Well, he was. That is the leader in Class D. That is Barney Francis, the Mazda RX-8. I think that's got a different livery on it now, hasn't it, since the last time I saw that car? Maybe it's a different RX-8 I was thinking about. But anyway, he's all on his own in Class D, but still having good fun, I'm sure. And where is he overall in the running order? He is 19th, actually. Gained a place on that lap at the expense of the Dukes, number 177, which might have had another moment somewhere, because quite a slow lap that for the Dukes, about 10 seconds off the pace. There goes Matthew Adcock leading in Class E, coming down towards us in the yellow BMW. The first of the two yellow BMWs, the compact rather than the Z4. But for Jamie Hadley, he's less than half a lap away from the checkered flag now. And what's not been an easy race victory, this, has it? Certainly Julian Daniel was applying some heat in the first part of the race, but unfortunately, midway through, just as the pit stops were starting to cycle through, and it looked like maybe things were going to get close again between them, Julian Daniels' car expired in flames coming out of the Wilson hairpin, and Jamie Hadley has had a pretty easy time of it ever since then. He rounds Coram corner then, heads towards Murray's for the final time, and will exit the final corner, not taking any risks over the curves, not pushing too hard. The race victory is his for the taking, and Jamie Hadley, in fairly dominant fashion in the end, is going to come through to claim the race victory in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy here at Snetterton. Jamie Hadley claims the victory with Rob Andrade in second position and Feroz Bellamoria in third, but there's a time penalty for Rob Andrade. of 33.307 seconds. That will be because of a pit stop infringement. There are quite a lot of cars further down the order who have been given pit stop infringement penalties, but Rob Andrade's wasn't showing until after he crossed the finish line. So actually, Ferroz Bilamoria will be second and Shane Kelly will be third. So Shane Kelly jumps up a position. I think Andrade should hang on to fourth. Then we've got the Watling and Wheeler Ford Fiesta. That's coming through to claim the win in Class B. And yes, fifth position overall for them. Richard Clark, though, was catching them, wasn't he, towards the end? Richard Clark on that final lap, nearly 3 seconds quicker, so another lap, and I think he would have snatched the Class win away. Callum Bates gets the win in Class C. And Class D, as we know, is going to go the way of Barney Francis. Barney exiting the final corner now, and not far behind him, the yellow BMW there of Matthew and Phil Adcock. That was beautiful timing. Across the line they will go, so it's a win for Barney Francis in Class D, and Matthew and Phil Adcock get the victory in Class E as well. He says, pausing to check they haven't been given a penalty. No, they haven't. So they have done everything right in that race, and actually really were the class of the field in the end. In Class E it looked pretty close early on, but they were able to pull a big gap over the rest of their Class E rivals, the best of which was the number 94 BMW, which I think just crossed the line. Yes, it did, but some 15-20 seconds further back. So an entertaining race, as it always is, for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. 45 minutes have flown by, and a very deserving victory for Jamie Hadley then overall, and within Class A. And unfortunately, we lost Julian Daniel from that battle, but hopefully that car didn't sustain too much damage, and we'll have him back out again at a later round. So Hadley the winner by 5.6 seconds in the end over Ferroz Bilamoria. Shane Kelly 28.7 seconds back, but that's not really the full truth of it, is it? Because Rob Andrade was actually second across the line and had the 33 seconds or so added on for that pit stop infringement. It will be because he didn't spend enough time in the pit lane. It won't necessarily be that he was 33 seconds too short on the pit stop time, maybe 3.3. I don't think they multiply by 10 or something like that to give us the actual time penalty. But Jamie Hadley avoided any time penalties, he avoided any drama in that race really, and he claims the race victory overall. And within Class A, Ferroz Bilamoria second and Shane Kelly third, with Rob Andrade fourth. Then it was the Watling and Wheeler Ford Fiesta which finished in fifth position and won Class B, narrowly in the end though, over Richard Clark in the Finsport Renault Clio. Callum Bates the victor in Class C, with Kieran Power and Chris Murphy 8th and 9th. 10th position the Quantrell and Jarman Renault Clio, second in Class C, and Elliot Lettis third in his Mazda MX-5, 11th place overall. Then it was Brendan Murphy, the Burnham Firth MG, finished 13th, not bad going after only doing half a qualifying session earlier on this morning. Steve Wood is 14th. Then it was Adam Radford and the Nobolivsky for the 91 car. Then Stuart Kilroy, Barney Francis, the Class D leader, and Matthew and Phil Adcock claiming the win in Class E. The Dukes were next ahead of Mark Jones. Then it was Mitchell and Cochrane, second in Class E. Gary Hobbs was third in Class E in the Misty Racing car, or Fiesta presumably. No Coupe. Usually Misty Racing known for running the Fiestas, I thought, but that was the Hyundai Coupe. Craig Emerson 24th. The Ridge Bridger and Hoot car was 25th ahead of Francis Falconer. Oates and Woodford were 27th. 28th for Julian, well, actually not finished really for Julian Daniel, and for Saranga Sofisrari. Sofisrari retiring to the pit lane, and Julian Daniel pulling over in flames at the side of the road. So it's another entertaining Club Sport Trophy race in the bag. They will next be racing on the Silverstone National Circuit in August. That's part of the TCR UK event. Then they're back on the live stream at Donington Park as part of the Fun Cup racing. And then they're back on the TCR package again, back at Silverstone once more on the international circuit at the end of the year. So 3 more races, all of them live streamed as part of the BRSCC's extensive live streaming coverage this year. And once again, a reminder to head over to the BRSCC website for all of the details on upcoming live streamed events. Right then, let's head back over to Parc Ferme, where Richard John Neal is going to catch up with our successful drivers after that Club Sport Trophy race.
Always love a club sports race, and that was a particularly good one. A little bit of drama. We could have Obviously done without the fire, which was a shame. Hope the car is okay. Driver obviously was. We saw that coming out of the car. Jamie Hadley takes the win. I think Kieran's going to grab him first. I might nip over and have a word with Firoz Billamoria. So if we go this way, Firoz got P2. Firoz, P2, happy with that?
Yes, because I thought I was P3. So
timing screen says 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, really pleased, considering this morning we had some problems with the brakes and handling, but yeah, it was a good result overall.
Probably better having it today than yesterday because it was really hot. It's getting warmer again though now.
Yeah, it was hot enough. I wouldn't want it any warmer in the car, Richard.
Does it not? I mean, this is your pride and joy, but when you get a really hot day, do you ever think about maybe pairing up with someone else and sharing the driving, or you sort of 100%, this is my car, I'm doing it?
No, well, I mean, this is only the, it's one stint from when I was racing in more endurance races. So 45 minutes an hour is not too bad, to be honest. It goes pretty quickly.
That's excellent. I'm going to have a quick word with Rob because we've got cars on the grid as well.
Cheers,
for the next one.
care.
Well done, Farah. It's lovely to see you. Let's grab a quick word with Rob. Good race. Safety car was a break, wasn't it? It's hot, isn't it, out there?
Very hot out there. Safety car, yeah, that gave us a bit of a cool down breather space. So get the car back down cool and back into our groove again,
What sort of, are you mainly with Club Sport? Do you race this car in other things?
No, that's mainly in Club Sport, this car. I do race another car with another series, TCR Cupra, but yeah, just Club Sport for this one.
And a good race with Firoz there.
I did. We were battling out there, and yeah, it was a tough one, but it's good sport. He is good sport.
That's good to know. And when will we see you next?
Be in the next round.
I don't know when the dates are.
No, actually, I won't be in the next round. The next round's Silverstone, so it'll be Donington next. Yeah, Donington Park I'll be at.
Okay, a bit different to here with the ups and downs. And what's your preference?
Donington Park, it's my home circuit, so yeah, I'm hoping for some good times around there,
Nice one, Rob. Well done. Good to see you on the podium.
Take care.
Thank you very much, Rob Andrade there. And we need to catch up with our winner, Jamie Hadley. Jamie disappeared. Jamie, let's get you over for the second interview. It's all go these days, isn't it, with, circuit stuff, and congratulations. I'm very good, thanks. Not always straightforward. It was, I think, once your main competitor disappeared out of the things, but the safety car punctuated it as well. Does that upset your race rhythm?
A little bit, to be fair, but it gives us a chance to let the car cool, and then you go for a little sprint at the end, so it makes it fun, to be honest. It mixes it up a bit, puts the boys back with you, so it's good. Rob wasn't going to do anything silly. We'd already agreed that, so we're just going to have a bit of fun. That's what we come for, and that's what we do.
With the one driver, who do you get sort of timing it? Do you time it yourself, the pit stopping car, or?
I always mess it up and they laugh at me for it. I got 2 timers in there, but I got like butterfingers, so the boys time it from TSR, the good lads, so they time it all for me, and counting me down on the clock, so I literally parked at the end of the lane because we were a little bit early, but now I got butterfingers. So, but I must just say hello to Ellie and Autumn, my 2 girls. If I had an interview and not said hello, I wouldn't be able to go home tonight. So, just want to say hello to you both. So.
Yeah, enjoying it. Well, are they not old enough to come to the track, or?
They're away with the grandparents actually this weekend, so they'll watch it back at some point. So I want to say hello to them.
Say hello to grandparents as well. Thanks for looking after them. Hope to see them at the track sometime.
Yes, they came last time and supported me, and they love it, so they'll be coming again. So.
Nice one, Jamie. And going back to that pit lane point, if you've got someone else looking after the timing for you, it brings that kind of endurance team feel to it a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, the lads are mustard at that. The lads really helped me out, never let me down. So yeah, they're good lads. So I can fully rely on them.
Nice one, Jamie. Well done. Congratulations on the win. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. Cars are on track for the next race already on the grid. So it's the Ashstone MEP Super Saloons, the Tin Tops and the Hoosier Tyres Intermarque to give them the full title. And we'll be with them in just a couple of moments.
Thank you, Richard. Yep, cars are just now leaving the grid on their green flag lap ahead of a 15-minute race for the Super Saloons, Tin Tops and Intermarque Silhouettes. They had a pretty good race earlier on today, didn't they? Run by Ray Harris with Russell Humphrey giving him a run for his money, along with Colin Smith. Will it be the same 3 at the front this time, or will we have a few new players? Well, we'll find out in a few minutes' time. This is how they line up then. It will be Ray Harris and Russell Humphrey together on that front row of the grid. Colin Smith and Paul Knight row 2, Martin Reynolds and Wayne Spiller on row 3. Then it's Paul Watson and Dave Avis on row number 4. The 5th row shared by Keith White and Mick Robertson. Then it's Peter Selden. Remember, he came from the back of the grid in race 1, but did have a lot of smoke coming from his car as he crossed the line. So hopefully they've resolved that issue. He should be quick from 11th, alongside John Price, then James Hunt and Jacques Whitehead. 8th row for Matt Rowley and Dave Cowan, with Chris Bassett and Mark Cripps on row 9. The 10th row shared by Martin Scott and Paul Coxedge, with Adrian Matthews and Wayne Shawnee behind on row 11. 12th row is where you find Rob Burley in his BMW and Sam Hayward. And you've got on row number 13, Gary Deal and Rick Skelsey, Graham Richardson and Lee Clough on row 14. 15th row, Ian Seal and Angelo Massonetto, with Baz Johnson, Neil Gardner and Alex Sidwell, hopefully at the back of the grid. We'll have to wait and see if everybody makes it out after the race earlier on today. So if you weren't with us for that first race earlier on today, then just to explain what's going on here, there are 3 different championships, all run by the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, Southern Edition, Southern Club, I should say, and they are the Tin Tops, the Super Saloons and the Silhouettes, the Intermarque Silhouettes classes, which all have their own series, and as they pull down towards the end of the Bentley Straight, as we saw in race 1, that was a good overtaking opportunity, and often between cars in different classes, because it's not always the cars that are the most powerful that find themselves in front, but they are often under some threat by the time they get down to the this particular part of the track, where the more powerful cars quite obviously are able to stretch their legs and come into their own. So let's see what's going to happen in race number 2 then, as the cars head out of Nelson towards the bomb hole. A couple of cars perhaps a little bit out of position on the grid, I think, as well, that should move forwards a little from where they started, or where they're starting this one, I reckon. And there, good to see at the back of the grid, the number 9 car, which I wasn't so sure we'd see out. That's Baz Johnson in the Pontiac Coupe. And the other non-finisher was Neil Gardner in his Honda Civic. I didn't spot that car at the back, but then I may have missed it. So hopefully he's got out there. But anyway, at the front of the field, it is Ray Harris and Russell Humphrey set to do battle. Ray Harris in the number 5 Ginetta, Russell Humphrey in the number 51 Vauxhall Tigra. 15 minutes on the clock once again for the second race of the day in the Ashstone MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops with Hoosier Tyres, Intermarque Silhouettes. They accelerate off the final corner, 2 by 2 across the grid hatchings then, and towards the start of the race. Here they come then towards the red lights on the starting gantry. They will go out in a moment, and then we'll be away and racing for the second time today. Off they go, and the rush towards the first corner begins. Who's going to get the edge? Is it going to be Ray Harris or Wayne Spiller? It's Ray Harris just about still in front. So, sorry, Russell Humphrey, wasn't it, who started alongside him this time? It's not Paul Knight. He's up into 3rd position. 4th place looks like it's Martin Reynolds in the Mark II Ford Escort. Defending from Wayne Spiller, though, in that Cupra TCR car. Shout runs around the outside line. Accelerate off the corner up towards Palmer. As you can see, there is a slight inclination coming out of the Wilson hairpin, accelerating up and over a crest towards Palmer's. A little bit of undulation then here at Snetterton, certainly nothing compared to an Alton Park or Brands Hatch, but it's got a little bit of character to it, this place. Again, you can see there a slightly downhill braking zone into Agostini, out of which they accelerate then towards Palmer's. And already the race leader Ray Harris starting to get away, but we saw in race 1, didn't we, that it took Russell Humphrey a couple of laps to get up to speed. Once he did get up to speed, he was actually the fastest man on track. Then he had a spin whilst challenging for the lead up at Brundle and Nelson. Recovered, almost caught back up again, and then seemed to sort of lose a bit of pace on the final lap. But he is quick enough, I think, to give Ray Harris a hard time here as they run through Williams onto the back straight. And oops, someone's off. One of the BMWs with a spin. That's the number 11 car. And that is Mark Cripps. So Mark Cripps has had a rotation coming out of Williams. And Cripps had started the race 18th on the grid, so he'd gained a few places, I think, from there, but then loses them all and plenty more. He will rejoin right at the back of the field after that spin. That's a shame. He'll be on the fight back now for the rest of the 15 minutes. Through Corham Corner comes the 4th place battle, though. This is Martin Reynolds just ahead, I think, of Paul Knight, and then Wayne Spiller at the head of the next group, snatching a break as he turns into the final corner. But at the end of lap 1, it is Ray Harris who leads the way in the Ginetta silhouette. Russell Humphrey 1.7 seconds, let's call that, behind in Colin Smith and Martin Reynolds. Did we ever get Peter Selden out there, I wonder? I don't. Yes, we did. He's 18th, so Peter Selden did get the BMW back out there, perhaps just feeling it out on that opening lap. But Peter Selden in the big red BMW came from the back of the grid to finish 15th. Sorry, to finish 11th in the race earlier on. And that was second in Class C, so Class C led by Dave Avis at the moment. Although, interestingly, Peter Selden not showing on the timing tower, is he? But I did have him in... No, I beg your pardon, sorry, I was misreading that. He hasn't come through, so he is a non-starter. So too, I think, is Angelo Massanetto. And the number 340 as well, I don't think took the start. Of Alex Sidwell, who I don't think we had out in race 1 either. So a few of them didn't make the start, including, unfortunately, Peter Selden. That's a shame. So anyway, a couple of them non-starting, but we've got plenty of cars out there, more than enough for a good race. And as they wind their way through Williams now, onto the Bentley straight again. Good battle here between a couple of the silhouettes. Keith White there, the red BMW. And behind one of the Tigres, that'll be John Price, I think, the 267. And then they've got Mick Robertson in the Corrado just ahead. Oh, up the inside goes Keith. No, not quite close enough into Brundle. Accelerate off the corner up towards the bomb hole again. 38 car just settling in behind for now. Right, what's going on out in front? Is it still 1.6 seconds the lead gap? I'd say it's gone out slightly, looking out of the window. So Ray Harris and Russell Humphrey are... oh, we've had a spin, and that's the Pontiac that's been around. And has that been in the wall? There's a lot of grass to the right-hand side of the road, but a flame out of the bottom of the car. And that is not good news, I'm afraid, for Baz Johnson. And if that car is stuck there, that's going to require a safety car, isn't it, at the very least? But I wonder if he's been in the fence on the right-hand side. I can see he's getting out of the car, so that's, well, good news, he's okay. But bad news, the car is stranded there, and that's definitely going to require the safety car. He hops very energetically over the barrier, so Baz is absolutely fine. The car, sadly, I think might be a bit second-hand. Looking at where the grass was there on the track, it's almost like he has been in the barriers on the right-hand side of the road. So I think we're going to go safety car. The safety car hasn't actually been scrambled. Now it has, but it hasn't moved. It hasn't left the pit lane exit. So, again, not getting the safety car out there quite quick enough is going to cause a bit of confusion, as you can see, where we've got some cars overtaking each other. That was Mick Robertson, who I think had slowed down, and Keith White hadn't. So Keith had gone past him. So they're sorting it all out between themselves now. There's the safety car, sort of stubbornly sat there in the pit lane, refusing to go anywhere. I'm sure they're not refusing to go anywhere. They'll be waiting for the call from race control, but because the leaders had already gone through, the safety car doesn't jump out in the middle of traffic, because that's asking for trouble. Instead, they will wait for the cars to come back around next time, but that can sometimes delay the recovery operation. There is the number 9 machine. Cars being guided as far away from it as possible. Now the safety car heads out because there's no one on track at the start-finish straight, so they'll park up on the track into Rich's corner, and then they will wait for the field to come around. But in a 15-minute race, this is going to take the majority of the middle portion of the race, I would imagine, because that car will probably not be towable. If it's made contact with the barrier, I don't think it'll be towable. If he's just spun and stalled it, that's a different matter. They might be able to tow it, but I've just got a funny feeling, looking at the angle of the wheels and, like I said, the grass down the right-hand side of the road, I've got a funny feeling that there might be damage to the right-hand side of the car, which we couldn't really see. And if that's significant enough, they'll need the flatbed truck to get it moved out of the way. So waiting for the safety car to be collect the cars that are making their way down through Brundle and Nelson. 3.5 seconds was Ray Harris's lead. Of course, that's going to evaporate now with this safety car period. With Russell Humphrey second, Colin Smith third, then Martin Reynolds, then Paul Knight in the number 3 car. There you can see Baz Johnson's car being worked on by the marshals, but no recovery vehicle yet in sight, which is a bit of a shame. So this is probably now going to require, well, maybe a third lap. This is the second lap of the yellow flag conditions that is about to, or is just beginning. Whereas we might now also need a third one to get the track fully cleared. Anyway, wait and see. Here goes the Renault Megane there that runs down in 24th place. Good opportunity this to run through some of the class leaders then. So obviously the Intermarque class being led by Ray Harris, the overall race leader. The Intermarque Silhouettes IS class by Colin Smith, who sits in 3rd position, but that's sort of a class within a class. Then you've got Martin Reynolds leading in Class B in 4th position. The yellow markers behind the numbers on the timing tower denoting Class B. The red numbers, that is Class S. Wayne Spiller, one of the only runners in that class this weekend, as now the flatbed truck arrives on the scene. And yeah, course car and medical car there as well, I think, just to check Baz Johnson over, which again does lend some support to my theory that he's knocked himself about a little bit. He seems fine, like I said, it'll just be a precaution, but I reckon there is a bit of damage done to that car. Anyway, just to continue down through the classes, then you've got Dave Avis, who leads in Class C. That's probably going to be the class to follow, I think, once the race gets back underway. Dave Avis, Dave Cowan, pretty close together, pretty evenly matched as well, those two have been. Then in Class D, it's the number 45 again, the VW Golf GTI of Martin Scott. And in T1, one of the tin tops element of the race, we've got the Honda Civic Type R of number 87, which is Graham Richardson. Did I miss T2 out? Yes, I did. T2 being led by number 33. And that is the Peugeot, is it not? Yes, of Chris Bassett. So Chris Bassett leading in T2, that's the tin tops element of the race. And for what it's worth, Class TP, there's only one entrant in it, but that class being led by number 29, Rick Skelsey. Absolute rubbish. By number 7, Ian Seal, not even close to number 29. They did start together in the earlier race, but that's not really an excuse. Anyway, so it is Ian Seal leading in that particular class. This recovery is taking a little bit longer than we'd like, isn't it? Because I don't think they're going to get the safety car in this time. That means they'll have to do at least one more lap. We've only got 5 minutes to go, and they're not even at the line yet. I reckon a safety car lap is in excess of 3.5 minutes or so. They can try and speed the safety car up a little bit, I suppose. But again, it's part of the problem, really, with this being such a long lap at Snetterton when we're on the full 300 circuit. A safety car, even if it's only out for 2 laps, that can be half the race gone. So it can't be helped. Obviously, we needed a safety car. We've got a car stuck in the middle of the road. But I suppose having started early after lunch, they probably had time to red flag the race if they wanted to and just restart it rather than tour around behind the safety car. But I think they're very keen to get through some of the sprint races so that we definitely have 3 hours left for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series race, which is the main race of the afternoon in a way, certainly the longest race of the afternoon. We've got one more race after this before the C1s, that being the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series will kick off at 3:25 or so, probably a bit earlier than that now. So yeah, we're going to have one more lap behind the safety car. I'll be interested to see what this lap time is for the safety car, which is just coming through Corham and into Murray's now. Because we've got we're going to have about 3.5 minutes left when they get there. Oh, there's fluid to be covered now as well. That's, yeah, that is the same place, isn't it? That's Wilson Corner. So they've got 3.5 minutes to go. The safety car hasn't yet got to the timing line. And what is this lap time going to be? What I'm trying to figure out is whether we're going on to the last lap now. And it's going to finish behind the safety car. Hope that's not the case, but funny feeling. Well, they crossed the line now. That was a 4 minutes and 38 second lap, and there are 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Now, granted, it would have been a slow lap because I think the safety car's been going quite slowly to try and maybe improve the chances of us restarting the race that time, but that was never going to happen, really, was it? So we'll see if it now does speed up a bit more this time. If it does, we could get a restart, but there is fluid to be covered with the cement dust. That car, presumably, has the car been recovered yet from Williams or not? Can't see from that angle. The car's gone, I think I'm hearing. So, yeah, the car has been recovered at least. So, okay. The track... Oh, no, it hasn't. Well, it's at the side of the road. I'm not convinced I'd call that the safest place. They had a flatbed truck there to pick it up. I'm surprised a little bit that they didn't take the car away, but perhaps to try and speed up the operation, they've decided not to do that. Anyway, whatever, not my decision to make. But yeah, I think the track will be ready to race at the end of this lap. The question is whether we have any time left to race at the end of this lap. There may be a provision within the regulations, as is the case with some championships, where we can add time on at the end of the race, but it may well be that we instead get a checkered flag waved on the pit wall. Can I see a checkered flag being readied, maybe? I'm directly opposite the flag gantry. Well, the yellow flag has been rolled away by the marshal, that much I can tell you. So the yellow flag is not going to be needed at the end of this lap, but will we get a green flag or will we get a checkered flag? I'll let you know as soon as I see any movement from the pit wall, but a minute and a half to go. Safety car does seem to have sped up a little bit. So maybe it's going to get back in time, but of course if Ray Harris wanted to, he could just slow things down a little bit more, couldn't he, and not have to then do an extra lap, because imagine if he did do an extra lap and then something went wrong and he could have actually just made that the final lap of the race. So we'll see. Safety car definitely has sped up, but I don't know, you know. I don't know, this is a much quicker lap. Purple sectors all round for the Jaguar safety car at the moment, and they're giving us our best chance of getting one lap of racing in. There is the flag stand on the inset. So now that's essentially the view that we've got from the commentary box of the starting gantry. So if you see a checkered flag appearing there, we will know it's the end of the race. We've got 30 seconds to go. They're just going into corner. The lights are out on the safety car. So if we get back to the line, how much does Ray Harris want to have another lap at speed around Snetterton? If he really wants to, he'll put his foot down here and get to the line within the next 20 seconds. If he doesn't, he will coast home. He is in complete control of the pace that they're carrying here. I just don't think he's going to get there. He's crawling along into Murray's corner. 8, 7, 6, 5. He's not going to get there, is he? He's sped up. The green flag is waiting. Are they going to give them another lap anyway? They might do. Yes, they're going to. They're waving a green flag, so they're going to give them an extra lap of racing then. Well, good for them. That's what we want to see. We want to see racing. We all turned up today to see some racing, and that's what we're going to get. So Ray Harris, Russell Humphrey, and Colin Smith then across the line. They crossed the line, for what it's worth, 6.2 seconds after the 15 minutes had elapsed. So they're going to give them very much an extra bonus lap, which is, I think, a really good decision, actually. So through the Wilson Hairpin come Colin Smith and Martin Reynolds. They're battling over third position. Martin Reynolds already leads in Class B, remember. But wants to try and get onto the overall podium if he can. Sliding their way through Palmer's out towards the back of the circuit. We had a drama for 188. That's Neil Gardner. Now there is someone who will be wishing that they'd throw the checkered flag, because this is my point. You see, you do an extra lap, try to give them an extra lap of racing, things can go wrong. So Neil Gardner surviving some sort of drama, I think, on the approach to Rich's corner. Maybe it was a mechanical issue that slowed him down. Hopefully the same fate does not befall Ray Harris, though, who turns his way now into Oggies, up towards the right-hander at Williams. And from there, accelerates down the Bentley straight. Not really under any threat here, is he, from Russell Humphrey, really. Out of Williams down the back straight. They pass the Baz Johnson car. Oh, no, they have not moved the Baz Johnson car. There it is. A bit further down the straight now from where he ended up. Someone's on the grass in the background. But whoever it was, I think they managed to keep going in vaguely the right direction as Russell Humphrey turns the Tigre. through Brundle and Nelson, but it looks like being a second win of the day for the Ginetta, doesn't it? Ray Harris turns through the bomb hole, heads towards Coram, pushing on pretty hard, isn't he there? Moving the car about quite a bit through the quick right-handers. And up towards the final corner at Murray's. It's been a good drive this from Ray Harris. He had an extra lap to contend with, but never really looked all that likely to lose the lead, and it will be a second win of the day then in the Intermarque Silhouettes for Ray Harris, who sees the checkered flag and claims the race victory here at Snetterton. Russell Humphrey comes home in second position, and Colin Smith, just about third, but Martin Reynolds almost got him on the line, actually, a tenth and a half in it at the flag, and it was just about still Colin Smith ahead. Reynolds, though, of course, gets a victory in his class. A few other side-by-side battles to the line, albeit amongst cars, once again, that are not in the same class as each other. So we've had a win for Martin Reynolds in Class B, a win for Wayne Spiller in Class S. Dave Avis came home to claim the second win of the day in Class C in the end. Dave Cowan not really able to put too much pressure on him. Then Wayne Shawnee, I think, has just won in Class A again, yes, in the Audi Quattro TT over Rod Burley. T1 won by number 41 Sam Hayward. T2 by missed T2 again, haven't I? T2 was Bassett still, the number 33 car of Chris Bassett. I think that's it for class winners. So well done to Ray Harris. Set the fastest lap as well there on the last lap, a 2:03.925, which is slightly slow, about 3/10 slower than they were going in the race earlier on today. But it was much the same, really, as the race earlier on today, in that it was a victory for Ray Harris. Ray Harris victorious here at Snetterton for the second time in his Ginetta. Russell Humphrey second, Colin Smith in third, ahead of Martin Reynolds, Mick Robertson, Paul Knight, Wayne Spiller, Keith White, Paul Watson, and Dave Avis to complete the top 10. John Price was 11th, Dave Cowan 12th, and Chris Bassett and James Hunt 13th and 14th respectively. 15th place Matt Rowling ahead of Jacques Whitehead. Mark Cripps was next, then it was Martin Scott, Wayne Shawnee, Adrian Matthews, Rod Burley, Sam Hayward, Graham Richardson, Paul Coxedge, Gary Deal, Rick Skelsey and Lee Clough in 27th place, Ian Seal 28th, Neil Garner 29th, and Baz Johnson, the one retirement, having gone off in the Pontiac Coupe at the exit of Williams Corner. So the cars then make their way back around to the pit lane, and we will very shortly, hopefully, have the cars out for our final sprint racing action of the day, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship. And the Compact Cup with 2 races under their belt already. Then we have action from the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. So we are running at the moment about 20 minutes, 15 minutes maybe ahead of time. About 15 minutes, I'd say. So if you're tuning in specifically for the C1 race, then you haven't got that long to go before that one gets underway, but stick around anyway for the BMW Compact Cup action that is about to kick off. So down towards pit lane will come Ray Harris, and he'll be very, very pleased with his day's work here at Snetterton. Very strong and assured performance in both races. Didn't have quite the same level of pressure that time from Russell Humphrey for whatever reason, but Russell seems to be the kind of driver, doesn't he, that just needs a few laps to get going, to get up to speed, and because of the safety car there interrupting that race, he just didn't have that opportunity on that occasion. But, he will be very pleased indeed to have claimed the race victory, and even more pleased, I'm sure, to have an opportunity for the second time today to have a chat with Richard John Neal.
Well, we're going to get the view of our race winner, Ray Harris, coming into pit lane in his Ginetta Super Silhouette car. Just alongside there's Russell Humphrey to the right of camera. And right, I'm going to whiz over and grab a quick word with that. We're going to try and catch up with the tin top winners as well this time around, because we missed them in race 1 of the day for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. Now the race is to how quickly can you get your crash helmet off and grab a quick interview. So Ray out of the car and gloves off, have a quick chat with the team. Longer time goes on, of course, with safety. So in the old days before the hands device, it used to be a lot quicker to get the crash helmet off, or maybe we'd stick a microphone in. Top job actually from Ray there. It's gets that off. Congratulations. Not as much racing as you would have liked, obviously, there, Ray, but double win will look good in the record books.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Hope Baz is all right. Looked like he had a bit of damage there, but yeah, win's a win. Yeah, it was all right, but yeah, a few more minutes racing would have been nice.
Yeah, shame, isn't it, that it goes that way, but car all good, though?
Yeah, car was good. I crunched second a couple of times coming down the box, so we might have to take that out and have a look.
Okay.
But, yeah, you've got to look after these things, otherwise they will fall apart.
Absolutely right. It's all one in the workshop, isn't it? And hopefully not too much for you to do next time.
No, I won't do it anyway. One of these lot will do it.
Nice one. Good to see you, Ray. Well done on the double win. I wanted to catch up with the tin top winners. So we're looking for Chris Bassett, and he's down there. Thank you, Scott, for pointing that out. Chris Bassett in the 33. So we'll have a look out here. So here we go with... Can we grab Chris? Oh, hello. A little bit of a heated conversation going on here. Let's see if we can get Chris over. Chris, can we grab a quick winner's interview? Chris Bassett. He's gone. Oh, he's over here. Chris. Should have recognised you from before, Chris. Apologies for that. Looking totally the wrong direction. We didn't get a chance to talk to our tin top winner last time out, and we'll put that right in a minute. But obviously you got that one. Should we do a double? Why not? It sounds like a good idea. Chris and Matt. How you getting, Matt?
Yeah, how you doing?
Well done. You won that one. As I said to our race winner Ray, you could have done with a few more laps, really.
No, I was quite happy with less laps, to be honest.
I wanted more laps.
No, I had a few fuel starvation issues on the last flying lap of that. Yeah. So we've had a few issues all weekend, really. So a bit tight time, we've got to put some fuel in it. So luckily, the safety car came out, so it was absolutely fine.
Robbed by a safety car.
And Matt, congratulations on your win earlier on. We finally get to catch up with you. Tell us a little bit about your car, and is this a good entry level for people wanting to come saloon car racing?
Yeah, it's a fantastic entry level. Yeah, it's a really friendly paddock. Yeah, great bunch of guys. Yeah, really nice and friendly, really well run.
Racing largely is around the southeast of England because it was born out of that, I won't mention the other club, but it was born out of drivers that were grouped down there. So where's the next round?
Next one, I think we're at Brands next, and then finish off at Silverstone.
Nice one as well. Did you get to Lyddon too as well?
We have. Lyddon was last, yeah. Last one was Lyddon.
Cool. So yeah, southeast base, but trips up here, Silverstone as well.
A couple of times. Yeah, Lyddon, Mallory, Combe. We did Castle Combe this year. That's always good fun.
What's on your cars first of all? How far away from standard is yours?
Engine-wise, it's standard with a bolt-on exhaust and inlet manifold, and then just tweaking suspension, really.
So not an overly complicated way of getting in?
No, absolutely no. It was a road car when I bought it. I've literally bolted some suspension around it and some sticky tyres.
Fantastic stuff. And Chris, obviously, you've been around this championship a while because we used to film you for Motors TV, I think, going back quite a little while ago, and pretty much the same. Is it fairly simple?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a new suspension on it this year from Quantum. The engine's by Pug One Off up in Northampton, and then again this started life as an XSI road car, and then every year we try and go a little bit quicker, and to where we are today.
And a good race between you two. Obviously, you swapped places in the first one. You were looking to do the same again here.
Yeah, I was hoping. Chris told me he'd run out of decent tyres in that race, so I was hoping that I was robbed by the safety car. I think personally, I think I had the pace to catch him, but we never know.
Scores to settle next time out. Guys, thanks very much for having a chat with us. Congratulations on your win earlier on. Your win. There we go. We've got cars on the grid, so I think we've got one more race before we go C1 racing, and that is the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, third race of the weekend for. We grabbed a quick word when we were in the cafe at lunchtime with Joe Doble, who had time. Remember, he had an engine problem. We thought there was a problem with the car. Saw him in the cafe, so we kind of thought because he was getting food, everything was all right. He said everything's okay, and he lines up in this partial reverse grid in 10th position. To give you the full rundown in just a few moments, we go back to Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, always a highlight of the weekend, this, the partially reversed grid for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. We've had 2 race victories for Joe Doble, as Richard was documenting there. And he also gives us the good news that Joe Doble's car appears to be fine after whatever this mystery issue was, but it would always be there in the back of my mind if I were Joe, that potentially that problem could resurface, so I'll have to wait and see if all is okay. But either way, even if the car is healthy, he's going to have some work to do here to get to the front, because obviously he's got a lot more overtaking to do in this one than he's had so far this weekend, where he's led every lap of competition in the Compact Cup. Cars then leaving the grid and onto their green flag lap. The grid will line up as follows with this top 10 reversal by the looks of it. So it is Javier Ross who's got pole position. It's Ross Stoner who will start alongside him. Max Noble and Gareth Claydon are next. So Gareth Claydon's not actually a full reverse that they do. They sort of jumble the order a bit. So Gareth Claydon's come out of that pretty well. He's 4th on the grid, but finished in that race earlier on today in 6th position. So he's gained a position or so compared to if it was just an overall top 10 reversal, if that made sense. Mike Doble and Alex Reid then share row number 3. Then row number 4 for Adam Wright and Gordon McMillan, with Conor Grady and Joe Doble, top 2 in the race, top 2 in the championship, both starting on the 5th row of the grid together. They're the 2 to watch for, aren't they, when we get the race underway. 6th row then for Barney Lauer and Thorburn Astin. He put together a good race, having non-started yesterday to finish 12th. All of these drivers now just in the order in which they finished the race. It will then be row 7 for Alistair Smith and Richard Sutherland, Gregor Pryor and Rod Langham on row 8, 9th row Tim Seaford and Martin Corkwell, with the Flowers and Henry Cook at the back of the grid. So yeah, they jumble the order. I think they do it in sections, if memory serves. I think they do the top 4, then the next 4, and then the back 2 all get sort of inverted in some kind of weird way, and it all gives us a very interesting grid, and usually the best race of the weekend for the compacts, which is not normally a championship lacking in things to get excited about. But in these 3rd races of the weekend, that is most definitely the case. And we anticipate another exciting 15 minutes of racing. Championship-wise then, as we've been saying, it's all been about Joe Doble and Conor Grady really this weekend. They've started to distance themselves ever so slightly now from the likes of Gordon McMillan, for example, in the championship chase. And Gordon McMillan, who led the championship going into the Anglesey round a month or so ago, now finds himself starting to trail a little bit, not by a long way. Coming into the weekend, he was actually 2nd on dropped scores, and only 5 points adrift of Joe Doble. He's had a solid weekend so far. This weekend has Gordon McMillan. He claimed a 3rd place in both races, and he'll be starting this race, just in front of Conor Grady and Joe Doble, so that is in the order you'd have expected. And I wonder whether he might be able to keep them behind. He's famously difficult to overtake, Gordon McMillan, so I wonder if we're going to see him getting his elbows out to keep those 2 behind. It's a good opportunity, this reverse grid race, to get one over on drivers that maybe have the outright pace over you, but if you've got good racecraft and you can defend well, then you can sometimes keep them behind. We saw that in the race earlier on today, didn't we, from Alex Reid, who was frustrating Gareth Claydon by defending very, very well his 4th position, and Gareth just couldn't find a way through, but it was a brilliant defence from Alex. There had been a bit of a touch between the 2, hadn't there, earlier on in the race. There was no penalty for that. The only penalties that were applied were for track limits infringements for Alistair Smith and Gregor Pryor. So no penalty given for that contact between Alex Reid and Gareth Claydon. Of course, Gareth will now have to overtake him again, won't he? Because Alex actually is starting... no, he won't. Sorry, no. Alex is starting 2 places behind him on the grid, so hopefully if Gareth gets a good start, he could be a shout for a race win here, Gareth Claydon, that number 1 car, starting from the outside of row 2. You can see him there just pulling into position. Car number 1, the pale blue and white car. He's got Mike Doble, father of Joe Doble, lining up just behind him. As the field pulls into position then, waiting for the last couple Matt Flowers and Henry Cook to arrive, although I don't see Matt Flowers on the grid out of the window anyway, so I'm not convinced Matt has made the start, unfortunately. That's a bit of a shame, but everybody else looks as though they're there, and the green flag then will be waved momentarily at the back of the field, just waiting for the rescue unit to be in position. And then we'll be good to go racing then. 15 minutes on the clock for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Revs rise, lights go out, away they go, and a good start made by Ross Stoner from the outside of row number 1. And look at Gordon McMillan. Gordon McMillan comes steaming down the outside of everybody, and Gordon's going to be challenging for maybe second place as they arrive at Riches. That was a fantastic start from McMillan, who, as I said, needed a good result really in this one. He gets hung out to dry a little bit. Gareth Clayton on the inside of him as they go side by side for third on the run down to the Wilson hairpin. But Gordon McMillan away very, very well indeed. Ross Stoner, though it is, who leads down into the hairpin for the first time. Gordon McMillan sailing round the outside of the 23 of Max Noble there as he tries to gain another position. That looks like Conor Grady, who's gone backwards, hasn't he, off the start? Conor Grady's starts this weekend have left a little bit to be desired, has to be said, and he's lost touch already with the likes of Joe Doble, who really needs to be trying to beat in this race, having lost a few points to Joe over the course of the weekend. So down towards Agostini for the first time then. Stoner leads the way. It is the number 23 car of Max Noble in second place, Gordon McMillan third, Gareth Clayton fourth, and which Doble is that in fifth? I think that is Joe Doble, you know, up into fifth position. So Joe Doble has had a brilliant start, if that is the case. McMillan there in the background up the inside of Max Noble. Did that work? Yes, it did. Noble ends up on the grass, and Gordon McMillan through into second place. So McMillan into second. Noble just about fending off Gareth Clayton, although Gareth will get a run up the inside because Noble understeered a bit wide out of Oggies, and Gareth Clayton slips through on the inside line, and that is Joe Doble, number 11, in behind. So Joe Doble into the top 5 already, having started 10th on the grid. Then it is Alex Reed and Mike Doble behind. Lots of cement dust there being kicked up after the previous race. And as they head down the back straight, already Gordon McMillan, Gareth Clayton, Joe Doble marching to the front. Doble there going around the outside, I think, of Max Noble. Yes, he is, into fourth position. So Joe Doble up into P4. Championship leader pulling in a really, really good drive here. Through the bomb hole they go. McMillan out wide over the exit curb as they head for Coram. Joe Doble hasn't actually got that move made yet, has he, on Max Noble? And he's got Alex Reed in behind. Now Joe Doble manages to make fourth place his own. Turn through Murray's corner then. Car off in the background. That looks like Richard Sutherland. It is Richard Sutherland, who's been grass tracking. He's got a ding in the door as well, hasn't he? I'm not sure if that was there already before the race started. Anyway, across the line we go. And now we've got a race on our hands, I think, because Ross Stoner won't give away the lead easily. He is 0.8 of a second clear of Gordon McMillan as they head across the line. Gareth Clayton in third, Joe Doble in fourth. So we've got three of the big hitters in this championship running line astern. Conor Grady, though, the one that really, the one thing he needs to work on is his starts, I think, isn't it? Because he's down in 8th position. So yes, he's gained one place, but when you look at the progress made by the likes of Joe Doble and Gordon McMillan, he needs to try and bribe Gordon into showing him his onboard, I think, of that restart to see how he did it, because Gordon McMillan quite clearly has got the knack of getting these cars off the line. That is Rod Langham off the road up at the Wilson hairpin. Looks like he's gone straight on, but for the race lead, Gordon McMillan is all over Ross Stoner as we head down into the Agostini hairpin for the second time. But like I said, Ross Stoner, who I don't believe has ever won a race in this championship, is not going to want to relinquish this race lead too easily. Gordon McMillan will have to go out there and take it from him into the left-hand kink at Hamilton. And then the braking zone at Oggies. McMillan way wide up the curb. Needs to be careful about track limits. I'm pretty sure that will be one of the corners where they're monitoring them. Out wide goes Ross Stoner, though. McMillan nuzzles up the inside, and this is for the race lead. Gordon McMillan sees his opportunity, does go through into the lead of the race. Good opportunistic driving that from Gordon McMillan. A small mistake from Ross Stoner, and McMillan needed no second invitation. Through he will go. Gareth Clayton, meanwhile, under threat from Joe Doble for third. But, of course, Gareth really wants to get on with fighting away past Stoner too, so that he can go after Gordon McMillan. He looks to the inside line, underneath the bridge into Brundle. Is he late enough on the brakes to commit to a move? The answer is no, but they all bunch back up, actually, behind McMillan, interestingly. Ross Stoner coming back at the race leader slightly then as they round the right-hander up towards the quick right-handers at the end of the lap. Four of them then for the lead as they tip through the bomb hole into Coram corner. Intriguing then that Gordon McMillan can't get away here, and Ross Stoner is being given maybe a little bit of an incentive to have a go here as they head into the final turn. Here comes Joe Doble around the outside of Gareth Claydon though. Gareth Claydon, oh, there's contact between the two of them. Claydon did well to gather that together, and Joe Doble, in fairness to him, I think bailed out of that one. And Alex Reid goes through, and so too will Max Noble. Now that is not going according to plan for Joe Doble then. So a completely different order as they come across the line this time. McMillan leads, Stoner second, Claydon third, Reid fourth, Noble fifth. Connor Grady is in sixth position, had his nose ahead of Joe Doble. So look at this, the top two in the championship now suddenly find themselves together against all odds. After that poor start for Connor Grady, he's set the fastest lap of the race. He's picked up another couple of positions and now is right on the tail of his championship rival as they head through the Wilson hairpin for the third time. So Connor Grady suddenly has an opportunity, after all, to try and get some points back. Round the hairpin they go. McMillan then out in front. The cynical part of my brain is wondering whether or not Gordon McMillan was deliberately slowing things down then to try and cause a bit of action behind, because of course he needs to outscore both Connor Grady and Joe Doble in this race to try and close in the championship. I don't think that's what he was doing, but if it was, that was very smart, because it has worked a treat, hasn't it? Joe Doble was the one who ended up coming out of that the worst, and he has now nipped back up the inside of Max Noble there. So Joe Doble, who was actually 7th at the line, back into 5th position now. He was 16 thousandths of a second behind Connor Grady, so they were basically side by side. I really don't think this is deliberate from Gordon McMillan though, because look, he still can't get away from Ross Stoner. Ross Stoner is going with him and giving Gordon McMillan a bit of the hurry up. Connor Grady doing the same now to Max Noble. Connor really needs to make this move stick, and quickly pulls to the right hand side, heading down the Bentley Straight. That's the outside line for Brundle, but if you can tough it out round the outside through the left-hander, you get the inside line for the right-hander. Is that what Connor Grady is going to be able to do? They sweep through Brundle into Nelson. There is Joe Doble. What's going on behind? Yes, Connor Grady's done it. Textbook move that at the end of the Bentley Straight. It's a bit wide over the curb, but just gets back across in front of Max Noble. And Connor Grady then up into 6th position again. Joe Doble crucially only one place ahead of him, but this has sort of reset things a little bit now for Connor, because he'd lost so much ground to Joe on the opening lap and now does at least have the opportunity to follow him through the field. And if Joe does have another little stumble, then Connor is there to capitalise. So down across the start-finish line they go then. Gordon McMillan leading, Ross Stoner in 2nd position, then Gareth Claydon, Alex Reid, Joe Doble, Connor Grady, Max Noble, Mike Doble and Adam Wright, all in this lead group. It is a 9-car lead battle. And Joe Doble sets the fastest lap as he closes in now on Alex Reid, this for 4th position. If Joe Doble gets the hat-trick this weekend, then he will have really earned it, won't he? He's in 5th position then with just under half the race to go. And the right-hander, Doble, inches away from the back of Alex Reid's car. But we saw in race 1, didn't we, that Alex Reid is not an easy man to overtake. He kept Gareth Claydon behind him for the entirety of race 2. And he knows where to position that car to keep the car behind him. So don't think for a moment that this will be easy work for Joe Doble. He may be the championship leader, he may have more race wins than anyone else so far this season, but that doesn't mean he's going to be waved through. In fact, all the more reason probably why other drivers are going to want to try and keep him behind, because they'll want to prove a point, won't they, that they can out-duel Joe Doble. So Joe turns through the left-hand kink at Hamilton, stuck still as he is behind Alex Reid then into Oggy's, an important corner this. It opens up through that second apex. The temptation is to run very wide, but it's very easy to find yourself with 2 wheels on the dirt, and that then scuppers your run through Williams out onto the back straight, where they head once again for the 4th time. Had 7-lap races thus far this weekend, so I'd imagine this one, safety car interventions aside, should be the same. So plenty of time still for things to happen. Down towards the Brundle and Nelson complex, things perhaps starting to happen now. Joe Doble just sort of hunting around behind Alex Reid. That is Corkwell off the road. Martin Corkwell, where is that? That's Hamilton, maybe? Somewhere on the infield, anyway, that he's gone off. And Martin Corkwell is looking like he's out of the race, but at least he's managed to pull the car seemingly a long way off there. Oh, there he is. It's the inside at... yeah, Hamilton. It's Hamilton he's been off, isn't it? He's pulled off on the outside of Hamilton corner. Right, leaders through Murray's. Out onto the pit straight again. Macmillan then still the race leader, but not by a long way. They're about to come across the line, and look at how close they are then. Macmillan leads the way. There he goes, and it's Stoner, Claydon, Reed, Doble, Grady, Max Noble, Adam Wright is next. Mike Doble now to the back of that group. Everyone being warned about track limits, by the way. Number 23, Max Noble. Number 25, Conor Grady. And 334, Barney Lauer, all being warned about track limits, and that's Joe Doble. Joe Doble, I think, has been wide, has he, at the first corner, and Conor Grady up the outside of him, can't quite get the move made, but they're all stacking back up again behind Gordon Macmillan. For whatever reason, Macmillan just can't get away at the front of this group. That's just bunching everybody together, and it has got a real pressure cooker feel to this race, hasn't it? Just feel that pressure building. Eventually you feel like the lid will blow off it and something is going to happen. Who the winners and losers are, we'll have to wait and see. 4.5 minutes, just less than that now to go. Joe Doble there inching up behind Alex Reed, who's up to his old tricks again, isn't he, of just parking the bus, parking the car on the apex, not allowing them to get the run on him off the corner. Macmillan seemed quite slow there, didn't he, into Hamilton. Had more of a gap than that going down the straight, and he's early on the brakes again, so Gordon just doesn't seem to be very confident under braking, and so Ross Stoner closes in now to within a car's length of the race leader, almost gets to the inside of him, in fact almost gets to the back of him going through Williams, so Ross Stoner very much having a go for the race lead. He'll have a slipstream now down the back straight, but perhaps got a little bit too close to the back of Macmillan's car then, coming through the quick right-hander. That, I think, lost him some momentum. And Gareth Claydon now sees a chance perhaps to attack for second place. He's going to pull to the inside line. I don't think he's quite close enough, but Alex Reed thinking about attacking him as well. Here does come Claydon up the inside, but no, can't quite get there. Where's Reed gone? Oh no, Reed's gone straight on. Now, did he outbrake himself? I think he did. It didn't look like he was that late on the brakes, but Alex Reed goes off, and that unlocks the door perfectly for Joe Doble and Conor Grady to come through. So those two both get a bit of a free pass. They're not the only ones either. Through will also go Max Noble and Adam Wright, I suspect, with Mike Doble now having fallen off the back of this group. Gareth Claydon now onto the back of Ross Stoner for second place, as 41 is now being shown a warning flag for track limits. That's Tim Seaford further down the order in 17th place. Surface flag out. That presumably is as a result of Martin Corkwell's car that we saw expiring smokily at the side of the road. Claydon under threat now from Joe Doble. Joe Doble at the inside for third position, so suddenly Joe Doble is well and truly in contention now. He's gone past Gareth Claydon and crucially did not bring Conor Grady with him. So Conor Grady not able to come through, although Conor is up the inside now. I think, is he in the background? Yes, he's got the overlap. No, he hasn't got the overlap. So Gareth Claydon then holds on to fourth position as Macmillan takes a wide sweeping line into the Wilson hairpin. He comes off that corner well, doesn't he? But then going up through the gears seems to be reeled in again by Stoner. I'm not convinced all is right with that number 20 car. And Macmillan hanging on by the skin of his teeth, but Joe Doble into third place will definitely be a concern now for Macmillan, because Joe Doble suddenly is in contention maybe for a race win, which did not seem that likely a few laps ago. And he'll be very pleased to have Gareth Claydon behind him, not Conor Grady. Grady being his nearest championship rival, Claydon that little bit further back in the points coming into the weekend anyway, having had a non-finish at Croft and some penalty points as well added on that weekend, or not that weekend actually, it was a different round that those penalty points were applied. 137 is Gregor Pryor being warned about track limits. He's not learned his lesson from race one, has he then? Here we go, the inside comes Joe Doble for second place against Ross Stoner. I think he'll probably make this move stick, but by going side by side with Stoner, this opens the door for Gareth Claydon. We saw this in yesterday's race, 3 abreast down at the end of the straight. Doesn't often work all that well. Which way does Claydon go? It looks like he's actually going with Joe Doble, doesn't he? He's pushing Joe Doble down the straight. I think that was a bit of bump drafting. Joe Doble might be through into second place. Stoner Stoner trying to hang tough on the inside line. Joe Doble around the outside, he's off the road. Championship leader onto the grass down at Brundle and Nelson. He just couldn't get the car stopped, and Joe Doble will fall behind Gareth Claydon. Does Conor Grady get him? No. Somehow Conor Grady still hasn't found a way by, but he does have the run out of the bomb hole up towards Coram Corner. But no, I think that Joe Doble will fend off his title rival, and that is 2 bullets dodged now for Joe Doble, twice where it looked like Conor Grady was going to get past him after he'd had a drama, and twice that's not been the case. Ross Stoner then sliding his way through Murray's, just about gets the car off the corner. All of this has played beautifully into the hands of Gordon McMillan, who starts, disappointingly, the final lap of the race with the biggest lead that he's had all race long, actually. Ross Stoner 1.3 seconds back. So Gordon McMillan has managed this situation perfectly. Can he stay there to the flag? Has Stoner got the pace to close back in? This is where we'll really see whether McMillan's got a problem, because if he has, then Stoner should be able to catch back up again, although Stoner's got problems of his own. Gareth Claydon looking up the inside. Ross just moves across to cover. Did sort of move across in the braking zone there, but Gareth Claydon did not get into the back of him as far as I could see. Gareth's got to be careful, doesn't want to open the door for Joe Doble to come through as well. Chances of a triple victory now seeming to be ebbing away for Joe Doble. His priority has to be keeping Conor Grady behind. Conor Grady's had a good run out of Palmer's though, and look at that, Joe has to jinx the inside to defend. Now, how's this all going to pan out down at Agostini? Stoner stays second. In fact, they all stay in the same order. Claydon third, fourth Joe Doble, fifth for Conor Grady, but out wide goes Stoner. Oh, just gets back across in front of Gareth Claydon, but there is an overlap here, and you don't really want to be going into Hamilton on a tight line. That will slow you down on the exit. But Ross Stoner managed that one pretty well, actually. Into Agostini then, running out of options now is Gareth Claydon. Gordon McMillan looks pretty secure as the race leader. Claydon out a bit wide. Joe Doble maybe with a chance up the inside. There's time penalties going out to a couple of drivers further back, Gregor Pryor and Barney Lauer. None of that affects this lead group for now as they head down the Bentley Straight for the final time. And Ross Stoner might now be reasonably secure in second place. I think the battle really is between Claydon, Doble and Grady for third, fourth and fifth positions. Underneath the bridge they go. Claydon defending the inside line, not really trying to attack Stoner, more trying to keep Joe Doble behind, which he does manage to do. Through the right-hander then, sliding and bouncing around over the curbs. Ross Stoner really having to defend this second position. I can't imagine Ross has had that many podiums in this class before, so he really does want to try and keep this lot behind, and he's proving that with some very defensive driving there into Coram Corner, but he did get to the inside line just in time to keep Claydon behind, and Claydon's all out of shape. He's off the road. Gareth Claydon off the road, heading for the barriers. He might get away with that, but Gareth Claydon off the road completely. Thankfully, they've moved that barrier back a number of years ago, and he will escape that unscathed. Brilliant camera work as well there to pick up Gordon McMillan as he accelerates to the line and wins here at Snetterton, a dramatic third race of the weekend in the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. Ross Stoner, Joe Doble, Conor Grady behind him with Max Noble in fifth, Gareth Claydon. Oh, he has had a weekend to forget, hasn't he, Gareth Claydon? Sixth place at the flag, Alex Reid seventh, Adam Wright in eighth, Mike Doble ninth, and Javier Ross completes the top 10. What a race that was. Race of the weekend so far, definitely from the Compact Cup. It's always a highlight, that reverse grid race. Always produces drama. It gives drivers like Ross Stoner, for example, an opportunity to get up there and get a podium or a really good result or lead some laps. And he did lead a lot of laps in that race. And even when he lost the lead to Gordon McMillan, he pushed Gordon hard all the way. And it was really only the last lap, wasn't it, where he faded back and had to turn to defensive mode, but he defended very well. And, well, Gareth Claydon, in the end, the one that made the mistake, actually. And that means that Joe Doble's on the podium. Joe Doble, who won the first two races. He was off the road once in that race and got delayed with a bit of a tangle at Murray's as well, with Gareth Claydon, ironically. And despite all of that, he ends up on the podium, and despite all of that, he ends up beating Conor Grady as well and outscoring him slightly. McMillan gets some points back as well, though, crucially. I wonder whether that would become a drop score for Joe Doble. I think fourth place might do. I think he's had a couple of fourth places. You get 50 for a win, don't you? You get 47, I think, for second, 45. No, I don't think that would become a drop score. He's had a couple of finishes outside of the top four, I think. So possibly not for Joe Doble, which, yeah, that means Gordon McMillan will have gained a little bit back, and he'll be pleased with that. But what drama in the BMW Compact Cup then. And what a result for Gordon McMillan, who really had to defend that win. I'm going to be very interested to hear, actually, in his interview with Richard John Neal, whether or not there was an issue with that car, because he really didn't seem comfortable in the lead, did he? But he did manage to hold on to the win, and Gordon McMillan claiming another victory then in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, his third of the year. Ross Stoner comes home in second, Joe Doble in third, and Conor Grady in fourth position, with the top five completed by Banks Noble. Gareth Claydon only sixth after that dramatic off on the final lap of the race. Alex Reed seventh, Adam Wright eighth, Michael Noble ninth, and Javier Ross completing the top 10 ahead of Paul Byrne, Aston, Henry Cook, Alistair Smith and Barney Lauer. Then in 15th position was Gregor Pryor after a penalty was applied. Rod Langham 16th, Tim Seaford 17th, Richard Sutherland 18th after his off-track excursion in Corran earlier on too. And Martin Corkwell, unfortunately, the one non-finisher from that race. Oh, fantastic stuff from the Compact Cup, and we will see them out next at Cadwell Park on the 10th and 11th of August. I don't think that one's being live streamed, but the Donington Park event will be on the 21st and 22nd of September, and so too will the Silverstone International finale on the 12th and 13th of October, so make sure you tune in for that one, because it could well be that this is a championship that goes right down to the wire on the very final race of the weekend, of the season, I should say. Right then, lots to unpack after that one. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, shall we, and hear from our podium finishers then, who have some stories to tell after that one. And it's down to Richard John Neal to ask them the questions.
Well, you're watching the cars come down. For me, probably a contender for race of the weekend. What a super race that was from the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. The Brscc formula continues to give. What a super race that was. I'm going to grab a quick word with Ross Stoner, first of all, who took P2. Charlotte coming over and giving him some water. Ross, by all means, get yourself some water after that workout. That was, I think, hard going, but a very, very good second position there. Probably sweeter than champagne at the moment, a glass of water.
Oh, it was. I've got to say, obviously, a big thanks to my dad and Cole. Had the engines in bits last night. It was no good at Croft. It was no good in qualifying, and he was up last night tinkering with it, and he managed to get the pace back. And yeah, he's done a great job. But my wife and daughter always tell me off if I don't say hello to them. So hello to them. But yeah, big thanks to Dad. Big thanks to Cole. It was a tough race because I thought McMillan had a little bit more pace, but he was a bit slow around the corners. So yeah, it was close, and then the slower he went, the closer everyone else behind me got. But it was a good race, having finished the last race in 11th, qualified 7th. To get second is a good result.
So were you outside the reverse grid part then?
No, I was 9th.
Oh, 7th, oh right, okay.
Yeah, I was 5th yesterday, and then decided to go grass tracking, and then finished 11th. But yeah, managed to avoid the black and white flags, which I had in race 1, race 2 and qualifying. So yeah, very pleased. It's all ready to go for Cadwell. It's
always good to get away on a positive, isn't it? Because you can carry that forward. You've got nothing effectively to get over. But good to be back on the podium.
Yeah, it's been. I think we haven't been on the podium since autumn this year. So yeah, it's been nice to get back up the front.
Nice one, Ross. Great to see you here. Congratulations. See you later on in the year. Don't go away, Mr. McMillan. We've got unfinished business here. Congratulations on the win, Masters and overall. Saves us doing another interview. But how about the reverse grid racing? More of it.
Well, I'm not superstitious, but I was saying to my boy Rudy just then, I said, I've got a good feeling about today, and I looked where I was on the grid, and I had a little plan in my head on how I'd move forwards, and I got a fantastic start. Up to 3rd by the end of the first lap, and then picked them off, and then Ross did a valiant job holding them all off for me, so relatively comfortable victory in the end.
It's great, isn't it? You know, so we talk to, I get told off in F4 saying drivers don't want to win reverse grid races, but when you come from a way back, they're very well deserved.
I'll take any race. I don't care if everyone else breaks down. I'll take the win every day. We'll all take the win. Yeah.
I was just saying to Ross, it sets you up nicely, doesn't it? To Cadwell, a nice positive vibe going into the next round.
Yes. Yeah. No, you know, kind of 1 minute I think, oh, Joe's unbeatable. Then all of a sudden, you know, he's got 5 wins this season now. I've got 4. And, you know, it's going to be close. And if he has a bad weekend and I have a good weekend, who knows what might happen.
It's good counting on the stats. Pleasure to see you. Many congratulations. Fine race. Contender for race of the weekend, I think they're gone. Let's go back and grab a quick word with Joe Doble. He's just doing the circuit PA interview at the moment. He's probably getting fed up with having microphones shoved in his face. Remember, there was the issue at the end of race 2 that he thought there might have been an engine problem, and he said when we were chatting during the lunch break that all was okay. Looks like we're going to get another question out of him. We've done our Masters winner. I think Kieran is still going with it, so we'll be with Joseph Doble in a minute. Championship lead, remember, 1 point was the lead coming into this particular event, so very, very close indeed. And the reverse grid races can literally turn things around championship-wise. So you've got to be so careful when you get to that final round of the year, which I think is Silverstone, which again we're on the live stream. Got to be careful what you do in those. We'll grab a word in a minute, I promise. Here we go. It's obviously Kieran's got plenty to ask him. Let's have a quick look round and see whether else we can have a word with maybe Gareth Claydon. It's difficult seeing if people have disappeared at the moment, so Gareth's over there. We'll come back to Joe. Let's go and grab Gareth rather than and see what happened. Gareth, can we grab a quick word? Not the one you wanted. You wanted the podium interview rather than me asking what happened. He's doing his overalls up. He's just getting dressed, so we'll look at the car. So what happened? That was a fantastically entertaining race, but for the wrong reasons for you at Coram.
Yeah, I mean it was a good battle. I mean we had a good. I'm still happy because we've been at sea this weekend and we was finally looking like we was getting the car hooked up and getting it right. So, but yeah, I just cooked it. So it was so hot. The tyres are so breezy. Just that last lap, I'm trying to get a little bit closer to Stoner so I can perhaps make a move into the last corner or get a better run up the straight. And I just cooked it and I washed out. So, but I'm happy to be honest because I had a good race and the car, it seems like it's coming back to where it was last year. So, yeah.
Thanks for doing up the black overalls again and getting hot, and well done. And take the positives to the next round.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gareth. I don't know if we're going to get a very, very quick word with Joe Doble, so I'm going to go around here very quickly. And Johnny's following me. Very quick word, Joe. Did you expect a podium there?
Not really, especially after what I thought blown an engine. But
what was the issue, by the way?
I don't know. We didn't find anything. And then the same noise was still there. It wasn't in my head. So
those races are real keen though, aren't they, reverse?
They're brilliant races. All credit to Midland Tyre Shaving, my dad and everyone, just to get me out there and have a great car to go through the field.
See you, Cabwell. Good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. I'm going to head over now to the comms box and join Andy McEwen because we've got on track ready to go. I think literally waiting for us to cross the track, the C1. So Rob Lewis will be hosting pit lane for that. We'll say cheerio for now and see you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, we will hear from Rob Lewis, I promise. We might grab him on the green flag lap maybe if we've got a bit of time, but Richard John Neal is jogging across the circuit as we speak in front of a load of very impatient Citroen C1 drivers who are keen to get this race underway, and they are gridded up. They're almost ready to go, and once that green flag waves at the back of the grid, we'll be good to go racing. But first, let's have a little chat, shall we, with our roaming reporter for this race. Let's head down onto the grid and hear from Rob Lewis.
Is it me, or can you spot a lot of Silver Lake C1s? Robin Welsh, the series coordinator, is making his way down this gargantuan grid with everyone ready to go for this 3-hour race at Snetterton. And the top 10 bull draw really did pull out some surprises out of the hat. This man here, the Rab Sport car of Gary Mitchell, these guys went well at the Race of Remembrance in the C1 class. They really want to get a good result here. And this man here, Sylvain Rubio, he's got some quite established drivers alongside him in Jade Edwards and Josh Cook, but let's be honest, we know he's the quicker driver in this C1, and the best part is he's got to try and win this and then drive this car home tonight. Superb. Now, Sid Smith, it's his 18th birthday today, as you can see on the car. Is he going to be celebrating it with a bit of a win? We're not sure. Snow Speed Racing have surprised a lot of people. They've got it in the top 10 and they know they've got the speed to do this. And Bacon Racing, I feel for them. They're next to the actual pole sitters, Alpha Trojan, who stuck it on pole. Bacon Racing were second alongside them, and now they're sat back in 7th and 8th place. They've got the eyes on, they're good to go, and we're about to get off of this grid and get this 3-hour race underway. Now, I will remind you before I hand over to Andy McEwen, this race is going to be about strategy. And it's going to be about pit stops. It's going to be about this lane down here, the pit lane. Don't forget, you've got to do a minimum of 3 stops. You cannot pit within the first 15 minutes of this race. Your stop won't count. And if you pit under safety car, forget about it. You're going to get a 6-minute penalty. If you happen to be in the pit lane when the safety car comes out, your luck might just come in. And I'll tell you what, Andy, if you look at this race, you might just see a few people using the strategy to get those stops in early and get those counted stops done and dusted. I don't know about you, I'm really looking forward to this one. It's time to head to the commentary box with Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
Top job, Rob, down on the grid there. Good stuff, really soaking up some of the pre-race atmosphere ahead of 3 hours of racing in the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. Yeah, I can't wait for this. It's been a while since I've covered the C1s. In fact, it might be the Silverstone 24 last year, I think, the last time that I was actually at a C1 Endurance Series race. So really looking forward to this. We've got a big grid of cars, and lots of them, I think, probably in contention for the race victory. We'll best start rattling down the grid because we'll be back around for the rolling start before you know it. And it is Alpha Trojan, number 421, who have netted pole position. Now, we don't know start drivers yet, but they do have in the C1 Endurance Series this Q-tag system. So once we actually get racing, the timing screen will tell us who's in each car, and that will update after each round of pit stops. That's not the grid, is it? It's Rabsport Racing on pole position because, of course, they have this top 10 ball draw, don't they, which I'd forgotten about. Then it's the AST Suspension UK number 566 car starting second. Then Melbourne Racing in third, number 589, ahead of the number 300 BPC Tyre buffing car. That is the Sid Smith started car. It's his birthday, by the way, in case you didn't know. His dad wants us to mention that as many times as possible, we've been told, so consider that done. Abbott Racing Motorsport will start on row 3, number 331, with Snail Speed Racing, who hopefully won't live up to their name, car 465 starting 6th. Row 4 for Alpha Trojan. Now that is the car that was fastest in qualifying, that will be starting from pole position. Bacon Racing with Liquamolly will be starting 8th ahead of AF Racing's number 427 and the 586 machine next alongside, with a team name too big to even fit on our graphic. That will be the 586. Let me try and give them their full name. The WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car. Then it's AF Racing. More like it, number 47 starting, OPC I should say, Tom Ingram by the looks of it, starting the number 431 car, with Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport number 409 alongside them. Then row number 7 for the 451, it's PMF Racing with CSR car, number 556 will be starting 555 starting alongside them. Watt Motorsport, CEX Prep Tech UK, number 469 will be next ahead of 527 Red Sky Racing. Diablo Racing, number 456 will be 17, with Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport, 381 in 18th place on the outside of row 9. Row 10 for the number 410, that's Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport, has been racing, conclude the top 20. Then it's Silver Lake Racing, Brimstone Racing, MH Racing and TGR Racing on row number 12. 13th row for C1 Club, that's a car started by Nick Ramsey-Goff by the looks of it, who we've seen out in CityCar Cup already this weekend. And then alongside him on the 13th row, number 354 SCR Sandown Motorsport. BP Motorsport number 389 car is next ahead of Gala Performance with BPC Motorsport. Emax Motorsport number 343 starts 29th on the grid, with MDA number 550 by the looks of it started by Darren Ball, completing the top 30 of a 41 car grid. Next is 235 Racing, confusingly running number 582 with Alto Basso Racing next in line. Then Silver Lake 2, number 458 and Emax Motorsport with RST and TRX Motorsport on row number 18. Row 19, we're nearly there, is Hall and Hall. Number 552, Team MKD is next ahead of Emax Motorsport 355 car. Road and Tracks, number 448, and at the back of the field, Hexagon Racing, number 574. Well, if you're new to Silver Lake C1 Endurance Racing, you're in for a treat. They're not the fastest cars, they're not the loudest cars, but they always produce good racing. And Richard, John Neal, you and I have covered a few of these races over the years. This should be a good one.
Yeah, like yourself, I think last year it was the same meeting, this meeting last year. We didn't have Fun Cup with us on day one, but we did have a nice endurance race in the afternoon. I think I was joined by George Grant for about an hour and a half. After he did his stint, he drove round and joined us in the box. We went considerably off-piste.
I can imagine.
As you do, as I do. But yeah, really excited and looking forward to it. Great paddock, so many personalities. And you know, Rob is the best person because he knows the teams, he knows most of the drivers, and he'll be able to get all this. But look at this site, look at this grid. What a shot that is. You know, I know you don't need to have cars getting faster and faster and faster. It's all about cars on the grid.
Couldn't agree more.
We've got a super grid here. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely. 41 of them set to do battle over 3 hours of racing then. As we heard, 3 mandatory pit stops with a pit window that opens 15 minutes into the race. Place your bets, everybody. It could be a very manic first few laps of the race, definitely, as the drivers at the front of the field try to sort themselves out as we're ready to go racing in the third race of the season for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. Then 2x2 to the line. Away they go. They have started to accelerate, I assure you, towards Rich's corner. And who is going to hold on to the advantage then as they head for the first turn? It looks to me like the 432 car on the inside line will just about hang on. And that's the Rab Sport racing car then that started from pole position, the red machine, which should have the advantage around Rich's and off towards the braking zone at the Wilson hairpin. All of them hopefully cleanly through turn 1. And now we hold our breath, because they're going 3, 4, and maybe 5 abreast. They are definitely 4 abreast at the apex into the Wilson hairpin. It's plenty wide enough, Richard, but it still looks like a tight squeeze.
It's a mad sight, isn't it, as they go up into Wilson's for the first time. So, if I'm right, if the timing screen's right, Gracie Mitchell, is that?
Should be, yeah.
In the lead car, and unusual for me to see. Gracie, of course, one of the Dragon Sport ambassadors, if not the ambassador for Dragon Sport, was in Fun Cup, wasn't in Fun Cup yesterday, but this was, I think, one of her prime aims. But unusual to see her in a non-Dragon Sport guys here, because they've got 2 Dragons. Look at, again, that shot with all the...
I mean, where do you go? If you're in the midfield, where do you go? You've just got to try and avoid running into the back of the car in front and just wait for things to settle down. This being one-make endurance racing, you can overtake in these cars relatively easily, so you don't necessarily need to make all of your positions up right at the start, but of course there's always that temptation, isn't there, to try and get to the front early and pull the pin. Down towards Oggies they go for the first time. Maybe Gary Mitchell, actually, who's in that car. Yeah, I think it's another G. Mitchell for Rab Sport Racing that leads the way.
She's in the Dragon Sport car. I got that wrong.
Which makes more sense, doesn't it?
381. Yeah. Apologies to all the Mitchells and the Dragon Sports. And there we go.
Easy mistake to make. Right then, out onto the Bentley straight they go for the first time then of Nenny. And now things, dare I say it, just starting to settle down ever so slightly. But this is, of course, where that slipstream starts to take effect. You can see the Alpha Trojan car there, ducking out of line to the inside. You can't miss that one. The fluorescent yellow highlights on that car. And they're making a move, I think, up the inside line there. That might have been the snail speed car that they were going past. So that puts Alpha Trojan into 4th position. So they picked a few places up from where they started. They were the fastest car in qualifying earlier on today, and they're starting to demonstrate that performance now. But I'm very happy to say, and I hope I'm not jinxing this, we do still have a few corners to go on this opening lap, but it's been a very respectful and clean start to the race, which is nice to see, Richard, because we joke about this, but, you know, sometimes in endurance racing, especially in cars as closely matched as these, the temptation is there to be a bit too aggressive, but everyone's showing each other plenty of respect. Driving standards always really high in this series, and they're demonstrating that for us today.
Yeah, of course, one thing you need to do, you need to be quick, but also you need to, A, make sure you don't cause unnecessary damage to the car, so that the car gets to the end, and also so that the other drivers get their stints.
Exactly so, yeah, you don't want to be the one that breaks the car 20 minutes into the race, do you? Side by side for the race lead then as they headed for Rich's corner. That was the 434 car sweeping round the outside. The Bacon Racing with Liquamolly entry, which started on the front row of the grid. It has now made its way into the lead. It is the 566 car that it overtook. That car started 6th and was leading briefly on that opening lap, but Alpha Trojan up the inside of everybody are into 2nd position. So Alpha Trojan wasting no time here, Richard. They're into 2nd place already.
Alpha Trojan, I think, won the first event of the season, the 3-hour event that was here. Can't remember what month it was, but Trojan always at the top of things.
Yeah, that was back in April, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, BBC Tyres next up. Trojan, the other Trojan car, 323 in 3rd place. Cat DT in 4th on that occasion. The Donington Park 3-hour race won by Trojan 1.
Yes, which is a different car, but obviously under the same team banner. So they've had a good season so far, haven't they? Yeah, they won by 21 seconds nearly here earlier on in the season. And that's our first drama. It's the 410. Now give me half an hour to scroll through the entry list and I'll tell you who that was. Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport, that had been off. Didn't see the start of that, Richard. I don't know if you caught it, but the car didn't seem to be damaged, so it might have just been a solo spin.
And that's a good lot of drivers in there. John Whitehouse, Steve Ruston and Marcus Clutton.
Yes. Who, of course, we saw out yesterday, didn't we?
We did, yeah. So all 3 drivers, I'd say, probably assisted.
Yes, possibly so. They're more experienced to just be throwing themselves at the scenery like that. 555 up the inside there at Williams Corner. That was a move made on the run onto the back straight for Watt Motorsport. But the race, very good. Onto the bridge they go. And Alpha Trojan not yet into the lead, but there's a sense of inevitability about this, isn't it? This car that went so well here earlier on in the season, it was this very same car. I suspect the very same driver lineup as well.
They probably haven't touched it since.
No, probably not. Why would you? It was a winning formula then, wasn't it? They won comfortably, and they want to try and get to the lead now if they have the chance to. They're right behind the leading car as it heads through Coram Corner and onto the brakes at Murray's. I suspect we might well see the Alpha Trojan car pull out of the slipstream down the pit straight here, and that might be where they try and make their move for the race lead.
Chris Freeman at the controls and looking to try and make the move down, as you say, into turn 1 as they go up the centre straight for the first time of this 3-hour race. Conditions outside pretty warm, not as warm as they were yesterday for our 4-hour Fun Cup race. And if you haven't had a chance to look at that on the stream, then here comes the move. Alpha Trojan down on the inside. Chris Freeman side by side for the lead with the 434 car shared by Sandra and Oscar Proietti. Is that move complete? It's got to be now as they come up into the hairpin.
Ooh, look at how that's bunched everyone back together, though. This bit of side-by-side racing. Alpha Trojan do make the move into the Wilson hairpin. I think they will come out of that still with the position. That was a good bit of racecraft, that, actually, from the 421 car, which, as we've said, is started by Chris Freeman. He's sharing it with Adam Willis, just the 2 of them sharing driving duties today. And they have indeed got the lead away from the Liquimolly car then. So Alpha Trojan, it's taken them 2 and a bit laps to hit the front. The question now, though, is, Richard, will they be able to pull away? That's not normally an easy thing to do in this category, but the pace that they've demonstrated already, you never know, they might be able to do it.
Yeah, with the slipstream in here, it is a difficult thing to do, isn't it? Break the toe. Which one's Sid Smith, I wonder?
It's his birthday, you know.
Is it?
Yeah, 18,
Right,
Bless him, Sid. Sid, who is everywhere. Everywhere I go this year, I see Sid Smith. He is doing a lot of driver coaching. He's been racing in Porsches, not only in the UK, but he was doing the Winter Series pre-season over in Spain and Portugal, and he is really getting some mileage under his belt. A very talented young driver is
Sid
Smith.
Smith as well, yeah.
Was he? Yes, of course. No, he is honestly everywhere, but that's what you need as a young driver. The more seat time you get, you can't put a price on seat time, can you?
Oh, you probably can.
And people do, yes. Metaphorically so, though. So down the Bentley straight they go. Oh, now, Marcus Clutton is in the pit lane in the 410 car. So what the issue is there, I don't know. Well, we saw them off, didn't we, in Agostini?
Yeah.
And you did speculate maybe they didn't do that on their own, so maybe there was some damage after all.
Yeah, could well have been. So Sid Smith, he'll want an early lead, won't he?
Yes, he will, indeed, as he closes in on the top 3. There is the BPC tuning car. Now, this is a test of my eyesight, this. What are they doing? It's the rear left corner. And worried perhaps about suspension damage. That does sort of suggest he's had a whack, doesn't it? I mean, Marcus Clutton doesn't tend to lose control of cars all by himself, does he? So, yeah, there may be another car with corresponding right front corner damage, maybe. But hopefully that doesn't take them too long to get it fixed. We'd like to see them out there, but realistically, in a 3-hour race, that's their chances of a really good result gone.
A quick look at Ned Anthony there in one of the Dragon Sport cars. Lovely to catch up with Dragon Sport again. I was working on their scholarship the last 2 years, and Reese that runs it, absolutely wonderful guy, super team. Reese Lloyd wanted to offer the scholarship to get someone to drive alongside him in the Brit Car Championship, and he's pulled so many people in. He got so many people involved in the team, which was absolutely marvellous, and they're a super bunch of guys. Always lovely to catch up with them.
Indeed. So, right then, we have our first chance during the race to catch up with Rob Lewis then. He's got an update on the 410 car, which we've seen in the garage with repairs being made. Rob, what can you tell us?
We're down at the Sid Smith liveried garage number 23, where I'm afraid it's bad news for the Signature RV team. There's been a bit of contact on the rear right-hand side. It's buckled the rear beam, and the BPC tuning operation have jumped in to try and straighten that rear beam out. But unfortunately, first of all, it's a stop within the first 15 minutes, so it won't even count as part of their pit stops, and it could well be a lengthy repair to get them back out. Looks like for them, the competitive end of their race at least is done. Back to the team.
Well, that is a shame, isn't it? That was a potential front-running car that has been taken out of contention.
First half lap was good though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Or thereabouts.
Yeah, I suppose so. They made it 3 corners before anything went wrong for them. But anyway, hopefully they'll get back out there and at least get some mileage in and try and get through to the end of the race. Right then, we are 3.5 laps in. We are nearly 10 minutes in already, and things not really settling down all that much. I mean, certainly not spreading out at the front of the field. Only just under 0.4 of a second the advantage for the Alpha Trojan car out in front. That being driven, as I said, by Chris Freeman. We've then got in behind Sandro Proietti in the number 434 car, Sid Smith, I'm not going to say it, in 3rd position, with in 4th place the number 566, that car being started by Sylvain Rubio. That is the Jade Edwards and Josh Cook car as well. That's going to be a car I think that's consistently quick all day as well. The thing is though, Richard, you could say that about probably the top dozen cars really in this series. They've all got top quality driver lineups.
Peter Shearer, the journalist, was telling me in the media centre earlier on that Sylvain was told he was starting the car.
Really? Didn't get a say in the matter.
Apparently not.
Wasn't a committee meeting to plan the strategy for that team then. Tell you what, if there's a story that Peter Shearer doesn't know in a pit lane, it's not worth knowing, is it? That's that's a good place to go for your information on race weekends. So across the line goes the Alpha Trojan car. Fastest lap set by some bloke called Tom Ingram, Richard, in 6th position. That car's just creeping into contention.
Tom Ingram Hill from Janetta Junior, is it?
Well, I did speculate whether I'm now old enough that there are junior drivers named after Tom Ingram. I don't think I'm quite old enough yet. I think that might be a coincidence, but yeah, very interesting. I think that is the Tom Ingram who is starting to become a factor in this lead battle as well now.
Unsurprisingly, he loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Always a great interview is Tom Ingram.
Yes.
Actually, the other one is as well. Tom Ingram Hill's a good interview. Manxman.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, good lad.
Yeah, he's getting quicker as well, isn't he, as the season goes on. That's been nice to follow, but... yeah, Tom Ingram, he's another, isn't he, really? He'll race anything, really. He's done a bit of Fun Cup in the past. He's raced some historic stuff as well, of course. And Tom Ingram, good to have him on the C1 grid.
I love that about the drivers now. In terms, like we've got Jade out there and Josh Kirk and Tom. I'd love the fact that they do that. And there was a period probably when I was... a paying fan on the banks where we didn't get drivers coming down and racing in front of things, but you do now, and fair play to them because they absolutely love it and they come and deliver, and they're putting their reputations on the line by coming and doing it.
Yeah.
Not that they're ever going to mess them up because they're quality people,
No, exactly, but there's always that what if, isn't there? What if I'm a second off the pace? I mean, it doesn't tend to happen, as you said, certainly not someone of Tom Ingram's ability. But yeah, Tom Ingram, it would be nice if he were out on track at the same time as the likes of Josh Cook at some point. We'll wait and see if we get our wish, but Tom taking the opening stint in that car. His next target is the 465 car, which is started by Owen Fitzgerald. That is the snail speed car directly in front. But look at this. I mean, we're nearly 15 minutes in. There's virtually no separation in the field at all. Now, inevitably, pit stops will provide that little bit of separation, but at least in the early stages, the entire lead pack really staying pretty close together. The top 14 covered by 10 seconds, the top 22 covered by 20 seconds. So that shows just how close they are.
Not the way Ingram's car's got tank tape on it already. Did you see that?
I hadn't noticed that. No, where's
from
that?
Right.
Oh, really?
I think it's tank tape. We'll get another shot of that in a minute.
Excellent. That's interesting. It almost looks like his wing mirror has been folded in slightly as well, so he's been getting stuck in, hasn't he? But yeah, Tom Ingram is continuing on his way. Hopefully that tank tape won't be slowing him down too much through the final... Oh, yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. That front bumper's been... given a whack, hasn't it, somewhere, possibly on a bollard or a curb.
Wasn't me, Louise.
Tom Ingram, he takes it all well, doesn't he, which is just as well. He's got a sense of humour, really. Right, challenge for the lead here, maybe, and this looks like Proietti is starting to apply maybe a bit of pressure to Freeman. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 39.903. For what it's worth, Rob Lewis will correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that Trojan Motorsport set the lap record here earlier in the year, a 236.3, looking back through the record. So we're not quite down at that pace yet, but of course the cars are all very heavy with fuel at this stage. It's also quite a bit warmer than it was back in early April. And so we might not get quite down to that sort of pace today, but Trojan Motorsport, it wasn't actually the Alpha Trojan car that set that time. Sorry, back in the last year, I should say. The last race of last year that they set that time here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. But anyway, new fastest lap for the second place man. And they're just starting to eke a bit of an advantage now over the next group, aren't they? So Sid Smith in third position, just losing touch a bit with the leading two.
Yeah, I wonder if he's had his first legal alcohol yet.
Well, he might fancy a drink after this because he just got well and truly roughed up by Rubio there in the fourth place car. That was definitely a bit of a helping hand into the corner. Sid ends up out wide.
He's going to have a hang out to dry day, isn't he?
Yes, I think maybe. Well, actually, no, fights back around the outside. That was impressive stuff. So don't rile a teenager. They will fight back immediately.
I know all about that, believe you me.
Yeah, so Sid Smith then getting his elbows out, and now Tom Ingram sees a chance to get up the inside as well. Is this going to be a move for fifth position? I think it might be. He's got the inside line through Williams, and again, a great example of the kind of racecraft that someone like Tom Ingram has honed over the years. That's always been something he's been brilliant at, is reacting to situations around him, and he did exactly that to move into the top five.
I mean, he's been around the senior levels for goodness knows how long, but I remember meeting him, I think at Wilton Mill, the first time went down on the practice day and met him and his mum and dad, and lovely people. You know, even then as a little one, he was up for doing the interviews and promoting himself and the sport. It's always been the way. Always been the way.
No, he's. We've said this many a time, haven't we? Media training, such an important part of becoming a racing driver, and Tom Ingram, most definitely understanding the value of branding and of putting his best personality forward, so to speak.
I think he does, but it's natural with him.
Yeah,
I don't think it's something he's ever consciously gone out to learn. He's just been a natural all the time at it. So
no, I quite agree. And a very, very good racer as well is Tom Ingram, who is now up into the top five and looking maybe to try and challenge for fourth position. The 556 car just ahead of him, which is being driven at the moment by Sylvain Rubio, as we've said. And into the pit lane. Now look at this, leaders into the pit lane. So early rolls off the dikes. The pit lane window opened a lap ago, and our first, not driver change, but pit stop for 41. So you saw there that out of the car very briefly jumped the driver. And that was Chris Freeman, wasn't it? Chris Freeman got out, got back in, and they're not going to do a driver change because you've got 3 pit stops, 2 drivers. You don't have to do a driver change at this point. You've almost got an extra pit stop to get out of the way, haven't you? And they're choosing to do it early.
Because what happens is when they're in the pits, the field, which are now relatively bunched up, as we said in the early stages, will make it past by the time they've done that stop. So they'll come out, hopefully for them, in clear track and be able to set some good lap times. Having said that, we've still got cars flashing past, but not as crowded as the sharp end of the grid would be. So I'm guessing that's the logic for getting out in the early stages.
Also, if there were to be a safety car, they've got that extra stop out of the way. You can't pit, well, you can pit behind the safety car, but you'll have to spend 6 minutes in the pit lane, which, as we've seen, is a lot longer than the usual minimum pit stop time. So it does make sense to do this early. You won't lose a lap here because it's such a long lap, and that could well be a really sensible decision to make. We'll have to wait and see. There will inevitably be some who choose to do this the other way and choose to stay out and pit maybe an hour into the race and save their extra stops for later on. But for now, that means that the 566 car moves back to the front, and Tom Ingram is in second position and has a chance here maybe to give the spectators trackside something to cheer about. I'm sure he'll be a very popular driver on this grid with the Snetterton fans, and they would love to see him lead some laps.
I did see some Tingram
branding
around and his little catchphrases that he's sort of thrown into the ether over the years. Good to see him dicing here with Sylvain. It would have been nice to have seen him go. We might do later on see Jade and Josh in the mix as well. But Ting's going to go for the lead if there's a chance for sure.
Absolutely. He looks a bit quicker at this stage, doesn't he? Closes in on the 566 car as they turn through Brundle and Nelson then up towards the bomb hole for the 7th time of asking. Already some cars being warned about exceeding track limits, by the way. The 458 Silver Lake 2 car, the Alan Preble and Michelle Chapman car, being given a warning. That's very early in the race to be catching the attention of the clerk of the course for the wrong reasons, isn't it?
And I'm taking the warnings don't get scrubbed in this like they do in Fun Cup.
Oh, that might be a Rob Lewis question, but I don't think so. Maybe after every hour, perhaps, but not after every stint, because the stint lengths are there is no set stint length, is there, in this? So it could be that it gets reset every hour. I seem to vaguely recall that being a rule in the 24, but I don't know whether it's a rule for the shorter races as well. Rob Lewis, I'm sure, will be on it and will let us know. That's the line they come then. So Rubio, Ingram and Mitchell, 566, 431 and 432 leading the way. In has come now the 427 car, which is the Zachary Lucas and Luke Francis AF racing machine.
Oh, I didn't realise we got Zach Lucas out.
Yeah.
Oh, great stuff.
Oh, of course, that'll be Zach Lucas. Yeah, absolutely. So in he comes. Or was it Zach in the car? I can't remember now. 427. No, it wasn't. It was the other driver, but he may well be jumping in now, possibly.
That's the thing about the entry list. You can't clock every single. Oh, they're all significant, but the ones that might have a personal significance, drivers you've worked on or otherwise, and I hadn't done that, so apologies to Zach.
Well, there must be, well over 100 drivers in this race, mustn't there? So, in our defence, difficult to remember them all. Out goes the 427. Here is your lead battle, and every time we cut to this battle, Richard, there are more cars in it.
Yeah, that's a good shout. And look how close Tom Ingram is getting here to Sylvain Rubio. Ingram in the white car. They're also now beginning to close in on a little bit of traffic. Early doors, but that's because of the pit stops that we've had. Are we going to see a challenge? I reckon if we do, well, we've seen challenges already, might come at the end of the straight, as in comes the 586 car. So the David Drinkwater, Andy Mollison car, and my missus, if she's watching at home, which I've no doubt she will be, will love the poppies on it.
Yeah.
Because that's... poppies remind me to buy a wedding anniversary card, because our wedding anniversary is November.
Oh, really? That's handy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, now, drama's down at Agostini, I'm afraid. That is 381.
Car, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yes. So that was the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport car. What's the other car that's involved in that? I couldn't quite see, but 2 cars off. Now, that looked a bit safety car-y to me, because those cars are quite close to the edge of the road in a big overtake. Oh, dear, that's 381 with a lot of damage. That was the Dragon Sport car, wasn't it? Did we decide if it was Gracie Mitchell in that?
I think there were 2 G Mitchell starting, weren't there? It was Gary and
Gracie was in the
back.
381, yeah.
That's a shame. That's a massive shame.
Yes, now there's the other car, 469. Oh, it's the CEX livery car. It was quite far up the grid, I seem to recall, wasn't it? 469. Maybe I dreamt of that. Oh, yes, they were 15th in qualified. CEX Prep Tech UK.
Oliver Barnard at the wheel, who runs the Prep Tech team.
Of course he does, yes. And the safety car is out. So our Citroen, not C1, C3, is that? I think it's a C3.
I forgot they were CEX. I'm moaning at CEX at the moment, commercially.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sharks.
Okay, well, let's add insult to injury, shall we then? No, it's not going
But I didn't want to see him go out.
No,
I didn't want to see anybody go out.
Absolutely no. But you never know. If the cars are repairable, they get back to the pit lane, we might see them back out in the race. But again, a good chance of a good result. Going begging now. So the safety car is out for the first time. Now, as I said, the pit lane doesn't close. You are entitled to pit if you want to now, but you will have to spend 6 minutes in the pit lane as a result. If you're already with Rob, which is not a chore, but yeah, he'd have plenty of time to interview the drivers. It might not be a particularly broadcastable interview, but still. If you're already in the pit lane, though, doesn't affect you. If you've already pitted before the safety car was scrambled, then you can leave the pit lane of your own accord. But this safety car coming inside the first half hour could jumble things up, because those who made that, this is exactly why they made that early pit stop, because they stay on the lead lap, they catch up to the back of the pack. It's not quite a free pit stop, because obviously there are so many cars in the race that they will still be buried in the pack a little bit, but they will have gained a lot of the time back that they lost. And I think this will really work out well now for the likes of the Alpha Trojan team, for example, who pitted early on from the lead group.
And it's more doable, isn't it, for the 2-car teams, getting it out of the way, and then they can work out what they want to share. From the drivers that I saw in support races, or the other races, today, it's very hot out there. So I think that your regular, I think it'd probably be better to split the time up
yes.
in car.
Yeah.
So I was intrigued to see cars coming in early. I get why they're doing it tactically, but with the heat out there, I'd question whether that's a good thing.
Yeah, because I don't think any of them were changing driver, were they? So they'll stay in now for a little bit longer. But between two drivers, it's an hour and a half each. It's not too bad. And because you have to make these 3 pit stops, I guess you will inevitably get out at one point or another. Right then, we saw the Dragon Sport car off down at Agostini. Rob Lewis has made his way very rapidly down to that end of the pit lane and has some news for us.
Right, I will need to run down to the Silver Lake garage to see what's going on with the Gen 2 car 558. I've got Reese Lloyd with me. Obviously, Reese, that was one of your cars out there. Grace was going great guns in the top 10.
Yeah.
A bit of an impact with the barrier. Mixed emotions?
Yeah, we don't know obviously what's happened yet. Just seen the live stream obviously, so I think she's made some contact with the barrier and then looks like another car. So we'll get it back here ASAP and see what we can be done to get it back out.
We spoke on the pit lane walkabout earlier.
Yeah.
You've also got one car that's also in the top 5.
Yeah,
part of the game plan?
Yeah, Ned's going really well, to be fair. He's got a great start. He's made a few places up, and obviously he's picked up a few places again now with people pitting early. So, but yeah, he seems to have settled into it, and he's settled in nicely. Yeah.
A slight hiccup. Gracie will bounce back, but is this kind of showing exactly what you want to do with this program?
It's endurance racing, isn't it? That's what it's all about.
Best thing ever.
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. Thanks, Reese. Right, so I'm going to run down to the Silver Lake garage and hopefully come back with an update regarding 558.
Yes, thank you, Rob. So, well, the main thing is that it's good to hear that Gracie seems to be okay, but contact with a barrier and another car, so she's done that properly, hasn't she, down at Agostini? It sounds like quite a lot of damage done to the car, but I missed the fact that they were running inside the top 10, actually, so they'd picked their way through quite nicely. And unfortunately, their race will now be run. So we've got, at the moment, 2 cars showing us in the pit lane. One is still the Marcus Clutton Signature RV with BPC cars. Silver Lake, as Rob said there, the 558 car is, still in as well. That car was started by Greg Rose. And of course, we've now got these two, the 469 and the 381, involved in a tangle at Agostini. So that leaves 37 of them still running. So there's still plenty of cars going. And hopefully we will not have too high a rate of attrition. We're ticking towards half an hour in to this Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series race. And just to give you a bit of an update on the strategic play here. So the highest placed car to have made a pit stop is Bacon Racing with Liquimolly. Still Sandra Prietti in that car. They're 13th place, Richard. They were a minute off the lead, but they're now going to coast within 15 seconds, you would imagine, of the race lead as a result of that. And they've got the Alpha Trojan car right behind them.
Yeah, smart thinking from both teams, isn't it? And say Alpha Trojan have got that track record, not just this season, but also in previous years as well. Vastly experienced team, and given another one, because you remember the cars in front have got to stop at some point. There may be and possibly will be slower cars in front as well, so they'll get past them on track with their speed. They'll also make up positions when the other cars go in for their scheduled stop, so we can expect that to happen as we go through. So, yep, plenty to play for. I was trying to work out, because the Dragon Sport are by Amigo Motorsport, Rob Gaffney's team, and his dad John helping to run them as well. They've got a third car, and I was looking down the entry list, but I can't remember. So apologies to Rob, can't remember the third one. Talking Rob, so we've got another Rob down there. So let's go down to Rob by the Silver Lake garage. Over to you, mate.
I've got no driver interviews, but I have briefly spoken to Greg Rose, who is behind the wheel of car 558. The difference with these Gen 2 cars, they have an electronic throttle actuator, a potentiometer, a little electronic module that's attached to the pedal. For some reason, that stopped working. He had no throttle coming into the pits just then. They've got electrical gremlins. It looks like they're getting on top of it. But the problem is, because they have pitted under the safety car, that's 6 minutes. So that takes car 558 out of the competitive running, unfortunately. Shame for Greg. He was making his way up through the grid after a bit of an iffy qualifying. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Rob. So, disappointment for them, electrical problems, forcing the car to pit under safety car, so no power for them. They did manage to get the car into the pit lane, but that Gen 2 car having a few teething issues. They all do, don't they, new cars? That's why we put them out there and see what they can do. And proper test session for them now.
Yeah, No, exactly. It's nice to see the Gen 2 car coming in. We've had a couple of newer shaped cars in the CityCar Cup as well, which I know is not the same series, but, you know, very similar kind of idea, and the new shaped Peugeot in that series. So nice to see that they're not just, you know, resting on their laurels and sticking with the same old formula, looking to the future to bring the newer shaped cars in and make sure that they are on exactly the same level of competitiveness as the cars we've got now. Right, these are the two cars that sit currently in 13th and 14th places, but I think, Richard, John Neal, they are essentially the top two cars in this race, because eventually when others make their first pit stop, these two, I think, will cycle through to the front. Well, we can say it's good fortune that has put them in this position, but there's a reason Alpha Trojan have won a race already this year and had so much success in this series before. We've seen the Bacon team doing well as well in the past, and you know, they know that this is the kind of thing that can happen. 41 cars on the track, a narrow track, Snetterton. There's always the chance of an early safety car. Get that safety car, that pit stop out of the way, and it could just fall into your lap.
If nothing else, it gives them that flexibility, doesn't it, for the increased flexibility over the other teams for the remaining two. And I can't believe that half an hour already. Where has that gone?
Yes.
But yeah, it opens the options for them over the rest of the session. Team Grooms didn't get the move done on Sylvain Rubio. There goes the Prep Tech car. Prep Tech doing well in Ginetta Juniors this year, which is really nice to see. But Oliver Barnard, hopefully, he'll be able to give us an update on what happened. And indeed, Gracie Mitchell in the 381 car, assuming that Gracie is okay. Seeing her in Fun Cup. There is a leading car having pitted, Sandro Proietti, in the Liquid Moly car. I know Liquid Moly love a few sponsor mentions over the course of any broadcast, live stream, TV or otherwise, so they'll be pleased to see themselves on the stream. So it's Rubio from Ingram, Gary Mitchell, the other Dragon Sport car up into 4th place at the moment, so it's sort of on one hand a little bit bitter for them, but the sweetness is they're up into 4th position at the moment with Ned Anthony at the wheel, and he'll hand over to Monroe, Renard or Matt Hyde. Matt Hyde, the ex-Formula V champion,
yes,
who went through the scholarship, was in the final 3 of the Dragon Sport scholarship. As I say, terrific team, all great lads. There was a flurry of scholarships last winter because we had the Dragon Sport one. Before that, we had the Ginetta one, and then we had the mini JCW Sport scholarship. So we had about 3 of them in the course of about 6 weeks. And a lot of them had the same, you got sort of serial entrants in them. You know, oh, hello again, how are you? And the mini one was interesting because working with Mark Werrell, he did the media stuff with us because there were so many entries in it. And the ones that I'd met, I said, go and talk to Mark because it'd be interesting for, you know, if you already know the person, the media interview is easy, isn't it? So it's better for them to go and meet somebody different. And that comes down to like the media training we always say to the youngsters, go and talk to the people first.
Yeah.
Isaac Doble, do you remember? Did you see the interview we did with Isaac at Anglesey?
No, I don't think I did.
We did the paddock show, we called it. We did a walk around the paddock for the lunchtime break at Anglesey, and we were interviewing Mike Doble, and he said, we were talking about the family element of it, and he said, and the family continues, he said, because Isaac's going to do the scholarship, Fiesta scholarship. I said, right, we'll interview him next, and we stuck him on live camera. We're going green again.
And we are indeed. Excellent work by the marshals then to get the track cleared. I did notice there the 558 car is back out on track, by the way, so they've served that 6 minutes. They've hopefully got the problem solved, and they are back on their way, and actually have only lost a lap, I think, from all of that. Because
the 6 minutes was the safety car.
Exactly so.
Right.
Exactly. A safety car lap in excess of 4.5 minutes. That could have worked out an awful lot worse for them. Through go the field then. Now, we're going to have a battle for the lead here. We've almost got 3 races going on in one. We've got the cars that haven't pitted. They're just fighting for outright track position. We've got the cars that have pitted once. We've already documented them. And I wish I could claim that I had noticed this. It was actually our director, Rob, who spotted this. There are 2 cars, Richard, who have pitted twice already, and they're significant cars. One of them is Sid Smith in the number 300 car. The other is the 586, which is the Andy Mollison-driven car now, both of which started inside the top 10. They have managed to squeeze 2 pit stops out of all of this, and we weren't even half an hour in at the time, but, you know, a Citroen C1 can easily go 2.5 hours with just 1 more pit stop, so they've got 2 of their stops out of the way, only have to stop once more, and they're both comfortably still on the lead lap.
And you wouldn't mind handing over to someone like Rob Smith, would you?
Exactly. So we might not be talking about them and for another 2.5 hours or 2 hours 20 minutes, but right at the end there is Sid Smith. Look, well picked out. The number 300.
Which car's that?
It's the one with the happy birthday sign on the side of it, I believe.
Always green. I love the green liveries as well. They always look smart.
Good looking cars, aren't they? They
They
stand out. They're always well presented. But yes, Sid Smith is well. He could be in the pound seat here, couldn't he? The number 300 car. It's the 586, the other one. Now, I think they have had a driver change possibly in 586. No, maybe it was Andy Mollison in at the start. It's just he and Dave Drinkwater sharing that car. There it is. Look, going up the inside. So that was the poppy liveried car that you noticed. What we didn't notice at the time was they were making their second stop, not their first. So that is, I think, running just behind Sid Smith, isn't it? So Sid Smith, the best placed of those with 2 stops under their belt.
I wonder if I'll get a message from Will Gibson, the Legends driver's dad, Adrian, because he's friends with Mr. Drinkwater, and he normally pings me. He watches the streams that he's right, and they've got a lot of racing friends at Gibson. We need Will in this, actually.
That's a good idea, yeah.
That'll be, a little car, fast little car. It'll be good for him.
I could see
he
that
did Compact Cup, didn't he, a while ago as well? Will?
He did. Indeed, yes. There is Sid then, turning his way through. So he will now do a long stint, you would imagine. Rob, again, can probably help us out with this. I can't remember what how long a tank of fuel will carry you in these cars, but I'm pretty sure you can get the best part of 2 hours, maybe over 2 hours, before refuelling. Certainly at the Silverstone 24, I think we were seeing drivers doing 2 hours 20, 2 hours 30 between pit stops, so they can go an awfully long way. They're pretty economical cars, really, aren't they, in the grand scheme of things? So wouldn't be at all surprised to see them go basically from now till the end before making that pit stop. And look, Alpha Trojan now, they're making their second pit stop as well. We've got a whole host of teams coming in, and many of them for the second time.
I'm probably worried that we might get another safety car because things are still all together, aren't they? And it's early doors, so people aren't necessarily in the race rhythm yet. So, yeah, get that second one out of the way, and then we can see how the race comes to him. Green on green there.
That's Sid Smith forcing the issue, shall we say, going into Wilson. Now, interestingly, we just saw Sid Smith and Andy Mollison go through. If we stay on this shot for a second, in the background, you will see eventually the Alpha Trojan car coming out of Riches. It is on its way, I promise you, don't worry, because there it is, just going out of the pit lane. So Alpha Trojan now leaving the pit lane. That is how far they are behind the other cars that have made 2 pit stops, but we know how quick they are. They've got the best part of 2.5 hours now to try and close, what's that, maybe a 20-second deficit, 25-second deficit maybe, to the Sid Smith machine. So that is really the story here, isn't it? Alpha trying to close that gap. At the end of the lap, I'll make a note of what the gap is between them, and we'll see how quickly they can start bringing that down, because they're now on the same strategy as the likes of the 300 car, but because they did it under green flag conditions, have lost a little bit more time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the maths and the logic of that through my head, because they were ahead, but yeah, it's the conditions they pitted under, isn't it? So,
exactly, they've lost more track position, haven't they, as a result of doing it under green flag. I think we've probably had this conversation before, though, and don't get me wrong, I love the Fun Cup. We know I like the Fun Cup, and they have their set. I might have mentioned it a couple of times, and they have their set pit windows, and you have to pit at this time, and you've got 10 minutes to do it, and you have to make a driver change. I do quite like the freedom, the strategic freedom that you have in the Silver Lake C1 series, where you can pit essentially whenever you like after 15 minutes into the race, and it means that it keeps us guessing. It means we have to be on the ball to try and follow what's going on, but imagine the other teams out in the pit lane. They'll all be watching each other and trying to figure out, right, they're pitting now, they've made 2 pit stops, they've made 1, but they're faster than us, and trying to figure out how they can play the strategy in their favour. I think it's really fascinating.
It is. It's fascinating to watch Ting, who will now get the lead as the lead car, Sylvain Rubio, comes in. So Tingram now leads the race. It wasn't a pass on track, but we've got the BTCC star, former champion, out front and leading in the C1s.
Yes, he is. So Tom Ingram leads then at Snetterton. We've seen that before, haven't we? And he will now be looking to try and get his head down. He is 1.1 seconds clear of the 331 car, which is being driven by 331 Charles Abbott. And there they are through the Wilson hairpin. Then it's the 409 car next. 409, Matthew Hyde, Monroe Renard and Ned Anthony. It is Ned who's in the car at this opening stages of the race. Then the 555 car, which is driven in the opening stint by Max Watt. and then the top 5 completed by number 527. 527 being the Shepherds, the Red Sky racing car, and it is David Shepherd. They've got 4 drivers to cycle through, so they will make a driver change every single time. So they're sort of tied into, really, aren't they, a more traditional strategy where they split the race as evenly as they can, simply in the matter of fairness, so that everyone who's paid for the entry gets to spend plenty of time out on track. But we'll see how that works for them.
And they're always at the sharp end or therehabout as well.
Exactly.
They know what they're doing.
They do indeed.
Have we got Quattro Formaggio and all the likes of those?
Don't think we have.
I don't recall seeing that.
No, haven't seen Quattro Formaggio, no, and a couple of other team names that spring to mind from previous Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series races. But we might get them back out again next year for the 24-hour race, because that was the big news story, wasn't it, in the last couple of weeks. The Brscc had to move the 24-hour race away from Silverstone to Anglesey, where it was planned to be running this year because of cost concerns, basically. Unfortunately, the entry wasn't going to be substantial enough to run the event. They had to cancel the event, which I know they did not do lightly at all. They have now, as we've got a battle for the race lead here, they have now managed to secure a deal with Silverstone to have the 24-hour race back on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit next year, and I'm sure that will attract an awful lot of teams who perhaps only would come out to do that one race a year, but they've still got the cars, they've still got the hunger to come out and compete, and I'm really looking forward to that next year.
I've not looked at the calendar. Do you know if it clashes with... I'm guessing it won't clash with BTCC, CCCCC.
Probably not.
Or GT. Hopefully it'll be one of the... And the point being, it'd be great to be involved with it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I really hope I'm free for that one as well. I've really enjoyed it the 2 years that we've been involved in that race. Maybe Tom Ingram will come out and have a play again if he's free that weekend. He may be leading the race here, Richard, but he's not leading it very comfortably, is he?
No, he's not. He's coming under a wee bit of pressure, is Mr. Ingram, and he'll be grateful for that. He likes a little bit of a challenge, as our Tom. So Charles Abbott is the man putting the pressure on. Neither of these cars stoppers at the moment. Charles has a look at the inside run. I think quite doing at the minute, but this is all good for Tom. To remind him next week when he's racing in touring cars at Croft next weekend. He's going for it now, Charles, isn't he? Having a look down the inside as they come into Wilson. Somebody asked me the other day, actually, we were Wilson Corner, is that named after the Sergeant Wilson from Dad's Army? Because that was filmed down the road at Thetford.
Of course it was, yeah.
Somebody didn't know the racing history. It was a genuine question.
Really? At least there's some logic to that, isn't there? That's local name, but Justin Wilson, the late Justin Wilson, that corner named after, it was renamed, wasn't it, when he passed away?
It was, yeah.
A number of years ago. And it's always the scene of action, is that corner. 447 are in. These are all cars running a bit further down the order, I think. 447, the TRX Motorsport car in 27th position. And they seem very interested in that left front corner, don't they? As if maybe it's had a knock somewhere. Just wanted to make sure that the wheel and tyre are still okay. As our lead battle heads through the left-hand kink at Hamilton. Tom Ingram just about hanging on then from the number 331 car. We said that was Charles Abbott, didn't we, in that Abbott Racing Motorsport car.
That'd be a scalp, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't.
Might have took Tom Ingram for the lead.
Exactly. But this is another great thing about having drivers of this calibre coming and racing in a series like this, because it does give people like Charles an opportunity to race against drivers who ordinarily he wouldn't get the opportunity to race against. And a one-make series, they're cars that really reward good drivers. If you've got a smooth driving style, you will do well in this series. And it is a great way to prove a point, isn't it, that you are as quick as a former British touring car champion. And, Charles is definitely proving that now, isn't he? Giving Tom Ingram a hard time.
Yeah, Tom rattling the curbs a little bit there. Tom, for his own part, again, going back to the fact that, we've known the family since karting. He's one of the drivers that's come up through, real hard work. There was no silver spoon for him. No. It wasn't, buy his way into every formula. They've had to work. He sold bikes to help pay to go for his racing over the years. And, every bit of success he's had, he has earned.
Yeah, absolutely so. And he's having to earn this race lead at the moment. Flings the car into Morris. Look at that. That was beautifully precise, though. Right up to the sausage curb, but not touching it. It's the last thing you want to be doing in these kind of cars, that is for sure. So across the line they're about to go. It was 0.2 of a second between them. I'd imagine it's much the same this time as they come past one of the back markers. That's the 355 car, I think, that they were just going past, which is the Emax Motorsport car. Only one Emax Motorsport car, I think, entered into this race. But again, we see sometimes Emax up there contending for race wins in some of the big races. But the 355 car just slipping a lap down, a little bit off the pace at the moment, as 343 is given a track limits warning. Oh, to immediately prove me wrong, that's another Emax Motorsport car, so they've got more than one car. The 343 is the Alex Port, Matthew Rice and James Taylor example, and they're being pinged for track limits as well.
Sandro Proietti with the fastest lap, and also the lead car in terms of the singular pit stop at the moment. Yep, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, so they're in 5th place. The top 2 stopper at the moment is BPC Tyre Buffing with Sid Smith at the control. So yeah, really good strategy from them. And obviously we've got Tingram leading outright. 527 going through. That is the Brscc Racing car with the 4 Shepherds taking their respective turns. So it's Ingram leading, Abbott in 2nd position, Ned Anthony next up in the Dragon Sport cars. I don't know if the other one made it back yet. It did look from the low loader like that first Dragon Sport car was going to be a DNF.
Yeah.
Sadly.
I fear you might be right, actually, yeah. I've just done something that I said I was going to do 2 or 3 laps ago and then I forgot, which was to make a note of the gap between the 2 stop cars. So you've got Sid Smith, who is about 2.5 seconds ahead of Andy Mollison. Those are the 2 highest placed cars to have made 2 stops. The 3rd highest placed car on that strategy, sort of, although they pitted a bit later, is Alpha Trojan. Now, they're about 24 seconds back from Sid Smith, so we'll monitor that over the next half an hour or so, see if it's coming down. On the previous lap, Alpha Trojan did a 240.2, and Sid Smith did a 241.5, so far so good. It is creeping down.
It is, that's what they'll want to do. Plenty of time for them to sort it out. We've had 3/4 of an hour now. These do go quickly, these endurance races, or... Are we allowed to call 3-hour endurance race?
I think just about.
Just about.
I think anything less than 3 is pushing it.
It satisfies the
just about
Countdown Corner dictionary for Andy.
I would say so. I think the definition of an endurance race has changed slightly over recent years, hasn't it, really? Oh, hello. That is 555 off the road. 555 is Max and David Watt, who have been off the road in their sort of camouflage, well, not camouflage livery, what do we call that livery? It's the kind of stuff they put on test demo cars, isn't it? The sort of, they're testing in secret. Anyway, whatever. It's got no damage on it, and it's carrying on. I can't remember the word. I will think of the word whilst we head down to the pit lane and hear once again from Rob Lewis, who I believe has got another story for us.
We've had to shuffle over to the other garage from Ron Johnson's garage because we've got lots of pit stop action going on. I've grabbed Tom Ingram's teammate for this race, Ron Johnson. You've taught him everything he knows in C1s.
Obviously, yeah, but it's actually the other way around, of course, and he's teaching me. We'll see how I get on later, because that'll be interesting, won't it? Because he's keeping the car behind Sweet at the moment, but Rubio's doing very well. So we'll see how I get on when I get in the car. That'll be the real test, won't it? You can see how the lessons are going from Tom.
How good is it just to have a bit of fun in the Silver Lake C1 Series at Snetterton with Tom, who you've had a relationship with for a long time?
I've known him about 10 years, yeah. We started with Speedworks when I was doing the GTs, and he started in BTCC with Speedworks in the Toyota. And so we have quite a long relationship, and we get on very well. We have a good time, and yeah, it's fun to be here in the C1. It's a good atmosphere, good fun. We like it. And we have a good laugh, and I think everybody else does, quite honestly, well, don't they? Including Robin, who can't stop, can he?
He absolutely cannot stop. It's a great paddock to be a part of, but qualifying didn't actually start very well for you, did it?
Qualifying went particularly badly, particularly since everything was fine on Friday when I was here practicing, managed to stay on the track. Till it comes to qualifying, and I went off the track after the second lap, which is very unfortunate, but trying too hard. I didn't need to try that hard either, because Tom's obviously going to be quicker than me. That's a nuts thing. What was going through my head? I'm mad.
You must be, but you keep coming back and doing this. Yeah, I mean, what brings you to this series in particular?
Well, it's the ambience, of course. I get on well with the team, as well as Tom, and all the rest of the team, the people in the cars in the team. We've all raced together with each other for the last few years in C1 and elsewhere as well. So yeah, it's the ambience of the team and the whole people that are involved in this particular part of the C1 racing series. So it's fun. It's good.
Fantastic. And you just so happen to be sharing probably one of the lucky garages, because we've got first place garage, second place garage at the moment. You've got the Abbots next to you.
Yeah, they seem to be doing very well. I wish they could drop back a little bit, give Tom a bit of leeway so we can get away a bit, but they won't let him get away, will they?
Scoundrels, absolute scoundrels. Fantastic to see you, Ron. Great to see you back in the paddock again. We're going to leave that there with Ron Johnson. We're going to head back to the commentary box, back to the track.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. That was a good interview, wasn't it? Perfectly timed, Richard, because just as he was saying how Tom's doing such a good job of keeping the lead, we cut to a shot of him losing the lead.
I wonder if Ting's listening to the live stream and that put him off, listening to Ron. Seen Ron race a few different things. Loves his fast, but he's a quick peddler as well.
Yeah.
So I think, given what he said about the qualifying, so is that tank tape his fault for the off-in qualifying? Rather than
See, we jumped to the wrong conclusion there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Touring car driver, tank tape. Yeah, easy leap to make.
He's your new leader, though.
He is, indeed. The Abbots out in front then, the number 331 car. And it was a good move made down the Bentley Straight, I think, wasn't it, where he got up the inside. We might get a replay of that if that's possible and see exactly how he did it. But the 331 car out in front. And I'm sure Tom will now, he's a sensible chap, isn't he? He'll probably just settle in behind and try and work with the new race leader, perhaps, to gain the place back. So Tom Ingram in second place, 311 is in. Something else I noticed as well just now is that up into fourth place is Sandro Proietti. So Proietti, remember, the highest placed of the one-stoppers, so to speak, up into the top 5 now and only 11 seconds off the race lead. So he almost has now had a completely free pit stop. Bear in mind he was battling with Tom Ingram in that opening stint of the race.
Yeah, that's a good show he has, isn't he? Yeah, running real well. Fastest lap as well. So the car and driver set up well, dialed in, popping in the laps, and yeah, 11 seconds down. So, yeah, I agree with you, Andy. That's pretty much a free pit stop, isn't it? Red Sky down behind them. Then it is the 555 car in 6th place, despite having that little... Was it a gyration? I can't remember. We saw having some problems.
Yes, they did, didn't they? Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I assume they would have lost more time than that. That was up at Murray's, wasn't it, that they went off. They have lost time, I suppose, but not too much position. I think too many positions. That wasn't good grammar, was it? I think because so many cars have pitted now, there are a few more gaps in the running order than there once were. Here comes the 434 car, though. Sandro Proietti, 4th position for Bacon Racing with Liquimolly, and this... As we've said, the highest placed car to have made one pit stop, and they are something like 12 seconds clear of Snail Speed Racing, who are on the same strategy as them. And then next in line behind is Sid Smith. Sid Smith only 28.8 seconds off the race lead now, and back into the top 10, having made 2 stops. That's because I'd say almost all teams now have made at least one stop. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. 7 of them that are still running, who are yet to pit. And I think having now gone this long without pitting, they're probably going to have to just commit to that, aren't they? And stay out on track for as long as they can, as the 3rd-placed team, actually. A 4th-placed team, sorry. Oh, no, it was the leader. I'll get it right in a minute. The leader is in. And Tom Ingram once again back to the front.
Handed it.
Yes, he was a little bit that time, yeah. That's twice now he's taken the lead and not been able to do it on track, isn't it?
Sorry, Tom. I'm winding up.
Yeah, so 3-3-1 in. Now, this is a driver change by the looks of it, isn't it, as well, I think? So
yeah, it was.
That means that Lionel Abbott will now take over. And they were joined by the Red Sky team, weren't they? So 2 of our top 5 runners are in, which does now promote Proietti into 3rd. Sandro Proietti up into 3rd position. Be interesting to see how this lot come out in relation to some of the 2 stoppers, although of course they've only done 1 stop. This is the first visit to the pit lane for the 331, which is wheeled back into the slow lane and then accelerates forward into the fast lane. 338 in behind as well. That's the Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley pair, a pair of former...
That means that Esther's dog-sitting this weekend, doesn't
it? She must be, yes.
Because Jeremy was dog-sitting last week.
Was he? While she was up at Croft, right, OK. Yeah, maybe so then, because I don't think she's here this weekend, is she? So, yeah, pair of former MX-5 Super Cup drivers there sharing the driving duties. And, yeah, they will rejoin the race. So Bacon now up into 3rd position. And remember, they pitted, didn't they, at the same time as Alpha Trojan the first time, but then Alpha decided to do a 2nd stop in quick succession afterwards. So interesting that they were on the same strategy, and then they sort of went their separate ways. who will come out on top at the end of the race. But we're still 2 hours and 8 minutes away from finding that out. But certainly Sandro Peretti putting in a good stint here. His lap times consistently in the low 2-minute 41s, which is a pretty good pace to be running at this stage of the race. And actually, just about the fastest car on track, the fastest car on track at the moment is the 589, which has also made 2 pit stops, actually. 589 is the Dan Boardman and Stuart Malling car. I don't think we've mentioned the Melbourne racing car, but they actually are the fastest car on track at the moment in the mid 1-minute 40s.
They're running well. We're only about half an hour away from, if you've got a 2-driver team and you've done your, a couple of your stops already, from the second driver getting in and going over to the rest of the race.
That's a good point. And Alpha Trojan would fall into that category, wouldn't they? I think the 300 would as well, because that's just Rob and Sid Smith. So there is Sid Smith. Now notice how he's been caught here by the 586 car. That was a 2.5 second gap about 10 minutes ago when I jotted it down. And now down to about a second or so. So the 586 closing him in. It is at the moment a battle for 6th position between BPC Tyre Buffing in the 300 and WRC Developments with CB Auto Services Andy Mollison in the number 586. But they came across the line that time, only separated by 3/4 of a second. The top 2 cars to have made 2 of their 3 mandatory pit stops. And as they round Rich's corner, this could turn into a fairly significant, and I suspect fairly entertaining battle as well, as they both try to dig their way into real contention for a win. I do think they're well placed now. How far back is Alpha Trojan? Alpha Trojan are 55 seconds off the lead, but how far behind the 300? About 25 seconds. So interestingly, Alpha Trojan not really gaining on Sid Smith at the moment. Sid Smith, there is the Alpha Trojan car actually turning into the hairpin. So as they head through the Wilson hairpin, then onto the infield section, that battle continues to bubble away. Let's go ahead and head down to the pit lane again, though, and hear from Rob Lewis and the man who makes all this possible.
Right, I've taken the opportunity to grab Robin Welsh. We'll face this way so we don't get the feedback from the PA. You'll notice as well, Sylvain Rubio is obviously getting prepared to go out of the car, probably have a cigar and get Jade Edwards into the car there, so she'll be going into the lead battle.
Look
certainly
how happy she is as well.
She does look very happy in the job that she's doing. She's loving life. Robin, the reason we've grabbed you down here, I just want to grab the team at SCR Motorsport. Now, Scott Evans is one of his side hustles is Motorsport in Minutes, where he makes some very nice motorsport clocks. And Scott, you've got something for Robin, haven't you?
I do. I have something for you.
So this is a C1 Racing Club Raw Motorsport custom motorsport clock,
really light, isn't it?
made from a genuine British touring car brake disc. So that's from the SCR team to Robin Welsh, Scott.
Thank you very much. For doing what you do, mate.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
It's all right.
That's good. It could be one of Jade Edwards' brake discs. That's one of yours.
It might be. She kills hers.
This could well be one of Jade Edwards' brake discs, you never know. But Robin, that's your brand new clock to hang up in the camper from Team SCR.
Perfect. No, I really appreciate that, and thank you very much for everything you guys do as well. It's really good. They support a lot of people actually as well. It's not just SCR. They support so many people, so they really deserve a good shout out.
Fantastic. Now, Scott, I'll grab a chat with you quickly while we've got the opportunity. Team SCR, so you've still got Sandown Motorsport backing you, running 2 cars this weekend.
Yeah, still got SCR. Well, SCR is basically me and Chip. Sandown still back us, and we helped MH about 18 months ago. And every time they come over, we look after them, help them out. It's just easier for them not to bring everything they need over from Switzerland. So yeah, we'll help anyone in the paddock that needs it, basically.
And just for everyone at home, you didn't mishear that. MH Motorsport came all the way from Switzerland to come racing.
Yep, twice this year already.
Twice this year. They've drove across Europe to go racing.
That's it, correct, yeah.
I mean, Rob, what does it mean to you to have teams like that come to race in this series?
It's a bit, I don't know what the right word is, but it makes me very emotional, whatever that word is. They put so much effort in to come and race in our series, you know, and it's fantastic. And they got a best repaired car last year because the thing is unbelievable. It's the best C1 we've ever seen. They got another little award coming this year because they've done something else which really impressed me. But they're just lovely guys. They put in a load of effort to come that far. That's more than club racing. That's passion for motorsport.
Absolutely outstanding. Now, to get you back into the action, I'll pan the screen there. Jade Edwards is getting into car 566. Sylvain Rubio has done his work for the day, and it's going to be up to Jade Edwards and Josh Cook now to get that car over the line, and then Sylvain can go and do the daily shop tomorrow with it.
Yeah, he literally has driven the car here, and he will drive it home. He always does.
Fantastic. So that's 566 heading back out of the pit lane. Jade's about to tag out, and it's time to head back to the commentary box.
Here I am, giggling away at what Rob Lewis said. He was being genuine. That is a road-legal car, that, and I suppose many of them might be, actually, that will be driven home again afterwards.
They have to have an MOT, don't they?
Yeah, that's true, actually,
race,
yeah. I suppose that is true.
So you might as well, use it. Weird thing for me here, couple of points from that section with Rob, which was great. Did you see how moved Robin was with that gift? He genuinely loved it. He was looking at it, and you could see what a nice thing, feeling the love down in the pit lane. And the other thing is, really weird for me now to have Jade, who's a co-commentator with me elsewhere, to be commentating on her in a race. It's really bizarre. And I've thoroughly enjoyed working with her this year on co-coms.
She's done a splendid job as well, I really have to say that. Really great addition to the team, I think, and not the only one that thinks that. So, yeah, good job, Jade. Let's see how she gets on out on the track. Not a slow driver either is Jade Edwards, so I'm sure she'll be more than up for the fight. But Robin Welsh. I mean, the definition of passionate is Robin Welsh. He is so passionate about his job and about this series. He's poured blood, sweat and tears into this series to get it to the point that it's at now. And, it's not an easy series to run because there are so many moving parts, so many teams and drivers to try and keep happy, which actually isn't possible, quite frankly, but he does his very best to try and make sure that that's the case, and really does deserve all the praise that he gets, does Robin Welsh. Fantastic character as well. And, really lives and breathes C1 racing, does Robin. And it must be so nice for him to see the continued success of the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. Right then, so we've had that pit stop, which was fairly noteworthy. All of this has now brought Sandro Proietti up into second position. So once the Tom Ingram car pits, which I suspect probably won't happen for a little while longer yet.
Tom Ingram car pits, is that a new company?
Tom Ingram car pit.
Wall-to-wall carpeting, sorry.
Too quick for me, Richard, as always, too quick. Yes, once he comes into the pit lane, then he will relinquish the lead. Sandro Proietti, if he's not pitted for a second time by that point, will move ahead and will resume his position out in front. But he's 10.4 seconds back and not lapping quite as quickly as Ingram at the moment. So Tom going to enjoy a bit of time out on his own, I think, in the lead of the race. This, meanwhile, is the 555 car in the 465, and this is the battle for third place, Richard.
It is. I'm going back to Tom Ingram momentarily. What will his strategy be? Because he's only got Ron Johnson to share the car with. So will Ron do the two quick stops if they need to do it, or will Ting do it before Ron takes over?
I don't know. That's interesting, that, isn't it?
What would you do if you were team manager? Would you put Ting in as the faster of the two? Would you pick with the faster of the two drivers, or?
You want to maximise Tom in the car, don't you? Obviously, he is, let's face it, going to be the quicker of the two. So they're obviously going long with him now, which means he's not going to have a huge amount of drive time, if you like, left in the second half of the race. So I think they will probably do two short stints for his teammate, and then I think Tom will probably jump in for a fairly lengthy stint at the end. So that's probably what I'd be doing. But get him out maybe halfway through the race. And
put Ting back in
at the end,
rather than,
in case there's a late safety car.
I was thinking splitting 50-50 and then, you're right.
Maybe, it depends. I don't know what their agreement is. If they want to win the race, then I think that's probably the best thing to do, isn't it? But it is difficult. You want to try and be fair to both of them, and at the end of the day, Tom won't be paying quite as much into this, probably, will he? So
probably not paying anything.
No, quite likely. So we'll wait and see. But that's probably the best way to do it, isn't it? And then you've got your quick driver at the end. We see this in Fun Cup quite a lot, don't we? The teams save their quick driver for the last couple of stints because if there's a late safety car, they're there to do battle, aren't they? And go and fight for the race victory. So anyway, either way, he's just done his personal best lap of the race, as Tom, a 2:39.9. We've not had many lap times in the 2:39s. In fact, we might have only had two or three maybe. The fastest lap still a 39.5 set by Sandro Proietti early on as Sid Smith goes wide and loses quite an important position, Richard.
He does. So Sid Smith, that is fifth position done now as Andy Mollison goes through. Sid won't be overly happy about that. He'll have probably known that it was on the cards because he'll have seen that car close up. And it's now moved on, isn't it? So I'm wondering, yeah, again, Sid, you'd expect maybe out of Sid and Rob to have the longer stint.
Possible, yeah.
But did Sid realise when he was doing Fiesta Juniors those years ago, hey son, you'll be racing C1 soon?
What an aspiration to have that would be, eh?
I'll tell you what, he'd have taken it as well.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with it at all.
And again, a great opportunity for father and son to race together. We said this about Fun Cup too,
great,
but
yeah,
this is an
brilliant.
even more affordable way of doing it, isn't it, really? And I've yet to meet a driver who has driven one of these things and not enjoyed it. They are such good fun, these cars. I'm reliably informed. That was a slightly wayward line for Andy Mollison, but yeah, both Andy and Sid and Rob, in fairness, have all driven cars far more powerful than these, far faster than these, lots more downforce, much quicker lap times, and yet this is probably about the most fun that they'll have had. And the fact that they get to do it, Sid and Rob, together, sharing the car, that makes it extra special.
I'm just thinking about this as, a thing that hopefully my son will want to do.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to afford to come and do it. You know, if not before, maybe I'll treat him for his 21st. Couple of years away. We've got his ARDS test lined up. So
oh, really?
With the motorsport school, we're going to go and do it there at Mallory with them, and so a little plug for them. And yeah, Sid's getting back on the case now, so he's yeah, maybe he knew it was coming, but he wants the position back. Such is the race of Sid. The point I was coming to make was that although you've got some fantastic drivers in here, you've got all the touring car names that we've mentioned. People like Sid Smith, who's racing in Carrera Cup, and now looking down the inside, and he's going to get the move here on Andy Mollison. They're side by side, but they've got another car, the Biffa car. I hope we don't get any biffing out of this to deal with it. The 520 car, which is quite rightly holding some good position on track. That's the Michael Dark Darren Ball car. That panned out okay. We'll get the view of them as they come down the straight. It has. Biffa car actually still holding pretty good pace as they come down into Richie's for the first time, and Sid Smith's got the inside run and got the position back. The point I was going to make, and I'll try and make it quickly, is that although you've got lots of star drivers from lots of different top-level disciplines in UK racing and European racing, if you're a newcomer, you can still come in and do this. You've seen the black crosses on the back of the car, so this is a place for newcomers to come in as well as being an experienced driver.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good point well made, and a good move made by Sid Smith then to reclaim that in position and now become once again the highest placed car to have made a pit stop. Right then, let's hand down to Rob, who's catching up with a team who were in the lead not that long ago.
Hi everyone, back down in the pit lane with Charlie Abbott now. Charlie, first of all, your car has lost its signature yellow headlamps. When are they coming back?
By high demand, they've got to come back, haven't they? If they're loved by so many, they'll come back.
Fantastic. Now, you've just got out of the car after a fantastic opening stint. How was it for you?
Yeah, brilliant fun. Shame about safety car. We saw a few cars pit in front of us. Should have gone in ourselves, but yeah, let us stay out in the lead, fighting with Tom Ingram. So yeah, I'm very happy with being up there in pace with a current British car touring car.
Well, a former British touring car champion, probably on the way to getting another one this year.
Yep.
And the fact that you're dicing with him and his engine builder in Sylvain Rubio, that's got to be quite nice.
Yeah, we're more than happy. I hope Dad out there now can keep up the pace. We were running 240s just under, which was quicker than we were running this morning on full fuel. So yeah, we're happy. See how it all unfolds. Unfortunately, I think for those who made a few more pit stops will be ahead of us, but we'll see how it all unfolds.
Well, the driver you've got out now, he's been around a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, Dad's been around a bit. Well, I can recall stories and photographs here at Snetterton back in the sort of 80s and 90s, growing up as a young lad, coming to watch him at the wheel hire. So yeah, he's won a few National Saloon Car Championships, a few wheel hire races. So yeah, I've got big boots to fill.
Absolutely. Now, strategy for the rest of the race. What's your game plan, or do you want to tell me?
I think we're playing it fairly simple, fairly Well, normal stints, quite evenly spaced out. If Dad's a bit slow, he'll get hawked out the car and I'll get back in.
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to talk to you on the pit lane today. Charlie, a credit to the Silver Lake C1 Series. That car, I can tell you, is beautifully prepared. And a bit more news for you. Silver Lake car number 558 back into the pit lane with more electrical gremlins. I'm going to go and find out. In the meantime, back to the commentary box.
That's a shame to hear, the Silver Lake car back in, but maybe they're just making a few adjustments to it, trying to tweak. As we said, this is now essentially a glorified test session for them, isn't it? But that was a great interview with young Abbott, wasn't it?
It was. Will High 24 before you were born. Probably.
I've read about it.
You've read? Yeah, it's for my age now. I remember Lionel in the Production Saloon Championship or National Saloon Championship, I think they called it back in the day. So, and again, I'll get pings from people of my advancing years saying, "Oh, it's Lionel Abbott you're interviewing, but commentating on," which is great and fantastic. The second generation. So Andy Mollison, at the moment, getting the upper hand on this battle in the 489 car. So Sid Smith trying to give chase again, but Andy's got a little bit of a gap now.
Yes, which developed over the last couple of corners. Sid, I think, is maybe having a bit of difficulty under braking, because remember, we saw him out braking himself at the Wilson hairpin earlier. He's just lost a bit more time through Wilson as well. And if you drop too far back in these cars, you lose that slipstream, and it can be very difficult to close back in. And this is such a significant battle, because if this runs green flag from now to the end of the race, then this could well end up being the battle for the win, actually, at the end of the day. So important that Sid Smith tries to get back on terms with Andy Mollison if he can. But Andy, as you can see, is now getting his head down. This has been a really good lap for Mollison. And Sid will be desperately hoping now that he's going to pick up a bit of a slipstream down the back straight. There is the Bacon Racing with Liqua Moly car. Sandra Proietti running in second position. And this car, as I said, with one pit stop under its belt, Snail Speed, who are not the car directly behind them on track, but the car just coming under the bridge in the background, they are running in third position, having also made a pit stop, but with no pit stops yet under their belt. It is still car 431 that continues to lead the way. Tom Ingram accelerates out of Murray's corner and goes through onto another lap, his 24th lap of the race, and has now led a good 6 or 7 laps probably in a row across the line. And well, look at this, a rare thing, Richard. He's got a completely empty track around him.
And he can make hay while the sun shines, can't he? He can bang in some good laps, get a little bit of space over everybody else, and I'm sure they've got their pit stops well drilled. So this is what you want, isn't it? Clear track to be unimpeded, particularly when you've got, well, when you've got your slow driver or your fast driver, clear track, not being impeded, get on, get some good laps in, make up as much ground as you can, get as much coverage as you can as well.
Indeed so. So 13, not nearly 14 seconds actually, that lead for Tom Ingram. Throws the car. I love watching these cars being driven on the lip. They really move around a lot. Racing drivers, you know, they become, as technology goes on, and again, we try to make cars handle better and go a bit faster, they become stiffer, they move around a lot less, there's a lot less travel on the suspension. I love the fact that these cars, they roll around, they slide about. They look reasonably well planted, actually, but just a lot of body roll in the car as it goes through some of the high-speed corners, through Coram and into Murray's. That's a really spectacular part of the track as well. They don't need to be quick to be spectacular. I think that's a really important point to make, and they don't need to be quick to be fun to drive either. And Tom Ingram, I'm sure, will be enjoying himself. Pitches down onto the brakes into Oggies and turns his way through the right-hander. So we're an hour and 10 minutes or so into this race. Tom Ingram leading, hasn't stopped yet. Bacon Racing number 434, Sandro Proietti in second position has, with in third position number 465, that car being driven at the moment by Owen Fitzgerald. Also one pit stop done. Then you've got Watt Motorsport. They had that spin at Murray's corner. They haven't yet stopped, but they're still running in fourth position, car 555. And then in fifth position, WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, Andy Mollison, the highest placed car with 2 stops under his belt. And that he knew the importance, didn't he, of that lap where he got ahead of Sid Smith, had to get his head down and pull away, which he has. He's 1.3 seconds clear of Sid Smith, courtesy of setting his personal best lap of the race. So Andy Mollison understood there, I think, the importance of trying to get away, and I reckon he has now broken out of slipstreaming range from the youngster.
Yeah, good for him, just making that progress. And one driver not making progress down in pit lane is Gracie Mitchell. We saw having some issues a little bit earlier on in the Dragon Sport car, and Rob has managed to find her, so let's find out what the issues are.
Okay, now we saw earlier on one of the Dragon Sport cars had a bit of trouble. Entirely out of your hands, Gracie Mitchell. It's good to see you up and about. How are you feeling?
Definitely starting to feel the pain a bit in my right leg. Obviously went into turn 4 and brake pedal literally just went flat. Nothing I could do really. Kind of swerved to the left to avoid the car which is also running out of our garage, and thought I could only just miss another oncoming car at the apex of turn 4, but unfortunately just caught them. Took a lot of side impact, especially on my driver's side door. Couldn't actually open it once I actually came to a stop, but luckily both of us have kind of come away kind of unscathed really, but I'm already starting to feel the pain in my right leg, but no, super kind of happy with how it was going up until that moment. Found 2 seconds between qualifying and the begin when I went off, but no, luckily obviously with the help of the team here at Snetterton and things like that. Not ideal, but just one of them things really.
Being part of the Dragon Sport College, obviously they'll teach you to come bounce back from this.
Yeah, no, definitely. They're all super supportive. Like, if you ever have any doubts or you're just kind of a bit nervous, like, they've really helped me, especially with having to start the race for the first time. I've never done, obviously, a race start in this championship, but they've just kind of helped calm them nerves and just make sure we're kind of prepared mentally and physically for it, and which has worked really well. And so up until what happened, no, they've been really great in kind of preparing me to actually be able to do this, considering it is my first year in cars.
Now, because of what you've just been through and the effort you took in trying to avoid all the other cars when you were having the issues that you were having, Robin's got something to present to you. So, Rob, take it away.
So, C1 Club, I saw the video from the clerk's office, and to be honest, it was shocking. I can't believe you managed to avoid the cars you did. There was 4 other cars you managed to miss. Unfortunately, you hit the one you did, but this is the C1 Club Good Effort Award. The fact that you've started your first race and you've managed to pretty much, well, you're okay, so you've done your best. So, good effort on the C1 Club, and you know, honestly, there's nothing you could have done, and full brake failure, I've had it before, it's terrifying. So don't let it faze you, keep going, and well done, honestly. You did everything you could there.
Thank you.
Right. Fantastic, Gracie. So you have walked away with some silverware this weekend.
Yeah, I know, I'm quite surprised to have walked away with a trophy, considering we only really lasted about half an hour in the race. But no, a massive thank you to obviously the team, the medical team here at Snetterton, and obviously yourselves at C1 for putting on such a great event. I think there's just, although they're not the fastest cars, they definitely bring out like the best when it comes to racing.
Absolutely, I'll echo those thoughts. Great to meet you, Gracie. Good luck with the recovery, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Fantastic. Wonderful to see Gracie up and about. It's time to head back to the commentary box.
Yeah, glad Gracie's okay, and you know, another thing, sorry to bang on about Dragon Sport, but you know, getting to know them with their scholarship, and one of the things I wanted to do as a result of it was just a little video interview with the winner afterwards, because we couldn't finish. We were at Blighton doing the scholarship, and it got very dark very, very quickly, and Reese needed to try and pick a winner for the scholarship, and we couldn't do it because they did the final runs, and then it went dark, so we couldn't do any more runs. And Reese did this absolutely incredible thing. He took the top 3 down to Brands Hatch for a test day. So he should have been awarding the scholarship at Blighton on the finals day. And rather than make a rush decision or a rash decision, he went away, thought about it, and he took the top 3 down to Brands Hatch for a full test day and did the full evaluation. Harry Reynolds won it. And because we didn't know who'd won, I said to Reese, well, let's do a couple of things. One is let's interview Harry and because we couldn't get the media interview on the day, so we did it on Zoom and popped it on YouTube. And then I said, and what we'll do, Reese, is do a chat with yourself as well about your thought process. And Reese, it's not about him. It's never about him. And he said, actually, could you first do an interview with Gracie Mitchell? So we did a little video with Gracie, who had been in the scholarship and was their ambassador, and he's racing with it. I'm really touched with that trophy, by the way, from Robin.
Yeah.
I was actually beginning to start to well up, actually, what he's doing, because I'm a sad, soppy old sod sometimes. And I just, you know, love this paddock and what I'm seeing, you know, today in it. But, Gracie did a great little interview, and she's well switched on social media. The hits we got on her interview,
really?
Amazing. I mean, mine don't get very much, you know, old grunter doing stuff. But when a youngster comes in and pings it out, I'm still getting new people following and watching it, and it's amazing, really. Anyway, sorry, that was relevant to the interview that time. But
It was, no, very, very much so. You make a very good point, and yeah, Gracie, I think pretty happy there to at least be walking away with a trophy of some kind. Right, the chances of this team walking away with some pretty good silverware today are starting to improve. This is the Alpha Trojan car, remember, that qualified fastest in qualifying earlier on this morning. Had to start a bit deeper in the field than they would have liked after the random top 10 grid draw, but they are starting now to take some good time out of the other cars that have made 2 pit stops. They are 52 seconds off the race lead, but crucially, only about 18 seconds now behind the battling 586 and 300 cars. So they are starting to ease into that gap. They were about 24, 25 seconds back at one point, so they've taken about 7 or 8 seconds out of that already, and you can see how they're doing it because they're really carrying some good speed through the corners. Gave a bit of a headbutt there to the 448 car, the Road and Tracks car, but through they go. They're wasting no time in the traffic, and they are going about eating into this deficit. They've still got, Richard, over an hour and 40 minutes to do this, and we'll get in a moment or two another look at exactly what this gap is, but it is coming down quite significantly.
It's doable, isn't it? That was a scary moment there for a newcomer. You can see the black cross in the back of the car, but it was dealt with, wasn't it, really well? So they came through, desperately trying to get things down. Snail speed in the pits, still the fastest lap with the 421 car that we're looking at. Tom Ingram, meanwhile, still enjoying his long stint out front, so he's had an hour and 20 pretty much in the car already, and continuing to lead, and he's leading the 2-stopper, the Andy Bollison car at the moment, by 36.285 seconds. Maximum time 2 hours 10 is the maximum time you can spend in the car for one individual. So was that an inference because we were talking about Tom Ingram being out? Very possibly, but then they've got to get the stops in as well, so I don't think Tom will do that.
Yeah, so that, interesting that, isn't it? So basically what that means is that there's a minimum driver time in a way of 50 minutes, isn't there then? So if they're going to split it that way, they have to give the other driver 50 minutes. Yeah, I don't know whether Tom would be selfish probably isn't the right word, but, you know, whether he would probably be quite happy to share the drive time a bit more evenly than that, but we'll see what they decide to do. You mentioned that fastest lap there, by the way, for the Alpha Trojan car. Well, that lap time set by Chris Freeman only about 3 laps ago in his pursuit of the 586 and the 300 car, who themselves are now separated by about 4.5 seconds. Sid Smith had a really slow lap last time around. I don't know whether he got balked in traffic, had a drama somewhere, but Sid Smith, for the first time really in his ongoing battle with Andy Mollison, is not in sight. Look, there is Mollison. There's actually a car between them now, which is the 555 Watt Motorsport car that sits in 3rd position, and Sid Smith in 4th. So a little bit of real estate now for Sid to try and jump across.
Rob will make it up when he jumps in.
Oh, easy. Yeah,
this is how you do it, son.
Exactly, yeah. That's it will be interesting, actually, to see how quickly they go in the same machinery. Definitely so. But we'll see. Sid, I thought earlier on Sid was going to be dropped by Andy Mollison, and he proved me wrong. So we'll see now whether he's able to close in. As 355 makes, I believe, their second stop of the day. Have we got any teams on 3 pit stops? Not yet. Not yet. Well, we have the Silver Lake team, but they've been in and out with problems, haven't they? They're 9 laps down, so no, not of the contenders having made 3 pit stops just yet. As we tick towards half race distance. Motorsport going to work, and Alpha Trojan have just come across the line. They are now, I reckon, 15 seconds behind Andy Mollison. There they go. So 15 seconds. They have taken a big chunk of time basically out of the 2 cars that they are chasing. But all of this could be undone if there were to be another safety car and other teams happened to be in the pit lane at the time. They could very easily find themselves, there's still another pit stop for these cars to do. And for some, still 3 pit stops. We've still got 2 cars that haven't stopped. Tom Ingram, we've referred to already, the 555 car being driven by Max Watt at the moment, yet to stop. But for the time being, it is this car that is the fastest out there. 1 minute 40.0 last time around. The only driver really getting down to that sort of pace. Although Sid Smith was a lot quicker last time, a 40.5, so he started to pick up the speed a little bit more as well. But yeah, monitor this situation as we go forward. Not even halfway through the race yet. And they continue to close in. 3:01 now, being given a warning for track limit. That's Nick Ramsey-Goff and Phil Myatt. We've seen Nick out in the CityCar Cup, as I said earlier on. Where are they running at the moment? 3:01. They are 15th at the moment, as there's a new fastest lap, and this time it comes from Sandro Proietti. Now, I think this happened whilst we were hearing from Gracie Mitchell, Richard, but Sandro Proietti came in again and made a second pit stop, but stayed in the car, interestingly, and he has now immediately, I think that's his first or second flying lap of this stint, set the fastest lap, a 39.0, so nearly into the 38s, the fuel load starting to burn down maybe. Now, he's a lot further back in the running order, probably 20-odd seconds behind even Alpha Trojan, but he's just on the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it could be key about getting them out in a, you know, timing the stop, watching the traffic, they'll know how long a stop without a driver change will take.
Yes.
So if you can time that to a gap in traffic to get the driver out, to get clear circuit, to put in things like fastest laps, then that's what you do. So that may be part of the science of it.
Yep, that's an interesting point. So 4-3-4, we still need, there they are, right on cue, the Liquimoli liveried car. Heading through towards Williams. So this car that Sandro is sharing with Oscar Proietti. Now this might be a shorter stint that they do here, because we are in the window very much so that one driver could get to the end from now without having to pit again, and for either fuel or driver time. There is no minimum pit stop time as well, that's worth pointing out. So when you do come in, you can come in and out as quickly as you like, which I always enjoy. I think that adds a real extra dynamic to endurance racing. And yeah, that is going to be interesting to see how they get on, isn't it? They're going to be pushing hard to try and get back into contention. They really would like a safety car now, actually, to close some of these gaps. Right then, another interview, I believe, from Rob Lewis down in the pit lane. Rob, who have you got for us this time?
So perhaps Tommy will take.
Now, we've got a special guest out in the C1 Club car this weekend. This gentleman here, Philip Myatt, was part of the original committee that started the C1 Racing Club. Philip, it's great to have you back in the Snetterton pit lane. You're suited, ready to go out in the Gen 2 car. How's it feel being back?
It's absolutely fantastic. I've just got to learn to be a little bit quicker yet. Nick's done a fantastic job in this first stint and put a load of pressure on me to make me go a bit quicker, but I'm really looking forward to it.
How much has the series changed since Robin took it off your hands?
It seems as though it's become a lot faster and a lot more professional, which is, you know, partially Robin's influence as well, I think. He's taken it to a new level, which is really good. You know, it isn't standing still and it isn't stagnating, it's moving forwards.
Enjoying your time out in the Gen 2 car?
I am, yeah. I'm finding it very challenging, but I'm enjoying it.
Fantastic. And what are you expecting now in your stint? Nick's done a great job, so are you just going to get out in the car and bring it home?
I hope so, yeah. I hope I can be a bit quicker than I was this morning and bring it home.
Has Robin managed to tempt you back out yet for later in the year?
Not yet.
You're tempted though, aren't you?
I'm sure he'll be working on it.
Absolutely. It's great to see you back in the C1 pit lane once again, Philip Myatt. He's just getting ready to go back out in the car. I'm going to have a banana and we'll hand back to the commentary team.
Thanks very much, Rob. Thought you were pleased to see us there, but it was a banana in your hand. Fair enough. So Tom Ingram's still out front. There is the 586 car still popping in the laps. And yeah, interesting to hear about that new gen car. And it's all about, isn't it, development and doing it before you need to, which is key and absolutely the right thing to do.
Yes, it is. Indeed so, yeah. Anticipate, don't just react.
Yep.
And I think a few other series could probably learn from that, couldn't they, really? And yeah, something that I know Robin and his team are always doing. They're always thinking to the future, trying to figure out ways to grow this series, and they've made some good decisions so far, so I'm absolutely confident they'll continue to do so. New fastest lap, as you've just spotted, for the Alpha Trojan car, as they continue to charge after the cars ahead. Chris Freeman putting in a really, really big stint here. How far back is he now as they round Palmer's? This is the car really that they're chasing, the 586. And they are 12 seconds now behind. That was 24 seconds after the first lot of pit stops. So at this rate, they're definitely going to get there, aren't they? And Alpha Trojan putting in a really, really good performance here. There goes the, in the background there, the battle for third position, actually. So that is Sid Smith right on the tail of Max Watt. So the 555 and the 300 car, they are nose to tail. They are battling for position. And Sid Smith, in fairness to him, has started responding as well. I mentioned earlier on he dropped quite a chunk of time to Andy Mollison. Well, he's putting in personal best lap times at the moment and is about 4.5 seconds back as the 412 is off the road on the infield. That is the Emax Motorsport car, Ted Reddick and Simon Mickelmeyer. And they're going to carry on. Where is that? They've gone off. Lots of bits of the infield here at Snetterton look the same. I think that's Hamilton. Yeah, it was Hamilton that they've been off. But thankfully, Richard, no damage seemingly done.
Ted getting the car back on track and just a little moment. Thankfully, not another safety car. That could throw things into disarray, couldn't it, another safety car? Or possibly not.
Well, it could, especially because actually we've just had a third pit stop now for the Bacon Racing with Liquamolly car. So this will be its first driver change now, presumably, with Sandro Proietti getting out of the car. Is that them rejoining the circuit? Yes, it is, 434. So into the car now we'll get Oscar. And this is now going to be interesting. What pace does he have? They've chosen to get this pit stop out of the way early in anticipation that if there were to be a safety car, they could still get a big benefit over those that ultimately they're not likely going to catch under green flag conditions, are they? They need a safety car. They need to throw the strategy gamble. That's exactly what they're doing, and they've rejoined right in front of the race leader.
They have. Are they done now for stops?
That's 3 stops.
3, so no fuel? We
were
were talking about how far they go. That's a question for Rob, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, now 3 hours I would have thought is too much. I would have thought they would have fueled at some point, but I'm prepared to be wrong. I'm prepared to be corrected on that one. Certainly haven't seen any refueling going on, have we? I don't think in any of the
No, we haven't. Might be a splash and dash towards the end.
Possible, but of course you don't want to be coming in to make a 4th stop, do you? Because you only want to do the 3 if you have to.
Yeah, they're costly, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So even though with no minimum pit stop time, that's still 30-40 seconds at least that you will add on to your race times. We'll wait and see. Tom Ingram then wrestling the car around, trying to find a way ahead of this 434 car. As into the pit lane has also come the 555. That's not the 555, that's the 552. But 555 have pitted now from 3rd position. So Sid Smith does now move back into 3rd place. And that is the Abbott car, isn't it, now setting a new fastest lap? The 331 with Lionel Abbott, fastest man on the track, Richard.
Yeah. Jamie Peters-Ennis watching at home told me that Lionel won the wheel high with Mike Smith, the late great Mike Smith.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah. Thank you, Jamie. I remember that one. And David Oates won it as well. He's probably watching. David always watches. He's won it with Roy Eaton and John Clark, I think, back in the day. John Clark, who took over the championship that morphed into the Intermarques that we saw earlier on.
Oh, really?
In the day.
Okay, interesting. Right, okay, yeah, good nugget there from Jamie, who's watching from home, I'm sure, after putting in a good stint in the pit lane yesterday during
He's not feeling well. I said, Jamie, get well soon, mate, and top job yesterday as ever.
Yes, no, absolutely so. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fighting fit again in time for Brands Hatch, the next Fun Cup event in a month or so's time. So there, the 434 car comes across the line. Now, where are they? They are probably about 20th place, I think. Maybe 19th now, because Has Been Racing have just pitted. So, yeah, 19th position. They come across the line, so they've made 3 pit stops. They are almost a full lap, so about 2 minutes and 40 seconds adrift of the race leader, Tom Ingram. And we are now halfway through the race, an hour and a half down. And, well, the awards just keep on coming down in the pit lane. Rob Lewis with another prize to hand out, I believe. Who's the lucky recipient of this one, Rob?
Okay, now, guys, you would have seen out on the circuit, there's a beautiful Crown Paint sponsored car. The livery looks fantastic, and I'm told the team are as sharp as a tack. Isn't that right, Robin?
Yeah, you know what, we got professional teams, we got, you know, your BPCs and Emaxes and all these guys that do it perfectly, and then there's some teams that just don't do it perfectly.
Matty, what happened?
Well, what happened was, basically, we got a brand new driver out there. It's our second ever event. I'm like, I'll sort you out, no worries at all. Got him out of the car for the dummy stop, chucked him back into the car and went, maybe I should have closed that door. Get back out the car again, close the door, got him back in. So, hands up, Mong of the day.
Right. Robin, do you want to do the honours? Blooper of the day?
So it's not Mong of the day, really, is it? It's blooper of the day.
Blooper of the day.
So in this race, Matty Taylor from the 235 Racing. Well done, you're rubbish.
Hang on. Yes! Cheers, boys. It's amazing.
Yes. So more trophies being handed out on the C1 pit lane here at the Snetterton 3 hours. Back to you.
The blooper of the day. I think. Maybe us commentators should start having a blooper of the day award as well. I think
Yeah,
I'll
apologise for the wording there as well.
Indeed so,
yeah.
yes, definitely so. But more prizes given out down in the pit lane. And reminds me of one of the other clubs that I do some work with, No Limits, two-wheeled motor racing that I do quite a lot of. They have an award called the Silly Sausage Award, and I'll leave it to your own imagination to figure out what that particular trophy looks like. But it goes to the rider that does the silliest thing over a race weekend, crashes from the lead or misses getting out onto the grid, something like that. So we do enjoy prizes that maybe aren't taken quite so seriously. Anyway, moving on, Tom Ingram, if anything, I'd see being dropped here slightly by the 434 car, which came out of the pit lane right in front, and Oscar Proietti pushing on, and Ingram, I think, heading for the pit lane. I think that was Tom Ingram finally, a lap after the halfway mark, coming in. Yes, he is. So the OPCPR car of Tom Ingram heads for the pit lane, and this is his first pit stop of the day. And let's see where he comes out. Swings into the pit box. Now, is he going to stay in the car or is he going to get out? It looks like he's getting out. I reckon that is going to be his first stint of the race done. We'll more than likely see him back in again a little bit later on. And in will get Ron Johnson, who we heard from a little bit earlier on.
Some fuel going in as well.
Well spotted, yes. So they are refuelling now. Reasonable amount of fuel going in, actually. Fire extinguisher on hand, no one else allowed to touch the car at the time. They've actually got some tank tape on the left-hand side of the car, which I'd spotted earlier, hadn't spotted earlier on. So, perhaps pulled the front bumper loose with that grassy moment earlier on in the day.
First look at the stops, isn't it? The fuel stops as well, and all properly well drilled, all controlled. Officials keeping a good eye that everything is kept safe, so that everybody can get home in one piece.
Indeed so. And making sure that all the rules are being followed as well, not only for safety but from a sporting perspective as well. This is a lot of fuel going in, isn't it, for the 431 car. I wonder if they had it a bit lighter on fuel maybe to try and find a bit of extra pace in the first part of the race. Something that we always used to have in Formula 1 back in the day, wasn't it? You never quite knew what fuel loads people were on at the start of the race. Sort of missed that, really. You can see the fuel slowly being filtered into the car there, taking a bit of time. We don't have those quick fuel churns that we have in the Fun Cup, for example. This takes a little bit longer, and that's definitely going to drop them down the order. But there'll be fuel to the flag, and I'm sure we'll see Tom Ingram back in that car again before the checkered flag flies.
We will, and I bet you Rob will find Tom before too long as well.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Or Tom will find Rob.
Quite possible, yeah. He's never usually shy, is he, Tom Ingram? Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a chat with him. He has led a lot of the race, so he will be a good man to have a word with. Right, 586 then now moves back into the lead of the race. So this is the first time that we've had a car that has made pit stops leading the race so far. And, of course, they've made 2 pit stops. They are 6 seconds clear of Sid Smith. So that gap has doubled, actually, since I last looked at it. But Chris Freeman, who's just set another new fastest lap, a 2-minute 38.434, is only 7.3 seconds off the lead. He was 24 seconds behind these cars at the beginning of his stint. And he's within 2 seconds now of Sid Smith for second place.
Looking good, aren't they? Strategy all playing out. Still got another stop to go. Possibly some refuelling. It might all come down to how quickly they can get that in. Haven't had a look to see how Jade Edwards is doing, actually, yet. Let's see. Jade is 15th in the AST suspension
Good
UK
lap times.
Of course. Jade, an ex-Mazda Super Cup driver. We were talking about Jeremy and his co-driver. And Jade did well in it. I think... was it Super Cup or was she in the Mark 1s?
Now, I think it might have been Mark Wands.
She was a winner. She was a race winner.
I think it was Mark Wands, perhaps. Yeah, not Super Cup. We did have a very special guest in the Super Cup paddock earlier on this year, didn't we? Some bloke called Colin Turkington came and had a go in MX5 Super Cup, and I think that was a bit of an eye-opener for him, wasn't it? It was not an easy championship to jump straight into.
No, what I loved about it was his attitude was very laid back. He was there for fun, just to have a little bit of a warm-up. Didn't want to get overly stressed about it and enjoyed it. And, you know...
my word!
Smith wanted to enjoy it as well, battling for position there. But yeah, we'll come back to Colin. Love to see him in one of these.
Yeah,
Has he
absolutely.
done this before?
Not that I know of. Rob will correct me if I'm wrong. He might be one of the few British touring car drivers who's not given it a go. But anyway, this is a significant battle. It's for second place. We've actually had a change for second place. Chris Freeman ahead of Sid Smith and the Alpha Trojan car ahead of the BPC tyre buffing machine. But they both very nearly threw that all away through Rich's corner. Freeman carried a bit too much speed into the corner, and Sid Smith said, well, if you're going in that quickly, I'm going to follow you. And both very nearly ended up off the road completely, but through goes Freeman, and that was a significant pass, and, well, that could well pave the way for him to start chasing after the race leaders now, who are not that far away. Out of the Agostini hairpin they go, and Alpha Trojan to second position. We've got the top four cars now in the race, all having made 2 pit stops, but these 3 are somewhere ahead of the 4th place car, the Melbourne Racing car. But yeah, already Alpha Trojan, you can see Chris Freeman getting away now from Sid Smith. There is nobody out on track quite as quick as Chris Freeman. But we haven't yet seen the second driver in the 41 car on track, have we? Adam Willis. Now, Adam won't be slow, but whether he's got this sort of pace in his locker, we'll have to wait and see when he does eventually jump in. Which could, in theory, still be half an hour away. 2 hours and 10 minutes the maximum driver time. So Freeman could still do a fair chunk more of this race, but I suspect we'll see them in again sooner rather than later, if nothing else, Richard, because they don't want to get trapped by a safety car, do they? They've played the strategy beautifully to this point. It would be awful if they got into the last half an hour, still hadn't made that 3rd pit stop, and then there was a safety car, because all of that work would be undone.
It would be. I was going to... what was it we said earlier on?
It didn't take long, did it?
I wonder who found who. If you're at home and wondering what we're talking about Tom Ingram and Rob Lewis down there in pit lane. So let's have a quick word with the man who's led the race.
Saw car number 566, the AST suspension car, Jade Edwards. She's ducked into the pits and got herself some fuel. The one person who was giving her a little wave as she went by was Tom Ingram. Hello, Tom. Welcome back to the Silver Lake C1 Series. You've had announcing. We spoke to Ron earlier. Taught you everything he knows.
I am now an advanced beer drinker, thanks to Ronald. I just waved to Jade. It was a wave. It wasn't any other sort of wave. I waved and she ignored me. She drove straight past into her garage like she's at work. Unbelievable, really. It was good fun. It was very good fun. I'm going to continue to eat my bananas, and I'm going to keep the banana skins just for later on in the race in case we need to go full Mario Kart spec. But it's gone remarkably well. I was out for a long time, I'll be honest with you.
Bit warm out there?
Bit sweaty. Yeah, a bit sweaty if I'm honest with you. Yeah, a bit sweaty. So I've got all my pills and potions and nanas and tablets and all sorts of stuff that we have to take that us professional racing drivers have to consume, because it's apparently what you have to do.
Getting out in a C1 car with Ron, what does it mean to you? What does it bring to you? Is it a bit of fun with someone that you've been in partnership with for quite a few years?
Yeah, Ron and I aren't together or anything. That's, you know,
no,
not
commercial.
Not like that. It's Ron and I just have a blooming good time together. We just whenever we're together, we just end up effectively acting like children, which is good fun. So it both brings out the inner child in us. So we can. Look, I just like spending time with Ron. He's a great guy, and we have fun. You know, I think that's really is the premise of this, is to enjoy ourselves, have some fun, and just, you know, have a giggle. And I think that's exactly what we do. I honestly, I'm not just saying it because I'm talking to you guys. Genuinely, I really enjoy coming to this. So it's always a pleasure. It's always good fun, and the racing's always ace as well.
That was a great battle you had earlier on with Sylvain Rubio, who, in other walks of life, when you race in the British Touring Car Championship, he's got quite the role with you, hasn't he?
He is my engine engineer, so he's my engine man. So one of the things I learned early on in motorsport is don't upset your engine builder, which is why I let him stay ahead. I thought it was the nice thing to do. So at some point over the next 5 race weekends we have remaining in the BTCC, when I'm no doubt complaining I've not got enough power, as we all do as racing drivers, I can say to Sylvain, you know, remember when I let you stay ahead of me in the C1? And he said, oh, for me? No, I don't know. I can use that as leverage, I'm sure.
Or perhaps he can use it as leverage when you do the complaining. He could just slide across saying, look, Tom.
Or he'll say, if I was driving, I would have been ahead of you. There's 2 ways to look at that.
Fantastic, Tom. It's an absolute pleasure to have you in the Silver Lake C1 Series here at Snetterton. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great to hear from Tom Ingram, who's just sorting himself out after a very hot and sweaty stint out in the car. Let's get back to the action.
I've got a few takeaways from that, actually. One is he's turning into Jason Plato. I said to you while we were listening to he's turning into Jason Plato, isn't he?
Yeah.
With the interview. Jason Plato never broke the 4th wall, though, did he?
No, I quite like it, though. I quite like it. Yeah.
And the other thing is that I think if they recommission Hello Hello from the... He'll be there. He'll be at the auditions for Hello Hello.
That was fantastic. I could have listened to that for another hour and a quarter. That was brilliant stuff. Tom Ingram, what a character. Motorsport really does need more people like him, and had some genuinely nice things to say about the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series as well. He wouldn't keep coming back. These drivers of this calibre wouldn't keep coming back to this series if there wasn't something truly magical about it. And yeah, good to hear that he enjoyed the little battle that he had with... we were speculating at the time, weren't we, how much of that was, you know, maybe just, you know, you have a little time in the lead, then you have a bit of time in the lead, and maybe there was some truth to that after all.
Yeah, good. So what a character. He's great, actually, if you're working on touring cars and you need an interview. Bang.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we will naturally gravitate towards those kind of drivers, won't we? You know, the ones that are happy to talk. I've always said, if you're, you know, the drivers that don't ever want to talk to you, I totally get it. You know, if you're on the grid pre-race and you know, you're trying to get yourself in the zone, you don't want any distractions, that's fair enough, but you will never get featured on the TV coverage as much as someone like a Tom Ingram, who is always happy to chat. And I really do think there is an awful lot to be said for that, not only because it makes our jobs easier, but the fans at home want to hear from them as well, don't they? So and I'm sure there are people tuning in who are very happy that we had a chance to hear from Tom Ingram. Right then, whilst we were hearing from Tom Ingram, we had a new fastest lap of the race set by Oscar Proietti, so the lap time's definitely starting to tumble now in this as we move into the second half of the race. We don't really fully know what everyone's doing on fuel, but I reckon there might be a few cars out there, Richard, perhaps that owe us still that third pit stop, who might be quite light on fuel, maybe planning on topping up at that third stop, and that maybe explains why we're seeing lap times coming down now actually into the low 38. It was only half an hour ago I said we hadn't had a 2-minute 38 lap time yet, and now we're getting them pretty regularly as Alpha Trojan have a slightly close for comfort moment with a back marker there.
Taking no prisoners, are they, on the lappery at the minute? And why not? They sense another win here at Snetterton, so yeah, going to be going for it.
I think there was a touch there. It's not a nice place to be having contact, is it? But anyway, managed to survive it reasonably well. Right then, so WRC Developments with CB Auto Services lead the way. 4.1 seconds only now ahead of Alpha Trojan. So this move for the lead is coming, I think, isn't it, within the next couple of laps. Sid Smith is 2.1 seconds further back in third position, and fourth place Melbourne Racing, all of them having made 2 stops. Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport, number 409, a fifth, 1 pit stop made. And we have our first drive-through penalty, Richard, the 427 car, which is Zachary Arthur and Luke Francis, AF Racing, a penalty for exceeding track limits. That's the first team we've seen falling foul of that.
They were dishing them out like nobody's business yesterday in the Fun Cup, so I think things have been well, not more lenient. Shall we say that the driving standards perhaps have been a little bit tighter on track? To be fair, because there's a little bit less speed in the C1s to Fun Cup, then there's less tendency to have a track limits transgression. So it's probably one reason why we haven't had them so far, but they are keeping an eye on it. So the drivers beware.
Yep, no, indeed so. Got to be careful. Don't be exceeding track limits. You can ruin your race very quickly by doing that. That looks like the 555 car. Yes, it is the 555 car. Concept car, by the way, is the word that I was trying to pluck out of my mind about an hour ago. So, yeah, got there in the end. It's been a long, hot weekend here at Snetterton. The old brain is not quite firing on all cylinders, but they're up into 8th position now, and they have gained that 8th position courtesy of the 451 car making a pit stop. That's the PMF Racing with CSR machine of Max Walsh and Luke Haberman. So the 555 machine heads through, and they are on their own a little bit at the moment. Not really. Well, they were closing in on the Rab Sport car 432, but that gap's gone out now to 1.1 seconds. It was 8/10 when I looked a lap or so ago. But that's the car ahead of them. Maybe they've been held up in traffic, and a car going backwards down the hill out of Palmer's. Richard, that's the 378.
That is the three driver machine. Matt Hillam, David Birch and John Hughes, team MKD. But getting back on track, way down I think, off the timing screen that I'm looking at for sure. Can't see him on there, so we'll have to divert to the phone. You might find them before me as to who's in there.
They are second page of the timing screen.
Can't find them either.
I can't find them. What number were they?
318, wasn't it, I think?
318. No, there isn't a 318.
Ah, that wasn't helpful. Short-term memory loss.
Oh dear, you're in safe hands, folks, aren't you, today? With us two at the helm. Anyway, whoever it was, I'm sure they'll be fine. They'll get going again. I'll admit, when you were talking us through that, I was slightly distracted because I glanced at the entry list and spotted the name Peter Kay in car 311, and my mind started to wander. But I don't think it is the famed comedian. Maybe it is. Who knows?
We do have his younger brother, Phil McGarty, who we call Peter Kay's younger brother. Have you met Phil McGarty?
I don't think I have, no.
You've missed a treat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Janetta driver.
Yeah.
Blip McGarty. Yeah, very much like Peter Kay's younger brother.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
And
in appearance or sense of humour? Or both? Oh, really?
Everything. Yeah, he looks like a younger version. Great guy is Phil. If you want to watch the Brscc G-Fest stream, we had a word with him.
Oh, of course, yes. Yeah. And, I'll make a beeline for him when I'm next. Where will that be? Donington. Not Donington. Yes, might be Donington. Then I next see Janettas. Who knows? They all merge into one after a while. Yes, anyway, everyone back underway and running. Sid Smith is in to hand over to Rob Smith. So we wondered when this would be happening. We've also got the 589 in too, actually. So the two cars that were running 3rd and 4th on the road in. And for both of them, it's a 3rd pit stop. So this is the final time, in theory, that we'll see them in.
It was 378 John Hughes. I got there in the end.
There we go.
Ollie said that in Red Dwarf. I might be slow, but I'll get there in the end. If you ever watch Red Dwarf. Norman Lovett was...
a bit of Red Dwarf, right, OK, so...
Do you want a music, John Hughes?
Go on.
Tasman Archer's other half, John Hughes.
Oh, really?
All the music Tasman Archer's done over the years. Most of it is John Hughes, our other half, that plays on everything. They've got a new album coming out in the autumn.
Good to know. Give that a listen. There we go. Bit of a free plug. We don't mind that. As long as you're recommending good music, anyway, that's it. And
you cannot go wrong with their music.
No, absolutely not. Right then, here comes the Alpha Trojan car onto the tail, I believe, of the erstwhile race leading car. Now, this won't be for position at the moment. Now, Alpha Trojan are in, so a 3rd and final pit stop. So they were within a lap or so, I think, of challenging Andy Mollison, that man there, for the race lead. But they've decided to come into the pit lane now for a 3rd and final time. And this is a significant moment. We could do with seeing this pit stop, really, to see what they're doing with fuel, because we don't know whether they maybe need a bit of fuel to be added. Perhaps when they realised they were going to lose some time earlier on, they decided to have a speedier pit stop as possible, save the refuelling for a little bit later on. So we'll see if we can get the camera down there. If not, Rob Lewis can maybe report back to us and let us know what's going on.
From Rob next door tell us Johnny's on the way.
Yeah, there we go. Well done, Johnny. And yes, they got there just in time to see the fuel going in. You can see they're missing a little bit of trim on the front of the car. Now, that doesn't look to me like they've filled that fuel to the top, so they will have calculated how much they need to put in, and that is all they will put in.
Johnny's got burnt calves, by the way.
Oh, has it?
From sunburn, yeah.
Oh, from the sun, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, OK. Well, it is very easy for us to make demands of the roving camera operator, isn't it? And complain if they don't get to a certain part of the pit lane quickly enough, but they do a sterling job. The whole Alpha Live crew have been out there baking slowly over the course of the 2 days. I'm sure they're not complaining too much because they've been out there in far worse conditions, but they've done a good job, some really good coverage this weekend here of this Brscc summer race meeting. So out finally gets Chris Freeman then from the Alpha Trojan car. We've also had Dragon Sport in, by the way, with Amigo Motorsport, the 409 car pitting, but it is Adam Willis who now gets in, and this could be key as well. Is he as quick as Chris Freeman was? The car's now going to be a bit heavier than it had been towards the end of that previous stint too. So Chris Freeman's done the hard work and more or less completely overcome that 25-second deficit that they were at because they pitted a little bit later than some of those that benefited from the safety car, and now Adam Willis has got a really unenviable task of trying to replicate that performance.
Yeah, he's got some work to do, isn't he? I think this might be Matt Hyde about to get in the Dragon Sport one, if it's a driver change. They're refueling it, as you can see, and I think that's Matt with the blue and white helmet just back of shot. And Matt Hyde, all of their drivers quit, because remember, Reese has had sort of a pick of drivers through the scholarship, but Matt Hyde was the Formula V champion. Not an easy championship to win. And deserves a little bit more recognition for me, for Formula V.
Yes, 100% cracking in the championship.
Proper single-seater championship.
Yeah, it is.
And he's getting in. So Matt Hyde getting in, he's going to be quick. So yeah, all of their drivers are going to be fast. Belts being done up, so they've had fuel. My question is whether we'll see Matt go to the end of the race. Now he was he joint second or joint third or whatever in the scholarship. Okay, recovery vehicle.
It's off the track, this, though.
That's
it's just tucked behind the barrier. This is the 447 that we saw in the inset, Paul Bishop for TRX Motorsport pulling over. They were running in 31st place, but they are off the road. You can see they're a long way out of harm's way. There's a flatbed truck already waiting to collect him, and they'll get that car back to the team as quickly as they can in the hope that they can get it back underway. So where did Alpha Trojan come back out on track? That's something I'd like to know after that refueling was done. And
6 at the moment. Have we got a catch-up to do, though?
I think we might have, yes, possibly. Although they were pitting the far end of the pit lanes, they would have crossed the timing line on the way out, which is a bit easier for us than if they cross it on the way in, if that makes sense. So we'll be reasonably accurate.
Jeremy Crook's up to fourth, rather.
Yes, he is. Well spotted. Good news. Esther will be pleased. 338, the car in question.
James Hitchin. Again, I don't know. Maybe one for Rob. Is James related to Dave that used to race and still races on the short ovals?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not my area of expertise, unfortunately, as I was discussing with some of the BRSCC staff members.
Because I know Dave had a son called Jamie, so I wonder if it was the same guy who... And inevitably people want to go... If the dads do it, they then want to go racing.
Yeah, good point, good point. Okay, I'll do some digging on that. I know a man who knows, almost certainly, our favourite short oval fan, David Addison. I'm sure he's got an encyclopedic knowledge of these things.
That.
Oh, won't he?
No, he won't know that.
Right, okay. I'll take your word for that, Richard. I'm glad you said that.
It's a southern bit of information.
Right. Yes, fair enough. Yeah, interesting. You never know. There's always these little family links, isn't there, in motorsport? And people pop up where you least expect them to sometimes. Yeah. So, and it is not unheard of for short oval families to go big circuit racing. Right, there is the Alpha Trojan car, so we can now give you an accurate readout of where they are. They are 6th, 2 minutes off the lead. So they dropped 2 minutes with that pit stop to the Andy Mollison car. But if we think that they might have some refueling to do as well, that's probably not that far out. But interestingly, they're 8 seconds. This is interesting, actually. Alpha Trojan 8 seconds behind Oscar Proietti in the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car, which has also made 3 stops. But they pitted, they were on a third different strategy, weren't they? They were on a completely different sequence of pit stops to Alpha or to WRC developments at the front. And they have come out in front of Alpha Trojan. So still, Alpha Trojan have some catching up to do.
They have got some work to do, haven't they? And it comes down to that first one, doesn't it, really, where they just lost that little bit of time. But fascinating as we head towards our final hour, how this is all going to pay out. Proietti grabs the inside of the 412 car, so no respite, still more cars ahead. This is where you can think, if you've got car after car in front of you, there was a little acknowledgement there from Oscar, I think as a thank you for the driver to just moving away or moving out of the way. bumps a little bit over the curbs, maybe a little bit too far. That's one of the areas for track limits, isn't it, the exit of that one?
Yes, will be, definitely. I don't know if there's a sensor there. I suspect there probably is on the exit of Williams' corner. Be careful. 409 is in for its pit stop. Scott Woodwish, by the way, passes on that we've had a hello message from Jim Edwards on the YouTube chat.
Senior or junior?
Junior, I presume, not sure. Yes, telling Jade to, quote, get her finger out. And he comments that from Mallorca. He's sat on a sunbed in Mallorca, sunning himself up. That's not gone down well with the members of the production team. But yes, Jim Edwards, who is watching and cheering on Jade, as you would expect, really.
Yeah, there's another interview with him on the G-Fest, BRSCC G-Fest.
Oh, is there?
As well.
Right.
Yeah, we were talking about his drivers, because he's got the scholarship winner from last year running in his E3 team.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I was desperately scoffing down a sandwich at this point in the limited lunch break that we had at that G-Fest, so I need to go back and re-watch some of these.
You can't. You've got when you're doing the comms on it, you need to take your breaks, don't you? Sure.
Well, yes, quite indeed, and hope that they don't get cut short, which can happen sometimes. But anyway, we've been well fed. I have to say the food here in the cafe at Snetterton, top notch, absolutely top notch. So, and thank you to Mike Yao from the Alpha Live team for providing me with a delivery service for lunch. There's the 447 car being recovered from the inside of Rich's corner.
I must admit, I did think you got back quickly. We saw you in the queue to might take over.
I got to the front of the queue and then was summoned back and made it in the nick of time. So just as they were
did you pay or did you?
We sent Mike Yao to go and wait in the queue for me. But
so
you know,
did he pay? Did he?
I believe so. Yes, we're going to sort it out afterwards.
So
I
you
think.
timed that. That was a bit of a pit strategy.
Maybe, yeah. Well timed. I caught the safety car at just the right moment there. Right, in is the race leader, WRC Development. Andy Mollison is in. This will be a driver change for car 586. There it is, right on cue. And David Drinkwater will take over for the final hour, let's call it, of the race. Are they refuelling?
Yep.
Yes, they are.
Drink petrol first before drink water.
Oh, very good. and of course, this does give the drivers a chance, doesn't it, to have a little chat.
Yep.
Can't hear what they're saying, unfortunately, but it'd be nice to hear from Andy, actually, if Rob Lewis can get down there. I'm sure he's already scurrying down to that end of the pit lane.
I'd love to know the significance of the poppies, not just because it's my wedding anniversary, but just it's an unusual, it's not a sponsored name, is it? So.
No, I'm trying to think if there's a military link, maybe.
Yeah, possibly, that could be it, actually.
With Andy, perhaps.
But normally you'd put the Help for Heroes or otherwise
good point, yeah. Well, Rob Lewis is the man to find out. We'll send him on his way, and it would be nice to hear from Andy anyway, because that was a mega stint, wasn't it? You can see there as well, they've got the cover to put over the rear wheel. Not all teams do this, but that's there to...
Is that a Mission Motorsport sticker there?
It is, yes, you're right.
That'll be it.
There we go.
You got it, Andy. Well
done. Well, through look more than judgment, you spotted the crucial bit of evidence. But yes, just above that metal cover on the wheel, they put that there so that if any fuel does fall down onto the wheel, that tyre is very hot. But more to the point, the brake disc underneath the wheel is extremely hot and. Not a good surface to be pouring fuel onto, that's for sure. Now, they are getting the driver change done. On the inset is the 434 car. That is the car that, remember, has made 3 pit stops. It's the highest placed car to have made 3 pit stops. So this is, in a way, for the net race lead. And I think they're going to go blasting past the pit lane quite some time, probably, before this car is back up to speed.
Could well do. Out into the breach goes David Drinkwater once again. So... really good coverage on the pit stops, and there is the 434 car back out on track, and we're very nearly into our third and final hour of Silver Lake C1 Endurance Racing here at Snet.
And look who that is in the background. The Alpha Trojan car also got through significantly, so they've dropped behind both of them. And that looks like the... no, it's not the 300, it's just another green car, which gets very wayward going into the... Wilson hairpin, a little bit lurchy, under braking, technical term there. 586 though, dropping down behind those two, but they've got plenty of time now to try and close in. David Drinkwater will be pushing on to try and achieve that, and heads out towards the infield section again. But they're Alpha Trojan now. Are they making any progress towards the Bacon Racing car? The answer is no. actually. Bacon Racing's Oscar Proietti on the last lap did a 39.6, and Adam Willis in the Alpha Trojan car, which is on your screen, did a 2-minute 40.0, 8.8 seconds the margin. I forget what that gap was at first, but it's not fluctuated much, has it? And certainly on the previous lap went out rather than down. So Oscar Proietti doing a good job.
He is doing a good job. I'm getting loads of messages, some relevant, some not. The JB Peters Ennis one was talking about food, because we were talking about getting lunch and everything else. He said that he partakes in the Fun Cup pit lane buffet and has every team on standby for snacks.
Yes, so I've heard, Jamie. So I've heard.
And Jade Edwards says her ears are burning.
All in good fun, Jade, I'm sure. And bet Jim's been in touch with her directly as well to spur her on, give her some words of advice maybe.
Very proud dad, and rightly so, Jim. And as I say, great to have her on the team with us at ITV.
100%.
Love to see her on track, but I think I put on social media at the time, sorry for repeating it, the track's loss is very much our game.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. She really knows what she's talking about, Jade, and got a big following as well, as you would expect, does Jade Edwards. So, yep, any chance she gets to get back on the track, easy for me to say, I'm sure she will take it, and that's why she's here this weekend. Right then, 434 down into the final turn at Murray's. The Liquimolly liveried car, and there, again, brilliant camera work. That is the gap back to the Alpha Trojan car in second place. So, well, not second place at the moment, but we expect it to be second place once all is said and done. They are actually running in 4th and 5th positions at the moment. But all of the cars ahead of them, we expect to fall behind them again once that third and final round of pit stops is complete.
Jeremy Crook in third. I think Jeremy had a podium here last year, if I remember correctly.
Quite possible.
Have you got a database like a?
I don't. No. TSL timing does though, so bear with me. I'll have a little look.
I might actually have a printed sheet. See, now for viewers, we'll know that Andy has all the information at his fingertips on the computer, whereas with me, it is on paper somewhere.
Old school.
I've got 2022.
It's probably easier to find with your system, to be honest. Let's see.
It could be Snetterton. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Third place. Snetterton 5 hours last year. We did a 5 hours.
It was that one, wasn't it?
Emacs, Ratcliffe, Little and Little from Trojan, Freeman and Mundy, and Brimston Racing, Livesey, Farris and Crook, third place last year. And P3 at the moment, but as you said, with the pit stops yet to come.
Yeah, they've got one more pit stop to make, but depending how long it is, they should still end up maybe somewhere in and around the back end of the top 10. Wouldn't be a bad shout. I'm not sure whether you can remember if there was a safety car involved in that race where they ended up on the podium. That might possibly explain it. You know, that's how it goes sometimes. The safety cars can work in your favour and really help you to get a good result. Right then, the Bacon Racing car on the previous lap again, 9/10 quicker than Alpha Trojan. So is this Alpha Trojan starting to slip off the pace a little bit? Is it just that Oscar Proietti is that much quicker than anybody else? I'm not so sure. He's lapping within about 0.3 of a second, though, of the fastest lap that was, of course, set in his car with Sandro Proietti at the wheel. And we know that car, therefore, is capable of running this pace, but crucially, Richard, both drivers in this car capable of running this pace, and that so often is the deciding factor, isn't it? If you've got two drivers who are both quick, consistently quick, and not really anything to choose between them, that's almost always a winning formula.
And a handy strategy, which they seem to have as well, getting things done very early on, making a move down the inside there, ticking off another car, but yeah, absolutely right. Quick drivers, both of them. I think I remember the Proiettis in Auto Italia, another Brscc initiative of years gone by. It's amazing how the portfolio has changed over the years and cars coming in and out. But yeah, fairly sure. I pretty much remember. I think Alan Hawkins from the Mazdas being involved in Auto Italia back in the day as well. And another guy we got to know actually was a little bit of a lookalike to Nigel Mansell called Andy Giles, who did very well in it. I think won the outright championship in a tiny little Fiat where you could win in the different classes. Sorry, going off at a tangent again, but that's my memories of the Proiettis.
Right. Well, I didn't know that.
Again, before you were born.
Possibly, yes. Right, Jeremy Crook is in. So Jeremy Crook into the pit lane now from third position. That promotes everyone behind up an extra spot, of course. So Oscar Proietti up into third place. He's 21 seconds off the lead and 8.3 seconds ahead of Adam Willis, who has responded in excuse me, in fairness, with a 1 minute 39.2. That was 1.3 seconds quicker than the Bacon Racing with Liquimolly car just ahead of him. So they got down to 8.3 seconds. Now, I don't know whether we've mentioned this, Richard, but there is a driver on this grid who is celebrating a landmark birthday today. He didn't really want us to mention it. I think we've got away with it so far.
We've been fairly quiet about it.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But let's give him a bit of a chance to celebrate, shall we, down in the pit lane. Rob Lewis catching up with birthday boy Sid Smith.
And I'm down in the pit lane with none other than Sid Smith. You've had a very fun year in Porsche Carrera Cup racing to prepare yourself for racing in the Silver Lake C1 Series. And you're 18 today. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as you can see out here at a very, very hot Snetterton. I can't really think of a better way to be spending my 18th birthday. And as you can see, the team have taken it very seriously with all the banner above the garage and on the car. But yeah, absolutely loving it, and it's amazing racing in here as always. So yeah.
You've been putting in a red-hot stint so far. Your dad's out there at the moment, Rob Smith. He's no shrieking violet when it comes to endurance racing. How's he handling it?
Well, yeah, all throughout the year we've been pretty much matching each other. That's why you can just see it's so competitive in here. That's essential that we do match each other. But yeah, I drove literally as well as I could every lap out there. We lost a bit of time in the pit stop. We're not actually sure why, but we'll figure it out eventually. But still, now it's time for him to get his head down and start getting some laps back in.
Get it to the finish.
Exactly that.
Now, before we leave you, we need to present you with another award from the C1 Racing Club. Robin, what have we got this time?
Well, it's actually a two-parter. First thing is it's good for me because I was racing Sid's dad when Sid was born 18 years ago in E30 racing. So I've known the kid a little while now, and it's really nice seeing him come up and be such a professional young man and have a really good racing career and stuff. But that aside, it's his birthday. You've got to win something on your birthday. This is the C1 Racing Club White Wheel Award. Now, this was meant for another team that should have had white wheels in the car and decided to have black wheels in the car, which is obviously wrong. Yeah. Race cars should have white wheels. Luckily,
white wheels.
His dad always has white wheels on his cars, and it seems to have rubbed off on Sid as well. So, congratulations, it's your birthday. White Wheel Award, Sid Smith. And happy birthday, mate. It's lovely.
Fantastic. Happy birthday, Sid Smith. I do have it on the finest knowledge that Andy McEwen is waiting to buy you a beer for your 18th birthday after it's all gone. To find out, I guess, we'll go back to the commentary team. Sorry, Andy.
I have no recollection of having that conversation with Rob, but I will gladly buy Sid a drink because I think he's earned one today, Richard.
He has. And Sid, by the way, the thing where cars, because we have to explain this because he's in Carrera Cup, the things where cars go past each other is called overtaking.
Ah, yes.
All right,
yes. So might not have had that much experience.
Maybe take some of that back to the other guys in.
He'll learn a thing or two here, I think, won't he? That
Porsche will be on me back now. I'm only jesting.
He's a good sport, Sid. He really is a good sport, and another driver who's, even for such a youngster, very confident, happy to be on camera, and a talented driver, definitely.
He is, yeah. We was I think I went to an F4 test day. It was a general open tour test day at Brands Hatch, and again, like many of the youngsters, has sort of opened up and getting a lot more confident, coming up and saying hello and chatting and giving us the news. That's the 389 car. So that's the Robertson Atherstone car, BPC Motorsport.
And it's Robertson in the car now, so that's not a nice place to lose control. Is it an easy place to lose control, I can imagine, at Brundle and Nelson? And lucky that no other cars were around. We actually saw that on the opening lap of the CityCar Cup race earlier on today. Someone did exactly that, arrived backwards into Nelson, and unfortunately there was another car there, and both of them were out of the race. So thankfully that didn't end the same way.
When you think how many cars and drivers are in it, we haven't seen that many.
No.
The standards have been superb.
Absolutely, which is surprising, really. I mean, some people will say, yeah, but the cars are quite slow, they're quite easy to drive. No, they're not.
Racing's
not
the same.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and you have to drive these cars on the limit, because if you back off a little bit, you lose that momentum, you lose a whole chunk of lap time. So, considering these are cars that you do have to drive on the limit, it is surprising you don't see more mistakes, really. And, they might be a bit more forgiving, maybe, than some other cars, but that doesn't mean they're easy to drive at all. And, I know they've worked really hard on driving standards over the years in this series, and it is paying dividends, because you're absolutely right. He says, as we cut to another car that's stopped out on track, 487 that is. I think that is at the same part of the track, maybe, isn't it? Brundle and Nelson, 487. Now, who's that? That is Lorenzo Di Placido and Andreas Keller of MH Racing. And they were somewhere. Where were they? 16th place. Well, actually, I think they were in 14th place, and they've dropped down to 16th place with this off-track moment. Looks almost like they've pulled off there. Looks like they pulled into the slip road there, maybe, rather than having gone off. Would you deem that, if you were race director, would you deem that a dangerous position for a car to be stationary?
That's a good question. And one that I fully intend to answer when I've considered all of the evidence and the information.
As you should, as you should. That was the right answer. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, we'll see. Maybe they can get the car fired up, but if it does require a safety car, boy, oh boy, would that change things, because we've still got some cars that owe us a pit stop. This is not one of them, the Alfa Trojan car, which is now still 8.6 seconds back. They just can't make any inroads into Oscar Proietti. They're not losing any time to Oscar, but they're not gaining any either. And now all of a sudden, just over 3/4 of an hour to go, they might be getting a bit twitchy about this because they'd like to see this gap coming down a bit quicker. And there we go, fantastic work by the marshals. They really do put themselves in the line of fire sometimes. You would not catch me running out to that part of the circuit to move a car out of the way, and they do it willingly. So top job under yellow flags. Drivers hopefully being mindful of that too, keeping the marshals as safe as we can, and they've done a fantastic job to keep the race going.
I have lovely little cutaway, great direction again, just to show you what was going on and to make the point. You know, we've got cars racing all the way around the track.
Yeah.
And the marshal in charge will have picked a safe moment for them to do that. It can look a wee bit risky, but it wasn't. You know, it was done at a safe time. But nonetheless, those guys running across the track to get the car to safety and to save us maybe from the prospect of a save. So at the moment, we're safety car free. We've got a track limits warning for Rob Smith as 589 goes to the back paddock.
That is... that's Melbourne Racing. They were doing quite well. They were 8th place, weren't they? Oh, and another one.
412.
Oh, dear. 412. Ted Reddick and Simon Mickelmeyer, Emax Motorsport, both pulling off at the same time.
Begs the question, did they have a little rub or something?
Possibly. The cars didn't look damaged, did they? But, yeah, both using that back entrance into the paddock, which at least gets them out of the way. There's, again, no need for yellow flags or safety cars, but... yeah, I wonder what that was all about. Anyway, whilst that's all been going on, we've got a change for the lead about to happen, I think, because the 465 Snail Speed racing car has been leading the race up until this point. Rab Sport Racing's number 432 have been catching them by about 2 seconds a lap, and they're only 1.3 seconds back at the moment. They both owe us a pit stop still, so it's not actually the fight for the lead, or for the win anyway. It is the fight for the lead. They are running in first and second places. They'll be somewhere around turns 3 or 4, I imagine, by now. And they are getting themselves close together. They are about 13 seconds ahead of the Oscar Proietti car, number 434. And the Alfa Trojan car on that previous lap gained about half a second on them, so that gap crept down ever so slightly. Trying to find the 465. There it goes. The car with the orange stripe pitching in to Agostini, and the car right behind them is the 432 machine in the battle for the lead.
Well, we're going to see a changeover. There's the 465. Wholly appropriate livery.
Yes.
When these cars share the two CVs, what's the speed differential between the two CVs and the C1s?
I'd imagine these are a bit quicker, more than likely.
It's quite generous of them to open up their event. I mean, I guess it offset some costs for them, so probably a good thing for the 2CV club. Never done that, never done the 2CV 24 hours.
Yeah, they've done some of their sprint races, which are always very exciting. Again, they might be the slowest racing cars in the country, but they are among the closest races that you'll ever see.
Probably told you the story before about when I was doing a BRDC race day at Silverstone on the little inside circuit, you know, the
Stowe circuit.
That's the one.
I never knew they raced on that, actually.
Yeah, a good few years ago, before you were born, to continue the theme. Was it? And the BRDC Racing Club, we had racing school. Rob Huff was racing in the school Peugeot.
Oh, really?
406, I think they were using then, so he was in it, and single seaters and everything else. And my poison chalice for the day was to pick driver of the day as commentator. And I picked a CV driver, and then someone told me, oh, you have to pick a single seater or racing school driver. But I picked a CV, and that was it. So hence I've never been offered membership, you know. But
that's what it is.
Probably. But, yeah. But the CVs were great.
Yeah,
brilliant
absolutely.
Racing,
Fantastic.
Royce Gray, I think it was that won it.
Really? Okay. Yeah, that's news to me. Never knew they raced on that Stowe circuit. Right, we've been robbed of a battle for the lead, disappointingly, because the 465 car's just pitted from the lead. So that means 432 will move in front, and that gets confirmed now on the timing screen. So the 432 car, James Hitchin at the wheel of the car that he shares with Gary Mitchell and Alan Lee. That car led, did it not, on the opening lap? The 465 car.
Did, yes.
Yeah, Gary Mitchell.
It was Gracie, didn't I?
Yes. Who then made herself known to us not that long after, I seem to recall, Anna Agostini. But yes, it was Gary Mitchell who led the way and was almost that car. Well, it was back in the lead again, actually, and has now handed the lead over to this car, 432. But again, they both owe us a pit stop. 432, though, just did its personal best lap of 139.151. As has been the theme of the last 45 minutes or so, the final pit stop is where they're choosing to top up on the fuel, and the same is true for the 465 car, which will rejoin the circuit, I would imagine, somewhere towards the back of the top 10, maybe just outside the top 10, actually. Adam Willis progress, by the way, 7.2 seconds behind Oscar Proietti now, so he's carved all of a sudden the best part of 2 seconds out of that advantage, and that is now going to be for second place, but before too much longer, they'll be back at the top of the timing tower again.
Once we get this leader pit stop done, we'll be in pretty much... Still got a couple of two-stoppers in the top 10, haven't we? And a singular one-stopper.
Oh, yeah, well spotted, yeah. It's the 431, isn't it?
Well, that's Ting.
Oh, it is, yes, of course. Ron Johnson's still at the wheel.
Ting and Rojo. Sure he wouldn't like that.
Too late now. I confidently predicted that they wouldn't do this, didn't I? They'd have 2 shorter stints for Ron, but fair enough, he's carrying on. What's his pace like? 2:44 last time, not that bad really, a bit slower than Tom Ingram, but most people would be, I suppose. But yeah, Ron Johnson enjoying himself out there, logging laps, staying out of trouble. And up into 7th place now, albeit owing us 2 more pit stops. So the race-leading car then turns down through Brundle and Nelson. 13 seconds up the road. I really should point out, they're not being caught by Oscar Proietti, really. In fact, on the previous lap, they were 4/10 quicker than him. So Hitchin in the number 432 car, genuinely running a strong pace out in front. They are going to lose the lead, but if they were to get a timely safety car, they could get back into this, and this car quite clearly has some strong speed.
It has. I'm wondering if they're going to have to fuel next time out, so they might be getting good pace with that.
Probably.
So, 432. Your race leader, 12 seconds clear at the moment of the Proietti car with the fastest lap running well. I think the Abbotts have had podium form or near podium form here in the past as well.
Okay.
I think we were commentating next door in a different room.
Possibly. I thought this was my first time covering the C1s here at Snetterton, but like I said, they do merge into one over time, so I may be corrected on that. But yeah, they've clearly shown podium pace again, haven't they, today? Up into 4th place.
Out now and have a look.
Yes. Well, you've already proven that you find these results a little bit more quickly than I do on my tablet. So yeah, I'll entrust you with that. Whilst you're doing so, I can report another track limits warning for Rob Smith. I'm sure he had one of those earlier on, and has been given a second one now. So if he does that again over the next 41 minutes or so,
4th last year, final race of the year, not
well
podium.
remembered.
So,
well remembered. So yeah, just off the podium then. But looking likely now to inherit a podium place in this one. Car 432, race leaders being warned about track limits as well now, as we get some 3-wide action down the hill. 566 was actually in that group, wasn't it then? 566 having now rejoined the track in 12th place. That's Josh Cook, so Josh Cook was just going through. British Touring Car race winner. And there, the battle we think for the win. The Alpha Trojan car just heading through. Not that far behind Oscar Proietti, now 6.5 seconds, Richard.
It's coming down, isn't it? It really is coming down. Josh Cook, of course, partnered up with Brscc on the Fiesta Junior. I keep doing that. Fiesta Junior Scholarship. The Cook Sport providing the kit, and very good kit it is too. So always great to see Josh and the team around the Brscc event. Looking forward to the Junior Scholarship. Autumn half-term. I'll give a quick plug out for it, because if you're watching this, and even if you don't want to go racing, come along. Treat if you've got a present, if you've got to buy a youngster a present, no better present than coming up to Brighton for a couple of days. Never mind the media stuff.
Yeah,
you get on track. They were all British touring car people last year, the driving people. Fitness programs available as well. A great one day, possibly two if you get through to the finals.
Yeah, good point actually. Yeah, just come along and have a go. You never know, you might catch the racing bug, even if you weren't particularly interested in that in the first place. So yeah, good point.
We did that at we were karting in the autumn anyway last year. My son was at the local track, and we went down there, and I was chatting to this dad who he was my son beat his son basically, and he was going on about I think the lad's in a bad, the usual thing about dodgy cart and this, that, and the other. But my son beat him fair and square. Didn't win the race, but he was just first loser off the podium, as it were.
Right.
But this lad was obviously very, very quick, and I've said, where do you see him going car racing? And he said, don't know, not sure. And I gave him the details of the scholarship. I pinged him the link for last year's Scott, and he turned up.
Wow.
And he had no clue that I was involved in racing. And then so he came into the room for the media interview, and he went, it's you. You didn't tell me that.
That's a good story. 432 in the pit lane, by the way. So they have now relinquished the race lead, which means Oscar Proietti are out in front. Get a good look at the right front tyre. It's the left front, I suppose, that really takes the beating round here, isn't it? With all of those long, high-speed right-handers. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, for Alpha Trojan. So Adam Willis answering my question. Yes, he is every bit as quick as Chris Freeman was in that car in the first part of the race. And now within 6 seconds of the lead. So that gap continues to come down. Could be in for a grandstand finish here, couldn't we? I'm sure one of the races last year was pretty close here at Snetterton, wasn't it? Maybe the last race of the season in 2023.
That's not on my paperwork, by the way.
Ah, right, OK. I'll dig that one out. I'm sure there was a winning margin of a couple of tenths of a second at the end of one of the races at Snetterton in the recent past. So
some shopping going in the car behind.
I did spot that. As they opened the boot, I did find myself thinking, I wonder whether you could get a set of golf clubs in there, or a snooker cue perhaps, actually, is more my
It is. Sadly, we lost Ray Reardon yesterday.
Oh, did we? I didn't see
91,
that.
I think, yeah.
91
Thought of you
years
when I
old.
read that. So.
I'd missed that, actually.
Yeah, really sad to...
Oh, that is a shame. That is a shame. Yeah, OK. So... yeah, you'd struggle to get a queue in the back of a C1, I think, but I'd find a way to make it work if it meant that I got to drive a C1 around town, which of course was always the point of a Citroen C1, these super minis as they're called. I don't think they ever envisaged them being raced when they were designed, but what a fantastic little race car they make. And the 432 car about to go out and do a little bit more racing. That will likely have had a driver change. Ron Johnson is in as well. That's for a second pit stop now. I wonder whether he'll stay in the car and then hand back over to Ting a little bit later on. But yes, we do now have 434 and 421 back to the head of the field. This is genuinely now the fight for the win. No more pit stops to be had. And Adam Willis continuing to try and carve into this advantage that Oscar Proietti enjoys. An advantage that, as I've made the point a few times, was up over 25 seconds at one point. It is down now under 6 seconds. Oscar bounces over the curbs and flicks the windscreen wipers on in his excitement. Switches them off pretty quickly. No need for them this afternoon, thank goodness. And he accelerates across the line. What is this lead gap going to be now? Well, across the line he goes. And for Oscar Proietti, it's a 2:38.6. That's a quick lap, only 2/10 slower than that car's best. It's a 38.7 for Adam Willis. And now, Richard, we're into the final nearly half an hour or so. So we're looking at, what, 12 laps maybe left? 13 laps maybe left in the race? Well, probably less than that, actually. 10 or 11 laps maybe. So any lap on which Proietti is quicker than Adam Willis is going to be really beneficial now, because 6 seconds with that few laps still to go is a reasonable margin. If Adam keeps on taking a second a lap out of him, then all of a sudden it gets a bit nervy for Oscar. But on that lap there, he might have only been quicker by 1/10 of a second, but the gap didn't come down, and that's the point.
Yeah, we're just going to have to look at the next few tours, aren't we? Just having a look at Charles Abbott in third place. He's not on the pace of the top two cars at the moment, but looking good perhaps for that third podium slot.
Well, he matched them, actually. Matched Willis, but yeah, he's 12 seconds back. But showing good speed again, isn't he? That car's been quick all day, actually.
David Drinkwater in the 240s on the last. What we don't know, of course, is whether that 240 was in traffic or not. So,
exactly.
Again, we'll keep an eye on it. But after an hour and a half's racing, more or less, it's 6 seconds between first and second. Gives us a potentially nail-biting finish.
It certainly does, that is for sure. And who is going to come out on top? Well, the last C1 Series race that I covered, which was the 24-hour race last year, that had a nail-biting finish, didn't it? That went right down to the end. I seem to remember the Alpha Trojan car being involved in that in some way. I forget now whether they, which end of that battle they came out on, but certainly seen some really close finishes in this series over the years. And again, considering we haven't had a safety car, we are nearly 2.5 hours into the race and only 6 seconds. All these different strategies, these two cars were on different strategies, remember? They didn't both just follow each other into the pit lane each time. They've been pitting at different times. The safety car, I suppose we did have a safety car, didn't we, early on? Not quite safety car free. And might we have another one? Well, no, but that's the 432. Fresh out of the pit lane with a spin out of the bomb hole. That's not a good place to go off.
Cold tyres.
Yes. Get the tyre blankets out.
Yeah, very often you can, coming out of the pits, just have a little moment when you're trying to get into the race rhythm, maybe being a little bit hassled, but no problem, back running and just ahead of the Liquid Moly car at the moment. There is the second place car, so we've got a visual now between these two. The Trojan Alpha car will want to get past these back markers very, very quickly indeed.
Yes, and it was the Team Trojan car, Trojan Motorsport, as they were running under the team name there, but it was the 41 car that won the last race at Snetterton here a year ago with a winning margin of 0.4 of a second after 3 hours of racing. That was a very close finish. They were a minute ahead of Melbourne Racing in third place, which shows it wasn't just that it was a late safety car, that was genuinely a close finish. And look at that, Oscar Proietti absolutely launching up the inside of some back markers there at the Wilson hairpin. I don't think it's lost on him, is it, that he's under a bit of pressure here. And that he
4.9 seconds now.
Yeah, lost 1.1 seconds or so on the last lap alone. But then we've just seen the amount of traffic that he's had to go through. Of course, Adam Willis will now have to negotiate that on this lap.
He will. 33 minutes on the clock. The Liquid Moly car out front. Trojan Alpha next up. The Abbott's running well in third place, so looking to better the fourth place they had at this one in the last round last year, which would be great for them. Great to see them up on the podium. And still that second place car with the fastest lap of the race as we rejoin the race leader. Both of these cars, very good strategy, well executed as well. You can have the strategy, but it can go wrong in the stops. It hasn't gone wrong for these cars at all as they head down towards Williams and onto the back straight once again. Andy busy studying the form of the... You look like you've got something on your mind.
Oh, well, there's a car in 6th position that's made 4 pit stops, AF Racing, and I was trying to figure out what it was for. I remembered their number flashing up with a race control message. I thought maybe it was a penalty. They were warned about track limits. I don't think they ever received one, so I'm not actually sure what that 4th pit stop is for, but they're still on the lead lap. In 6th position, despite having made a whole extra pit stop. So I don't know whether Rob Lewis can maybe try and find out what that extra pit stop was about for the 427 car. It has got Luke Francis at the wheel now. Can you recall an extra stop? I don't think we've seen why. They obviously have been in 4 times. They are the only sort of front-running team, in fact, the only team full stop to have pitted 4 times, and they're in 6th position, which is quite an achievement. Always quick to correct me when I'm wrong. Rob, our producer, reminded me that Red Sky Racing have pitted 4 times. And who was the other one? That's a gala performance with BPC, which is what car number?
380, 23rd place.
23rd place. Oh, I say right at the bottom of... It's the one car that I don't have on my timing screen. There we go, 23rd. Yes, 4 pit. Okay, fair enough. I stand corrected. The only front-running car, though, I did say, to have made 4 pit stops. And, yeah, in 6th position... Not that likely to lose that 6th position. And actually, they were the quickest car on track last time, although that lap time now gets beaten by the 3rd place car. New fastest lap, Richard.
Yeah, it is. Now, the gap down to 4.811 seconds. Through goes that car, and this is the fastest man on... Oh, no, 331 fastest lap now. Abbott and Abbott. So, yeah, they're away down 16 seconds down. With that sort of pace, Liquid Moly got a bit of drifting there.
Yeah, that was a second nearly quicker than the race leader there for Charles Abbott. Very impressive stuff.
Wait for the track limits warning.
Yeah. Well, yes, half an hour to go. If you've got some lives left, you could start using them now, I suppose. So there went the leader. There, the yellow car. That's the Alpha Trojan car in 2nd position. quite a long wait before you get to Charles Abbott. He, as we've said, is a further 11 seconds back. Trojan 4.8 off the lead. Didn't really gain anything on the previous lap, but it's just creeping down ever so slightly. If they get there, it will only be in the very closing stages, won't it? I think whoever ends up winning this race, it will come down to a battle in the closing stages. The Alpha Trojan car on rails, over the curb. If they can pull this off, Richard, given the time that they lost with the safety car earlier on, best part of half a minute, they've already really impressed me to get into second position. If they can end up pulling this off and getting the win, that would be a very well-deserved one.
Yeah, they've done very well at the moment. I wonder how much there is in the lead car thinking we are under that pressure because the signals will be going out. Just having a quick look in terms of what is going out on pit boards and things like that. They'll know they're under pressure and that can play. We had the conversation yesterday about much better to be chasing than to be out front.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. Especially when there's a bit of a gap involved, I think, because you can't visualise it. Now it's under 5 seconds, and as I've said, you can't really miss the Alpha Trojan car if it's in your mirrors, can you? It is the brightest thing out on track. But, you know, when that gap was 10 or 12 seconds, difficult to visualise what that looks like, really, and, you know, might not be getting constant updates on the pit walls. So, yeah, not easy, is it, to keep the pace going. You might think that you're driving to a suitable pace, and actually the gap's coming down by a second a lap, and it's only now when you can see that car behind you that you can really start responding to that. Let's see if it's come down again this time around then. Oscar Proietti comes across the line. He does a 2:39.1. That's a decent lap time. Adam Willis does a 38.9. Another couple of tenths gained, but only a couple of tenths. He will need more than 2 tenths a lap if he is going to catch the 434 car. Now, the 434 car being driven by Oscar Proietti, which means that Sandra Proietti is in the pit lane, and I believe on standby to have a chat with Rob Lewis. Rob, let's have a chat with the race leaders.
Well, down in the pit lane, it's getting a bit tense, isn't it? And I'm sure Sandro from Bacon Racing, Sandro Proietti, you're feeling a bit tense yourself, haven't you?
No tension at all.
The other half doesn't seem to think so. She's had to go to the back of the garage just to cool off. Is it a bit tense in here?
No, there's no tension, just passion.
Absolute passion for your motorsport. I absolutely adore you guys as a racing team. You're a family team. You come together. What keeps bringing you back to the C1 Series?
Oh, it's great fun racing, isn't it? It's close racing. As we can see, it's like 30 minutes to go and there's 5 seconds in it.
You think you're going to beat Alpha Trojan?
Of course we are. Definitely. God, yeah.
I mean, it started off, we do the top 10 reverse ball draw. You guys were on the front row and you got moved further back. I mean, you've had pace in the car all weekend as well. Did you was this just a game plan to go out and outpace everyone else?
No. I think Oscar had the pace. Yeah, definitely. I felt lacking in qualifying, to be fair. But when the race started, I was comfortable in the car.
And have you got any more races? Obviously, you'll do well here. Would it kind of push you to do the rest of this year? Have you got any more races lined up?
We haven't got anything lined up with the C1 actually. So, but we might do another one. Who knows?
We might have to tempt you out for a few more. Come on.
Yeah, just if you slow Trojan down a little bit, and then we'll come back. Yeah, definitely.
Sandro, doing this with your sons as well, with the whole family, does that bring an extra element for it?
Oh, isn't it fantastic? So I've got Oscar who's in the car, I've got Luca, Max, and our adopted son Seb, and my wife here. So it's all family.
Absolutely, all family. Well, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on it. Sandro, I wish you the best of luck. Let's see how this goes, because I think I'm going to meander down to Alpha Trojan and see how they think about the conclusion of this race. Back to you.
I think that's a terrific idea, Rob. He did his best to drum up some drama there with Sandro Proietti, who was having absolutely none of it. He was cool as a cucumber. And maybe he should have been, because Oscar Proietti's just set the fastest lap of the race. So maybe he was onto something. Or 2:38.270, 1.2 seconds quicker than Alpha Trojan, who now are going to have to pull something really special out of the bag in response to that. That is the 550 car in the pit lane, serving a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty. There's also a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty headed the way of car 527 as the Abbotts are in for their third pit stop. That's correct. They still owed us a pit stop. But two pretty significant penalties there, and that I like to see, actually, Richard, because things like yellow flag infringements, we like to whinge about that quite a lot. It is a good whinge to have, I think, though, because drivers should respect those yellow flags. They're there for the safety of the drivers, but also the marshals who have to go out and deal with incidents, and it's good to see the series taking things like that seriously. That is not a small penalty.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's and it might be that they were preoccupied or otherwise, but you've got to train the driver to be aware and to keep a lookout for that. We've got these great big LEDs now, particularly on the MSV circuits, that the drivers, you know, realistically cannot or should not be able to miss. There was a driver on, I can't remember what round it was, but I won't say which championship, so I don't want to embarrass the driver, but it was one of his first meetings, and he'd come out past his ARDS test. It was Brands. And yeah, just basically caused mayhem because he didn't see the yellows, and that was coming out of Graham Hill Bend, going along onto Cooper Straight. I didn't see it. Well, it's your job to see it.
Yeah.
As a driver, and I think he appreciated it. You know, and it's like driver training when you get a speeding ticket. I don't know if you've done that. I've done that. I learned from it.
Yeah.
And same for the drivers. You know, it's just about keeping everybody safe. So,
Yep.
yeah, no problem with that penalty.
No, absolutely not. And a 3-minute penalty for avoidable contact, by the way, was the other one. So that wasn't for overtaking under yellow flags, but for avoidable contact, perhaps, that triggered the yellow flag, actually, at the time. So, 4-3-4 continues pushing on. Round Coram Corner they come. And Oscar Proietti, what's this gap going to be this time? This will be the 56th lap being completed. And there, you can see the problem there for Adam Willis, can't you? Stuck in a bit of traffic. A slow-moving car, is this? 527? It is hard to tell sometimes, but no, I do think that car is off the pace. 527 is the Jonathan David, James and Rachel Shepherd car. And that car... Red Sky Racing, we mentioned them earlier on, didn't we? So 527. In fact, weren't they not the ones that just had the 3-minute penalty? They might well have just had another drama out on track, I think.
The course car being mobilised there.
Yeah, I thought that, on the inside of Richard's corner. Anyway, point I was about to make is this is the issue for Adam Willis. He is stuck in traffic, and it's traffic that isn't exactly getting out of his way all that quickly. The 409
It's not slow traffic, it's Matt Hyde, so...
there we go, that's the problem. But may not be quite as quick as Adam Willis is wanting to go. And Adam really could do with getting through because he lost another chunk of time, another 7/10 on the previous lap. This late in the day, he can't afford that.
He can't, no. Are there blue flags here? Will they get blue flags shown?
I haven't seen any, if I'm honest. Difficult for the marshals, isn't it, that really? You know, race this late, difficult to know who's fighting for position and who isn't.
Matt will probably know that this car's about to put a lap on him.
Yes.
But equally, he's paid his money. It's not going to affect it. If you moved across and let him through, and I'd say there, Matt's actually not doing a defensive line, is he, down into Agos?
No, just running his own line, running his own pace. It's up to Adam Willis to overtake him, and he can't do that.
So there's not blocking going on?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. The 409 car, where is the 409 car? They're running in 10th place. And in fact, they just moved into 10th place on the previous lap ahead of the Abbotts, who have just rejoined from the pit lane. So they are, and they're, 7 seconds behind 9th place Josh Cook. Cookie doing 2 minute 40s, so not the fastest out there, but a pretty respectable lap time. And he's chasing down Alec Livesley in the 338 Brimstone Racing car. 2.8 seconds the gap between the two of them. So Alpha Trojan down into the end of the Bentley Straight, hearing that they had a bit of a drama at the end of the previous lap. Tried to go between two back markers. We're hearing Adam Willis into Coram Corner. They closed the door on him. Don't know if there was contact or not, but certainly it delayed him. So that explains a little bit about why he lost that time. And sometimes it can come down to that, can't it? If you don't get the rub of the green in the lapped traffic, Richard, then that can prove very costly, especially when the gaps are this fine.
Yeah, that could come to bite them, couldn't it, towards the end of this. And, well, I'm not going to say it, but the Priority team, I'm going to say it, offending this off. The gaps come down from the last set of stops, but again, you know, you've got Matt Hyde here, who is not slow, but you just feel that Adam Willis, if he could get past, would start making those inroads again.
Yeah, Matt Hyde is running what sort of lap times? I've just lost him. There we go. Yeah, see, he's doing 2:39s, which aren't slow, but look at that. Oscar Prietti, a 38.0, new fastest lap of the race. So Adam Willis might feel that he could do that pace if only he could get past this 409 car, which is not moving out of the way. Now, though, Willis might have the inside line as they head towards the Wilson Hairpin. And look at that, traffic on the horizon for the leader as well. Through goes Willis. Maybe making his point, I think, as he made the overtake into the Wilson Hairpin, that he didn't appreciate sitting behind the 409 car for as long as he did. But anyway, needs to forget about that now, get his head down. The race is not over, 20 minutes to go. The leader about to encounter a big group of traffic, and Adam Willis is now unleashed into clean air.
Yeah, that is exactly the scenario at the moment. Out of Palmer's, down in towards Agostini. Remember the gap, 6.857 seconds on the previous one, but it's not going to be a full lap of clear air for the second place car. Another 33 seconds down on the leader is the third place car. Battling going on behind them, but yeah, big traffic for the leader, which could cause a problem. The only good thing might be that those cars may be slower than Matt Hyde's one, so he might be able to clear them quicker. There is the race leader.
Yeah, he's got past one of them already on the infield. The place you want to catch them really is on the Bentley Straight, which he is about to do. Who is that? 509, is that ahead of him? No, 566 actually. That's not a slow car, is it? The 566. We've seen them up near the front. Well, definitely not a slow car. Josh Cook's at the wheel. Well, there you go. You know, it ebbs and it flows. This might now be a lap or two where perhaps Oscar struggles to get past a lapped car, because Josh Cook, running in 9th place overall, ain't going to make this easy for Oscar Prietti. And Josh himself, of course, is busy overtaking some of the slower cars ahead too. So this could be a significant moment in the race then. If Oscar gets stuck behind Josh Cook for too long, then this could end up losing him a fair chunk of time. But you can see there they've got past 3 back markers already on this lap, and the Alpha Trojan car is not even on the tail of this group yet.
Is he going to be able to get past? And again, the prospect is that he's got 2 more cars to have to deal with a little bit further up the road. Will Josh Cook know that this is the race leader immediately in front of him? Certainly not slow. Coming down into Murray's. Prietti just following him line for line at the moment. Now we've got the centre straight to contend with. This might help, but he drops back just a wee bit. He'll start to maybe pick up the toe. Have a look. Here's our pit wall cam. Wait for them to come through. Yeah, he's not going to make a move now, is he?
Don't think so. And that lap was a 39.3. What can Adam Willis do? There he goes, 38.5. So 0.8 quicker, 6 seconds the gap. That's more like it. 18 minutes to go. I was going to try and figure out how many laps that is left to go. And the good news is I don't have to do that live on air, because we've got an interview to throw with Chris Freeman down in the pit lane then, who was in that Alpha Trojan car for the first part of the race. We heard from the Bacon Racing camp. Let's hear from Alpha Trojan.
And now to the second garage in the battle for the lead. I've got Chris Freeman with me. Chris, it's a bit tense out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Very tense. Yeah, it's a close one. 6 seconds gap. It's hard. Bacon are really flying, so we're struggling, I think, to pull them in at the moment.
But it was a good mix-up, obviously. You both qualified on the front row, and then the top 10 bull draw pulled you back. How difficult was it in the early stages to make the positions up?
It weren't too bad, really. It was pretty quick. It got to the front and that. Had a bit of a scrap to get there and that, but the car were good. But they were an early pit safety car, weren't they? Which was a shame. That seemed to spoil things a little bit. But it's made a good race of it, and it's a scrap to the end.
Fantastic, and you've got a worthy young teammate in the car in Adam Willis. A lot of the other team members are busy doing other things this weekend, but Adam's got the job of bringing the car home.
Yeah, he's doing a good, cracking job. He's on it as much as he can. I think, I don't know, it's just such a close one. It's just we keep looking at the running monitor and looking at the times and that, and you just think, come on, let's just get it. But we are, it is what it is with the traffic, isn't it?
Crossing toes, fingers and all sorts.
Yeah, everything.
Do you think you're going to do it?
It's not looking like that at the moment, no, which is a shame.
But I'm sure you take a podium.
Yeah, definitely. And it's good to see somebody else win on the in on the grid. It'd be nice to see somebody else actually get a trophy, and that it's a different winner.
Absolutely, but I mean, the success that you guys have, what do you put that down to?
It's just the whole team, really. Everybody's quick, the car's set up well. Just the whole thing works together. Every driver that goes out's quick. As you saw Adam earlier in that, he was flying around to get the pole position. But it's just a good car as well, good drive, has been consistent, and that's why we're always up there at the end of the race.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you the absolute best of luck, Chris. I think they're flying past now. Well, I think that's going to be my final interview on the pit lane for this race. I'm going to head up to Parc Ferme and get ready to welcome the podium for this Snetterton 3-hour race.
Yeah, top job, Rob. Brilliant stuff down in pit lane. Really bringing us some fun, interesting stories down there and following the story of the race really well, which is difficult to do. I can speak from experience when you're down in the pit lane. You're not always fully aware of what's going on out on track, but Rob never misses a beat, does he? Right then, I've been doing some maths. I reckon we've got either 5 or 6 laps to go. It's going to be really close as to whether they get a 6th lap in. The gap is still only a fraction under 6 seconds, so essentially Adam Willis needs a second a lap here over Oscar Proietti, and on the previous lap he was only a 10th of a second quicker, even though Oscar, as you can see, was in a whole load of traffic. But crucially, Richard, he has found a way past Josh Cook, so that's the quickest of those lapped cars, if you like, that he was trying to negotiate. He only spent, a lap at most tucked up behind him.
It's a nice chat with Chris Freeman, wasn't it? But you could tell he was disappointed with the way it's come out, and that's understandable. Yeah. He's a racer, he's a sportsman, he wants to do it. But equally, it was lovely that he was magnanimous about getting a potentially new team on the top step of the podium. And Sandro Proietti's interview was mega, wasn't it? I just loved the way that he was quite laid back about it, and almost as if it was all thought through.
Yes, almost.
The strategy is, isn't it?
I suppose it was, yes.
Like they were expecting to do well with the pace.
Exactly. Well, they are doing well. They've got this lead. They're defending it well. And at the moment, with 14 minutes to go, they look the favourites, don't they? From 4th position, by the way, Rob Smith has just been in the pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty. That's for exceeding track limits. We saw him being warned a couple of times about going beyond the white lines. The good news for him is that they didn't lose a place. They're still in 4th position. They weren't really in contention for 3rd, so it's not actually made a huge difference to their final finishing position. But Rob getting a slap on the wrist there for exceeding the old track limits, and we won't be too happy with that now. That was Josh Cook coming up the inside of a back marker and nearly having a pop at our race leader. There's a car on the grass just ahead of them as well, the 437, and the leader is slow suddenly out of Nelson. A missed gear maybe for Oscar Proietti, but this could be big drama because he's been mugged by Josh Cook all of a sudden and finds himself right in the middle of those back markers.
Yeah, a little bit of drama, a lot of drama going on there. That is... Well, what happened there? Clear traffic, wasn't it? Clear air for the race leader is now gone.
It had to be a missed gear. It had all that as he went from 2nd to 3rd gear, maybe. It just wouldn't quite get into gear. But look, Alpha Trojan are almost with them. There's another car off the road now. The 451 going rally cry, and the leader's in the pit lane. The leader is in the pit lane. I do not believe it. Bacon racing with Liquimolly with 12, just under 13 minutes to go. And they are in the pit lane with a problem. Is it a gearbox problem? Are they out of fuel? Have they underfueled it maybe? We're only a couple of laps short of the end. Weaving down the pit lane, there's a slow car in the way, which he wants to get past as quickly as possible, but a drama here for Oscar Proietti that is surely going to lose them the race. What drama and what heartbreak, and ultimately what a shame for us. We were really looking forward to that battle between the two of them, but it once again falls back into the lap of Alpha Trojan.
Absolutely amazing. You couldn't write it, could you?
No.
You really couldn't do that. And Rob, who's gone to the podium, what do you do now? Do you go back? I'd be tempted to maybe nip back and find out. Rob, whatever you do, it's the right decision, fella, for sure. You've done a super job today. So, just under 12 minutes on the clock, and we've got now the Trojan car with a 30-second lead over David Drinkwater. Proietti at the moment still showing in 3rd place. We could put Rob Smith back, Rob and the birthday boy.
Yeah.
He'll get another pot.
Yes.
A non-birthday pot.
Indeed so. I want to know what they're doing to the Bacon racing car. Are they fueling it? Is it a mechanical issue? Has it gone into the garage? If it's just, it could have been that they were short on fuel. That's them. They're back on their way now then. So back into the race. They have to stop, remember, to scan the Hugh tag. Then off they go into the race again. Are they going to rejoin ahead of car 300? I think they will, but only just. Rob Smith has just gone through. This is going to be neck and neck, actually, for 3rd position. Rob Smith, let's see who comes out of Rich's corner first. They're going to be almost together, so we might not have a grandstand finish for the race win, but for the bottom step of the podium, we absolutely will, because here they come, look. That is Rob Smith. So Rob Smith ahead of Alpha Trojan and onto the podium.
Amazing stuff, and I'll tell you what, we'll see Proietti want to get that position back. So Rob Smith probably thought podium now, out of the question, because he had the drive-through for track limits. And then I wonder what the problem was.
Well, I'd love to know. Not Alpha Trojan, by the way. Of course, it is Bacon Racing, not Alpha Trojan that have been in the pit lane. But yeah, I want to know what that issue was. The fact they've got the car out so quickly does lead me to suspect it was fuel, because we're about four laps maybe short of the end when that happened. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it, that they maybe miscalculated on the fuel ever so slightly? I don't know. I don't want to suggest that if that's not the issue, but it has all those hallmarks, because anything more sinister you would have thought would have taken longer to fix.
And it might explain the pace, because if they were running less fuel...
Good point.
As well as being quick drivers, making the most of that, but now hungry to get this third position back. So we've been denied one race, but in the wonderful tradition of Silver Lake C1 Endurance Racing, we've been gifted another one. The gods giveth and the gods taketh away. And, well, we've got one back here. Rob Smith in P3 at the moment. Oscar Prietti is there right behind him. Adam Willis out front. Christmas come early for them.
Yeah, I bet they can't believe it. As if to prove the point, though, Adam Willis just set the new fastest lap of the race, a 38.0, so we're nearly into the 37s now. What did I say lap record was? A 36.3, so we're not down to that pace yet. Here comes Prietti, though, to the outside of Rob Smith for third position. Rob Smith hanging on for now. Prietti flings the car into the right-hander at Nelson, inches away from the rear bumper of the number 300, and with 9 minutes to go, this is how close it is for a spot on the podium. Adam Willis and Alpha Trojan look set for a race victory, although the way this race has gone, I'm not going to predict anything just yet. Certainly, though, I predict a good battle here for third position. Rob Smith won't want to give this up, but here comes Prietti round the outside through Coram Corner. That is such a difficult move to make, but it will buy him a ticket to the inside line at Murray's. He's late on the brakes. He slides through. There's a little bit of a hip check, and Prietti is into third.
Wow, he does get it. I think Prietti had forgotten to send the birthday card for Sid Smith there. Such was the urgency. And maybe he's dropped it off on the way through. Onto centre straight, back up into third position. But getting on that outside run and keeping it at Coram, that was some stuff.
This late in the race, imagine how much discarded rubber there is and dust and dirt on the outside line. And to keep it pinned around the outside of... Rob Smith, who, let's face it, is not averse to getting his elbows out either, was really great stuff. And Oscar Prietti gets through into third position. There was a tiny touch between the two of them, but I think that was just good hard racing as he slid through. Rob Smith might not agree with me.
It's what you want to see, though, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
It didn't dishevel any of the other cars. It didn't. No. It didn't settle anything else other than, you've been in a race.
Exactly so. I think we can over-sanitise this sport sometimes, and that is what we used to call good, hard racing. Someone else in the background, I think, has been engaging in good, hard racing and been on the grass coming out of Rich's corner. Hopefully they gathered that one together as the third place man heads down towards Agostini. Now, can Rob Smith come back at Prietti with a bit of a slipstream? He might be able to match the pace of the Bacon Racing car, which is slow again.
It's gone, yeah.
Is it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's off the pace. It's off the pace again coming out of Agostini. So maybe it is something more sinister. And back through goes Rob Smith, but now Prietti back up to speed again. Clearly some intermittent issue, isn't there? But I reckon now he'll probably just stay out there and hope for the best.
They weren't in that long. They couldn't have got that much fuel in if they did fuel stop. And the driver would have had to have got out of the car for that. And I don't think they were in long enough for Oscar to have got out and then back in with the fuel.
I wonder whether Oscar Prietti thinks, hang on, there was a bit of contact. Don't want to get a penalty after the race for that. Even if he doesn't believe that he's in the wrong,
right, okay.
Maybe he decided to give the place back. He's overtaken Rob Smith once already. Maybe he feels like the sooner he gives the place back, the more chance he's got of getting the position again before the checkered flag.
You're probably there. That's very fair, because I thought that was a fair move anyway.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And
but just in case.
I think Rob would think the same.
Yeah, I think so. But maybe just playing it safe, better to address the situation yourself than run the risk of getting a post-race penalty.
The only Oscar's thinking might be as they, Rob gave him room around Coram and into Murray's, but Oscar didn't give Rob the room on the outside, perhaps as much as he might have done. They're going to settle it now instead.
Action replay, back round the outside he goes. Now careful, Oscar, we saw how this happened a lap ago, and look, backs out of it this time, sensibly so. So he likes that outside move there at Coram, doesn't he? There's a car off at Rich's. That's the 448 machine. That carries on its way. That's the Road and Tracks car going off tracks at Rich's corner, but finding its way back onto the black stuff. As with under 6 minutes to go, we're being treated to a sensational battle for the bottom step of the podium. And once again, Prietti is alongside. He's got the inside line this time into Rich's, and I think that might be a done deal. Oscar Prietti through onto the podium, and in the end, really not a lot that Rob Smith could do about that.
I think he called that exactly right. It was that little tap, wasn't it? He thought about maybe not having given Rob the room on the exit of the corner. That's just great, real gentlemanly from the pair of them there. Great racing, wonderful to see. And that possibly now podium settled, but Rob Smith's a fighter. He might want to come back and have another go. We've still got 5 minutes for this to play out, a couple of laps.
Yeah, come on, Oscar, let him back through again. Let's see if he can do it 3 times in a row. That would be quite something, wouldn't it? I don't think he's going to do that unless he absolutely has to, and I saw nothing wrong with that most recent move that he made that would lead him to feel the need to do that. And he is now just slightly gapping Rob, I think. He's got his headlights on still, trying to intimidate Oscar as they head into Agostini. Oh, what a drama-filled race this has been. This has been the race of the weekend for me. It has had drama and intrigue from the very start of this Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series race. And it has been an absolute pleasure to be here to call it. And a great advert for this series, as it always is, really. Every time these cars hit the track, you know you're in for some fun. The leader, Adam Willis, has just gone through to begin another lap with about 4 3/4 minutes to go. And he will have time, therefore, for probably 2 more laps, I reckon. Best part of 3 laps left for these two, because they're so far behind now after their extra pit stops, because don't forget, both of these teams have made 4 pit stops. So too, actually, has the 5th place car, because that 427 car has inherited an extra position since we last mentioned them. So, OK, they're half a lap off the lead, but 4 pit stops and still on course for a top 5. Not bad going.
Very good going indeed, isn't it? And Prietti, they'll be really gutted about what might have been, but we reckon intermittent fault then, not fuel.
Or possibly, or driver to... Well, yeah, but see, again, we're saying the second time he chose to slow down and let Rob Smith through. That doesn't explain the first time that the car slowed and he came into the pit lane. So I really don't know. We'll find out. If they're on the podium, we'll find out, I'm sure. Rob will ask the question in Parc Ferme. But it is a bizarre one, isn't it? Yeah, it could well have been, the second time they slowed, it could well have been as a result of that incident at Murray's Corner, which I think we can maybe take another look at in a moment or two, the initial contact that they had. But yeah, that doesn't explain, Richard, does it, why he slowed down in the first place?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Could be a coincidence, I suppose. But who knows? Anyway, well, this is the moment we're talking about. This is the first move that Oscar Prietti made. Our first assessment was this was just good hard racing, but Oscar maybe felt that he could have left Rob some more room here.
Yeah, because Rob goes out, doesn't he? So
yeah, see, Prietti uses all of the road, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought he was through by that point.
Yeah, I agree, and I actually think...
He's just being a sportsman, giving it back.
Exactly, and playing it safe, because you can't... If you get a penalty after the race, OK, you can argue it if you want to.
There's a difference between being a sportsman and playing it safe. Which one are we going to go for?
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah. Bit of both, yeah. But if you get a penalty after the race, you can't really do anything about that, whereas at least he redressed the situation on track, and then it was back in his own hands then, wasn't it, I suppose, to try and get the place back.
I'm going to say sporting, because generally, if they weren't, they wouldn't have given it back.
No, exactly. That's a very good point, so I'll settle with that. So anyway, whatever it was, it meant that we got to enjoy that battle for another couple of laps, and certainly did enjoy it. Adam Willis will be enjoying himself now. He's dicing away with Josh Cook again, who's got back ahead of him. But Adam has the
Josh
fast...
has probably been thinking, hang about, these lead cars were past me. The lead car was past me, then it wasn't, and now I've got another one. Yeah, if only they'd managed to catch a safety car or something, they would have been in this battle as well, wouldn't they, for the victory. But brilliant performance this from Alpha Trojan. Really, they played the strategy the best, I think, didn't they, by making that early pit stop. It's a bit of a mystery as to why they found themselves... in fact, no, of course they didn't play that perfectly, didn't they? Because they got caught out by the safety car. That's why they were 25 seconds back to get that 25 seconds back, and now actually look on course for a very comfortable victory. The best part of a minute clear of the second placed car. Very, very well deserving indeed. The WRC developments with CB Auto Services car, that's been there or thereabouts all day as well in second position. But 55 seconds back
from Alpha Trojan, and Bacon Racing, as we've seen, up into third place, 1.1 seconds clear of Rob Smith, who just did his best lap of the race, but 1.1 seconds slower ultimately than Proietti. Ooh, that's not a good place to be stopped. The 574 car, with a rotation out of Riches, gets going again. Late race drama for Hexagon Racing, Matthew Harris and Mark Harris. But yeah, what more can you say about Alpha Trojan? Another race win heading their way. There's a reason that they are, I think, probably the most successful team in Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series history, and on course for another victory here.
They are absolutely superb. Sid Smith will be lecturing his dad about how track limits stopped him from getting a podium on his 18th birthday. That will stay with them forever.
Yep.
And of course, the way you can do away with track limits now is just fine people for track limits. Never mind times, find them, hit them in the pocket. That would stop track limits.
I suppose so. That's a good point. So anyway, Alpha Trojan. Still, I think Adam Willis wants one last little thing that would be the icing on the cake, which is to overtake Josh Cook again on the last lap. It's not the position, this, but they've been very, very evenly matched, these two. And I think actually just keeping up with Josh Cook is a bit of a win, but Adam Willis, competitive guy as he is, will want to try and make the move. And I doubt he will make a risky move into Murray's corner. At least I hope he won't. Down to the final corner then, peaks to the inside line, and it is going to be another victory in the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series for Alpha Trojan Racing. Another Snetterton victory, second on the bounce for Trojan Racing as well. For Adam Willis and Chris Freeman, though, a hard-fought victory, but a well-earned one nonetheless. The checkered flag waves at the end of 3 hours of racing at Snetterton, and it's Alpha Trojan who claimed the victory, and in the end by a much more comfortable margin than it looked like it was going to be. And in fact, for a long time there, it didn't look like it would be that car that crossed the line first, but they got here in the end and are very, very deserving race winners after what's been a breathless 3 hours of racing that really did fly by. It'll be quite a long wait for the second place car, the 586 car, David Drinkwater and Andy Mollison, but they, Richard, spent a good stint in the lead as well. Good to see them coming home on the podium.
We saw a lot of them, didn't we, in the early part of the race, which was great. The car, if you've forgotten which one it was the one with the poppies on that we were talking about earlier on. David
this one here.
Andy, yeah, here we go, doing a super job and looking a bit lonesome at the moment, but coming through and are going to take a very well-deserved second position. We're hearing that third place might be under investigation because the Bacon Racing team, we think there may have been a pit lane infringement when they came in. So the result, as you see it, will be provisional. Might see the Smiths up onto the podium. That would be a shame either way. Great for the Smiths, I guess, but a shame for Bacon Racing, who put in a really good performance.
Yeah, we don't know what the pit lane infringement is, but the team manager has been summoned to race control, so that's not usually a good sign, is it? But anyway, we'll call it as we see it for now, which is that car 434 is going to cross the line in third position, and what a topsy-turvy race they've had. The last half hour of this race, you could write a book on it, couldn't you? But they are going to come across the line, I think, to finish third on the road, at least, and Oscar and Sandro Proietti, who looked really like they were on course for the victory not that long ago, will have to settle for third place. Rob and Sid Smith, fourth position, could become third after post-race discussions, but we'll leave that to the stewards. Either way, a good result for them, and a top 5 finish as well goes the way of the 427 AF Racing team. We didn't really mention those guys too much, but Zachary Arthur and Luke Francis stayed out of trouble, minded their own business. They did have that extra pit stop, and they still came home in the top 5. In fact, 3 of the top 5 teams made an extra pit stop in that race for one reason or another, and they were still able to come home with really strong results.
I think they all enjoyed it. We did. Great
Absolutely.
to see the C1s again. Wonderful work by Rob, and I think Robin's probably run out of trophies now. We will have done by the time, but yeah, it's been really good, isn't it? And a few teams go home with dents and dings to sort out, but everyone will know they've been in a good sociable weekend here at Snetterton, not just with the C1 racing, but the fair that we've seen from the Fun Cup yesterday, all the Brscc formulae that have been in action over the course of the 2 days as well. I've thoroughly enjoyed it again. Wonderful weather helped as well.
Yes, finally felt like summer, didn't it?
Yeah, that's it now, it's gone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, actually, but hey, we'll enjoy it while we can. It's been one of my favourite weekends of the year, this, definitely. And excuse me, big thanks, to all of the Brscc crew who do so much hard work behind the scenes, I should say, to Charlotte and Charlie, and I guess we should give Luke Souch a shout out. Even though he was on a weekend off, he still turned up to give everyone a hard time. But the whole Brscc team have done a brilliant job. The Brscc in such a healthy place at the moment. It's really nice to see. I know you and I have both been working with the club for an awfully long time. I began my career with them 12 years ago, and to see them where they are now is really, really nice to see. So a big well done to all of the Brscc team for getting us where we are today. Right then, let's take a look, shall we, at the provisional race results for this Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series race. Alpha Trojan victorious by over a minute. That doesn't really tell the full story of the race, does it? Over the WRC developments with CB Auto Services car in second place. Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly were third, provisionally, but we know that there may be an investigation involving that car's final pit stop. Could, if it goes, doesn't go their way, and the podium finished to BPC Tyre Buffing and the Smiths. Then it was AF Racing in 5th, Snail Speed Racing in 6th, AST Suspension UK, the Josh Cook driven car at the end, finishing in 7th place with Brimstone Racing in 8th, Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport in 9th, and Abbott Racing Motorsport only 10th at the end, having won the podium places for much of the race. And it was PMF Racing, CSR, OPC and PR. That was the car that Tom Ingram led in for so long, coming home in 12th position. Rab Sport Racing the 13th, and Has Been Racing in 14th place. 15th position for the C1 Club car, the 301, then Watt Motorsport in 16th. SCR Sandown Motorsport was 17th ahead of Diablo Racing, Emax Motorsport's 343 car, and the 458 Silver Lake 2 car completing the top 20. Then it was Gala Performance with BPC Motorsport, 235 Racing, Alto Basso Racing, Road and Tracks, who had that late race excursion at Riches. BPC Motorsport 389 car was 25th ahead of RST and MDA. In 27th position, 28th for Hall and Hall, 29th Hexagon Racing and 30th Team MKD. TGR Racing, Peter Kay was in 31st place ahead of the 355 machine. Team name, that's another Emax Motorsport car. Then 487 MH Racing, Silver Lake Racing was 558 was 34th ahead of Red Sky Racing, going into some of the teams that had some issues now. Emax is 412 in 36th, Melbourne Racing unfortunately down in 37th, pulling off late in the day. TRX Motorsport 38th, 39th CEX Prep Tech UK, out very early in that race, weren't they? Only about 7 laps in, and the same was true sadly with the car with which they tangled, the 381 Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport car that was being won by Gracie Mitchell at the time. Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport, Marcus Clutton only completing in the end 1 lap of the race before having to retire that car into pit lane. So, as the sun begins to set over Snetterton, Richard, a big thank you once again, but a pleasure as always to work with you, and I will see you again at Silverstone, I reckon.
Yeah, it's a couple of weeks away. Yeah, thank you, Ed. Thanks for letting us join the box with you. And,
always a pleasure.
Thanks to Rob and everyone from Alpha for being a fantastic team once again, and thanks everyone for watching at home.
Indeed so, and thank you, as I said, to the Brscc, to all of the Snetterton circuit staff, to the marshals who have put in a good stint today, and of course to the Alpha Live TV crew for putting together a fantastic broadcast here this weekend. So, time to head over, I think, momentarily to hear once more from Rob Lewis, and he will be speaking to a very, very happy race-winning team. Give it up, everyone, for Alpha Trojan.
Welcome to Parc Ferme for what was an outstanding 3-hour race. My word, Adam, that fell into place for you towards the end there with the stop for Bacon Racing.
Yeah, it did, yeah. I think the gap was coming down, but it probably wasn't enough to get them. I don't think we had enough laps to get them in the end. But then I could see him slowing on the lap that he pitted, and I thought he's got an issue or he's running out of fuel or something. And then I saw him dart into the pits, and then next lap round we got given the P1 by the team. So yeah, we're just having a bit of fun at the end, really, with behind Cookie. So
another win, another top step of the podium. You've got a knack for winning these, haven't you?
It's hard work. It is harder than it looks, to be honest. Yeah, I say you never know where you're going to be until all the pit stops have unfolded because of the different strategies. So. Yeah, until that last hour, really, or even half hour, you don't really know where you're going to be, and then it's just give me car numbers, and those are the ones that you're racing, really. So, but yeah, happy with that.
We move forward to Brands Hatch. Can you do it again?
I hope so. Yeah, we'll probably have the 2 cars back out there, so back to the usual team lineup. We all love Brands, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And Chris Freeman did a mega job at the start to keep the car up there.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So our plan was to do a couple of early stops, and the safety car ended up splitting them, whereas Bacon and the others, not Bacon, WRC and who was the other one? Yeah, anyway, they were up the road. So 25 seconds, it was BPC, wasn't it? Sid and Rob Smith. So they were up the road, so Chris did a sterling job to get back on them. Took about 25 seconds out of them over his hour. So, yeah, I don't think we would have been anywhere near him if he hadn't managed that. So.
Fantastic. I will shake your hand now. I'll let you go and visit the gents. He's been bursted since he got out of the car. We need to go and find the rest of our podium. Let's go for a little walk, shall we? I need to go and see David Drinkwater, which incidentally is probably why Adam needs to use the loo. He's been doing a bit too much of it. Let's go and speak to David Drinkwater. A brilliant second place, but you were twitching there towards the end, weren't you?
Yeah, it was a bit close on fuel, I think, for most people. Yeah, so we slowed down last few laps. Team let me know where we were. Time people behind, so yeah, it was okay though. Just.
It's good this C1 racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's great fun. The things fly around the corner, slide. They're brilliant.
So you haven't had the results earlier in the year that you perhaps wanted to. You've had a few races kind of fall away from you. Is this a return to form?
Yeah, I think so. We've done a bit of a tweak with the car, and Clive's done some good work on it. So I think it's back to where the old car was as such. So yeah, we're getting there.
And what's the plan for Brands Hatch? Have you got any more coming out?
Yeah, I think we'll do Brands Hatch. If we do Silverstone, obviously we've got the 24 coming up. Part of the little 2CV stuff to have a bit of a giggle. And then RR at the end of the year, which is the main one.
Fantastic. A fantastic second place there for David Drinkwater. Now, third place, I must stress, as far as I'm aware, they're very much provisional. So we've got... It's effectively between 300, which is Rob and Sid Smith, the car here, and Bacon Racing. I want to speak to Bacon Racing. They finished third on the road. I want to come and speak to Oscar, who drove the absolute wheels off of this car. I don't know if you've heard anything different. You finished third on the road. Is that going to stay?
I've got no idea. Supposedly what we've been... I don't know if it is in the regs. I think it's just recommended that you push back, or everybody does. But I'm sure I'm just being a knob, and it is in there. I just haven't read it right.
I'll excuse the word there for a second, but great racing there towards the end with Rob Smith. He's a wily old fox, isn't he?
Yeah, I was quite surprised coming around Coram. He was giving me quite a little bit of hustle as I tried to go around the outside, but. And then the first time I went through, there was a bit of contact. So halfway around the lap, gave the place back because I thought I don't want to have an asterisk. And then did it again, and same move, but this time cleaner.
Now, C1 racing's quite good, isn't it? The battles and the family atmosphere that you guys bring.
Yeah, it is definitely. I mean, that's why we do it, because it's a whole team. Mum's team manager, Luca, older brother, is mechanic, Dad is driving partner, and Max younger brother's refueler. It's a full family team.
Fantastic.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Good to speak to you, Oscar. Hopefully the result stays for yourself. So that's our on-the-road podium. I want to break tradition. I do want to go and speak to fourth place and speak to Rob Smith, because that was an absolutely fantastic battle towards the end. He's having a chat with Peter Shearer at the moment, who I'm sure won't mind me cutting in. If I could just tap him on the shoulder here. Rob, we had to, you finished fourth on the road. There's some stuff going on with judicials just to double check with the third place car, but that was a mega battle towards the end.
It was a really good race. These things are so good to battle with, and with a bit of contact I went off the track, and then the guy who's currently third just said no problem. He indicated, he let me pass, then said let's race again. That's really good racing.
Good, hard, fair racing.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't want to win it off the track, I want to win it on the track, and today we didn't quite have the pace. We really gave everything we had, but next time we'll try and go a bit faster.
Well, it's certainly been an astounding day for the racing, and a good day for yourself and Sid, especially with the young man turning 18 as well.
It's just an absolute honour and privilege to be able to come here and do a race with my son. Would have been even nicer to win it, but it's lovely that he's got my enthusiasm for racing, and we've got Croft next weekend with him. Just really hope that he carries on racing and loving it like he does.
Fantastic, Rob. As usual, a fantastic
Pleasure.
sport.
Thank you very
Good
much.
to have you on the grid there. And I think that just about rounds up the Parc Ferme area for the C1 Series. Robin Welsh is diligently checking everything is going okay with the cars. They're going to do some checks, they're going to measure some things, and then they're going to send everyone home, as am I. But my thank you to everyone at the Brscc. This has been a fantastic racing weekend for the Brscc Summer Special. Our thanks, of course, to our two top commentators in Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal. But for the final time, this is Robert Lewis signing off from this Brscc race weekend. Thanks to Alpha Live and all the team there. For now, good night.